Chapter 1. The Unknown Virus. In a bustling market within the development zone of Lehigh City, throngs of people had gathered early in the morning, particularly around the stores selling grains and oils, where patrons jostled for space, leaving no room for even a foot to stand. "Boss, how much for this dragon beer noodle?" Xiao Kai, squeezed amidst the crowd, held aloft a 500-gram packet of dragon beer noodles, calling out loudly to the proprietor behind the counter. 50 for the dragon beer noodles." The rotund shopkeeper, a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood atop a large wooden crate. After casting a glance at the noodles in Xiao Kai's hand, he replied, "How much? 50? Are you sure you aren't mistaken, boss? It's usually around $10, isn't it?" Upon hearing the quoted price, Xiao Kai could hardly believe his ears, gazing incredulously at the noodles in his grasp, doubting whether he truly held dragon beer noodles or something else entirely. "Indeed, it's 50. Take it or leave it. If you want buy, put it back, others are eager for it." The shopkeeper glared, rising slightly on his toes as he surveyed the crowded store, responding with palpable irritation to Xiao Kai's hesitation. "Young man, if you find it too expensive, let me have it, I'll take it." A middle-aged woman standing beside Xiao Kai, clutching a 10-kilogram bag of rice, eyed the noodles with a fierce intention, nearly ready to snatch them away. "I'll take it." Xiao Kai glanced back at the now empty shelves, gritted his teeth, and after a moment's resolve, pulled out his phone to make the payment, retreating from the throng. He cast a glance at the bank notification on his phone, disheartened by the dwindling balance displayed. With a sigh, he placed the dragon beer noodles into the shopping bag he held in his other hand. He never anticipated that prices would soar so dramatically in just a couple of days. Having merely purchased a pound of meat, 2 pounds of eggs, and 7 or 8 pounds of assorted vegetables, along with some ham, he was astonished to find himself nearly $1,000 poorer today, a staggering increase far beyond his comprehension. Indeed, the shopkeeper's words rang true. At $50 per bag, if he chose not to purchase, someone would seize the opportunity and snatch it from his hands. It was increasingly difficult to procure rice and noodles. These days, he had traversed several shops to secure even a single bag. Originally intending to stock up on some medications, it now seemed unnecessary. Not only was he out of money, but even if he had funds, it was doubtful he would find anything available. Earlier, as he passed a few pharmacies, he noted that they were so crowded that one could hardly squeeze inside, while people continued to rush in from outside. The recent spike in prices had incited a frenzy among the populace, all scrambling for essential supplies. No one knew when the lockdown would end. If they didn't stockpile enough provisions, they might very well starve without anyone to deliver food to them. On his way home, Xiao Kai observed that every person on the street wore thick masks, hurrying home with bundles of goods in hand. With transportation services all but halted, even buses had begun to cease operations. Those without private vehicles were left to carry their belongings home on foot. News had emerged the previous day that Lehigh City would also be entering lockdown. Xiao Kai had intended to venture out for supplies yesterday, but his factory had been working overtime, only notifying everyone to prepare for home confinement after hours. Most factories operated in such a manner they would not close until the very last moment, leaving many without adequate provisions, forced to spend more to snatch up what little remained. Unable to find a taxi, Xiao Kai lugged his heavy load for over an hour before finally returning to his rented room. Upon entering, his first order of business was to meticulously clean and disinfect his purchases, then remove his mask and disposable gloves, shedding his clothes into the washing machine with disinfectant added. After placing the sanitized food into the refrigerator, he finally took a shower. Once all was completed, he lay down on the bed to rest. With some leisure time, Xiao Kai picked up his phone and began browsing information about the virus online. However, with each passing moment, his anxiety grew. The information he encountered painted a far more terrifying picture than he had imagined. In just a handful of days, the number of infected had surged exponentially, and the methods of transmission became increasingly bizarre. Initially, it was believed that only those in contact with infected individuals could contract the virus. Yet, it soon became apparent that some had remained indoors and still fell victim to the X virus. As the number of infections rose, so too did the mortality rate. Just last night, the global death toll was in the hundreds, but it had now skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Online, doomsayers began to propagate apocalyptic theories, for such a widespread outbreak of a virus with such high transmissibility and lethality had never before been witnessed in human history. As night fell, the streets became eerily quiet, with pedestrians and vehicles dwindling. By 8 o'clock, all traffic lights illuminated red, rendering the roads devoid of life, as everyone retreated into their homes. The lockdown had begun. In the dead of night, the wailing sirens of emergency vehicles pierced the stillness, resonating like a harbinger of dread. Throughout the night, the sound of sirens continued unabated, filling Shao Kai with an increasing sense of unease, until, in a state of restless slumber, he finally succumbed to sleep amidst the distant echoes of the sirens. The following midday, Shao Kai groggily awakened, only to be greeted by a body riddled with aching joints, feeling as though he were weighed down by lead. Panic gripped him as he hastily searched for a thermometer, and upon measuring his temperature, the crimson digits of 38.1 appeared, chilling him to the core. In an effort to prevent infection, he had meticulously adhered to all expert recommendations prior to venturing out yesterday, yet here he was, feverish and likely infected with the X virus. Recalling the incessant sirens from the previous night, he could only imagine how many had contracted the virus in a single night. The hospitals of Lehigh City were already overwhelmed. Chapter 2: Fever. With a foggy mind, Shao Kai scoured his room in vain for a single antipyretic. He contemplated venturing out to the pharmacy for medication, but each step felt increasingly burdensome, rendering even walking a challenge. He had experienced fevers before, yet this time was far more severe. Unable to endure the discomfort, he succumbed once more to the bed, wrapping himself tightly in a blanket to stave off the relentless chills. With no fever reducers at his disposal, Shao Kai was left to endure the rising temperature, which soon plunged him into a state of unconsciousness. During his feverish stupor, the number of X virus infections surged explosively, a growth that took everyone by surprise. Within mere hours, the global infection rate soared to 80% of the total population. Many were caught off guard, succumbing to convulsions from high fevers before they could comprehend the situation. Hospitals and clinics were instantly inundated with those infected, all desperate for treatment. In his fever-induced haze, Shao Kai dreamt of plunging into a frigid abyss, chilled to the bone, only to be thrust into an inferno, his body ablaze with heat. This torment persisted throughout the day, and it was only in the dead of night that Shao Kai roused from his stupor. Perhaps the fever had abated somewhat, for upon awakening, he felt considerably better. Having gone a day without food, he seized the opportunity to prepare himself a bowl of noodles while his mind was still somewhat clear. Yet, after just a few bites, he sensed his body temperature rising once more, realizing that another fever was on the horizon. In an effort to make himself more comfortable during the impending fever, Shao Kai retrieved a few ice cubes from the refrigerator, bagging them up and wrapped them in a towel, preparing to place them on his forehead while lying in bed. By his bedside, a bucket of warm water infused with alcohol awaited, alongside several bottles of mineral water positioned at his bedside. After completing these tasks, Shao Kai forced himself to consume the noodles, fully aware that during times of illness, the human body requires a replenishment of energy, with food serving as its vital source. When Shao Kai once again reclined on his bed, having prepared himself this time, he found that although the high fever struck him fiercely, he was equipped to combat it with ice packs on his forehead and warm water infused with alcohol to wipe his body. Though the discomfort was palpable, at least he did not lose consciousness as he had previously. This bout of fever arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly after more than an hour of intense heat. Shao Kai's temperature gradually began to subside. Once he felt a bit better, he hurriedly got up to replace the ice packs and the warm water. Having been an orphan raised in an orphanage, Shao Kai entered society after graduating from high school. Through years of solitary living, he had long mastered the art of self-care. Throughout the night, Shao Kai endured the relentless onslaught of fever. At times his temperature would drop to normal only to spike again, and at other moments it would rise before it had fully subsided, a torment that rendered him in a state worse than death. It was only with the dawn that Shao Kai began to feel a semblance of relief, his temperature stabilizing after a night of suffering. He knew that today he had no choice but to seek medicine. Without the relief of antipyretics, the relentless fever was unbearable, and he had no desire to relive the previous night's ordeal. After preparing another serving of noodles, Shao Kai donned a mask and gloves, slipped into his coat, and stepped out of his home. Upon exiting, he was struck by the sight of many individuals who, like him, should have been isolating at home to evade viral infection. The streets were teeming with pale, haggard faces. As the entire Linhai city was under lockdown, all public transportation had ceased operation, and with traffic signals displaying red, even those with vehicles had no choice but to walk. A few individuals were seen riding bicycles or electric scooters, but it was evident that their conditions were far from optimal, weaving erratically on the roads, as if they could topple over at any moment. Most of these people seemed to be heading in the same direction. Xiao Kai surmised they, too, had endured a night of fever and decided to venture out in search of medicine, likely because their homes were devoid of antipyretics. What piqued his curiosity, however, was the sight of several individuals displaying scratch marks on their hands or necks along the way. Among them was a girl who resided in the same apartment complex as him. He recalled seeing her purchase cat food, indicating she must have a cat at home. The scratches marred her hands and neck. Seeing such a multitude of people on the road, Xiao Kai instinctively quickened his pace, eager to reach the nearby pharmacy as swiftly as possible. However, when he arrived at the nearest pharmacy, he was met with a distressing sight: an immense crowd gathered outside. Upon approaching, he noticed a sign hanging on the door indicating that the pharmacy was temporarily closed. Many individuals, upon seeing the sign, swiftly turned to seek a more distant pharmacy, while others, utterly exhausted, could only stand at the entrance and dial the pharmacy owner's number in hopes of persuading them to open for a brief sale. After lingering momentarily at the pharmacy's entrance, Xiao Kai turned towards the direction of Linhai City's largest chain pharmacy. He estimated that most ordinary pharmacies were likely out of stock, and his only chance of obtaining medicine lay in the larger establishments. After spending over half an hour, Xiao Kai finally spotted the sign for Zhongbang Pharmacy. As a prominent chain in Linhai City and even nationwide, Zhongbang operated 24 hours a day. Yet, even before stepping inside, the sight of the throng blocking entry filled Xiao Kai with foreboding. Sure enough, as he approached the entrance, peering through the gaps in the crowd, he saw that the once well-stocked shelves were now desolate and bare. From the murmurs within the crowd, he learned that not only antipyretics, but any medication with fever-reducing properties had been completely sold out since the previous day. During the midnight hours, people had flocked to the pharmacy, even snatching up health supplements, seizing anything that bore a label related to fever relief. Gazing at the empty shelves extinguished any desire he had to enter. Although he could see staff making calls to restock, he understood that the current state of supply shortages meant there was likely nothing left to procure. Having spent over an hour since leaving home, he found all pharmacies swarming with people, with many either closed or devoid of stock. Xiao Kai felt his strength waning, and since the onset of feverish symptoms returning, he knew he must hasten back home, uncertain of what might occur should he collapse in the streets again. Just as he resolved to return, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Xiao Kai had few friends, and on average, he received only a handful of calls each month. When the phone did ring, it was often from telemarketers. Furrowing his brows, he pulled out his phone, curious about what kind of nuisance call might interrupt him at such a time. Chapter 3. The call from Snail. When Xiao Kai beheld the caller ID on his phone displaying the characters for Snail, a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. Snail referred to a girl named Wang Kersen, who, like Xiao Kai, was raised in an orphanage. 2 years his junior, she had just graduated from university this year and was currently interning at a hospital in the coastal city of Linhai. Xiao Kai had been in the orphanage for as long as he could remember, unaware of his parents' identities. Upon entering school, he was subjected to ridicule and bullying from other children. To shield himself from their scorn, Xiao Kai developed a fiercer and more combative demeanor than most children his age, ensuring that anyone who dared mock him would receive a severe thrashing. Wang Kersen was admitted to the orphanage at the tender age of 4, reportedly because her parents perished in a car accident. Her relatives, disinclined to care for her simply because she was a girl, left her with no choice but to find refuge in the orphanage. Initially, upon her arrival, she often cried, her face streaked with snot and tears, which led the other children to shun her company. On one occasion, perhaps due to her prolonged weeping, a few older children took advantage of a moment when the caretaker was absent to threaten and intimidate her, even feigning to strike her in an attempt to silence her. Unable to bear the sight, Xiao Kai intervened, having already adopted a philosophy of action over words. Despite ending up battered and bruised, he managed to subdue the older children who were slightly bigger than him. From that point onward, Wang Kersin became Xiao Kai's shadow. Due to her frequent colds and runny nose during childhood, he affectionately dubbed her Snail. As the call connected, Xiao Kai forced a smile and said, "Snail, what brings you to call?" After a few moments of silence, a melodious female voice, tinged with urgency, inquired, "Xiao Kai, are you running a fever?" "No, how could such a robust person like myself possibly have a fever?" he replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily denying it. "Impossible. Your voice is off. You must have a fever. You don't have any antipyretics at home, do you? You need to come to the hospital immediately." "I have some antipyretics here. You can take them with you," Wang Kersin insisted, her concern palpable. "It's really unnecessary." "I'm fine," Xiao Kai murmured after a brief pause. "Fine? Do you have any idea how potent this X virus is? Do you know it can be lethal? I don't care. You either come over right now or I'll bring it to you." "The choice is yours." Wang Kersin's voice rose in frustration. Hearing her exasperated tone, Xiao Kai sighed in resignation. All right, I'll head over now." "That's more like it. I'll be waiting for you in the emergency room." "Hurry, and could you please refrain from calling me Snail?" "I've grown up. I have a name now," she replied, hanging up without waiting for his response, clearly preoccupied. Xiao Kai looked at his phone, chuckling softly to himself. The once timid Snail had indeed blossomed, now bold enough to scold him. Putting away his phone, he turned towards the hospital, aware that it was quite a distance away. Even with a brisk pace, he estimated it would take him nearly an hour to arrive. Regret washed over him for not taking his electric bike. An hour and a half later, Xiao Kai finally reached the hospital entrance. Throughout the journey, Wang Kersin had called him no less than 5 times. To alleviate her worries, he had assured her each time that he was almost there, though he alone knew the extent of his discomfort. In the emergency room, Wang Kersin, clad in a white coat and wearing a mask, her short hair neatly framing her face, was attending to a growing number of patients while frequently glancing towards the entrance. At last, the figure she had envisioned countless times appeared. Upon spotting Xiao Kai, she excused herself from the patients and hurried towards him. Xiao Kai leaned against the doorframe of the emergency room, and his gaze met Wang Kersin as she approached him briskly. "Hello, Snail." He mustered a weak smile and waved at her. As she reached his side, she frowned slightly, scrutinizing his pallid complexion. The reprimand she had intended to deliver regarding his nickname evaporated before it could materialize. "You look dreadful," she remarked, her concern evident as she pulled out a small thermometer and pressed it against his forehead. Upon reading the temperature, her brow furrowed even deeper. "Come with me," she commanded, grasping his hand and leading him towards the medical staff's break room while chiding him. "You claim you're not feverish, yet your temperature is nearing 39 degrees. You'll fry your brain like this. This X virus spreads rapidly and is quite serious. We've already had several critical patients in the hospital." Once inside the empty break room, Wang Kersin retrieved a box of antipyretics and a thermos from the locker, placing them into Xiao Kai's hands. "Take one antipyretic at a time. Rest after you take the medication and return home promptly. I'll see if I can procure some more medicine later, but supplies are dwindling everywhere, including the hospital. It's too hectic outside. I can't be away for long, so make sure you take the medicine before leaving." Without allowing him a chance to respond, she opened the door and dashed back out. Xiao Kai watched her retreating figure, glancing at the antipyretics in his hands. Silently, he extracted a pill from the box and swallowed it with a sip of warm water from the thermos. After taking the medication, he returned the thermos to the locker and kept only the antipyretics before stepping outside. It was not that Xiao Kai was unwilling to rest. Rather, he detested the hospital's distinctive scent of disinfectant. He would prefer to return home and lie in bed than endure the sterile environment. As he exited the break room, he noticed that the emergency room had become even more crowded. He squeezed his way through the throng. Just as he reached the door, he heard Wang Kersin calling his name. "Xiao Kai, wait." She emerged from the crowd, breathless from her exertions. "What is it?" "I've already taken the medicine," he replied, feeling a bit exasperated by her relentless concern. "Did you walk here, or did you ride?" She asked. "I walked. I knew it. Take my bike back. It'll be faster. You remember where I parked it, right? And be cautious. The emergency room has seen many cases of pet bites and scratches today. They said the pets went wild unexpectedly. Keep your distance from any cats or dogs you encounter on the way." As she rummaged through her pocket for her keys, she continued to admonish him. "I understand. You take care as well." If it becomes too dangerous, just head back. There are numerous infected individuals in the hospital. It's quite perilous. Given Xiao Kai's temperament, had it been anyone else offering such incessant advice, he would have walked away. Yet Wang Kursin was the only person in the world who genuinely cared for him. Though her concern could be a tad irritating, he patiently listened to her, knowing that since he was 6 years old, he had never truly escaped her presence. I'm a doctor. I know how to protect myself. Just be careful on your way back. I need to get back to work now. After Wang Kursin finished speaking, she handed the keys to Xiao Kai and turned back to busily diagnose the ever-increasing number of patients. Chapter 4. High fever and coma. Upon exiting the hospital, Xiao Kai rode an electric bike designed for women, occasionally glancing at the keychain that swung back and forth on the vehicle. Attached to it was a figurine that, upon closer inspection, was a cartoon version of Xiao Kai himself. He possessed a similar figurine, a cartoon rendition of Wang Kursin, which he had gifted him on his birthday last year. However, he felt that having a figurine on a man's keychain was rather effeminate, thus he had refrained from attaching it, much to Wang Kursin's annoyance. With the convenience of the electric bike, Xiao Kai returned to his rented room in just over 20 minutes. As soon as he entered the room, he could no longer endure it. He collapsed onto the bed, yearning for a restful sleep. Although the antipyretic had begun to gradually lower his temperature, the headache, dizziness, and body aches persisted, intensifying rather than alleviating. The pain caused him to toss and turn in bed, rendering sleep impossible. He sensed that his temperature might be rising again, and the antipyretic seemed to be of little effect. A vague foreboding washed over him. Today would be even more unbearable than last night. In a bid to feel somewhat better, he mustered the strength to gather all available items to help reduce his fever. Though he knew he should not take too many antipyretics, the steadily rising temperature compelled him to disregard such caution. After swallowing a pill from the medicine box, he returned to bed. Once back on the bed, Xiao Kai, still somewhat lucid, picked up his phone in hopes of discovering some remedies for his fever online. The torment caused by the X-virus-induced fever was unbearable. He was willing to try anything that might alleviate it. Even if someone suggested consuming feces as a remedy, he might consider it. After a thorough search on his phone, he found no effective solutions. Instead, he learned that many others were experiencing symptoms akin to his own. The effectiveness of antipyretics was diminishing, with reports of individuals feeling no relief whatsoever. Other methods for reducing fever were also proving futile, with countless posts online pleading for assistance in lowering their fevers. Moreover, the internet was inundated with various reports concerning the X virus, all indicating that no nation had yet developed an effective treatment for those infected. It had also come to light that numerous animals had contracted the X virus, exhibiting signs of madness, leading to many individuals being attacked by their pets after years of companionship. While researchers worldwide were racing to find a cure, no progress had been made, and the origin of the X virus remained elusive. Speculations range from environmental pollution awakening ancient viruses to leaks from a biochemical laboratory, and even bold conjectures suggesting an alien virus aimed at exterminating humanity to seize control of Earth. However, none of these theories were substantiated by evidence. The only certainty was that the X virus had spread across the globe and was escalating in severity. Within a day, 1/3 of the world's population had succumbed to the virus, plunging the survivors into panic. The few who had not yet contracted the X virus, or who had been infected but were not yet exhibiting fever, isolated themselves. Those still burning with fever feared they might be the next victims of the virus's wrath. All those who were still capable of movement surged toward hospitals, driven by the instinct for survival. Many disregarded traffic regulations, careening through red lights in their desperate quest for medical assistance. Hospitals and clinics became overcrowded, despite the knowledge that no effective treatments were available for the X virus. The sudden spike in fatalities instilled a deep-seated fear among the populace. In a primal response, they believed that hospitals were the safest havens, anxiously awaiting a breakthrough in treatment. As for individuals like Xiao Kai, living alone, his fate now rested solely in the hands of fate. After enduring 3 days of fever, many who could not withstand the extreme temperatures slipped into a coma and ceased breathing. Xiao Kai's condition deteriorated further, his breaths growing increasingly faint, suggesting that he too might soon succumb. Perhaps it was his lifelong tenacity that kept him fighting, for despite his weak breaths, he had not yet given in. Xiao Kai lay in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days and nights. Chapter 5. Virus Outbreak. 3 days later, Xiao Kai finally awakened from his coma. The relentless fever had left him so weak that he could scarcely sit up. During this period, he had not consumed a single drop of water. As he regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming dryness in his mouth and an insatiable hunger that made him feel as though his intestines were in knots. Fortunately, he had placed 2 open bottles of mineral water by his bedside beforehand. Otherwise, given his current state of weakness, he feared he might perish from starvation in bed. Struggling to prop himself up, Xiao Kai grabbed a bottle of water and drank nearly half in one gulp, feeling revitalized as he finished the bottle. After quenching his thirst, he lay in bed for a moment before picking up his phone. Upon seeing the time displayed, he was taken aback. He had been in a coma for 3 days and nights. Noticing the low battery on his phone, he attempted to stand up to charge it, only to realize with shock that there was a power outage. In this age of advanced electrical systems, the occurrence of a blackout was utterly unexpected. Sitting up, he rummaged through his bedside drawer and unearthed a power bank that had not seen use in quite some time. After charging his phone, he finally began to peruse the messages he had received. The first thing that caught his eye was the multitude of missed calls from Wang Kersen, along with dozens of voice messages, some video messages included, spanning from 3 days ago to a recent one sent yesterday afternoon. He clicked on the first voice message. Xiao Kai, there has been an incident at the hospital. The X-virus-infected individuals have gone mad. They bite anyone they see. Please, whatever you do, don't go outside. As the message played, Wang Kersen's anxious voice reached his ears, accompanied by unsettling growls in the background. Woo-woo, Xiao Kai, what should I do? So many people have been bitten to death. I'm so scared. Those who died have come back, and they're insane. It's terrifying. Several of my colleagues have been bitten to death. Hearing Wang Kersen's sobs sent a jolt of anxiety through Xiao Kai. Since entering the workforce, it had been a long time since he had heard her cry. Moreover, he could discern an overwhelming sense of fear in Wang Kersen's cries. Beneath the audio message was a video, which Xiao Kai opened at the onset. The footage was jarringly shaky, suggesting it had been filmed while running to IT. Wasn't until several seconds later that the image stabilized, but even then, it remained steady for only a fleeting moment. However, those few seconds were sufficient for Xiao Kai to grasp the dire circumstances unfolding in the hospital. Upon viewing the content of the video, he was left utterly astounded. The recording depicted the chaotic scene in the emergency department's hall, where utter pandemonium reigned. Numerous individuals were frantically dashing about, with some appearing almost deranged, seizing others and viciously biting them, blood splattering everywhere. He surmised that this was likely when the turmoil had just erupted. Otherwise, Wang Kersen would not have had the opportunity to film. The fact that she was able to pause and capture the footage indicated she was, at least for the moment, somewhat safe. There were 2 additional videos, but they were both rather brief, lasting only a few dozen seconds, and the quality of the footage was poor, revealing that Wang Kersen had been filming in haste. One of them was shot in a corridor, where a person clad in a hospital gown lay in a pool of blood, their body convulsing. A doctor in a white coat seemed to be attempting to assist them, but before he could approach, the individual on the ground abruptly ceased convulsing. Just as Xiao Kai thought the person had perished, they suddenly sprang to life, lunging at the stunned doctor and viciously biting him. The video erupted with screams of terror and gasps from others. Abruptly cutting off there, the other video was filmed from a hospital window, showing the street outside, where chaos reigned with people running in all directions. Many lay convulsing on the ground, and as they ceased their thrashing, they would quickly rise and attack those nearby. From the messages Wang Kersen had sent, Xiao Kai learned that those convulsing on the ground were, in fact, the deceased, and that the initial assailants were individuals who had been scratched by pets. Initially, in the emergency department, they had bitten indiscriminately, with many believing it was a rabies outbreak. However, once the first person to be bitten died and rose again, the entire hospital descended into chaos. The hospital was soon overcrowded, and conditions spiraled out of control. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Kersen and several colleagues fled to a less populated area on the upper floors. After reaching a room designated for storing medical equipment, they finally felt a semblance of safety, albeit temporarily confined within those walls. Once secure, Wang Kersen sent Xiao Kai several official graphics regarding the X-virus and numerous messages, even making dozens of calls to ascertain his condition. However, Xiao Kai had been in a feverish stupor for 3 days and was unable to respond. From Wang Kersen's screenshots, he gathered that the infected individuals would go mad, and those bitten would rise again. All due to the X virus. It was revealed that upon infection, the X virus not only assimilated the host cells but also, once the viral load reached a certain threshold, it would erupt, driving a normal person into a frenzy of bloodlust. Furthermore, once a person succumbed, the X virus would rapidly replicate and assimilate other cells while controlling the deceased, compelling them to seek fresh flesh to generate energy for its further evolution. This explained why the frenzied individuals and the resurrected corpses attacked the living with such fervor. Some individuals, however, would naturally recover from the X virus, although the authorities had yet to determine the cause of such recoveries. Those who rose from the dead were collectively referred to as zombies, highly sensitive to sound and the scent of blood. Since these zombies were merely puppets of the X virus postmortem, they possessed only the primal instinct to hunt for fresh flesh, with the majority of their other senses rendered dormant. Thus, even dismembering them would have little effect. Only by destroying the brain, which controls the central nervous system, could one eliminate them. Upon reading this information, Xiao Kai finally comprehended the magnitude of the events that had transpired over the past 3 days, simultaneously feeling a surge of relief that he had not succumbed to madness or become a zombie. Wang Kersen's final message informed him that the hospital had lost power and her phone was about to die. She and her colleagues were trapped in the medical equipment room, without food, and she feared they might starve in a couple of days. From Wang Kersen's last message, Xiao Kai sensed an overwhelming despair in her tone, causing his heart to tighten. If it were anyone else, he could remain indifferent, but for Wang Kersen, he could not possibly turn a blind eye. Chapter 6. Resuming the blade. The moment Xiao Kai thought of Wang Kersen, isolated within the hospital besieged by countless zombies, potentially too frightened to even cry, he could no longer remain in bed. He hastily sat up, intent on getting out. However, as he stood, his legs buckled, and he collapsed back onto the bed. In his moment of urgency, he had forgotten that aside from a single bottle of mineral water, he had not eaten anything in 3 days. Given his current physical state, he couldn't even contemplate rescuing Wang Kersen. He lacked the strength to protect himself outside this room. Yet, Wang Kersen had been his companion since their days in the orphanage, the only person in this world who genuinely cared for him, and he could never abandon her. Seated on the bed, he reached for another bottle of water, gulping down half of it to alleviate the gnawing hunger in his stomach. After resting briefly to regain some strength, he stood once more. His first order of business was to prepare something to eat. Although there was rice and vegetables at home, cooking them would consume too much time. Moreover, after 3 days without food, he doubted his stomach could handle rice, so he resolved to boil some softer noodles instead. In the kitchen, he ignited the gas stove, bringing water to a boil, and retrieved some meat and eggs from the refrigerator. Fortunately, the power outage had not lasted long. While the meat had thawed, it was still fresh. While waiting for the water to boil, Xiao Kai bent down beside the bed and, to his surprise, unearthed a hefty cleaver measuring over half a meter in length from beneath it. Turned out that when he first entered society, he had mingled with some rough individuals. Growing up in an orphanage, he had learned to stand up for himself, which led him to become acquainted with various unsavory characters. After leaving the orphanage and entering the workforce, he frequently hung around with these delinquents. Although he had never engaged in serious crimes, he had participated in brawls and petty thefts, often finding himself in police stations. Having spent considerable time in such circles, he inevitably made enemies. When he was with other delinquents, they would typically gather in small groups, so it wasn't too concerning. However, when he returned to his rented room alone, he feared retaliation. Although being found wouldn't necessarily cost him his life, a severe beating was almost certain. For self-defense, he had hidden a metal rod and a cleaver under his bed. He had used the rod once, but the cleaver had remained untouched since he had stashed it away. Later, when the city initiated a crackdown on organized crime, many of his associates were apprehended. Xiao Kai, having only been involved in minor scuffles, narrowly avoided capture. From that point, he recognized that living a life of crime would eventually lead to imprisonment. While he never considered himself a good person, he certainly didn't want to lose his freedom. Additionally, Wang Kersen had continually encouraged him to straighten up, which led him to seek employment as a factory security guard, a position he held to this day. The cleaver in his possession was crafted from the shock-absorbing steel of a truck, thick and heavy. Even after years of being sharpened, its blade retained a glimmering edge, instilling confidence in its ability to sever limbs with ease. Reflecting on his past, Xiao Kai felt a sense of admiration for his former self, who had dared to commission such a sharp weapon. Fortunately, the individual who sought revenge on him had come with only 2 companions, and Shao Kai had managed to drive them off with a mere iron rod. Since then, no one had pursued him, and the cleaver had remained unused. If the day came when it was truly needed, Shao Kai doubted he would be standing there, ready to wield it. However, now it proved advantageous for him to seek out weaponry. A cleaver was undoubtedly a contraband item, one that could not be easily purchased outside. Having a reliable weapon was crucial at this moment, as the water in the kitchen began to boil. Shao Kai placed the cleaver on the bed and hurried back to the kitchen to cook the noodles. Soon, the delightful aroma of meat-infused noodles wafted through the air. Just as he prepared to add the eggs, he suddenly heard a series of scratching sounds at the door, prompting him to extinguish the flame and return to his room, gripping the cleaver tightly. The scratching grew louder and more frantic, interspersed with faint squeaks reminiscent of rodents. Listening intently to the sounds beyond the door, he couldn't help but wonder if it was truly a rat scratching at the door, yet the noise was rather excessive. What kind of rat could make such a ruckus? Daring not to open the door to investigate, he stood anxiously behind it, firmly clutching the cleaver, resolved to strike down whatever might enter. As the scratching intensified and quickened, cracks began to form on the wooden door, and through these fissures, Shao Kai was astonished to behold 3 gray rodents, each the size of a domestic cat, clawing at the door. He had never encountered such large rats before, which brought to mind the concept of mutated beasts from films, typically the result of plants or animals being exposed to radiation or viruses, leading to their grotesque enlargement. Gazing at the evolutionarily altered rodents, with their sharp, grotesque features and blood-red eyes, Shao Kai could hardly tear his eyes away. From within, he could sense the frenzied, bloodthirsty aura, as the fissures on the wooden door widened. The mutated rats outside emitted excited shrieks. Observing the imminent threat of the rats bursting through the door, Shao Kai positioned himself to one side, raising the cleaver in his hand, prepared to strike the moment the mutated beasts breached the threshold. Typically, rats are nocturnal creatures, timid and fearful of humans. However, the 3 mutated rats outside, each the size of a domestic cat, made Shao Kai ponder that if they did manage to break in, it would indeed be fortunate if they chose not to attack him. Under normal circumstances, armed with his sharp cleaver, he would have swung the door open and dispatched the intruding rats with a single blow. Yet, given his current physical condition, he found himself incapable of executing any vigorous movements. Confronted by such swift creatures, all Shao Kai could hope for was that, at the critical moment of their entry, he could leverage the door as a barrier to strike first and eliminate at least 1 or 2 of them. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden door splintering echoed through the room. Just as Shao Kai intended to bring down his cleaver, a massive mutated rat burst through the opening with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Another rat followed closely behind, and instinctively, Shao Kai swung his cleaver when the 3rd rat charged in. The cleaver descended with all his might, striking the ground and sending sparks flying. Just as the last mutated rat let out a pitiful squeal before also entering the room. Gazing down at the severed tail of the rat, which was over a meter long and thicker than his fingers, Shao Kai lamented that had he been just a fraction quicker, he was certain he could have bisected that last rat in one swift motion. Chapter 7. Mutated Rats. Seeing all 3 mutated rats within the confines of the room, Shao Kai swiftly turned to assess the situation. There, he found himself outnumbered by 3 large, gray mutated rats, each no smaller than an ordinary cat. One of the rats had lost its tail, and blood streamed from where it had once been. Perhaps due to a lingering instinctual fear of humans, the 3 mutated rats did not immediately attack. Instead, they huddled together, their 3 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated intently on Shao Kai. The wild, bloodthirsty glint in their eyes sent shivers down his spine, particularly from the tailless rat, which bore a fierce animosity towards him. It may have been the severing of its tail that fueled its rage, or perhaps an insatiable thirst for blood, but the tailless rat suddenly surged towards Shao Kai with alarming speed. In the cramped space, all he could see was a gray blur rushing toward him. Before he could respond, the creature was upon him. A sudden, piercing pain shot through his calf, eliciting a cry of agony from Shao Kai as he looked down to see the tailless rat clamped onto his leg. Its sharp teeth had punctured through his pant leg and into his flesh, with its formidable fangs sinking deep, pressing against the bone. The excruciating pain and the sight of his own blood ignited a ferocity that had long lain dormant within him. Once, He had been a fierce fighter, unafraid of confrontation. However, the harsh realities of life had dulled his edges, teaching him that such a temperament was ill-suited for survival in society, prompting him to temper his violent nature. Now, spurred by the pain in his leg and the sight of blood, the beast within him roared back to life. His eyes flashed with determination as he swung the cleaver with a fierce gust of wind toward the rat that clung to him. Perhaps driven by the hatred born from losing its tail, the rat did not evade the descending blade. Instead, it seemed to increase its grip, as if intent on crushing his leg bone. The cleaver grazed past his knee and struck the obstinate rat, cleaving it in two with a warm spray of blood that splattered across the floor. Having dispatched the rat before him, Shao Kai flicked the blood from his cleaver and kicked away the severed head still attached to his leg. Turning his gaze toward the remaining two mutated rats, sensing the threat emanating from Shao Kai, the two remaining rats began to whirl around in agitation. However, the scent of blood only intensified their frenzy, their eyes growing ever redder. Although the death of one of their own had instilled a sense of danger, the allure of blood quickly drew their attention back to Shao Kai in unison. The two rats lunged at him. With their speed, Shao Kai found little room to maneuver in the confined space, and with his injured leg, he doubted his ability to evade their simultaneous assault. Resigned to his fate, he gritted his teeth and chose to stand his ground, focusing intently on the approaching rats, his cleaver raised and ready to strike as they closed the distance. He swung the cleaver at one of the creatures. But its speed was too great, and he failed to make contact in that moment. The other rat seized the opportunity to claw at his uninjured leg. Now both legs injured, Shao Kai's already weakened body struggled to maintain its balance. Thankfully, he was able to lean against the wall behind him, barely managing to stay upright. Just as he steadied himself, the two massive rats charged once more. With no means to evade or counterattack effectively, he could only watch helplessly as their claws raked across his body, leaving behind wounds before they darted away. Though rats are naturally timid, they possess a higher degree of intelligence than most animals. And the mutated ones were even cleverer. Recognizing Shao Kai's inability to escape or retaliate, they began their relentless assault. Soon, his legs were marred with various cuts and gashes, some from claws, others from bites. The vivid red of his blood staining his trousers, the rich scent of blood inciting the rats into a further frenzy. Perhaps unsatisfied with merely attacking his legs, as the two rats surged toward him once again, one of the larger rats leaped into the air, claws aimed at his face. Seeing the rat airborne, Shao Kai's eyes glimmered with determination as he swung his cleaver without hesitation, targeting the descending creature. Die! With a resounding roar from Shao Kai, the sharp blade descended with lethal precision, cleaving into the skull of the evolved rat. The sound of cracking bone echoed as the rat's head was split asunder, rendering it lifeless. After dispatching the leaping evolved rat with a single stroke, Shao Kai, panting heavily, turned his gaze towards the last remaining giant rat. The exertion of that final blow had depleted his last reserves of strength, and unable to stand, he slid down the wall until he sat upon the ground in the face of the attacks from the two evolved rats. He had been unable to evade or retaliate. His heart racing with pent-up frustration, the speed of the two rats had been overwhelming. They would strike with claws or teeth and retreat before he could react, his blade poised for action yet never finding an opportunity to strike. It was only when one rat leapt into the air, unable to gain leverage or alter its trajectory, that he seized the moment, delivering a fatal blow mid-air. Although he had felled two of the three evolved rats that had burst into the room, he now found himself devoid of the strength to swing his blade at the last remaining one. This final adversary, upon surveying the lifeless forms of its companions, emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks. Choosing not to attack but instead observing Shao Kai from a distance with blood-red eyes. With his grip still firm on the blade, Shao Kai remained motionless against the wall, half-closed eyes fixed upon the restless evolved rat. Though his strength had waned to the point where he could no longer wield his weapon, surrendering to fate was not in his nature. Even if death awaited him, he was determined to take this last evolved rat with him. Chapter 8. Unyielding spirit. This final evolved rat exhibited remarkable caution. Despite Shao Kai's stillness as he feigned death, allowing his wounds to bleed profusely onto the ground, it showed no inclination to advance. Observing the rat's reluctance to approach, Shao Kai felt a surge of anxiety. He had intended to lure the creature closer under the guise of playing dead, hoping to spring into action and ensnare it. Although he was nearly spent, he was confident that if he could just grasp this evolved rat, he could slay it before it could escape. Yet the creature remained ever vigilant, unwilling to close the distance. While his own blood continued to flow, threatening his life, if this continued, he would succumb to blood loss long before the rat ever made a move. Shao Kai, eyes half closed, watched as the evolved rat circled in place, occasionally pausing to cast a glance in his direction. He wondered if his unwavering gaze had instilled a sense of danger in the rat, preventing it from approaching with this thought in mind. He decided to shut his eyes completely and ceased watching the creature. Not long after he closed his eyes, the sound of the rat's claws scraping against the ground ceased, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Feeling hopeful that his tactic was working, Shao Kai slowed his breathing, patiently awaiting the rat's approach. However, after nearly 10 minutes, the stillness persisted, leaving him to doubt whether the rat had perhaps departed altogether. After waiting a moment longer, he began to feel a slight dizziness in his mind, a consequence of excessive blood loss, and found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to open his eyes and ascertain whether the rat had truly left. Just as he was about to surrender to his curiosity, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his pants, a surge of elation coursing through him as he realized that the evolved rat had silently approached his side. Closer, just a little closer. Feeling the cuffs of his trousers being tugged with increasing force, he gritted his teeth and remained motionless, silently urging the large gray evolved rat to come closer. As he closed his eyes, the sense of danger that had previously engulfed the creature gradually dissipated, allowing it to approach him cautiously. When it drew near, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it persistently tugged at the hem of his trousers, testing him repeatedly. The stillness of Shao Kai made the rat lower its guard, emboldening it to climb up his leg towards his abdomen. Shao Kai bore the pain inflicted by the rat's sharp claws digging into his leg. Remaining utterly still as if he were truly lifeless, it was not until the substantial gray evolved rat reached his abdomen, just a mere 10 centimeters from his left hand, that he suddenly opened his eyes and seized the creature by its back. The rat, caught off guard, emitted a series of piercing squeals and thrashed violently, its limbs leaving a trail of bloody scratches on Shao Kai's body. The force of its struggle exceeded his expectations, nearly allowing it to break free from his grasp. In a bid to gain complete control over the rat, he pressed it firmly between his legs, using the strength of his thighs to pin its body down. Once he had successfully subdued the creature, Shao Kai raised his machete to its neck, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, he drew the blade across its throat, cutting deep into the bone. Scalding blood erupted from the rat's neck, and sensing its impending demise, it fought desperately against him. In that moment, Shao Kai, too, was fighting for his life. He clamped his legs tighter around the rat and dropped the knife, using both hands to grip its flailing forepaws firmly. As the blood flowed freely, the rat's struggles weakened, mirroring Shao Kai's own diminishing strength as he bled from his wounds. At this juncture, the contest was simply a matter of who would exhaust their strength first. Although the injury to the rat's neck sealed its fate, should it manage to break free, its considerable size could prove lethal, allowing it to strike back and potentially kill Shao Kai before succumbing. Just as Shao Kai felt himself drifting into unconsciousness from blood loss, the rat finally spent its last ounce of energy and ceased to struggle. Exhausted, Shao Kai released the lifeless rat, collapsing weakly as he did so, too drained to even push the creature off his leg, allowing it to lie there. Sitting despondently on the ground, Shao Kai surveyed the once tidy room now transformed into a chaotic scene. Blood splattered everywhere, and 3 immobile corpses of evolved rats strewn across the floor. A bitter smile crept across his face as he recalled Wang Kursen's message, which warned about the risk of infection from animal bites leading to the X virus and subsequent transformation into a zombie. He had never anticipated that after enduring the initial infection and suffering through 3 grueling days of fever, he would ultimately face the threat of becoming one of those bloodthirsty undead due to these 3 wretched evolved rats. The thought of his body being controlled by the virus to attack other survivors, drinking their blood and feasting on their flesh, filled him with revulsion. If only he could twist his own head off. He mused, then he would never have to become a zombie. With that thought, Shao Kai glanced toward the machete he had discarded earlier. This blade could certainly sever a person's head in one stroke, but the idea of using it on himself felt unfathomable, even for someone driven to desperation. Although he could not bring himself to behead his own body, he considered that he might at least be able to slice open his throat, which could lead to a swifter end. He shifted his body, reaching for the machete on the floor. As he positioned the blade against his neck, contemplating the final act, Wang Kursen's image suddenly filled his mind. The thought of her trapped in the hospital, surrounded by zombies and waiting for rescue, struck him deeply. Like him, she was an orphan, and in this dire moment, perhaps he was the only one she could truly rely on. Her persistent messages since the outbreak spoke volumes of her hope, but looking at his current state, he realized he had nothing to offer in terms of salvation. If it weren't for those 3 cursed evolved rats, he would not be in such a predicament. Even if he couldn't save Wang Kursen, as long as he was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. Now, however, that hope seemed utterly extinguished. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and suddenly, he let out a ferocious roar, raising the machete in his hand and unleashing a flurry of blows upon the lifeless body of the evolved rat before him. He struck it repeatedly, expending every last ounce of recovering strength until the rat was reduced to a pulpy mess, finally halting in a fit of reluctant surrender. Chapter 9. Evolved Crystal Core. Gazing at the shattered remains of the evolved rat, Shao Kai's eyes were filled with despair, and no matter how much he longed for change, he found himself powerless. He feared neither death nor its inevitability. What he truly cared for was Wang Kursen, the only girl in this world who had genuinely cared for him. Yet now, he was unable to acti in this world. Anyone with attachments or unresolved matters could never truly be unafraid of death. Those who boast of their fearlessness are merely clinging to the countless uncertainties that lie before them, harboring a flicker of hope that they will not perish. But when death becomes an unavoidable certainty, when every effort to alter fate proves futile, how many can truly remain indifferent, even when they know exactly when their demise will arrive? Shao Kai sat quietly on the ground, staring blankly at the remains of the evolved rat as he awaited death's arrival. Though his heart brimmed with bitterness, he was powerless to alter his fate. Just as he resigned himself to this fate, a faint red glow caught his dull gaze, flickering from the head of the deceased rat. But as he tried to discern its source, he could only see a mess of mangled flesh and blood. Believing he was hallucinating from blood loss and that death was imminent, he was prepared to ignore it. Yet, that glimmer of red flashed again, accompanied by a peculiar scent that wafted into his nostrils, a scent reminiscent of his favorite food, evoking an irresistible urge to indulge. Shao Kai inhaled deeply, following the direction of the alluring aroma. His eyes instinctively drawn to the spot on the rat's corpse where the red glow had appeared. As he drew closer, the scent intensified, compelling him to reach out with his hand. He pried open the shattered head of the rat, searching for the source of the luminous object, further crumbling its already broken skull. At last, he discovered a crimson crystal nestled within the rat's shattered cranium, resembling a red gemstone, roughly the size of a quail egg. It looked like a piece of red crystal, cool to the touch, and upon closer inspection, he could see a faint red liquid swirling within. After wiping the congealed blood from the crystal onto his clothes, he examined it closely. As he leaned in, he noticed a tiny crack on its surface, likely a result of his earlier frenzied strikes, and it seemed that the peculiar scent emanated from that very fissure. Just as he was about to bring the red crystal to his nose for a closer whiff, a drop of glowing liquid oozed from the crack, trickling down the smooth surface of the crystal and falling to the floor. Instantly, the enticing aroma surged into Shao Kai's nostrils. As the rich, intoxicating scent enveloped him, Shao Kai's stomach betrayed him with a growl, the sensation of hunger combined with the tantalizing fragrance igniting an overwhelming desire to throw the red crystal into his mouth. However, upon glancing at his blood-soaked hands and the grotesque pile of rat remains on the floor, he managed to suppress the urge to consume the crystal. But when another drop of glowing liquid dripped out, wafting that irresistible scent toward him, he thought to himself, "I'm on the verge of death. What is there to fear? Whether I eat or not, my fate remains the same if you insist on tempting me. Then let me savor your flavor before I depart this world." With that resolution, he no longer suppressed his impulse, tilting his head back and raising the red crystal to his lips, squeezing it with all his might. Crack! After a faint sound, the red crystal abruptly split in two from the crack, transforming into 2 halves. A viscous liquid, emanating a faint crimson glow, instantly fell into his open mouth. He felt a cool droplet land on his tongue. swiftly sliding down his throat and into his belly, reminiscent of a small piece of gelatin dropping into his mouth. However, this gelatin bore no flavor, and the peculiar scent vanished entirely once the liquid settled into Shao Kai's stomach. As if it had never existed at all with the disappearance of this strange aroma, the hunger that had previously gnawed at Shao Kai also dissipated. He stared at the now translucent, glass-like fragments of the crystal in his hand. Momentarily lost in thought, unable to comprehend why he had dared to place this rather unpleasant substance into his mouth. He was still pondering why he had consumed the liquid within the crystal. A sudden warmth surged in his belly. This warmth spread at an astonishing speed, enveloping his entire body in a sensation of heat. The all-encompassing warmth led him to believe he might be developing a fever. Yet, apart from the pervasive heat, he felt no other discomfort. Rather, it was an overwhelming sense of comfort. Unfortunately, this feeling was short-lived, as a wave of tingling accompanied by intense pain caused him to collapse to the ground. Curling up like a shrimp, he felt as if countless insects were crawling over his skin and muscles, a sensation of both itchiness and numbness, while his bones felt as if they were being scraped with a knife. He wanted to scream from the pain, but found his muscles beyond his control, rendering him voiceless. The most terrifying aspect was that, despite his body's loss of control, his consciousness remained acutely aware. He could distinctly feel every bit of itch and pain throughout his body. This unprecedented clarity allowed him not only to perceive the discomfort, but also to sense something being expelled from the wounds inflicted by the evolved rat. It was evident that this was not mere bleeding. Something was being expelled from his bloodstream. If Shao Kai could have controlled his gaze toward his wounds, he would have seen that the blood flowing from them was black. As the dark blood continued to flow out, it gradually transformed into a bright red hue, and astonishingly, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate. When the blood completely turned crimson, the wounds had fully mended, leaving no trace of injury. As the wounds healed, the pervasive itchiness began to subside. After a span of several minutes, once the last wound had completely healed, the sensation of itchiness vanished alongside it. Shao Kai felt he could once again control his body. The first thing he did after regaining control was to sit up and roll up his pant leg to inspect the condition of his leg wounds. Although he had sensed the healing process, he was concerned it might have been an illusion, so he was eager to confirm the reality of his recovery with his own eyes. Chapter 10. The wounds have healed as Shao Kai moved. The bones within his body emitted a sound akin to popping beans. Following this noise, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Upon seeing his legs devoid of any wounds, he was momentarily stunned, even questioning whether he had died and entered another realm, or if he was merely dreaming. However, when he pinched the area of his thigh where he remembered the wounds to be, the sharp pain confirmed the reality of his existence. Having established that he was indeed alive, Shao Kai stood up excitedly, feeling that apart from the discomfort caused by the sticky blood, his physical condition had never been better. He even felt that if two large evolved rats were to confront him now, he could easily shatter them into pieces. The thought of the evolved rats led him to recall the liquid he had swallowed from the crystal. Could it be that this was an evolution core, a concept frequently depicted in various media? It was clear that the changes occurring within his body were directly linked to that evolution core. Yet, he wondered if there would be any adverse effects or if he might transform into some monstrous being. Nevertheless, for the time being, it appeared to be beneficial rather than harmful. His eyes sparkled as he glanced at the two corpses of the evolved rats lying on the ground. He had never encountered such large specimens before. It was highly probable that the appearance of the evolution core was a result of these rats evolving due to some unknown factors, leading to the birth of these extraordinary cores in their heads. He was curious whether the other two rat corpses bore any evolution cores, and as he picked up the cleaver from the ground, he intended to decapitate the other two evolved rats to investigate further. Yet, the moment he grasped the cleaver, he was taken aback to find that it felt significantly lighter in his hand than before. He scrutinized the cleaver with intrigue, questioning whether his strength had truly increased. This cleaver, crafted from automotive lightweight steel, was sturdier and more resilient than typical steel, weighing at least 10 pounds. With the cleaver in hand, Shao Kai approached the severed head of the rat and struck down at its center with determination. The cleaver met the rat's head with ease, slicing it cleanly in half, the tip of the blade hitting the ground with a spark. Observing the tip of the cleaver, he noticed it had curled slightly. This was remarkable, given that he had been cautious not to apply excessive force, fearing damage to the core within the rat's head. Yet he had still managed to cleave it effortlessly. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment as he dismantled the remaining 2 evolved rats, including their bodies, in search of a second evolution core. Only to find none. It seemed that not every evolved creature possessed such a core. Glancing at the remnants of flesh and blood splattered around him, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He hurriedly donned a fresh set of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. After a thorough wash and change, he emerged feeling rejuvenated. Upon exiting the bathroom, he passed through the kitchen and noticed that the noodles he had cooked had turned into a lump, devoid of any broth. Fortunately, he had turned off the heat before leaving. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated into a disaster. Despite the noodles now resembling a clump, the enticing aroma wafting through the air made his stomach grumble uncontrollably. In the heat of battle with the 3 evolved rats, he had forgotten his hunger. Now that the thought resurfaced, he could no longer resist. Ignoring the state of the noodles, he grabbed a bowl and devoured them, all while preparing another pot of water to cook another batch of noodles. To his astonishment, he found himself cooking and eating continuously, culminating in 3 rounds, the last of which was a massive pot large enough to satisfy 2 meals' worth. After consuming such a substantial quantity of noodles, he merely felt about 80% full. Had he not been in a rush to rescue Wang Kurson, he would have loved to cook another 2 pots to satiate his appetite. Having never before experienced noodles tasting so delectable, though he felt a pang of reluctance, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, beginning to gather his belongings. His first concern was food. Calculating the time, he realized Wang Kurson had been trapped in the hospital for 3 days. He wondered if she had eaten anything during that time. If she had gone without sustenance, it wouldn't be long before she succumbed to hunger. Even without the intervention of zombies, he scoured the room, discovering only a few packets of instant noodles and some biscuits. Most boys tend not to indulge in snacks, so his provisions were woefully scant. However, he could hope to find some food at the shops along the roadside later. In addition to food, he prepared a change of clothes. After stuffing everything into a backpack, Xiao Kai approached the window to survey the situation outside before venturing out. Looking through the window, he was taken aback to see the once desolate road, devoid of traffic due to the lockdown, now strewn with vehicles haphazardly left behind by those attempting to flee. Surrounding these cars were hordes of zombies wandering aimlessly. The situation outside was far more dire than he had anticipated. Just moments ago, he had considered the possibility of riding a motorcycle or an electric bike to the hospital. But the sight of the congested road made even walking seem perilous. He noticed at least 3 locations where several cars had collided, completely blocking the road. One area was engulfed in flames, with acrid black smoke billowing into the sky, the stench of charred flesh wafting towards him from hundreds of meters away. After observing the scene from the window, he noted that each zombie moved with a rigid slowness. If they were all like this, he felt a renewed confidence in his ability to rescue Wang Kurson, provided he could avoid being surrounded by them. To evade being cornered, he needed to identify a route with fewer zombies. The streets were infested, so he knew he had to steer clear of them. His thoughts turned to a nearby construction site, where a partially built complex stood adjacent to an old neighborhood. Over the years, developers had been negotiating with local residents for demolition, but no agreement had been reached, leaving the area untouched. Now, however, the old neighborhood was sparsely populated, mostly inhabited by elderly residents, making it one of the least populated areas in the city of Linghai. On the other side of this old neighborhood lay the hospital's parking lot, which appeared to be the safest route to reach the hospital. Having determined his path, Xiao Kai wasted no time. He hoisted his backpack and grabbed a machete, preparing to set off. Chapter 11. The first zombie kill. Standing behind a door with a gaping hole, Xiao Kai cautiously opened it, ensuring the coast was clear before peering outside. Just a fleeting glance was enough to make him retract his head in alarm. Had he not been sure he was still alive, he might have believed he had stumbled into hell itself. The dimly lit corridor lay strewn with dismembered bodies, marked by the gnawing of evolved rats. Dark red stains of blood marred the walls and floor, and in the distance, he glimpsed 3 indistinct figures lurking in the shadows. His room was at the end of the hallway, while the staircase was situated in the middle, making it impossible to descend without encountering those 3 figures, clearly transformed into zombies. Xiao Kai glanced at the machete in his hand, a fierce determination crossing his face. With a sudden burst of resolve, he flung the door open and stepped outside. There was no escaping. He couldn't remain holed up forever. Wang Kersin was counting on him. The moment he stepped out, a wave of nauseating stench assaulted his senses, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit as he stepped over two dismembered bodies, marching toward the three zombies. Perhaps the sound of the door had startled them. All three zombies turned to face him. Upon realizing he was alive, they emitted a collective howl and charged at him, but their stiff movements rendered them no faster than a casual jog. As the zombies approached, Xiao Kai recognized them as residents from this floor. Their once clean clothing was now tattered and stained with blood, and bits of flesh clung to their exposed teeth. Xiao Kai had fought before, wielding bricks, steel pipes, and bottles, but never had he struck a person with a machete. He understood the lethal consequences of such an action. Even in this dire situation, he hesitated, grappling with the reality that, despite their transformation, these beings still bore the semblance of humanity. With the zombies drawing nearer, he found himself retreating until he was backed against the door of his room. Realizing he had nowhere left to escape, reluctantly, he lifted the machete, now devoid of hesitation, and swung it with a swift, decisive motion towards the neck of the nearest zombie. The blade glided effortlessly through flesh. And to his astonishment, the zombie's head fell cleanly away, leaving him momentarily stunned. The other two zombies, momentarily delayed, seized the opportunity to lunge at him. Reacting instinctively, he kicked one of them, sending it sprawling back, then dodged another's clawing grasp, maneuvering behind it to deliver a swift blow to its back. The strike nearly cleaved the zombie in two, and he heard the sickening crunch of bones snapping. Just as he believed his attack would finish it, the zombie surprisingly spun around, jaws agape, aiming for his neck. Xiao Kai's heart raced. He had never anticipated that such a devastating blow would fail to fell a zombie. As he retreated, he momentarily forgot about the one he had just kicked, stepping onto its leg and losing his balance. Falling backward, he braced for the impact, knowing he would land in the embrace of the very creature he sought to evade. In a desperate bid, he kicked off the wall of the corridor, managing to shift his body just enough to avoid the zombie's grasp. He rolled to the side as the other lunged at him, quickly regaining his footing and striking down at the still recovering zombie on the floor. Having realized that only targeting the head could kill a zombie, he aimed for its neck. Blood splattered as the blade met its mark, decapitating the creature with a single stroke. The final advancing zombie met a similar fate, dispatched by his swift arm. The headless zombies fell motionless to the ground, and as he stared at their lifeless forms, a wave of nausea surged within him. Despite the mental reassurances that they were no longer human, the sight of the dark crimson blood pooling beneath them felt no different than having slain three living beings. A tumult of emotions, fear, exhilaration, and adrenaline, swirled within him, causing his body to tremble. It was only after expelling the contents of his stomach that he began to regain his composure. Wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt, he stood and descended the stairs, feeling a newfound ease in clearing the fourth floor of zombies. To him, these zombies no longer seemed so terrifying. Their movements were awkward, and their speed was slow. As long as one dared to wield a weapon, slaying a zombie was not an insurmountable task. Even when faced with a group of 3 to 5, the chances of survival were considerable. Regrettably, most individuals succumbed to fear when confronting zombies, instinctively seeking to flee. Ironically, the more frightened they became, the easier it was for them to fall victim to the undead. Those who perished became sustenance for the zombies, while those who were merely bitten would soon join their ranks. Witnessing the transformation of those bitten only deepened the fear among the remaining survivors. The number of zombies grew like a rolling snowball, rapidly overwhelming the world, with over 70% of the population either becoming zombies or their meals. Only a handful dared to confront the undead, yet even they ultimately fell beneath the relentless tide of zombies. Survival was a rare privilege, reserved for those with skill and appropriate weaponry. Xiao Kai, having fought countless battles throughout his life, found that once fear of the grotesque zombies dissipated, their rigid movements posed no threat. His strength had also significantly increased, enabling him to sever a zombie's head with each swing of his machete, rendering them harmless. As he dispatched more zombies, he discovered that it was not always necessary to decapitate them. Damaging the head could suffice in killing them. Methodically, he descended floor by floor, encountering an increasing number of zombies. Yet, Even in the narrow corridors, he faced only 3 to 5 at a time. After more than 2 hours, he finally cleared the building of its undead inhabitants. Chapter 12. I am no longer normal. Standing at the entrance of the first floor, Shao Kai peered through the small window of the security door, observing a formidable gathering of zombies outside. At least dozens, if not more. Fortunately, the security door had remained closed. Otherwise, the sounds he had made while clearing the zombies would have undoubtedly drawn them inside. However, he was cautious about opening the door, for those visible through the window were only a fraction of the horde. He could only imagine how many lurked beyond his view. Contemplating his next move, he retreated to his room on the 5th floor, rummaging through his bedside table until he unearthed a Bluetooth speaker, roughly the size of a soda can. Though it was an outdated model with mediocre sound quality, it was loud enough for his purposes. After securing the speaker, he retrieved some thawed pork from the fridge. He recalled Wong Kersin mentioning that zombies were particularly sensitive to sounds and the scent of blood. He devised a plan to use the speaker and the meat to lure the zombies away from the door. Returning downstairs, he chose to exit through a window at the end of the 2nd floor corridor. He placed the pork and the connected speaker into a bag and suspended it about 3 meters off the ground with a rope. To maximize the volume, he set a limited selection of DJ tracks to loop, and the speaker erupted with deafening sound. Peering out from the 2nd floor window, he witnessed countless zombies turning in response to the noise, converging upon the wall where the speaker and pork were hung, quickly filling the area below with their numbers. Seeing the horde grow, Shao Kai approached the security door once more, and indeed, the zombies outside had vanished. As he peered through the door, he could see many more zombies rushing towards the direction of the music. Hiding behind the security door, he watched as they continued to stream past him until the last of them had disappeared from sight. Only then did he cautiously unlock the door and step outside. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of thousands of zombies gathered at the far end of the building, where the speaker and pork dangled. They strained to push forward, with many being trampled by the sheer weight of the horde behind them. Just a glance at the scene sent chills down his spine. With so many zombies amassed, it was as if every undead creature in the vicinity had been drawn to the commotion. If he were to be encircled by this throng, escape would be impossible, unless he could somehow fly. He dared not linger, setting off towards a nearby construction site after confirming that the zombies were preoccupied. Though it appeared close, navigating through the maze of buildings would take him at least 10 minutes. He hoped fervently that the zombies along his route had also been lured away by the speaker. However, as he ran, he noticed something amiss. His speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond what he had ever experienced before. It felt less like running and more akin to riding an electric bike, the wind rushing past him with a force that rivaled that of any vehicle. Before he could fully comprehend this newfound speed, he reached the construction site entrance, having covered the distance in mere moments, with a handful of zombies trailing behind him. Upon seeing the tightly shut gate, Shao Kai felt a surge of adrenaline and did not slow down as he approached the entrance. He leaped, intending to vault over the gate, but instead, he soared directly over it. Upon landing, he turned back in disbelief, gazing at the 2-meter-high gate he had just cleared. Looking down at his legs, it dawned on him that he could no longer be considered a normal person. Surviving a life-or-death situation had healed all his wounds, significantly boosting his strength. Now, he discovered that not only was he faster than before, but his jumping ability surpassed that of any world-class athlete. Remarkably, he had just fought zombies for 2 or 3 hours and then sprinted a considerable distance before jumping into the construction site. Yet he felt no fatigue. When he had awakened in his room, he had sensed something was off with his body, but in the aftermath of his escape, he was too exhilarated to dwell on it. During his battle with zombies in the building, the narrow corridors limited his ability to fully utilize his speed, and in his heightened state of excitement, he had overlooked the changes in his body. It was only now, after achieving something that seemed impossible for an ordinary person, that he realized the transformations he had undergone defied all rational explanation. Upon entering the construction site, he quickly attracted the attention of the zombies within. The site was expansive, with numerous high-rise buildings under construction, typically bustling with hundreds of workers. Following the outbreak of the X-virus, many of the nearby workers had returned home, leaving behind nearly 100 who lived farther away. Most construction workers hailed from rural areas and were accustomed to frugality. When illness struck, they often opted for minimal remedies, believing they could simply endure. These workers had never anticipated the ferocity of the X-virus. Witnessing their co-workers transform into zombies, their rural naivety prevented them from contemplating the necessity of killing their friends. Even when bitten or scratched, their instinct was to help their fellow workers, a mindset that ultimately led to mutual infection and their transformation into zombies. Shao Kai, faced with the oncoming horde, swung his machete and charged forward. The spacious environment of the construction site was ideal for him to acclimate to the changes in his body. While there were indeed many zombies within the site, the complex layout and numerous construction materials created barriers that hindered the undead. Utilizing these obstacles, he deftly maneuvered and dodged, continually circling around the zombies to avoid being surrounded. Whenever he sensed a zombie flanking him, he would exploit his newfound speed to break free. Thus, he engaged in a dance of evasion and slaughter, and as the numbers of zombies dwindled, he noted that the remaining ones appeared to be growing increasingly agile. As if they were adapting to their own bodies. The longer they moved, the more adept they became. The more they remained, the more agile they became. As only a few zombies lingered. These last remnants had transformed to exhibit the same nimbleness as ordinary humans. Their running speed restored to that of the living. He had deliberately left these few zombies behind to observe the extent of their recovery. Upon confirming that the zombies could only revert to a state akin to that of normal humans, he no longer hesitated. Utilizing the terrain to widen the distance among the remaining zombies, he turned back and systematically dispatched them. Gazing at the scattered corpses of the zombies, he realized that in his previous physical state, such a feat would have been utterly impossible. Even against the stiff movements of the zombies, if 70 or 80 had converged upon him, mere escape would have left him utterly exhausted, let alone the task of eliminating them. Chapter 13. The Old Town. After clearing the zombies at the construction site, Shao Kai hurriedly made his way to the old town behind the site. From observing the changes in the zombies, he understood the urgency of rescuing Wang Kersen. As time progressed, the once stiff zombies would only become increasingly agile. It would not be long before they matched the nimbleness of normal humans. At that point, not even 10 or 100 versions of himself would suffice to save Wang Kersen. His current advantage lay in his considerable strength and speed. While the zombies still retained some rigidity, as long as he remained cautious and avoided being surrounded, there remained a chance to rescue Wang Kersen. The area connecting the construction site to the old town had already been cleared of debris, revealing a vast expanse of open ground. Some dilapidated houses had been reduced to ruins, and traversing this wasteland led directly to the old town. He had previously ventured into the old town, seeking a shortcut, but the intricate maze of roads within was incomprehensible to those who had not lived there long. On that occasion, his attempt to cut through the old town had resulted in an even longer journey to his destination. Since then, he had not returned. The city of Lehigh had long intended to demolish this old town and redevelop the area. However, the majority of its residents were elderly individuals who had lived there for decades. Despite numerous negotiations initiated by Lehigh City, even the most exorbitant compensation offered by developers failed to persuade these stubborn elders to relocate. Thus, while the old town still stood, it was now predominantly inhabited by the elderly, with most young people having moved elsewhere. As Shao Kai entered the old town, he treaded cautiously along the cobbled streets, which were neither long nor straight, but rather twisted and convoluted. After a short distance, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, the buildings in the old town were not tall. By spotting a distant high-rise, he could barely ascertain his location. However, the route to the hospital remained a mystery to him, and he could only head in the general direction of the hospital, searching as he went. The old town was indeed quieter than the outside world. Shao Kai had been in the old town for half an hour without encountering a single zombie, suggesting that the area was largely deserted. It was not until he arrived at an old market that he began to see a few zombies, all of which were elderly individuals transformed into the undead, easily dispatched by his blade. Within this market, he discovered a small supermarket, the only one he had seen since entering the old town. The rest were small shops primarily selling daily necessities, with snacks being a rare commodity. As the elderly did not indulge in such treats, upon entering the supermarket, he was surprised to find a dozen zombies inside, some of whom had been young in life. It appeared that this lone supermarket was among the few shopping choices for the younger population. As he surveyed the shelves laden with various snacks, he mused about how wonderful it would be to take some with him. The dozen or so zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally knocking items off the shelves, which were then trampled underfoot, evoking a sense of pity in him. With the zombies becoming increasingly agile, the danger they posed would only escalate, and with the cessation of production, food would inevitably dwindle. As time progresses, the plight of those who survive becomes increasingly dire when it comes to procuring sustenance. After contemplating for a moment, he stood at the entrance of the supermarket, tapping the glass door with the machete in his hand. Upon hearing the sound emanating from the entrance, the zombies inside the supermarket all turned and lunged towards Xiao Kai. As he retreated, he struck the ground with his machete, drawing the horde of zombies outside before finally swinging the blade at the foremost creature. The dozen or so rigidly moving zombies posed no threat to Xiao Kai at that moment. Within mere minutes, they lay defeated on the ground. Once assured that there were no other zombies within the supermarket, Xiao Kai proceeded to locate a grocery store within the market. He similarly lured the few zombies inside out and dispatched them before returning to the supermarket, filling his backpack with provisions. Anything he could not carry, he decided to leave behind, reasoning that the old town rarely saw passers as long as he secured the door to prevent the zombies from entering and wreaking havoc. Perhaps one day these supplies would prove useful. After completing these tasks, he hurried towards the hospital. It was already afternoon, and he needed to reach the hospital before nightfall to devise a plan to rescue Wang Kersen. However, the roads in the old town were exceedingly convoluted, and he found himself lost multiple times, ultimately having to retrace his steps. The longer he delayed, the more perilous Wang Kersen's situation became. To save time, he opted to scale the walls. The walls and buildings in the old town were generally not very tall, and with his current leaping ability, it was a simple feat occasionally encountering a few zombies. He dispatched them with ease. After vaulting over several walls, when he once again leaped into a courtyard, he was immediately taken aback upon landing. The courtyard was teeming with zombies, numbering at least 200 or 300. Xiao Kai's sudden appearance instantly stirred the horde. As he watched dozens of zombies charge towards him, he realized he had no chance to escape the courtyard and could only raise his machete to fell the nearest zombies before retreating to a corner. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and lacking any cover, Xiao Kai found himself encircled despite the zombies' somewhat sluggish movements. Behind him was a wall, while the zombies surrounding him were already within arm's reach. There was no opportunity to scale the wall again. Though it was not particularly high, at over 2 meters, his current capabilities made it a daunting task to leap over from a standing position. The relentless onslaught of zombies left him no chance to jump. If he dared to halt his assault with the machete, he would be swiftly engulfed, as the number of zombies surged around him. He had just managed to fell one in front when those on either side were about to seize him. Thankfully, he still possessed considerable strength. A single kick could topple several zombies. Yet, this was futile. Even if he could dispatch 10 zombies with one kick, others would quickly fill the void. He knew he must break free immediately, lest he be torn to shreds. Confident that he could eliminate all the zombies if he escaped their clutches, he again kicked at a nearby zombie, and instead of retracting his leg, he pressed down forcefully, using the momentum to leap towards the wall. Chapter 14. The nursing home. Xiao Kai watched as his hand almost reached the wall's edge. With a strong push, he could escape the zombie encirclement. However, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his pants, causing him to begin to fall. Looking down, his face paled as he saw the zombie he had trampled grasping at his pant leg, pulling him down. The space he had momentarily created with his leap was swiftly filled by the approaching zombies. Now trapped by the zombies' grip, he had lost his chance to escape, and with the ground below swarming with zombies, there was nowhere safe to land. The moment he touched down, he would be overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, he severed the hand that clutched his pants, then kicked against the wall, using the force to awkwardly propel his body upward slightly. This kick allowed him to momentarily evade the zombies below, but the backward thrust also pushed him away from the wall. As he began to descend, he landed on a zombie's head and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, he propelled himself forward, alternating feet as he dashed across the heads of the zombies. He never imagined that one day he would emulate the legendary martial arts masters, sprinting atop a horde of zombies. This nimble maneuver required utmost precision. A misplaced step would lead him into the clutches of the undead. Fortunately, the zombies beneath him were oblivious to his movements, allowing him to dash across their heads until he finally broke free from their grasp. After stepping over the last zombie, he landed safely on the ground. However, the number of zombies in the courtyard was overwhelming. Even after escaping their immediate encirclement, he could not yet flee the courtyard. Upon landing, he sprinted towards a two-story building with nursing home emblazoned on its exterior. When he had dashed out from atop the zombies, he had hastily scanned the courtyard and noted that the second floor of this building was the only area devoid of zombies. Everywhere else would trap him within a sea of the undead. Observing a pile of medical supplies in front of the two-story building, along with a dozen zombies clad in white coats, he finally grasped why there were so many zombies here. Earlier, while traversing the streets of the old town, he had noticed the scarcity of zombies. Even in the market, he encountered only a handful, totaling perhaps 100. Yet here, the courtyard was saturated with them. It became evident that after the outbreak of the X virus, the hospital had dispatched a team of medical personnel to examine the elderly residents. The old town primarily housed senior citizens. Upon learning that doctors were in the nursing home for checkups, they naturally flocked there. When the X virus fully erupted, these doctors remained, tending to the elderly. Given the frail immune systems of the elderly, they were among the first to transform into zombies, and the doctors within their midst could not escape the same fate. Xiao Kai raced towards the small building with utmost urgency. The staircase leading to the second floor was located at the far right. After dispatching 2 zombies that obstructed his path with swift strikes, he kicked away a nearby zombie that lunged at him and ascended the staircase. His intention was not to seek refuge on the second floor, but to utilize the narrow staircase to restrict the number of zombies that could attack him simultaneously. As he reached the middle of the staircase, he halted and turned, wielding his machete to sever the head of a pursuing zombie. The headless corpse stumbled momentarily before being trampled by the zombies behind it. He relentlessly struck the heads of the advancing zombies, their lifeless forms piling up on the staircase, only to be trampled by those that followed. As he fought and retreated, each step back resulted in the demise of several more zombies. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped Xiao Kai's lips. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Just moments ago, after he had cleaved half of a zombie's head with a single stroke, his hand had lingered a fraction too long, allowing another zombie to grasp the back of his hand, instantly leaving a long, crimson streak. As he gazed at the mark on his arm, a heaviness settled in his heart. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie inevitably led to transformation into one of them. However, what he did not anticipate was that his concerns were only beginning. The blood mark on his hand began to heal at a visible pace, accompanied by a tingling itch, and apart from that mild discomfort, he felt no other ill effects. This revelation turned his anxiety into unbridled ecstasy. Previously, he had fought the zombies with utmost caution, always attempting to keep a safe distance before striking with his blade, fearful of sustaining injuries from them. Yet now, he discovered that the harm inflicted by the zombies not only failed to infect him but also healed rapidly, emboldening his attacks. In the ensuing battle, he unleashed his fury without restraint, no longer fearing the potential scratches from the undead, which quickened his pace in dispatching them. By the time he retreated to the end of the staircase, the steps were littered with the corpses of zombies. The multitude of bodies impeded the advance of the remaining zombies, forcing the few that remained to clamber over the carcasses with great difficulty. All he had to do was wait at the top and cleave the heads off as they approached. Once the final zombie lay slain, the exertion of continuous combat left him breathless. Seeking a clean spot, he sank down onto the ground, panting heavily. This encounter had made him realize that he had grown overly complacent, believing that a newfound capability allowed him to recklessly slaughter zombies. Yet, when the numbers swelled to a certain degree, even if he could effortlessly vanquish dozens or hundreds, exhaustion would render him overwhelmed by an uncountable horde. Were it not for the staircase's obstruction and his newfound immunity to infection, he would have either been torn apart by the zombies or become one of them. After a brief respite, Xiao Kai rose to his feet, aware that he had squandered too much time here and needed to hasten his journey to the hospital. Casting a glance at the staircase strewn with bodies, he opted to leap directly from the second floor, for the courtyard below was devoid of any remaining zombies. Upon reaching the exit on the opposite side of the nursing home, he, having learned his lesson, refrained from stepping out immediately. Instead, he carefully surveyed the situation outside before cautiously pushing the gate open, determined to avoid another encounter with a horde of zombies. Half an hour later, Xiao Kai stood atop a building, gazing across the street at the hospital. Surrounding the entire facility was a dense swarm of zombies, numbering well into the thousands, and that was merely what was visible. If one were to consider those hidden away in rooms, The count would be unfathomable. He also noted that several of the zombies exhibited movements akin to those of normal humans. Faced with such an overwhelming number of zombies, coupled with those whose movements had returned to a semblance of normality, rescuing Wang Kersin was an impossibility. Chapter 15. Do not approach inside the hospital. Wang Kersin glared at Lu Gu with palpable anger. Director Lu, what do you intend to do? What do you think I want? We are all on the brink of death. Why not indulge a little before we go? Lu Gu leered at Wang Kersin, whose figure was alluring, while two accomplices stood behind him, their eyes equally filled with desire. Director Lu, do not overstep your bounds. What you are doing now is illegal. At Lu Ji's words, Wang Kersin's heart sank. His lecherous reputation was well known in the hospital, though he had previously maintained a semblance of restraint. Ostensibly, he would only seek verbal advances from the nurses, but secretly, he had entangled himself with multiple patients and nurses in dubious relationships. Despite the hospital's repeated warnings for him, as a chief physician, to uphold his integrity, he continued to act with impunity, leveraging his medical prowess to avoid serious repercussions. Upon Wang Kersin's arrival at the hospital, Lu Gu had exploited his authority to transfer her to his department, frequently harassing her, though she had consistently rebuffed his advances. This time, apart from Wang Kersin and his two assistants, they were utterly alone. Initially, when they found themselves trapped, everyone had hoped for rescue, and Lu Gu had been cautious. However, 3 days had passed without any sign of help, while the zombies outside had only multiplied, leading them to realize they might very well perish in this place. Lu Gu, having long coveted Wang Kersin, had begun verbally harassing her since that morning, by afternoon. His hands had strayed toward her on multiple occasions, with their energy waning. Having consumed only some stored glucose over the past 3 days, they were nearing the limits of their strength. Lu Gu, resolved to savor one last indulgence before their demise, conspired with his assistants to subdue Wang Kersin that very day. People often say that like attracts like, and Lu Ji's two accomplices were no saints themselves. They had frequently aided him in tormenting the nurses at the hospital. Naturally, they wholeheartedly endorsed Lu Ji's proposal. Ha, illegal? Look outside. Is there still law? Don't be so naive. Why not cooperate with us so we can all enjoy ourselves before we die? Rest assured, we will take good care of you. Lu Gu leered as he advanced on Wang Kersin, while his two aides flanked her to prevent any escape. As the 3 men closed in, Wang Kersin retreated, her hand slipping into the pocket of her lab coat to grasp the concealed surgical knife. Aware of Lu Ji's true nature, she had quietly taken a surgical knife from a box of medical supplies and hidden it on her person when she first found herself trapped with him. Having served as a chief physician for over a decade, Lu Gu could discern the faint outline of the knife's tip protruding from Wang Kersin's pocket with a mere glance. He signaled his assistants to advance, knowing full well that he would not risk being the first to approach. The one who did would meet a dire fate. Receiving Lu Ji's signal, the two assistants exchanged glances and grinned as they lunged toward Wang Kersin. Just as Wang Kersin prepared to draw the surgical knife to stab one of them, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside, causing everyone in the room to freeze momentarily. Almost instinctively, they rushed to the window. Peering out, they could not ascertain the source of the gunfire, but the cacophony grew increasingly distinct. It was only after several loud explosions sent plumes of black smoke into the sky that they deduced the gunfire originated from several kilometers away at the highway entrance. With the sounds of gunfire and explosions resonating, the previously tranquil zombies surrounding the hospital began to howl and rush toward the source of the noise, while more zombies poured out of the hospital building. Director, what do we do now? Should we still go after her? One of the assistants asked Lu Gu, glancing at Wang Kersin, who stood just beyond the window. Lu Gu furrowed his brow as he stared at the distant smoke, then turned to Wang Kersin and said grimly, "Of course we move forward. Even if the military comes to rescue us, it will take time to reach here. We need to deal with her first. Then we can dispose of her body from the upper floor. As long as we remain silent, who would know it was us? Conversely, if we retreat now, when the military arrives, do you believe she won't report us? At that point, we would all be in dire straits." The two assistants stared at Lu Gu in shock. Their willingness to assist him in wrongdoing stemmed from the substantial support he had provided in their careers. However, they had only ever participated in minor harassment of nurses. Today, they had agreed to help Lu Gu with Wang Kersin because he had convinced them that the world had descended into chaos, and laws no longer held sway. With the likelihood of being trapped here, they felt it was a grave loss not to seize the opportunity for enjoyment before their inevitable end. Moreover, Wang Kursin was indeed a rare beauty in the hospital. Her figure was exquisite. Her skin smooth and fair, and her eyes sparkled with a charm reminiscent of a character from a comic book. Typically, how could one refuse such an opportunity? Especially for Lu Ji's two assistants, who had been under his influence for several years. Yet, the notion of Lu Gu intending to silence them afterward left them unsettled. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, neither willing to take the first step. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Don't you fear she will expose what just transpired? If word gets out, how could you ever work in this hospital again? Think carefully. If you miss this chance, not only will your reputations be tarnished, but you may never encounter a woman of her caliber again in your lifetimes." Lu Gu, feeling a surge of urgency as the two individuals hesitated to act, realized that it was implausible for him alone to subdue Wang Kursin, especially considering that she wielded a surgical knife. Should Wang Kursin escape today, not only would these two assistants find it impossible to continue their work at the hospital, but he too would inevitably be blacklisted by the institution. While his words seemed to concern the two assistants, in truth, his thoughts were solely for himself. Thus, he was determined not to let Wang Kursin slip away. Upon hearing Lu Ji's incitement, the two assistants exchanged glances once more before collectively turning their attention towards Wang Kursin. Gazing upon her alluring figure and exquisite beauty, they could not help but swallow hard, and soon resolved to approach her together. "Oh, not come any closer," Wang Kursin exclaimed in panic, brandishing the surgical knife and wildly swinging it at the advancing duo. Chapter 16. Damn you. On the rooftop of the old district, Xiao Kai also heard the gunfire. Observing the zombies being drawn away, he began to scrutinize the hospital building, seeking the most likely hiding place for Wang Kursin. When he spotted her figure through a window on the 5th floor, relief washed over him, for she appeared to be unharmed. However, when he recognized one of the individuals as Director Lu, whom Wang Kursin had previously mentioned, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Having endured multiple harassments from Lu Gu, Wang Kursin had confided her grievances to Xiao Kai, giving him some insight into Lu's true nature. He had previously visited the hospital to warn Lu Gu, under the pretense of being Wang Kursin's boyfriend, which had led Lu Gu to temper his behavior somewhat. But the current situation, with Wang Kursin trapped alongside Lu Gu, could only spell disaster. Before long, Xiao Kai witnessed what seemed to be an altercation between Wang Kursin and the two men, who were advancing towards her, intent on overpowering her as she wielded the gleaming surgical knife. The sight ignited a flame of fury within him, and he dashed down the stairs, determined to reach her side, vowing that if anything happened to Wang Kursin, he would ensure that the three assailants faced a gruesome fate. The zombies near the hospital, drawn by the gunfire, converged upon the source of the sound, leaving behind only a handful of dismembered creatures that posed no threat to him. As Xiao Kai descended, he crossed the street and entered the hospital grounds, dispatching any zombies that obstructed his path with swift precision. In his haste to reach Wang Kursin, he paid little heed to the splattered blood that stained his clothes. Upon entering the hospital lobby, he found it teeming with zombies, yet they were too simple-minded to navigate around obstacles, becoming trapped and unable to escape. As he stepped into the lobby, the immobilized zombies immediately turned their attention toward him. However, having already dispatched numerous zombies, he was well versed in dealing with them. Utilizing the various impediments in the lobby, he fought his way to the stairwell, but zombies continued to pour down from the 2nd floor. Faced with threats from both the front and rear, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Fortunately, he was aware that the virus carried by the zombies posed no risk of infection to him. Minor scratches healed rapidly, and his sole concern was to avoid being bitten. Though he knew that minor injuries would not turn him into a zombie, he could not afford to take chances with bites, as the viral load in the saliva differed from that on his skin. By the time he reached the 2nd floor, he was nearly drenched in blood, having sustained several scratches from the zombies, narrowly escaping a few bites. If not for his significantly enhanced strength, he would have struggled to free himself from the grasp of multiple zombies. He pressed onward, battling through the throngs of zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, determined to reach the 5th floor where Wang Kursin was likely hiding. To expedite his ascent, he toppled a small triage station, blocking the stairway from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. Without concern for the zombies behind him, Xiao Kai quickened his pace, similarly barricading the subsequent 2 floors with the triage stations. When he finally reached the 5th floor, Over 10 minutes had passed, an eternity during which countless events could have unfolded. Desperation surged within him as he raced towards Wong Kersen's room, ignoring the zombies he encountered along the way. As he neared the door, he heard Wong Kersen's terrified cry. Several zombies were clawing at the door, their hands scratching frantically. The urgency of the situation turned his vision red with anxiety. Die! Shao Kai roared as he reached the door, slashing his way through the zombies blocking the entrance. With a powerful kick, he slammed the door open, unleashing a scene that shattered his heart. Wong Kersen was pinned to the ground by two men, her face marked with distinct handprints, her clothing torn to reveal her fair skin. Lu Gu straddled her thighs, preparing to unfasten her belt. Wong Kersen, her face ashen, lay with her eyes tightly shut, unable to resist as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Even as the door burst open, she did not open her eyes to acknowledge the commotion outside. Startled by the intrusion, Lu Gu and his accomplices turned in alarm, their expressions shifting to one of terror at the sight of Shao Kai standing in the doorway, drenched in blood and glaring at them with the intensity of a demon. Damn you! Without giving them a moment to react, Shao Kai lunged forward, his blade aimed at the man restraining Wong Kersen. A chilling scream erupted, jolting the stunned duo into action as they leaped to their feet, eyes wide with fear. Their companion lay lifeless on the floor, convulsing and gasping for breath, a gaping wound in his chest revealing shattered ribs and internal organs. As Shao Kai prepared to strike Lu Gu, the horde of zombies that had pursued him surged through the doorway. To protect Wong Kersen from their grasp, he instinctively stepped in front of her, ensuring that the fallen body would not rise again as he severed its head in a swift motion. The bloodied corpse of Lu Gu's assistant lay on the ground, its warmth attracting the ravenous zombies, who all converged upon Shao Kai. Lu Gu and his accomplices paled, watching in horror as Shao Kai fought valiantly against the encroaching zombies, their heads falling one by one under his relentless assault. They could scarcely comprehend that someone had dared to burst in and eliminate one of their own without hesitation. As they watched Shao Kai, bloodied and fierce, they secretly wished for him to be overwhelmed by the zombies. With Shao Kai, the downed body, and the motionless Wong Kersen, they felt that perhaps they could exploit the chaos to escape. Alas, fate had other plans. As the number of zombies dwindled, Shao Kai found himself growing more at ease, occasionally casting murderous glances at Lu Gu, whose heart trembled at the unmasked fury in Shao Kai's eyes. Finally, as the last of the zombies filled the threshold, the onslaught ceased. Wiping his blade clean on the fallen corpses, Shao Kai turned his gaze toward Lu Gu. Chapter 17. I'm sorry I'm late. Shao Kai glanced at Lu Gu before striding to Wong Kersen's side, draping his jacket over her shoulders as he softly called out, "Snotty worm, wake up." Wong Kersen, who had remained motionless since his arrival, slowly opened her eyes at the sound of his familiar voice. Despite the blood that obscured his features, she recognized Shao Kai instantly. Overwhelmed with emotion, she reached out to embrace his neck, all her frustrations and humiliation pouring forth as she wept uncontrollably, soaking his collar with her tears. "I'm sorry I'm late," he murmured. "Don't worry. I will make sure they pay for this. Please, stop crying." He gently patted her back in an attempt to comfort her, his heart racing with dread at the thought of what might have transpired had he arrived even a moment later. Raising his head, he locked eyes with Lu Gu, the murderous intent in his gaze, making it abundantly clear that had Wong Kersen not been clinging to him, Lu Gu would have already met a gruesome end at the edge of his bloodied blade. "Snotty worm, if you cry any harder, you'll attract the zombies, and that bastard will escape." Observing Wong Kersen gasping and weeping, Shao Kai felt a twinge of helplessness within him. He could only resort to issuing a feigned threat. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Wong Kersen abruptly stifled her sobs, her voice trembling softly. Although he appeared to be intimidating her, he was simultaneously signaling to Lu Gu that he was currently incapacitated by Wong Kersen's embrace, rendering him unable to act against him. With no zombies outside, it was the perfect opportunity for him to escape. Prompted by Shao Kai's words, Lu Gu ceased his hesitance and swiftly made his way towards the door, followed closely by his assistant, who hurried to keep pace. "Shao Kai, they are running away," Wong Kersen exclaimed, releasing her grip on him and pointing toward the exit. She raised her hand, her coat, which had previously covered her, slipped down, exposing a vast expanse of her fair skin before Shao Kai's eyes. Both were momentarily taken aback, causing Shao Kai to hastily turn his back to her. Wang Kursen's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment overwhelming, wishing desperately to disappear. Stealing a glance at Xiao Kai's back, she hurriedly gathered her fallen coat and donned it. It's fine. They won't escape, Xiao Kai said awkwardly, discreetly wiping away the trickle of blood from his nose. He continued, apart from the zombies on the 5th floor, every level below is teeming with them, surrounding the stairwell. Even if I wanted to descend, it would require considerable effort. Once Wang Kursen had dressed, Xiao Kai took the lead toward the door. As she followed, she noticed the stairwell was already infested with zombies, prompting her to grasp Xiao Kai's shirt. Initially, he believed her grip signified fear, yet when he turned to glance at her, he found that she was moving in step with him, boldly stepping over the first fallen zombie, displaying only a hint of paleness rather than overt terror. Little did he know that many students of medicine had encountered corpses during their studies. And after entering the hospital, they had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Otherwise, how could they endure working in a hospital where death was a frequent visitor? For them, corpses had long ceased to be a novelty. However, the sight of a multitude of corpses, especially those transformed into grotesque zombies, still instilled a sense of anxiety in Wang Kursen. As Xiao Kai and Wang Kursen stepped outside, they were greeted by a series of anguished screams emanating from the stairwell. "See? I told you they wouldn't escape. Just wait. I shall avenge you," he remarked with a smile directed at Wang Kursen, who clutched his shirt as if reverting to her childhood days when Xiao Kai would lead her to retaliate against those who had wronged her. Now, however, they had both matured, yet in this perilous moment, Xiao Kai still stood before her, ready to confront those who had bullied her. His not overly broad shoulders still provided her with a profound sense of security. Upon reaching the stairwell, they beheld Lu Gu and his assistant desperately battling the zombies with makeshift clubs, striking down upon the creatures at the 4th floor exit. Upon noticing Xiao Kai's presence on the stairs, their strikes grew fiercer. Yet, they had evidently forgotten the zombies' weaknesses. Their frenzied assault failed to slay a single undead, instead attracting even more to the exit. While the zombies had yet to master the art of overcoming obstacles, the sheer number pressing forward caused several to tumble over the reception desk. Witnessing this, Lu Gu was immediately struck with terror and began retreating to the 5th floor. Halfway up, he caught sight of Xiao Kai, armed with a cleaver, glaring menacingly at him, and his fear halted him in his tracks. The zombies below had closed in, leaving him no option but to continue his ascent. "You cannot kill me. Murder is a crime. Did you hear the gunshots outside? We are on the verge of rescue. I can offer you money if you spare me. Name your price," Lu Gu pleaded as he retreated. Just steps away from the upper floor, Xiao Kai remained a barrier, and Lu Gu dared not force his way past, instead desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching zombies with his assistant. Suddenly, Lu Ji's assistant let out a blood-curdling scream, prompting Lu Gu to turn and witness his companion being viciously bitten by a zombie, blood streaming from its mouth. Xiao Kai, seemingly anticipating this, shot Lu Gu a mocking glance as his assistant was overwhelmed, causing Lu Gu to abandon all thoughts of remaining there. With a glance at Xiao Kai on the stairs, he gritted his teeth and charged upward, preferring to die swiftly by Xiao Kai's hand than be devoured by the ravenous undead. Upon seeing Lu Gu advance, Xiao Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile as he stepped back, clearing the stairway. Lu Gu, taken aback by this unexpected concession, mistakenly believed Xiao Kai had been intimidated by his earlier words and rushed eagerly up to the 5th floor. However, before he could steady himself, Xiao Kai swung his cleaver, striking Lu Ji's knee, eliciting a piercing cry of agony as Lu Gu collapsed, terror etched across his face, unable to comprehend Xiao Kai's motives. Xiao Kai did not spare a glance at the fallen Lu Gu. Instead, he descended the stairs to eliminate the zombies that had claimed his assistant. Returning to the 5th floor, Xiao Kai crouched before Lu Gu, meeting his gaze with calm resolve. "I recall telling you that if you dared to lay a hand on her, I would sever your hand. Did you think I was jesting?" Chapter 18. A man must keep his word, brother. "Please spare me. I realize my mistakes," Lu Gu implored, clutching his injured knee as he sat on the ground, a mask of terror on his face. He had never anticipated that Xiao Kai would act with such brutality. His kneecap had been shattered, rendering him unable even to rise. "Since you acknowledge your faults, you must face the consequences. A man must keep his word," Xiao Kai stated, seizing Lu Ji's hand and pinning it to the ground before raising his cleaver. Striking without hesitation, Lu Gu struggled desperately to break free, but Shao Kai's strength was insurmountable. Ah! A scream echoed, leaving behind a bloodied hand on the floor as Lu Gu writhed in agony, clutching his wrist and rolling about in torment. I promised to sever your hand, and I have fulfilled my vow. You are free to go now, Shao Kai said, standing and casting a glance at the writhing Lu Gu. Upon hearing Shao Kai's words, Lu Gu gritted his teeth against the pain, ceasing his cries, drenched in sweat, attempting to rise but failing due to his shattered kneecap. He could only lie there, glaring at Shao Kai with resentment, vowing to expose Shao Kai's actions to the rescue team upon their arrival. Once Shao Kai was apprehended, he would ensure that Wang Kursin would not escape his wrath. Yet, first, he needed to tend to his wounds and await the arrival of help. As these thoughts consumed him, Lu Gu began dragging his injured leg toward the treatment room, but he had scarcely moved when he found Shao Kai blocking his path, a mocking expression on his face. What do you want? Lu Gu seethed, gritting his teeth. I desire nothing. The entire 5th floor is my domain. You may go wherever you wish, except the 5th floor, Shao Kai retorted, vigorously shaking the blood from his cleaver as he indicated the stairway behind Lu Gu, clearly suggesting he descend to the 4th floor. If you wish to kill me, just say so. Oh, you find amusement in toying with me? Lu Gu realized, albeit reluctantly, that Shao Kai had no intention of letting him go. Killing scum like you is beneath me. You can either descend on your own or I shall assist you in doing so. Shao Kai had never entertained the notion of sparing Lu Gu. Had he not arrived in time, Wang Kursin would have faced destruction at Lu Ji's hands. A swift execution felt too merciful. Only by letting him perish at the hands of the zombies could his hatred be assuaged. As Shao Kai approached step by step, Lu Gu found himself retreating under the weight of Shao Kai's presence. Though he yearned to utter words of supplication, the murderous intent in Shao Kai's gaze silenced him, making it clear that no words would suffice at this juncture. Ultimately, Lu Gu found himself cornered at the stairway, behind him a mass of zombie corpses. Unable to maintain his composure, he collapsed to his knees. Please, spare me. I beg you. I do not wish to die. Kursin, I truly know my mistakes. Please, say something on my behalf. Persuade him to spare me. I implore you. Lu Gu pleaded, his forehead pressed to the ground. Tears streaming as he turned to Wang Kursin. That moment, he finally understood regret and fear, realizing the extent of his blunders in the face of Shao Kai's ruthless resolve. Wang Kursin had watched the unfolding scene with cold detachment. Her animosity towards Lu Gu surpassed even Shao Kai's. Had she not been aware that Shao Kai would not permit her to intervene, she might have relished the opportunity to end Lu Ji's life herself. Now, he dared to ask for her intercession. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Though Shao Kai had initially intended to force Lu Gu to crawl up the stairs, hearing Lu Gu audaciously implore Wang Kursin for mercy ignited a furious blaze within him. Go to hell! Shao Kai delivered a forceful kick to Lu Ji's chest, propelling him from the 5th floor to the 4th, where he crashed into a horde of zombies gathered at the stairwell. Instantly, a swarm of zombies lunged at him, clamoring to get a hold of their prey. Lu Gu, having plunged into the mass of undead, felt as though he were a mere rag, ensnared by countless hands that relentlessly tugged at him. Every inch of his body was besieged by frenzied bites, and with his throat torn open, he found himself bereft of the ability to scream for help. Wang Kursin, who had been standing at a distance, now approached slowly, joining Shao Kai on the staircase as they observed below, where Lu Gu was being gradually torn to shreds by the ravenous zombies. Am I too cold-hearted? With Lu Ji's demise, the fury that had once surged within Shao Kai began to dissipate. Reflecting on his recent actions, he suddenly pondered if he had become too ruthless. After all, having killed 2 people, could he be viewed as a sadistic individual? Such a person deserved to die. Even if he spared them today, they would harbor no gratitude, only thoughts of revenge. Wang Kursin, well acquainted with Shao Kai's thoughts, understood the turmoil within him. Yet, in her heart, no matter what Shao Kai did, he would always be the one who stood before her to protect her at all times. Shao Kai flashed a faint smile at Wang Kursin, finding joy in her vulnerability when he protected her. It exuded a certain femininity. In high spirits, he stretched his neck and descended the staircase, intending to clear the zombies below so he could escort Wang Kursin out of the hospital. Hey, where are you going? She asked. To kill zombies, of course. How else will we get down? Shao Kai replied, bewildered as he turned to face her, unsure why she had called out to him. Could you use a little common sense? How long do you intend to kill all these zombies? The hospital isn't the only way out. Come with me. Wang Kersin shot a speechless glare at Shao Kai before turning and walking toward the opposite end of the corridor. Seeing Wang Kersin's current demeanor made Shao Kai's head throb. He couldn't pinpoint when it had begun, but the girl he had always protected had gradually started to take charge of him, refusing to allow any form of dissent. Watching her walk further away, Shao Kai sighed in resignation, hefting his machete and following her. He genuinely wanted to express that clearing out a few zombies wouldn't take long. Wang Kersin first led Shao Kai back to the room where she had previously concealed herself. After locating a medical kit inside, she rummaged through some boxes and filled it with various supplies. Once the medical kit was completely packed, the two shared some food that Shao Kai had brought before finally exiting the room. The medical supplies and equipment had been urgently transported a few days prior, and due to the storage area being insufficient, they had been temporarily placed here. Had it not been for the several boxes of glucose among these supplies, Wang Kersin might not have endured until Shao Kai arrived to rescue her. As they stepped out of the room, Wang Kersin guided Shao Kai to the end of the corridor, pointing to a metal door. This leads to an old staircase. After the hospital was renovated a few years ago, no one used this route anymore. For safety reasons, they generally do not allow people to pass through here. It remains as a backup fire escape, and descending from here will take us directly to the first floor. There shouldn't be any zombies inside. While she spoke, Wang Kersin grasped the doorknob and attempted to push the door open. Shao Kai's eyelids twitched, and in 2 quick strides, he pulled Wang Kersin behind him. Although it was unlikely there would be any zombies inside, he feared that if one were to suddenly emerge, he might not have time to save her. After giving Wang Kersin a stern look, Shao Kai firmly grasped the doorknob and gently pushed open the somewhat dilapidated metal door. The stairwell was eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds, confirming that indeed, there were no zombies within. Chapter 19. What is evolution? The old staircase was narrow and dimly lit, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, which explained the hospital's decision to renovate. Dust and cobwebs were abundant, clearly indicating that no one had traversed this path in quite some time. Shao Kai and Wang Kersin descended the stairs, and true to their hopes, they encountered no zombies along the way. They successfully reached the first floor, where the exit was another worn metal door. Shao Kai cautiously opened the door a crack to peer outside. The sound of gunfire had significantly diminished. The zombies that had previously congregated outside the hospital had been drawn away by the gunfire. Now, the exterior appeared desolate, littered with remnants of the fallen. It was evident that the area was temporarily secure, and Shao Kai pushed the door open, grasping Wang Kersin's hand as they hurried toward the old city district. Where are we going? Aren't we waiting for rescue? Wang Kersin inquired, glancing at the direction from which the gunfire had originated. She had initially thought Shao Kai would wait downstairs for the rescue team to arrive, but was taken aback when he pushed the door open and dragged her outside. Don't be naive. No rescue team will be coming. Not today, at least. His eyes darted around, vigilant against the possibility of any zombies suddenly emerging from the hospital building. However, they were positioned far enough from the main entrance that the zombies had yet to detect them. How do you know they won't come? The gunfire has been going on for over an hour. They might arrive any moment. Wang Kersin was skeptical of Shao Kai's unwavering certainty. Ugh, there are at least several 100,000 zombies in Linhai City. Once they begin firing, all the zombies will swarm to them. Haven't you noticed? The gunfire has lessened significantly. It seems either casualties are high, or they're running low on ammunition. Right now, they are just trying to survive. They won't have the energy to rescue us. Shao Kai slowed his pace, explaining his reasoning to Wang Kersin, while casting a worried glance toward the source of the gunfire. He knew there was a military unit nearby, but the number of personnel was surely limited. Especially following the casualties incurred during the virus outbreak, it was uncertain how many would remain. They would not likely launch an assault on the zombies in Linhai City at this time. They had underestimated the number of zombies in the city. These creatures were not easily dispatched. Aside from targeting their heads, bullets were ineffective elsewhere. Even if the soldiers were sharpshooters capable of headshots, it would be impossible to eliminate hundreds of thousands of zombies. Should they become surrounded, they would undoubtedly be devoured. Seemingly acquiescing to Shao Kai's assertions, Wang Kersin fell silent for the remainder of the journey. As they entered the old city district, Shao Kai navigated through various alleys, occasionally pausing to ascertain their route. Where are we headed? It's almost dark. You do know the way. right? Wang Kersen, having not eaten much over the past few days, was fatigued from being dragged around by Xiao Kai and could no longer hold her tongue. We're looking for a market. I gathered quite a bit of food there. I distinctly remember it being nearby. Why can't I find it? Xiao Kai chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed that, oh my, just follow me. Wang Kersen shot him an exasperated glance before veering into a side alley. 10 minutes later, they stood at the market's entrance. How come you're so familiar with this place? Xiao Kai asked, astonished as he gazed at the market. We come here every month to check on the elderly residents. After frequent visits, it's natural to become familiar with the area. Wang Kersen replied proudly, leading the way into the market. Carrying the medical kit, Xiao Kai followed closely behind. Having already cleared the zombies in this vicinity, he was no longer concerned for Wang Kersen's safety. The pressing matter now was to find a secure place to stay within the market. The pair found a 2-story building with a courtyard on the edge of the market. After prying the lock, they entered, and with the iron gate of the courtyard shut, any zombies would be unable to intrude. As night fell, the room was illuminated by candles while the two sat at a table, sharing a simple meal prepared from ingredients readily available in the market. Thank you, if it weren't for you today, I honestly don't know what I would have done, Wang Kersen said earnestly, looking across the table at Xiao Kai. Our relationship makes expressing gratitude somewhat redundant. Xiao Kai smiled gently. By the way, how did you become so formidable? You navigated through so many zombies along the way. How did you manage that? Wang Kersen asked. Her curiosity piqued. She had witnessed Xiao Kai dispatching zombies in the hospital, where those terrifying creatures fell before him as easily as cutting through vegetables. Considering the countless zombies that must have been present between his home and the hospital, she could only speculate about how Xiao Kai had made it through. If he had fought his way through, he would hardly be human anymore. Setting down his utensils, Xiao Kai reflected before recounting the experiences he had faced after awakening from his high fever in detail. Knowing that Wang Kersen was studying medicine, he hoped she could help him understand what was happening to his body. As Wang Kersen listened, her brow furrowed deeper with each word. Once Xiao Kai finished speaking, she too set down her bowl and looked at him solemnly. It sounds like you have evolved. Evolved? What do you mean by evolution? Xiao Kai was taken aback, gazing at Wang Kersen in utter confusion. Momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words, during my university days, a professor once remarked that all living beings in this world are perpetually undergoing evolution. This evolution, however, is often so minuscule that it goes unnoticed. Yet, there are instances influenced by specific factors where the resulting evolution becomes remarkably evident. For instance, individuals who are blind may develop heightened sensitivity in their hearing, while those who have lost their hands might find their legs becoming exceptionally agile. These phenomena are indeed outcomes of evolution. Of course, some argue that such abilities stem from rigorous training. Additionally, there are individuals who, from birth, possess capabilities far exceeding those of the average person. Some exhibit a sense of smell superior to that of dogs, while others possess extraordinary strength from the moment they enter the world. These traits signify the evolution of our bodies. To instigate such evolution, one must first unlock the genetic locks within us. However, the concept of genetic locks currently exists only in theory. How they form and how to unlock them remains a mystery to all. As for the changes in your body, this is the only explanation I can fathom. The cause of your evolution is likely related to the crystal core you consume. If that is indeed the case, referring to it as an evolution crystal core would not be an exaggeration. Wang Kersen regarded Xiao Kai with a hint of concern in her eyes. She was uncertain whether his condition was a blessing or a curse and could only observe him gradually over time. Chapter 20. I am an evolver. Are you suggesting that my body has evolved? Does that mean I could become a superhero in the future? Xiao Kai exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated as he spoke, bouncing up and down, genuinely wishing he could soar like a superhero. Hey, shouldn't you be more concerned about your body? Do you realize that altering your genes to evolve can be perilous? Genetic evolution carries numerous uncontrollable factors, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility to turn into a monster. In severe cases, it could even pose a threat to your life. Wang Kersen watched Xiao Kai leap around. Feeling exasperated, he seemed entirely oblivious to the dangers of genetic evolution, prompting her to respond helplessly. It's not that serious. I feel perfectly fine as I am. You mentioned my evolution is due to the evolution crystal core? What if I consume more of that crystal core? Would I become even more formidable? Xiao Kai glanced at Wang Kersen and, resuming his seat, stroked his chin thoughtfully. How would I know? I haven't even seen what an evolution crystal core looks like. Wang Kersen shot him an exasperated look, her irritation evident, yet her mind was preoccupied with pondering the origins of the evolution crystal core. Listening to Wang Kersen's words, Xiao Kai began to contemplate. But he was more focused on how to acquire more evolution crystal cores. Although the one he had ingested was sourced from an evolved rat, he suspected that other animals might possess them as well. Possibly even zombies. However, the thought of those evolved rats, with their enlarged size and speed, made them significantly more formidable opponents than zombies. What if other animals also became larger after evolution? Certain animals, like common cats and dogs, as well as livestock, if they were to grow even slightly larger, he might struggle to contend with them. Especially with creatures like elephants. If they were to grow several times larger, a single step could crush him. He certainly didn't believe he was capable of handling such a situation. His strength was still inadequate. He must enhance his abilities, or else, if he were to encounter other evolved beings, he wouldn't even be able to escape. With these thoughts in mind, he resolved to venture out at dawn to search among the deceased zombies, hoping to find an evolution crystal core. If that proved futile, he would resort to hunting a few nests of rats. As for Wang Kersen's concerns about the potential harm of evolution to his body, he dismissed them, for he felt no discomfort at present. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the two sought a room to rest. Wang Kersen, having not had proper rest for several days, quickly succumbed to slumber as soon as she lay down. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Kai stepped out of the courtyard and made his way to the market, where numerous zombie corpses awaited him. After a night had passed, the bodies had begun to decay, and most bore signs of having been gnawed on by animals, from the traces left by the gnawing. He could not discern the identity of the creatures that had feasted on the corpses, but they were likely larger than the 3 rats he had encountered. Enduring the foul stench, he systematically severed the heads of all the zombie corpses in the market. Searching thoroughly but finding no sign of an evolution crystal core, he subsequently ventured to the nursing home, but, regrettably, had no success there either. Standing amidst the sea of corpses, he suddenly noticed that the majority of zombies were elderly individuals. Mirroring the prevalence of elderly zombies in the market, he began to suspect that the generation of crystal cores might correlate with physical vitality, prompting him to make a final visit to the construction site. Where dozens of slain zombies remained, Tio returned to the construction site. He had to scale several walls due to his unfamiliarity with the route, eventually arriving back at the site. Although the number of zombies was sparse, they had once been robust workers in life. Once again, he began to decapitate the zombies, searching for crystal cores, but with each head he opened, his heart sank further. He began to doubt whether crystal cores could even be produced within zombies' heads. Just as he was losing hope, a dark red crystal core, roughly the size of his thumb, appeared before him. Were it not for the fear of attracting zombies, he would have let out a joyous cheer. Gazing at the crystal core in his hand, he marveled, realizing that this morning had not been in vain. After carefully securing the crystal core, he scrutinized the surrounding zombie corpses, seeking to discern what made this particular zombie unique. From a superficial standpoint, nothing seemed out of the ordinary about this zombie. However, he recalled that it was among the last group to be dispatched, and at that time, these final zombies had regained their agility. With this thought, he dashed over to where the last of the zombies had fallen, crouching down to carefully search their heads. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he added 3 more crystal cores to his collection. He could now confidently assert that these crystal cores were only produced by zombies that had regained their agility, and that the age of the individual prior to their transformation could not be too advanced. Eager to validate his hypothesis, he longed to find a few more zombies, yet as he glanced at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. Concerned that Wang Kersen would worry about him if he returned too late, he ultimately decided to head back first. When Wang Kersen awakened, she felt refreshed and invigorated. Though she was not in her own home, the knowledge that Xiao Kai was also in the building provided her with a sense of comfort. Her slumber had been particularly deep, and all the worries, fears, and negative emotions of the past few days dissipated upon waking. However, she was somewhat troubled to find Xiao Kai missing. Her concern was not rooted in fear that he would abandon her, but rather in worries about his safety. Fortunately, her anxiety did not linger for long. As she was preparing lunch, Xiao Kai entered the courtyard, excitement radiating from his face, a bundle slung over his shoulder. Before he could even set down his package, Wang Kersen appeared before him, her expression filled with concern. What on earth did you do out there so early in the morning? Wang Kersen gazed at Xiao Kai. Worry etched on her face. In the past, she might not have been overly concerned, but circumstances had drastically changed. The outside world was fraught with terrifying zombies, posing a constant threat to life. After waking up without seeing Xiao Kai, she had spent the whole morning fretting, and now, witnessing his exuberant demeanor, her irritation flared at him. I noticed your clothes were torn, so I went out to find you a few new outfits. Xiao Kai observed that Wang Kersen appeared somewhat displeased. So he hastily retrieved several somewhat outdated women's garments from his bag. At this moment, he dared not produce the crystal nucleus. Otherwise, he was certain that Wang Kersen would genuinely be angered. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon a clothing store upon his return. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to placate Wang Kersen. However, most shops in this old district catered to the elderly, and even the clothing store offered only outdated attire. Chapter 21. Zombie Crystal Nucleus. Upon seeing Xiao Kai take out the clothes, Wang Kersen glanced down at her own outer garment, which was stained with dried blood, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had, rather embarrassingly, spent the night in Xiao Kai's coat. After giving Xiao Kai a pointed look, she snatched the clothes from his hands and retreated to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. As the sound of water flowed from the bathroom, Xiao Kai found a cloth in the room and took out the crystal nuclei from his backpack. Meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from each one, after he had finished, he examined them closely and noted that these nuclei seemed different from the evolutionary crystal he had previously consumed. Firstly, their color was not as vivid. They appeared somewhat dull, and their transparency lacked the crystalline smoothness he had seen before. To differentiate between the two types, he designated the ones extracted from the zombies' brains as zombie crystal nuclei, while the ones taken from the evolutionary rats were called evolutionary crystal nuclei. Just as he contemplated smashing one open to discern if the liquid inside possessed any peculiar aroma, he heard the bathroom door open, prompting him to hurriedly stuff the zombie crystal nuclei back into his bag. "What are you doing?" Wang Kersen asked as she emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp. Upon noticing Xiao Kai seated at the table, she inquired without hesitation. "Nothing at all," Xiao Kai replied, turning to see Wang Kersen had donned the outdated garments he had brought back. Surprisingly, these clothes, originally intended for the elder population, did not appear antiquated on her. Rather, they imbued her with an enchanting allure reminiscent of a neighborly girl from decades past. Her skin, freshly washed and glowing with a rosy hue, was adorned with glistening droplets of water, and her flushed cheeks, complemented by her dark, gem-like eyes, rendered her more captivating than any comic book heroine, leaving Xiao Kai utterly entranced. "Have you finished staring?" Wang Kersen, noticing Xiao Kai's unblinking gaze, felt a blush creep onto her face and shyly remarked, I should wash up too," Xiao Kai stammered, suddenly feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. In his flustered state, he grabbed a set of clothes and awkwardly dashed into the bathroom. Once he was inside, Wang Kersen, attempting to maintain her composure, clutched her racing heart and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Kai, listening to Wang Kersen's melodious laughter, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Though they had known each other since childhood, he had never perceived her beauty as he did today. Shaking his head, he stood under the shower, letting cold water soothe his overheated body. After his shower and changing into fresh clothes, he caught sight of himself in the mirror and couldn't help but question his life choices. The striped t-shirt paired with old-fashioned trousers transformed him from a youthful man into a middle-aged uncle. With a sigh, he opened the bathroom door and stepped out, only to find Wang Kersen seated at the table, where the zombie crystal nuclei he had collected lay before her. "Explain these to me," she demanded, her icy demeanor making Xiao Kai instantly aware that he was in trouble. This is what I referred to as crystal nuclei. But these are zombie crystal nuclei, which I gathered from the zombies outside," she continued, her voice growing colder. Xiao Kai, with a sheepish smile, approached her while glancing around nervously. He was unsure why. Despite being older than Wang Kersen and having protected her throughout their childhood, he felt a sense of fear whenever he saw her angry. "Gathered them, you say? Do you take me for a fool? Go find a few more and let me see. You know what the situation outside is like. Do you truly think you can charge into a horde of zombies unscathed? What would happen to me if something went wrong?" Wang Kersen's voice grew increasingly agitated, her concern for Xiao Kai evident. She had worried all morning, fearing he would recklessly wander outside. And now he had the audacity to excavate crystal nuclei from zombie brains. As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Revealing her genuine fear for his safety, she had long regarded him as her only family. "Please, don't be upset, Kursin. Let us talk this through. Can we not cry?" Shao Kai implored, guilt gnawing at him as he noticed the tears in her eyes. He had never realized how much Wang Kursin cared for him. "Humph, then you must confess honestly. What exactly were you up to?" Wang Kursin demanded, wiping her eyes as she gazed at him intently. Shao Kai scratched the back of his head, taking a few steps back before responding. "Didn't you say that my evolution might be linked to the evolutionary crystal? And that such crystals could be found in the brains of zombies? Naturally, I had to verify this. I defeated so many zombies yesterday. If I hadn't checked, and there truly were evolutionary crystals inside their brains, wouldn't that be a considerable loss?" As he spoke, he picked up one of the zombie crystal nuclei and tossed it in the air. "This is what you referred to as the evolutionary crystal," he said. Wang Kursin, puzzled, took one of the nuclei in her hands. "Examining it closely. Is it or isn't it?" Shao Kai asked, his brow furrowed as he shared his findings with her. After listening, Wang Kursin set the zombie crystal nucleus down, pondering for a moment before stating, "If that's the case, we can at least ascertain two things. First, for a crystal nucleus to form in a zombie, it must be a zombie that has regained some mobility, and its age prior to death cannot be too advanced. Second, the evolutionary crystals found in animals differ from those within zombies. As a medical student, Wang Kursin quickly grasped the crux of Shao Kai's words and summarized them clearly. Although Shao Kai was aware of these facts, he could not articulate them as succinctly. "Then don't even think about it," Wang Kursin interrupted, fully aware that Shao Kai was contemplating venturing outside to search for zombies to validate his recent conclusions. Seeing Shao Kai's frustrated expression, a playful smile crept onto Wang Kursin's face as she declared, "If you wish to hunt zombies, it's not impossible, but you must take me along." Shao Kai, momentarily elated by the first part of her statement, was left speechless by the latter half. "You know the current circumstances well. The outbreak of the X virus, the emergence of zombies, and even evolved beasts are not problems that can be resolved in the short term. What is even more frightening is the human psyche. In this apocalyptic world, the law no longer holds sway, and people may resort to anything when cornered. You cannot be by my side at all times. If I lack even the slightest ability to protect myself, what will happen if one day you are not here and I find myself in danger? Will I simply be at the mercy of others?" Chapter 22. Stay back. I can handle this. Upon hearing Wang Kursin's words, Shao Kai fell into a profound silence. The two had grown up in an orphanage together, enduring numerous hardships, and had long since regarded each other as their only family, serving as each other's emotional refuge. He absolutely could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling Wang Kursin, just as she equally wished to see him unharmed, not wanting to become a burden to him. Thus, Wang Kursin proposed to accompany Shao Kai in hunting zombies, allowing her to remain by his side at all times, in the event that Shao Kai faced danger. Even if she could not assist him, she would ensure she did not become a hindrance. Most importantly, ever since she learned that Shao Kai had used an evolution crystal core, she had been increasingly concerned about his physical condition. To monitor any changes in his health, it was imperative for her to stay close to him. Furthermore, knowing Shao Kai's temperament, she anticipated that he would attempt to use the zombie crystal core, the effects of which remained uncertain. Until their purpose was clarified, she wished to discourage him from excessive use of the zombie crystal. Shao Kai was inclined to refuse. He genuinely did not want Wang Kursin to be in danger. However, upon witnessing the determination in her eyes, he realized that his words would be futile. With a resigned sigh, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Shao Kai acquiesce, Wang Kursin beamed a captivating smile before turning and heading into the kitchen. After their meal, Shao Kai led Wang Kursin out of the courtyard. Since they had resolved to teach her how to slay zombies, the first task was undoubtedly to procure a suitable weapon for her. Wang Kursin had already devised a plan during their meal. She knew of a martial arts enthusiast residing in the old district who possessed a collection of cold weapons. Surely among them would be one apt for her use. Wang Kursin guided Shao Kai through a convoluted path until, at last, she pushed open a gate. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by two weapon racks filled with an array of cold arms, swords, spears, and clubs, with every conceivable weapon on display, igniting a spark of excitement in Shao Kai's eyes. Yet, Wang Kersen paid no heed to the weapons on the racks and instead strode directly into the house. The items outside were merely decorative, unsharpened tools used by the elderly resident for exercise. The true treasures lay within. Noticing Xiao Kai's inclination to select a weapon, she cautioned him, "These are merely ornamental. The genuine weapons are inside." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Kai's interest waned. In times past, he would have been unable to resist the temptation to experiment with them. However, now, an unsharpened weapon would be of no use against zombies. Wielding such a tool would be akin to brandishing scrap metal. As they entered the room, a serene stillness enveloped them. There were no zombies, nor any other individuals present. At the center of the living room stood a display case, showcasing a singular item, a long, ancient sword, approximately 1 meter in length. Wang Kersen appeared to be well aware of the sword's presence, walking straight to the display case and retrieving it. As the sword was drawn, it produced a soft chime. The silver blade, measuring about 1 meter in length and 3 centimeters in width, with a thickness no greater than a cigarette's diameter, gleamed with a chilling radiance. Even though Xiao Kai lacked expertise in swords, he could discern that this was indeed a remarkable weapon. This sword had been purchased by the elderly resident from an antique dealer, reportedly costing him nearly half of his life's savings. He treasured it dearly, forbidding anyone from touching it. Wang Kersen reminisced, "He once boasted about it during my medical checkups, but alas, while the sword remains, he is no longer here. It seems he has met with misfortune." As she practiced with the sword, seeking her rhythm, a hint of melancholy crept into her voice. Having frequently visited to check on the elderly man, she had naturally developed a bond with him. Noticing Wang Kersen's despondence, Xiao Kai proposed they venture out to hunt zombies. Wang Kersen, eager to test her newly acquired sword, readily agreed. In the old district, zombies had largely congregated around the market and the nursing home. But both locations had already been cleared by Xiao Kai. With an overwhelming number of zombies outside, it was still too perilous for Wang Kersen. Thus, he could only guide her to seek isolated zombies within the old district. With the population already sparse, it took nearly an hour of searching for Xiao Kai and Wang Kersen to encounter a solitary zombie near the outskirts of the old district. The weakness of a zombie lies in its head. Your sword is not suited for slashing. Instead, pierce it through the eye socket. Remember to maintain your distance to avoid being scratched or bitten. Though Xiao Kai was aware that Wang Kersen understood this, he felt compelled to reiterate the warning. Upon spotting Xiao Kai and Wang Kersen, the zombie let out a guttural roar and lunged at them. Observing its approach, Xiao Kai noted that the creature's movements had nearly returned to the agility of its former self. Having previously encountered hordes of zombies during her time at the hospital, Wang Kersen felt a twinge of anxiety but was not frightened. She drew her sword and advanced toward the zombie. Conversely, Xiao Kai appeared more anxious than she, gripping his machete tightly in preparation to rush in and rescue her if necessary. When Wang Kersen was just a few steps away from the zombie, she lifted her sword, aiming for its eye socket. Xiao Kai's heart sank as he realized the tip of her sword was pointed too low. Rather than piercing the eye socket, it would merely strike the zombie's cheek. Sure enough, when Wang Kersen thrust her sword, it failed to penetrate the eye socket, instead grazing the zombie's cheekbone. Though the sword was sharp enough, her strength was insufficient to pierce the bone. As the zombie stumbled, her sword slid off its face. As the zombie lunged toward Wang Kersen, Xiao Kai sprang into action, raising his machete. "Stay back, I can handle it." Wang Kersen sidestepped the attacking zombie and shouted to Xiao Kai. In her initial eagerness, she had underestimated the sword's weight, and having never wielded a long sword before, her thrust had been executed with her arms extended horizontally, causing the blade to lower excessively. From below, aim for its chin, Xiao Kai called out. Heeding his advice, Wang Kersen gripped the sword firmly, dodged another lunge from the zombie, and adjusted her angle before thrusting the sword upward at a diagonal angle. With a satisfying thrust, the sword struck true, piercing the zombie's chin and driving into its skull. The once menacing creature fell silent, collapsing to the side. After withdrawing her sword, Wang Kersen turned to Xiao Kai with a smile. Aside from that brief moment of error, her performance far surpassed Xiao Kai's first encounter with a zombie. Chapter 23. The zombies evolve. After spending an afternoon together, Wang Kersen had become adept at handling solitary zombies, even managing to dispatch 3 of them in quick succession without a hint of panic. According to Wang Kersen, her ability stemmed from her regular yoga practice, which had endowed her with excellent coordination and agility. coupled with a lack of fear towards the zombies, allowing her to achieve what many would find daunting. Throughout the day, she had slain over 10 zombies, though regrettably, none possessed crystal cores, a fact that had not surprised either of them. As twilight descended, the two returned to the room they had settled in near the market. At the dining table, Shao Kai ate absent-mindedly, occasionally furrowing his brow. "What's wrong? You've been quiet since we returned. What's on your mind?" Wang Kurson inquired curiously. Upon her prompting, Shao Kai set down his chopsticks and replied, "Have you noticed any differences between today's zombies and those we encountered at the hospital? Are you referring to their agility?" Wang Kurson glanced at him, taking her time to finish her meal before continuing. "I realized it when I encountered the first zombie today. Although its movements still appeared somewhat stiff, they were far superior to those we saw at the hospital. Indeed, had the zombies in the hospital exhibited the same capabilities as today's, we would never have escaped. It's possible they have been evolving all along. In just a few days, they may all regain their former levels of proficiency. At that point, with my current strength, survival would be impossible. I must become stronger." After voicing his concerns, Shao Kai turned his gaze toward Wang Kurson. "You contemplating consuming the zombie crystal core, aren't you?" Wang Kurson, without needing to guess, recognized that Shao Kai was again considering the use of the zombie crystal core. Her hands trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks, and she looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "It's not that I must consume the zombie crystal core. In truth, if I hunt more zombies and accumulate combat experience, I can also enhance my strength. However, consuming the zombie crystal core might indeed be the quickest method." Upon observing the expression on Wang Kurson's face, Shao Kai discerned her concerns. In an effort to alleviate her worries, he resolved to procure the zombie crystal cores the following day and to temporarily distance himself from Wang Kurson during their use. He harbored a foreboding sense that, at most within 2 days, all zombies would regain their former vitality. At that juncture, the chances of survival for those fortunate enough to endure would dwindle to a dismal probability when confronted by the undead. Even he could not hope to face dozens or even hundreds of zombies as he had the previous day. Perhaps a mere 3 or 5 could spell his demise, if he were alone. It might be bearable, but with Wang Kurson by his side, he could not permit such a fate to befall her. These crystal cores, derived from the zombies themselves, were laden with an unknown quantity of virus, and their reckless application could easily lead to disaster. "Let us first assess the situation outside the old city tomorrow," Wang Kurson said earnestly, fully aware of Shao Kai's apprehensions. She understood the gravity of utilizing untested crystal cores, and the uncertainty of their contents filled her with dread at the thought of Shao Kai encountering peril. Following her assertion, she chose to ignore him, resuming her meal and finishing the remaining bowl of rice. The next morning, as Shao Kai emerged from his room, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Kurson having prepared breakfast. She sat in the living room, enjoying a bowl of egg noodles, with an additional steaming bowl set aside for him. After they finished their meal and tidied up, they armed themselves and stepped outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, Shao Kai immediately sensed something amiss. Not far from the edge of the yard, where a zombie's body had once lain, there was now nothing but a pile of bones, devoid of any flesh or blood. As he approached for a closer inspection, he noted the scattered bones were riddled with bite marks. Frowning, he hastened his pace towards the market, and upon his arrival, his expression darkened further. The zombies he had dispatched in the market now existed only as skeletons, with bones strewn about, some even gnawed into fragments. "It seems we cannot linger here," he concluded. "Let us venture outside to assess the situation, and if feasible, we shall return to gather our belongings and depart." Observing the bones before him, he surmised that they were likely the handiwork of the evolved rodents. Once the zombies in this vicinity had been devoured, it was probable that he would become their next target. Thus, he needed to vacate this place post-haste. As he traversed the area, he encountered the zombies that had been slain just days prior. Now reduced to mere skeletons overnight, a profound sense of crisis loomed over him, akin to a dark cloud hovering ominously above. Upon reaching the outskirts of the old city, he beheld those zombies meandering along the road, their movements devoid of the stiffness that once characterized them, a weight akin to a stone pressed upon his chest, rendering even his breathing laborious. To ascertain the extent of the zombies' evolution, he instructed Wang Kurson to conceal herself within a nearby building and stealthily approached one of the undead figures at the roadside. Unbeknownst to him, The zombies he now observed had not only regained their bodily functions akin to their living states, but had also enhanced their olfactory senses in order to better locate sustenance. His sudden appearance immediately alerted dozens of zombies to the scent of fresh flesh, and in an instant, their ashen eyes collectively turned towards Shao Kai. Being the focus of such a multitude of zombies sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. When he saw the zombies springing toward him with remarkable agility, he wasted no time in turning to flee. Prior to his exit, he had believed that even if the zombies had regained their former strength, his current physical prowess would enable him to confront a dozen of them simultaneously. However, he soon realized the folly of his assumptions. Just moments ago, as the zombies charged at him, their speed had undoubtedly matched that of a person sprinting at full capacity. He might have faced off against a mere 7 or 8. But with dozens of them now in pursuit, his only option was to escape. The horde of zombies roared behind him as he dashed into the old city. Passing by the spot where Wang Kersin was hiding, he gestured for her to remain concealed before darting into a narrow alleyway. Within the alley, he felt a measure of safety from the impending zombie ambush. Moreover, his speed surpassed that of the zombies, instilling confidence that he could methodically eliminate them. Although the narrow passage stretched the zombies into a long line, it also constrained his movements, forcing his machete to strike downward in a manner that was often ineffective, requiring multiple swings to land a blow on a zombie's head. Retreating while simultaneously fighting off the zombies, he dared not pause. After dispatching a mere 10, he found his breath growing labored. This was more exhausting than the previous days when he had slain hundreds of the rigid undead. In the past 2 days, facing those stiff zombies had required no evasion on his part. Each could be dispatched with a single stroke. Yet now, even the ones he killed demanded at least 3 strikes to ensure their demise. Chapter 24. Consuming the zombie core. As he glanced back at the group of bloodied, dismembered zombies pursuing him, Shao Kai mentally cursed their families. His arms bore several scratches, remnants of an unfortunate encounter with the undead. Just moments ago, he had hesitated at a fork in the path, and it was this moment of indecision that allowed 3 zombies to converge upon him. The speed of the zombies' evolution exceeded his expectations. Facing 3 at once had resulted in several scratches, their claws unnaturally sharp. Had he not swiftly fled at the first sign of danger, he might have succumbed to becoming a meal for the very creatures he evaded. He attempted to utilize his speed to shake off the pursuing zombies, but every time he managed to create distance, he found that they were quick to close the gap. He understood that the blood dripping from his wounds was the lure that kept them on his trail. Though his wounds had healed, the blood was irretrievable, still staining him. Zombies, under the virus's control, felt no fatigue. If he could not escape their olfactory range in a short span, they would relentlessly pursue him until he was utterly spent. While his current speed allowed him to outpace the zombies, maintaining this for an extended duration proved impossible, which explained his inability to elude them entirely. Leading the horde of zombies, he circled as far away from Wang Kersin's hiding spot as possible, ruminating on strategies to eradicate the relentless undead behind him. These zombies were not only capable of running but also jumping, rendering typical obstacles ineffective against them. As he pondered how to eliminate the zombies trailing him, he suddenly spotted a narrow alleyway between 2 adjacent buildings, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. With newfound determination, he swiftly turned and entered the passage. The zombies, seeing him slip into the alley, frantically followed, struggling to squeeze through. Yet, the zombies did not comprehend the concept of queuing. The lingering scent of blood upon him drew them into a chaotic throng at the entrance of the alley. Once Shao Kai was inside, he pivoted and halted, observing the zombies desperately trying to push their way, and a cruel smile crept across his face. The tables had turned, and it was now his turn to exact vengeance. Standing in the alley, he raised his machete, awaiting the influx of zombies. As the first zombie squeezed through, losing an arm in the process, it lunged at Shao Kai with a roar, only to be met with a swift strike to the head. With the initial zombie dispatched, others followed suit, and as their numbers dwindled, he wielded his machete with ease, systematically slaying each that approached. As the influx of zombies diminished, he faced only one at a time. Aside from a single instance where a fallen zombie scratched his thigh due to his slow retreat, all the zombies met their end within the confines of the alley. Once the last of the zombies had ceased to enter, he lowered his machete and sank to the ground, panting heavily, Acutely aware of the searing pain from his thigh wound, he sensed that while the injury was healing, it was doing so at a markedly slower rate than 2 days prior, likely due to the evolved virus within the zombies. Though his wounds were not critical, he was still an ordinary person with a limited tolerance for pain. As his muscles relaxed, the discomfort intensified, causing him to gasp in agony. While he inhaled sharply to alleviate the pain, he resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to become invincible, so that he might suffer fewer injuries in the future. Or perhaps none at all. The corpses of the zombies littering the alley represented his first step toward that goal. According to the analyses he and Wong Kersen had conducted, there was a certainty that these zombies contained cores. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose and, machete in hand, approached the lifeless bodies strewn about. Their analysis was indeed correct. Among the 18 zombies in the alley, each possessed a core within their skull. Holding one of the zombie cores, he smiled with satisfaction, contemplating the moment he would consume these cores. Exiting the alley, Xiaokai casually entered a nearby room. The peculiar odor characteristic of an elderly person's quarters confirmed that no zombies lurked within. He rummaged through the kitchen for a porcelain bowl, placing the cores he had collected on the table. The thought of consuming the zombie cores induced a wave of nausea. After all, these cores had been excavated from the brains of the undead. To claim that he felt no revulsion would be a lie. Grasping one core, he squeezed with all his might, only to find it stubbornly unyielding. The shell appeared thin, yet it proved remarkably resilient. After several futile attempts, he resorted to using the back of his machete, finally cracking open a small opening. As the dark red liquid oozed from the core, hesitation washed over him. The anticipated aroma failed to materialize. Instead, he was met with a faint metallic scent, reminiscent of dried blood, devoid of any luminescence. It resembled a drop of desiccated blood. This stark contrast to the cores he had previously consumed caused him to waver, contemplating abandonment. Yet, the image of the evolved zombies outside, along with the skeletal remains of their victims, crystallized his resolve. He had but two paths, to die or to grow stronger. With a grim determination, he poured the dark red liquid into his mouth. A potent wave of bloodiness assaulted his nostrils, nearly inducing a gag reflex, but he steeled himself against the nausea and swallowed the viscous substance. Minutes later, he cast a puzzled glance at the wound on his thigh. It had nearly healed, and he sensed a slight acceleration in the recovery process. Could it be that the previous amount was insufficient? He glanced at the remaining cores on the table, suddenly seizing them and methodically smashing each one open to extract the dark liquid. By the time he finished, the bowl contained a little more than half a serving of the viscous substance, filling the room with a pungent aroma. Taking a deep breath, he raised the bowl and downed its contents in one swift motion. Since he had already sampled it, he reasoned that whether it be a little more or less mattered not. He was not one to abandon a task midway. The moment the liquid settled in his stomach, he felt an extraordinary sensation. It was as though a fire had ignited within him, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. The wounds, which had been healing slowly, began to mend at an astonishing rate, restoring him to his former state within mere seconds. Yet, he had no time to concern himself with the healing of his injuries. His focus lay on the scorching sensation enveloping him. His muscles swelled, as if someone were inflating him from within, the rapid expansion giving him the impression that he might burst at any moment. Chapter 25. Another evolution. Had there been a mirror present, Xiaokai would have been astonished to discover that the muscles now bulging from his body surpassed any normal human comprehension, far exceeding even those of professional bodybuilders. Fortunately, this sensation did not persist for long. Once he sensed that his muscles had reached their limits, the fiery feeling gradually subsided, and the swelling began to recede. As his muscles contracted, a copious amount of sweat, akin to oil, poured from his pores, quickly soaking his entire body. Once his physique returned to a normal state, he was astonished to find that he had undergone yet another transformation. The most notable change was in his abdomen. He had previously dedicated countless hours to exercise, merely managing to keep his midsection free of excess fat, yet now, he distinctly bore 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. The musculature throughout his body felt significantly stronger than before. When he clenched his fists, he could sense an abundance of power coursing through him, an urgent desire to unleash it. Surveying the room, he sought something to test the strength of his newfound might. However, The space was filled with antiquated wooden furniture, which he had previously been able to dismantle with ease. Ultimately, he directed his gaze toward a nearby wall. With a resounding impact, Shao Kai struck his fist against the wall. Dust billowed into the air as he stared in disbelief at the hole that had formed. One perfectly sized for his fist, he could feel the immense power surging through him, yet he had never envisioned he could punch through a wall. While the walls of the old city were not as sturdy as those of reinforced concrete, they were not meant to be breached by mere fists. Yet, he had accomplished the feat effortlessly. What was more astonishing was that this was not even his full strength. His knuckles bore no marks or injuries, clearly indicating that he had indeed evolved once more. Disbelief flickered across his features as he examined his fist. Leaning closer to scrutinize the hole in the wall, confirming its construction of concrete bricks, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He could now ascertain that he had indeed grown significantly stronger. As for the extent of that strength, he would need to explore it gradually. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could now protect Wang Kursin. With the machete, which now felt almost weightless, in hand, Shao Kai exited the room. Nearly an hour had passed. He needed to return to Wang Kursin without delay. On his way back, he collected several more zombie cores from the undead he had slain earlier, amassing a substantial cache to aid in his future growth. As he walked, he noticed that not only had his physical abilities improved, but even his memory seemed sharper than before. Just moments ago, he had anticipated that locating Wang Kursin's hiding place would take considerable time, especially after having led the zombies in a lengthy chase. Yet now, he could vividly recall every path he had traversed. Minutes later, as he rounded a corner, he spotted the room where Wang Kursin was hiding. Approaching, he heard the rapid patter of footsteps, clearly indicating that she had sensed his presence. Hearing her footsteps, Shao Kai opted to remain outside, waiting for her to emerge. Before long, Wang Kursin dashed out of the room, her face etched with concern. She immediately grasped Shao Kai's arms, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and only after confirming he bore no injuries did she exhale in relief. "You're all right, thank goodness." Wang Kursin gazed at Shao Kai with a look of trepidation. After witnessing him being pursued by a horde of zombies into the old city, she contemplated several times about seeking him out. However, she realized that even if she were to find him, it would be futile. Not only would she be unable to assist him, but she would also become a liability, forcing him to divert his attention to protect her while simultaneously fending off the zombies. It was far wiser to remain where she was and await his return. True to expectation, Shao Kai did not disappoint her and ultimately returned unscathed. "What could possibly happen to me? You underestimate me," he remarked. Yet, he couldn't help but notice how swiftly the zombies had evolved. If they intended to leave the city, preparations needed to be made expeditiously. Otherwise, they risked becoming trapped. He looked at Wang Kursin with utmost seriousness. The recent encounter with the zombies had made him acutely aware that their rate of evolution far exceeded their expectations, progressing much more rapidly than anticipated. "Why must we leave? There are hardly any zombies left in the old city. Can't we just wait here for rescue?" Wang Kursin expressed her concerns to Shao Kai, struggling to comprehend his insistence on departing. To her, the old city not only lacked a significant zombie presence, but also boasted an abundance of food, making it an ideal refuge. "I wish to stay as well, but that is simply not possible. This place is far too perilous. You saw the bones picked clean along the road. They must have been left by the evolved rats. Just think about how many evolved rats it would take to devour hundreds of zombies in a single night. If we do not leave soon, even if we are not overwhelmed by zombies, we certainly cannot evade the onslaught of those evolved rats." Shao Kai patiently explained to Wang Kursin, who had once again brought up the notion of waiting for rescue. "When are we leaving?" Then, upon hearing about the substantial presence of evolved rats, Wang Kursin's face paled. For a girl, rats could sometimes be far more terrifying than zombies. "There's no rush. I'll first take down some zombies and collect a few zombie cores before we depart," Shao Kai stated as he made his way toward the outskirts of the old city. He needed to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Although he was aware he had significantly improved, he was unsure of the specifics of that enhancement. Only through combat with zombies could he gain a better understanding of his current physical state and simultaneously gather some zombie cores. As he reached the edge of the old city, he noticed that several zombies had already begun to infiltrate the area, likely following the earlier group of zombies. Fortunately, these newcomers were a bit late and did not catch the scent of Shao Kai. Hence, they did not pursue him inside. Their arrival actually saved him time. He instructed Wang Kersin to find a safe place to hide, as those zombies were not something she could handle at the moment. Once Wang Kersin was securely concealed, he brandished his machete and charged into the throng of zombies. With each swing of his weapon, a swift arc was drawn, and soon, a zombie's head soared into the air. Xiao Kai moved rapidly amidst the horde, and despite the zombies regaining some agility, they could not even graze his clothing. His occasional kicks sent zombies weighing over 100 pounds flying several meters away. Xiao Kai became increasingly exhilarated as he continued to dispatch zombies with ease, transforming the once feared pursuers into mere fodder, as if he were slicing through vegetables. Wang Kersin, observing his performance from a distance, felt her anxiety deepen. The strength Xiao Kai exhibited now was a stark contrast to what he had shown when he rescued her. She was certain he had consumed zombie cores. After his bout, Xiao Kai gained some insight into his transformations. If prior to consuming the evolution cores, he had been akin to an ordinary warrior, after his first consumption, his physical prowess had ascended to that of a martial master. And now, after using the zombie cores, his capabilities had transcended human limits. He could effortlessly dash over 10 meters in a mere second, and he could single-handedly lift and hurl a zombie weighing over 100 pounds a great distance. Once the last of the zombies lay defeated, he shook off the blood from his machete, feeling that the multitude of fallen zombies had not even merited a sweat. After collecting the cores from the fallen, he approached Wang Kersin, who was watching him with a worried expression. "You consumed zombie cores, didn't you?" she queried anxiously before he could draw near. "Just a little," Xiao Kai shrugged, offering a sheepish smile. "A little? How much is that?" "Not too much, just a few dozen." Noticing the growing worry etched on her face, he felt a twinge of guilt at a few dozen. "How dare you consume that many? We have no idea what's in them. And what if your body reacts adversely?" Wang Kersin's heart raced at the revelation of Xiao Kai having consumed dozens of zombie cores, and she urgently pressed him for answers. "Don't panic. Look at me, I'm fine. These cores don't seem so terrifying after all, which is why I took a bit more. Otherwise, could I be this formidable?" he reasoned, gesturing for her to lower her voice. "Just because you feel fine now doesn't mean you will be later. You can't keep acting recklessly. Do you have any idea how worried I am?" Wang Kersin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Xiao Kai. Fully aware that her concerns could not alter the fact that he had already ingested those cores, "Don't be so tense. If anything were to go wrong, I would have felt it after my first consumption. Besides, I can sense that these cores are significantly inferior to the first one I had." As he displayed the zombie cores in his hand to reassure her, he continued, "If there's anything amiss, you must tell me immediately. We need to have these cores tested to ascertain their composition." Sighing, Wang Kersin accepted the cores from Xiao Kai and turned to leave, knowing that she did not want him to witness the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. With the decision made to leave, the pair returned to their dwelling, gathering the supplies they had collected from the hospital before heading to the market to procure essential items, primarily food and basic necessities. Xiao Kai located a heavy-duty truck designed for transporting dirt at a construction site. This vehicle was not only powerful but also high enough to navigate through hordes of zombies, making it his preferred choice for their departure. Many such trucks were parked at the site, with keys often left inside. He selected the one that appeared to be in the best condition. After cleaning out the truck bed and loading 2 barrels of diesel, he drove the vehicle into the old city. As it was his first time operating such a truck, navigating the narrow streets of the old city resulted in quite a few bumps and scrapes before he finally reached the market. Luckily, the truck's durability proved resilient, sustaining no significant damage despite the rough journey. In the market's open area, they had already arranged the supplies they had gathered: dozens of bags of rice, noodles, cooking oil, various seasonings, and some dried goods, filling nearly half the truck bed. Had there been more available, Xiao Kai would have eagerly filled the entire truck, as these provisions were essential for survival in the apocalypse. Even though he was quite capable in combat, one could not fight on an empty stomach. If time had not been so pressing, he would have even considered going door to door to collect more supplies. However, he was not about to leave the rest of the truck bed empty. The market's only supermarket held numerous valuable items. He loaded everything he could find: snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol, until the truck bed was completely full, then covered it with a tarp. Satisfied with the bounty in the truck, Xiao Kai clapped his hands together. If all went as planned, this haul would sustain both him and Wang Kersin for several months. Once everything was packed, the sky began to darken, and it was no longer an opportune time to leave. Wang Kersen prepared a reasonably sumptuous dinner from the leftover scraps, deciding they would rest one more night before setting off the next day. Snotworm, where do you think we should go after we leave? Xiaokai asked, tossing a piece of preserved chicken into his mouth. Let us head to Guangyang Medical University, and could you please stop calling me Snotworm? Wang Kersen replied, rolling her eyes at him in exasperation. Xiaokai was taken aback by her response. He had merely asked a casual question, never expecting her to provide any input. Actually, he had envisioned finding a remote location away from the city to wait out the apocalypse in peace. But it appeared that Wang Kersen had already set her sights on a goal. Dio, you remember the professor I mentioned? We need to clarify your condition, and among those I know, he is the only one who has conducted research in this area. I must find him. Wang Kersen cast a glance at the perplexed Xiaokai and began to elucidate. Are you referring to the researcher on genetic locks? You are utterly unaware of whether he is alive or dead. Yet you intend to seek him out. Guangyang City is significantly larger than Linhai City, and the number of zombies there is considerable. Xiaokai furrowed his brow at Wang Kersen's words. He did not deem a visit to Guangyang Medical University a prudent decision. Situated in the outskirts of Guangyang City, over 500 kilometers from Linhai City, it is a first-tier metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, more than double that of Linhai City, making it considerably more perilous. I cannot speak for others, but I am certain that Professor Gong is still alive. He is a research fanatic, possessing his own laboratory at the medical university. No one can enter without his permission. He usually resides and works there, often for 10 days to a fortnight at a time. Thus he is unlikely to have contracted the virus. Wang Kersen's unwavering conviction caused Xiaokai to swallow the words of caution that had nearly escaped his lips. He recognized her concern for his well-being, yet he too harbored worries. Having consumed both the evolution crystal nucleus from within the evolved rats and the zombie crystal nucleus, he was aware of the effects they had on his body. Although he felt no immediate discomfort, the future remained uncertain. Most importantly, if he wished to continue growing stronger, he would undoubtedly need to utilize these crystal nuclei. However, without a clear understanding of their specific effects, not only would Wang Kersen be concerned, but he too bore a psychological burden. Thus, it seemed that a visit to Guangyang Medical University was indeed inevitable. With a resigned sigh, Xiaokai fell silent and began to indulge in a hearty meal. Chapter 27. Devouring the meal at the dining table, Xiaokai devoured every morsel of food with remarkable speed, leaving Wang Kersen astonished. She had procured a substantial amount of leftover provisions from the market upon learning of their impending departure, preparing an ample feast sufficient for 6 or 7 people. Yet now, every last morsel had been consumed by Xiaokai, and observing his flat stomach, she even questioned whether he might still be hungry. Wang Kersen's incredulous gaze upon him felt akin to that directed at a monster, making Xiaokai chuckle awkwardly. He recalled that after his last consumption of the evolution crystal nucleus, he had similarly possessed an insatiable appetite. It appeared that a direct consequence of utilizing the crystal nuclei was an increased hunger. After the meal, Wang Kersen habitually tidied the dishes while Xiaokai rose to inspect the doors and windows, implementing additional security measures. Only after confirming that everything was secure did he return indoors. As night fell, the two indulged in hot showers, preparing for a restful night's sleep, knowing that after leaving this place, even a hot shower might become a luxury, let alone a good night's rest. That evening, in an unprecedented turn of events, Wang Kersen allowed Xiaokai to share a room with her, wishing to monitor his physical condition closely. As they lay in bed, listening to each other's breathing, both found it difficult to drift into slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony of scratching at the door pierced the darkness. Upon hearing the sound, Xiaokai instantly sat up. Recognizing it all too well, his first encounter with the evolved rats had begun with a similar scratching noise. However, this time the sound was markedly louder, emanating not only from the door but also from several windows, leading him to suspect that a significant number of evolved rats had arrived. He was relatively unconcerned about the evolved rats outside the windows, as the security grills were made of thick steel rebar. Bolstered by an additional layer of wire mesh he had hastily installed, it would not be easy for the evolved rats to breach that barrier. The main entrance, however, lacked a security door, and the wire mesh could not be affixed there, rendering it completely unprotected save for the wooden door itself. He had initially believed that the dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies he had dispatched that afternoon would suffice to deter the evolved rats for at least another day. Yet, it was evident that those zombies had likely been devoured, prompting the evolved rats to seek them out. Listening to the relentless scratching at the door, Shao Kai understood he must not allow the evolved rats to enter. For he could not guarantee Wang Kursen's safety. "Stay here and do not venture outside," he instructed. Shao Kai rose and picked up the machete that had been placed to the side. After imparting a few words of caution to Wang Kursen, he exited the room. This chamber had no windows, save for a solitary door. As long as he prevented the evolved rats from breaching the threshold, he need not worry about Wang Kursen's safety. Once outside, he activated the collection of emergency lights he had gathered in the living room, instantly illuminating the entire space as bright as day. At the window, Shao Kai selected the brightest emergency light to position there. These emergency lights had been hastily collected from nearby households after he had discovered the presence of the evolved rats, intended solely for confronting these creatures. Indeed, as the room was flooded with light, a commotion erupted among the evolved rats outside, which retreated to a distance. He had surmised correctly. Although the rats had evolved, their inherent nature remained unchanged, as they still preferred to operate in the darkness. The light caused some disarray among the evolved rats, yet it was insufficient to drive them away. Before long, the sound of scratching at the door resumed, this time with increased intensity. Soon, the first crack appeared on the door, followed closely by several large evolved rats that forced their way through the fissure, one after another. Fortunately, Shao Kai had transformed significantly since their last encounter. The moment the evolved rats surged in, he swung his machete, cleaving the foremost rat in two with a single strike. After the remaining evolved rats rushed into the room, they began to attack Shao Kai, but he dispatched them with ease. Facing these creatures posed no challenge to him, as both his speed and reflexes far surpassed theirs. Although the individual strength of the evolved rats was inferior to his, their sheer numbers caused him considerable distress. More and more rats flooded in from outside. Soon the room was filled with their shadows. The emergency lights had all been toppled by the rats, and aside from a few still hanging on the walls, the rest lay as mere scrap. Shao Kai found himself forced back to the threshold of Wang Kursen's room. He understood he could retreat no further. Behind him lay the very room where Wang Kursen was hiding. Should he withdraw, she would be exposed to the gaze of these evolved rats. Having vowed to protect Wang Kursen, he was determined to fulfill that promise. Unless he were to perish, not a single rat would breach that door. Inside the room, Wang Kursen stood with a longsword in hand, positioned behind the door. Several times she contemplated opening the door to assist Shao Kai, yet she feared that her lack of strength might inadvertently bring him trouble rather than aid. Ultimately, she relinquished the thought of opening the door, leaning against it with her eyes closed, straining to listen to the sounds beyond, both of them standing back to back against the wooden barrier. Shao Kai pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute as he stared into the dark mass of evolved rats before him. In the mere span of minutes, the ground at his feet was strewn with the mangled corpses of the rats. Yet their numbers showed no signs of abating. As time passed, fresh wounds appeared upon his body. The evolved rats had clawed at him in several places, the most severe being a substantial chunk of flesh bitten from his arm. Despite the pain causing him to break into a cold sweat, his machete showed no sign of faltering. Each swing extinguished the life of yet another rat. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, saturating the room as the floor turned crimson from the spilled lifeblood of the evolved rats, inciting them to further frenzy, with some beginning to devour their fallen brethren. Although Shao Kai possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing him to heal rapidly from the rats' wounds, the pace of his healing could not keep up with the rate of his injuries, and soon he found himself burdened by a growing number of wounds. The escalating injuries gradually wore him down, and he recognized that unless he devised a strategy, he would inevitably be exhausted by these relentless evolved rats. He attempted to kick the corpses of the evolved rats at his feet away, hoping to divert the others to feast upon them, thereby alleviating the frequency of their attacks. Yet the sheer volume of the evolved rats rendered this tactic largely ineffective. The machete in his hand felt increasingly heavy, and his strikes began to slow, resulting in several swings landing in vain. When he kicked another rat's corpse, a red evolved crystal core emerged from the blood. Beside it lay a rat whose head had been cleaved in twain. Upon sighting the crystal core, Shao Kai's eyes lit up. After dispatching an approaching rat with a swift slash, he swiftly bent down to retrieve the core from the ground, narrowly evading the foul jaws of a rat lunging at him. After collecting the crystal core, he wiped it clean without a second thought and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 28. You should go take a shower first." The mingled taste of the evolved rat's brain matter and blood that permeated the crystal core ignited a thrilling sensation on his palate. However, upon crushing the core between his teeth, he was met with a flavor unlike that of the zombie cores, one that felt like the most exquisite delicacy. This extraordinary sensation compelled him to lick his lips in delight. As the evolved crystal core slid down his throat, a warm sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his entire being, accompanied by a tingling sensation. As his wounds began to heal rapidly, even the flesh that had been bitten from his arm slowly regenerated. Within a matter of minutes, his body returned to its prime state, even feeling a degree stronger than before. Shao Kai licked the corner of his mouth, and his gaze toward the evolved rats shifted entirely. They had transformed into mere prey for him to harvest the evolved crystal cores. The evolved rats posed no mortal threat to him. Their only means of overpowering him lay in their numbers. However, once this advantage is shattered, these evolved mice will merely serve as stepping stones for his ascent in power. In the ensuing battle, every strike from Shao Kai's blade was aimed directly at the heads of the evolved mice. Yet, it was evident that the evolved mice were incomparable to the zombies. Dozens of them might not yield even a single evolved crystal core. Nonetheless, the sheer number of evolved mice was overwhelming. After slaying nearly 100 of them, he finally obtained another evolved crystal core, which not only restored his stamina but also enhanced his strength further. As the battle progressed, Shao Kai became drenched in blood, the aura of malevolence surrounding him growing ever more palpable. Eventually, the remaining evolved mice merely circled him, rarely daring to attack. When dawn broke, they scattered in a frenzy, leaving behind a pool of blood and the shattered bones that lay immersed within it. Over the course of a night, Shao Kai had exterminated nearly 1,000 evolved mice. Had it not been for their bodies being devoured by their kin, the room would scarcely have been able to contain them. He had acquired a total of 6 evolved crystal cores, all of which he consumed. Wang Kursin, who was just a door away from Shao Kai, had also spent the night wide awake, amidst the incessant squeaks of the evolved mice outside. Shao Kai's muffled groans would occasionally punctuate the air. Each groan sent a pang of distress through her chest, as though it were being sliced open. Yet, it was precisely those intermittent sounds that reassured her that Shao Kai was still alive. The torment of the night had left her eyes bloodshot, and her fingers, tightly gripping her long sword, had turned pale from prolonged exertion. Finally, when all sounds outside had subsided, Wang Kursin could no longer contain herself. She reached for the doorknob and forcefully flung the door open. Upon opening the door, she beheld Shao Kai, drenched in blood, standing at the threshold like a guardian of the gates, brandishing his cleaver. The room beyond was awash in red. Even the ceiling dripped with blood, the source of which was a mystery. Hearing the door creak, the bloodthirsty Shao Kai spun around, a fierce glint in his eyes. His cleaver poised to strike, however, upon recognizing Wang Kursin standing behind him. The ferocity in his gaze quickly dissipated, and the weapon in his hand gradually lowered. Though the ferocity in Shao Kai's eyes faded swiftly, Wang Kursin remained frozen in shock. The sight of Shao Kai, bloodied and standing amidst the crimson-stained room, made him appear as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Looking at Wang Kursin before him, Shao Kai inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a breath laden with the stench of blood, before his body weakened and he collapsed into her arms. After a night of combat, while his physical stamina could be replenished through the evolved crystal cores, his mental fortitude had reached its limit. Driven by an unwavering desire to protect Wang Kursin, he had held firm, never retreating a single step, until he now saw her safe presence behind him. At which point he finally relaxed. Wang Kursin stumbled as Shao Kai fell into her embrace, losing her balance and nearly tumbling to the ground. Just as she was about to hit the floor, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Shao Kai, but her own back slammed onto the ground, causing tears to stream down her face from the pain. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she hastily sat up. Gazing at Shao Kai, who had fallen asleep with even breathing in her arms, and let out a gentle sigh. Surveying the room filled with the corpses of evolved mice and blood, Wang Kursin realized they could no longer remain there. After hoisting Shao Kai onto her back, she began the arduous task of stepping outside. When Shao Kai awoke, he found himself lying on a bed in a different room, clad only in his underwear. His upper body was devoid of any bloodstains, clearly having been meticulously cleaned, even his hair exuding a refreshing aroma of shampoo. However, When he lifted the blanket to sit up, he noticed that his lower body appeared somewhat carelessly tended to. Although there were no obvious bloodstains, the skin on his lower half was noticeably redder than that of his upper body. A moment of reflection made him realize that Wang Kursin must have assisted him in cleaning up. But being a girl, it was understandable that she would be shy about tending to his lower half, merely wiping it down here and there. He could even envision how flushed her face must have been at the time. Perhaps having heard Xiao Kai stir, Wang Kursin entered the room with a clean set of sportswear in hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she lowered her gaze. "How long did I sleep?" Xiao Kai asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Nearly 6 hours. It's already noon," Wang Kursin replied. The moment Xiao Kai spoke, her face, which had merely been slightly flushed, turned a deeper shade of crimson, even her ears radiating warmth. Since Wang Kursin had carried Xiao Kai into this room, the blush on her cheeks had not subsided. In order to ensure Xiao Kai could rest comfortably, she had hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to remove his blood-soaked garments. The sight of his tattered clothing, marred by blood, made her acutely aware of the injuries he must have sustained the previous night. After washing his hair and cleaning his upper body, she found herself unable to treat his lower half with the same thoroughness, settling instead for merely wiping away most of the blood. While tending to Xiao Kai's body, she had deliberately examined him to assess the severity of his injuries, only to discover there were no visible wounds, just traces left behind from healed injuries. She knew of Xiao Kai's remarkable regenerative abilities, but she had not anticipated them to be so profound. After a night of battle, he had emerged unscathed, which brought her considerable relief. After finishing with the cleaning, the mere thought of Xiao Kai's well-defined physique would cause Wang Kursin's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Now, seeing him awake, she was acutely aware that he must know what she had done, causing her face to redden even further. "You should go take a shower. The smell of blood is quite strong on you," Wang Kursin suggested, feeling awkward as she placed the clothes on the table and made a hasty exit. Watching Wang Kursin's retreating figure, Xiao Kai raised his arm to sniff. Despite appearing clean, his arm still bore a pronounced scent of blood. After Xiao Kai finished his shower, the stench of blood had finally dissipated, leaving behind only an empty bottle of shower gel in the bathroom. In the room, Wang Kursin had prepared a lavish spread of dishes, along with a large pot of rice, clearly anticipating that Xiao Kai's appetite would increase after his battle. And indeed, her preparations allowed him to indulge in a hearty meal. "What shall we do next? Are we leaving this place?" Wang Kursin inquired while clearing the dishes, glancing at the clock on the wall which was nearing 2 o'clock. "We must leave today, and we should depart at once," Xiao Kai replied without a moment's hesitation. The evolved mice from the previous night had made him acutely aware that while the old city might not be swarming with zombies, it was teeming with evolved mice. Even after slaying for an entire night, he had likely only managed to eliminate a fraction, perhaps even less than 1/10, of their numbers, if they did not leave. He feared he would find himself besieged by the evolved mice once more that night. Moreover, these evolved mice not only devoured zombies but also feasted on the corpses of their own kind. Last night, Xiao Kai had noticed those that had consumed their kin appeared significantly stronger than the others. Once the evolved mice that had left this morning fully digested the remains of their companions, they would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Thus, it was imperative that they depart today, but before leaving, he needed to return once more. Having slain so many evolved mice, it was inconceivable that there were only 6 evolved crystal cores. With the decision made to leave immediately, Wang Kursin ceased her tidying up, and the two of them grabbed their weapons and stepped outside. As Xiao Kai ventured out, he intended to search for the evolved crystal cores, but he was halted by Wang Kursin's voice. Looking at the evolved crystal cores nestled in her palm, Xiao Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at her, as if seeing her for the first time. He could hardly believe that Wang Kursin had dared to return alone to the blood-soaked room, filled with the remains of evolved mice, to seek out the crystal cores. "Don't look at me like that. I am, after all, a medical student. I've dissected corpses before. Mere blood and bones do not frighten me. Unfortunately, I only managed to find these 2 evolved crystal cores," Wang Kursin replied, playing with the cores in her hand while her eyes darted between Xiao Kai's lips and abdomen, clearly surmising that he had consumed more than just the 2 cores. "Well, evolved beasts are not like zombies. It's natural for there to be fewer crystal cores. Point 2 is still quite good. I'll go start the car," Xiao Kai said, feeling a surge of anxiety at Wang Kursin's demeanor. He dared not confess that he had consumed all the crystal cores he had found last night, for that would only heighten her worries. Instead, he scratched his head awkwardly and quickly made his way toward the parking area where the truck was situated. This incident allowed both of them to push the events of the morning from their minds, treating it as if it had never occurred. The roads in the city were largely blocked by the wreckage of vehicles. "How do you plan to exit the city?" Wang Kersen asked. Wang Kersen sat in the passenger seat, observing as Xiao Kai drove back to the construction site. Curiously, she inquired, "Of course, we can't exit the city roads, but we are currently at the construction site, which features a dedicated transportation route specifically designed for these large trucks. Typically, the sand, gravel, and building materials used on-site, as well as construction waste, are transported in such trucks. This route was deliberately planned to ensure the safety and sanitation of the city roads, providing a relatively secluded path. The construction site does not waste resources on paving it, so it remains a rudimentary road made of crushed stones, which luxurious cars would certainly avoid. Before the outbreak of the virus, the construction had ceased, so this route is guaranteed to be unobstructed, leading directly to the vicinity of the expressway. As Xiao Kai spoke, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and sped out through a large iron gate at the construction site, which opened onto a bumpy, gravel-covered road. He glanced at the asphalt road a few meters ahead, where an array of vehicles was already jammed, with numerous zombies wandering among them. Upon noticing the speeding truck, the zombies all shrieked and rushed towards it. Although these zombies had become remarkably agile, the haphazardly parked cars obstructed their path. By the time they clambered over those vehicles and crossed the 10-meter-wide green belt, Xiao Kai's truck had long since vanished, leaving the zombies to roar in frustration. Over an hour later, a heavy truck appeared on a muddy road a few hundred meters from the expressway entrance. Xiao Kai, anticipating the gravel road's exit, turned off the engine and brought the vehicle to a halt approximately a kilometer away. This location was nestled within a grove, with the nearest asphalt road at least several hundred meters away on either side. Uncertain of the situation at the expressway entrance, he decided against recklessly driving forward. Should anything arise, he would have no time to turn around. He intended to disembark and assess the situation first. If the blockage ahead was too severe and access to the expressway was impossible, he would need to devise an alternative plan. Xiao Kai instructed Wang Kersen to remain in the vehicle while he exited to eliminate a few zombies trailing behind them. He then cautiously advanced, dispatching any zombies he encountered along the roadside and collecting a batch of zombie cores. The condition at the expressway entrance was far better than he had anticipated. Although many vehicles were abandoned, they had been pushed to the sides of the road. However, the cleared area was strewn with the corpses of zombies, most of which had begun to rot and emit a foul odor. In front of the expressway entrance, there were makeshift fortifications constructed from sandbags, with numerous spent shell casings scattered across the ground alongside some discarded assault rifles. Clearly, soldiers from the military had previously cleared zombies from this area. The gunfire he had heard a couple of days prior had emanated from here, but judging by the scene, the soldiers had not emerged unscathed. One could even say they had retreated in haste. Abandoned assault rifles lay on the ground, and among the nearby wandering zombies, many were clad in green uniforms, their bodies adorned with various weapons, indicating they had once been soldiers. This all suggested how hurriedly they had fled. As he gazed at the discarded assault rifles, his eyes sparkled with desire. Every man, regardless of age, harbors an inexplicable fascination with firearms. Under normal circumstances, he would never have the opportunity to handle a real weapon. Yet those firearms lay before him, with the only barrier being the zombies that no longer posed a threat. Scanning the number of zombies gathered at the expressway entrance, he estimated there were at least several thousand. While even further away, a mass of them loomed ominously, confirming that the recent battle had indeed attracted a significant number of zombies. Although these zombies posed no immediate danger to him, should he become surrounded, he would inevitably be drawn into a protracted struggle, which would not only delay his departure but also jeopardize Wang Kersen's safety, an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Chapter 30. Where did you find that gun? Gazing at the assault rifle before him, yet unable to grasp it, he felt an overwhelming sense of longing. After much contemplation, he resolved not to be greedy. Securing just one would suffice. Once he obtained the assault rifle, he would promptly return to the truck and drive away. Having made up his mind to acquire an assault rifle, he began selecting his target. First, he disregarded those lying on the ground. The rifles discarded there were most likely out of ammunition. He also dismissed those hanging from the zombies unless they were equipped with magazines. If a weapon lacked even a single magazine, it would be of little use, regardless of whether it still contained some bullets. After much deliberation, Shao Kai finally settled on a zombie adorned with 3 magazines. This particular zombie had a youthful visage, and the assault rifle it bore appeared quite new, suggesting it belonged to a soldier who had recently joined the ranks. With his target chosen, he no longer hesitated. His body sprang forth with the swiftness of a leopard. As he emerged, the wandering zombies suddenly had a focus, and a throng of them lunged towards him with a cacophony of roars. However, Shao Kai was far too swift. By the time the zombies registered his presence, he had already reached the selected zombie, swiftly severing its head with a decisive stroke of his blade. Without delay, he snatched the assault rifle and magazines from the fallen zombie. Then, before other zombies could close in, he wielded his machete and dashed out of their encirclement. Once free from the horde, Shao Kai did not rush to leave. Instead, he ran in the opposite direction of the expressway entrance, thinking that since he had already ventured out, he might as well draw the nearby zombies away while he was at it. He had previously spotted a small grove across the way, primarily populated by mango trees with a diameter of several centimeters. Surrounded by waist-high wooden fences, it harbored relatively few zombies. As Shao Kai led the charge into the grove, a large number of zombies, unable to navigate the fence, tumbled over one another in a chaotic heap. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered through the grove and emerged on the other side, back near the expressway entrance. Observing the zombies still attempting to penetrate the grove, he triumphantly caressed the assault rifle he had acquired before crouching behind various abandoned vehicles and returning to the gravel road. Once back, Shao Kai sprinted back to the truck, and upon entering, he quickly started the engine and sped towards the expressway entrance. With the zombies now concentrated on the opposite side of the road, the entrance to the expressway was largely devoid of undead. As he barreled out of the gravel road, the majority of the zombies remained on the far side, and the appearance of the truck caused them to pivot and rush towards its direction. These zombies, devoid of discernment, targeted any living creature that emitted sound, regardless of its nature. Seated in the truck, Shao Kai gripped the steering wheel tightly, colliding with a few obstructing zombies before charging towards the expressway entrance. He had previously noted the lack of vehicles on the expressway. Even those present had been cleared to the sides. His only remaining obstacle was a few defensive structures at the entrance. But the sandbag fortifications would hardly pose a challenge to the heavy truck. "Hold on tight," Shao Kai urged, firmly grasping the steering wheel as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging towards the sandbag barriers. With a series of violent impacts, the heavy truck surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust as it ascended onto the expressway. Inside the vehicle, Wang Kursen's face turned pale as she clutched her chest. Shao Kai had crashed through 3 defensive structures in rapid succession, causing the truck to shake violently, leading her to fear they might overturn. Thankfully, the tumult was short-lived. Once on the expressway, Shao Kai accelerated to over 100 miles per hour, bulldozing through any zombies that obstructed his path, swiftly distancing himself from the horde pursuing them in the initial kilometers. Due to their proximity to the city, the road was still littered with wrecked vehicles and numerous zombies. However, as he ventured further away from the urban area and into the mountainous terrain, the number of vehicles and zombies diminished significantly. "Where did you find that gun?" Wang Kursen finally asked, her relief palpable as the surrounding area became increasingly devoid of zombies. "Picked it up at the expressway entrance. I initially wanted to grab a few more, but time was limited," Shao Kai replied. Upon hearing Wang Kursen inquire about firearms, Shao Kai affectionately caressed the assault rifle slung across his body and chuckled with a sense of pride. Although he lacked extensive knowledge about weaponry, he was aware that the assault rifle he possessed was specifically designated for military use, boasting a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Even if he were unfamiliar with its operation, merely carrying it conferred a certain imposing presence. While this assault rifle might not be as effective against zombies as a machete, there were moments when the deterrent effect of a firearm far surpassed that of any blade. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single armed individual is far more intimidating than a dozen wielding knives. Throughout their journey, Shao Kai frequently touched the rifle at his side. Had it not been for the fear that gunfire would attract a horde of zombies, he would have relished the opportunity to disembark and fire a few rounds at the undead. As dusk approached, Shao Kai located a service area and pulled in, initially bracing himself for a fierce confrontation, given the constant flow of vehicles on the highway that would likely have drawn numerous zombies. However, Upon entering the service area, he was surprised to find it relatively devoid of both zombies and vehicles. Aside from a few staff members transformed into zombies, only a handful of semi-trucks remained parked within the vicinity. Observing the somewhat desolate service area, Xiao Kai gleaned the reason for the scarcity of zombies from Wang Kerson's explanation. It turned out that following the initial outbreak of the virus, the government had mandated a home quarantine, leading to the lockdown of major cities, with all personnel and vehicles prohibited from entering or exiting. Consequently, the entrances and exits of the highway were also closed, resulting in a significant reduction in traffic. Most of those stranded on the highway congregated near the exits, leaving the service area largely empty. As the virus spread, individuals trapped on the highway became desperate to leave, yearning to return home to their families or seek medical assistance, employing various means to escape. Therefore, in the wake of the zombie outbreak, the highway paradoxically became one of the least populated areas, though this was only a temporary situation. As time progressed and zombies wandered freely, they would inevitably swarm the highways in droves. For Xiao Kai, encountering dozens of zombies was as effortless as crushing a few ants, conveniently providing him with several zombie cores. With less than 200 kilometers remaining to Guangyang City, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they anticipated reaching the vicinity of Guangyang Medical University by midday the following day. For safety's sake, the two did not leave the truck to venture into the service area, but instead took turns using the restroom before returning to their vehicle. At that moment, the advantages of the heavy-duty truck became apparent, as a bunk was located behind the driver's seat. Although the space was limited, it was sufficient for both to enjoy a comfortable rest. As night fell, the service area was enveloped in darkness. After consuming a modest meal, the two lay down on the bunk behind the driver's seat. Having not slept the previous night, especially after Xiao Kai's harrowing ordeal, it was not long before they both succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after a hasty breakfast, they resumed their journey. As they neared Guangyang City, approximately 40 to 50 kilometers away, Xiao Kai noticed that various vehicles wrecked on the highway had been removed. A considerable number of cars had accumulated on either side of the highway, forming a 2 to 3 meter high barrier. Within this barrier, the highway was devoid of any living zombies, with only a handful of the undead wandering outside, indicating that someone had deliberately cleared the area. In such circumstances, the only individuals capable of undertaking such a cleanup operation were likely those affiliated with the military. As they approached Guangyang City, Xiao Kai could discern thick black smoke rising in the distance, along with a growing number of corpses strewn along the road. Many of these bodies were clad in camouflage uniforms, adorned with insignia, clearly indicating their former identities as soldiers. Just a few kilometers from the Guangyang City exit, Xiao Kai brought the truck to a halt, observing a large gathering of zombies several hundred meters ahead. A few armored vehicles lay overturned or billowing smoke on the road. It appeared that the military's rescue efforts for Guangyang City had faltered, and with a significant number of zombies congregating at the highway exit, Xiao Kai was acutely aware that a heavy-duty truck alone would not suffice to break through. He had no idea how many more zombies awaited them outside. Gently pressing the accelerator, he cautiously reversed the vehicle, striving not to attract the attention of the amassed zombies. Although the presence of so many zombies could be seen as a grim omen, it also signified a potential advantage for Xiao Kai. The greater the concentration of zombies here, the fewer would roam in the vicinity. Guangyang Medical University is situated on the outskirts of Guangyang City, nearly 10 kilometers from the highway exit. If they were unable to drive any further, they would have no choice but to park the truck on the highway and proceed on foot through the backroads. Having previously inquired in detail about the location of Guangyang Medical University, Xiao Kai had selected a highway that offered the shortest direct route, a mere 5 kilometers away, albeit necessitating a trek through an undeveloped forest. Once he had maneuvered the truck to a point where the zombies were no longer visible, he executed a U-turn and accelerated swiftly away. After driving a few kilometers, Xiao Kai turned off the engine and parked the vehicle by the roadside. From this vantage point, he could faintly discern the campus of the medical university beyond a stretch of woodland. The remaining distance would have to be traversed on foot. The forest was overgrown with weeds and various low-lying trees. While the path was challenging, they were fortunate not to encounter any zombies. After more than an hour of walking, they finally caught sight of the imposing 2-meter-high wall surrounding Guangyang Medical University. It was at this juncture that they began to encounter scattered zombies, who appeared to be former students. As they continued onward, Wang Kerson, who had spent 4 years studying here, took the initiative to guide the way. Under her direction, Xiao Kai soon arrived at a section of the wall piled high with rubble. Observing the mound of debris reaching over a meter in height, Xiao Kai cast a peculiar glance at Wang Kursin. "Hey, what's with that look?" she retorted. "I never ventured into the woods during my 4 years at university." Xiao Kai's gaze elicited a flush of embarrassment on Wang Kursin's face, prompting her to defensively explain herself. However, as soon as she finished, she regretted her hasty justification, puzzled as to why she felt the need to clarify. "Oh, so this is the legendary thicket of the university. Yet, it's a pity you never explored it during your 4 years. That truly is a regret," Xiao Kai teased, his spirits lifted by her bashfulness. "I see you're feeling a bit mischievous, aren't you? Are you still intent on rescuing people?" Wang Kursin shot him an exasperated glare, playfully threatening to pinch his ear. "Please, just tell me where Professor Shi is located," he implored, evading her hand while climbing atop the pile of rubble to survey the situation within the wall. The area beyond the wall appeared to be a green space, bordered by palm trees characteristic of the southern region. These palm fronds, reminiscent of large fans, were planted along the wall's edge, evidently to deter students from climbing over. However, what puzzled him was the complete absence of zombies in this green area, which defied logic. A university typically housed thousands of individuals, yet he had yet to spot a single zombie. As Xiao Kai stood atop the rubble, Wang Kursin joined him, seemingly unfazed by the lack of zombies within the campus. With her knowledge of Guangyang Medical University, she could easily surmise the situation. After the emergence of the X-virus, it was likely that both faculty and students had been dispatched to various hospitals to provide aid. Indeed, some interns at her own hospital hailed from Guangyang Medical University. With Wang Kursin's insights, Xiao Kai began to understand why the area inside the wall appeared so devoid of zombies. Realizing that they were unlikely to encounter many within, he hesitated no longer and vaulted over the wall, stepping into the campus. Within the campus, the wall also bore a mound of rubble, and Wang Kursin followed closely behind him. She led the way toward the laboratory building. And as they ventured deeper into the campus, the sporadic appearance of zombies became increasingly evident, though they remained few in number, typically appearing in groups of 3 to 5, after circumventing a teaching building. Xiao Kai could faintly hear the cacophony of numerous zombies growling in the distance. The source of the commotion was the laboratory building Wang Kursin intended to guide him to as they neared the laboratory. The two climbed atop a teaching building, and from the second-floor classroom window, they could clearly see the laboratory swarming with zombies. It appeared that all the zombies within the campus had congregated here. Explaining the scarcity of the undead in other areas, the most intense point of the zombies growling, Xiao Kai caught sight of a group of individuals resembling students inside a laboratory, wielding metal pipes as they defended the window against the encroaching zombies. However, they evidently lacked combat experience and were in a state of panic, wildly swinging at the zombies attempting to climb through the window. It was apparent they were targeting the zombies' heads, fully aware of their weak points. Yet, their frantic strikes often required multiple blows to subdue a single zombie, not only exhausting their energy but also leaving openings for other zombies to exploit. After a mere glance, Xiao Kai realized it would not be long before a greater number of zombies would ascend the window, bringing the students perilously close to death. "Are you certain that Professor Shi's laboratory is located here?" Xiao Kai gazed upon the nearly 1,000 zombies outside the experimental building, pondering aloud. Until today, he had never contemplated engaging in combat with such an overwhelming horde. His previous encounter had been at the nursing home in the old district, where the zombies had exhibited stiff movements. Although their numbers had been substantial, they had been manageable. Had this been before yesterday, he would have hesitated to confront so many agile zombies, yet now he found himself eager to test whether he could eradicate the menacing throng before him. Chapter 32. Are you waiting to serve a feast for the zombies? The entirety of the first underground level of the experimental building housed Professor Shi's laboratory, with the sole entrance being the elevator within the building. If he were still alive, safety would undoubtedly be assured. Wang Kursin observed the students battling fiercely against the zombies within the lab and said to Xiao Kai, however, to gain access to the laboratory, these zombies must be eliminated, and we could also rescue those students. Having spent 4 years in university here, the students inside were her juniors. Although she was reluctant for Xiao Kai to take unnecessary risks, she could not bear to witness the misfortune of those students. "They're merely a bunch of kids. Since we must clear out these zombies anyway, I might as well save a few in the process," Xiao Kai mused, carefully examining the horde outside. He realized that the entrance to the experimental building was indeed completely blocked by the zombies. Entry would require the complete removal of the undead. To him, the group of 18 and 19-year-olds appeared as mere children, and since the zombies needed to be dealt with, rescuing a few would pose no issue. Be careful, Wang Kersen cautioned as she watched Xiao Kai leap through the window and descend to the ground below. Jumping from the second floor, Xiao Kai surveyed the zombie horde several dozen meters away. Cracked his neck, and a sinister grin crept across his lips. Grasping his machete, he charged forward with remarkable speed. For Xiao Kai, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed in a mere breath. As he swiftly plunged into the midst of the zombies, effortlessly severing the heads of several along the way. Once engulfed by the horde, Xiao Kai quickly became the target of their relentless attacks. As he observed the zombies lunging at him with outstretched claws, his machete sliced through the air in a flurry of afterimages, instantly decapitating more than a dozen of the approaching undead. While he wielded his weapon, he dashed towards the laboratory, determined to reach it as swiftly as possible. He doubted that the kids could hold out for long, certainly not until he had vanquished the zombies outside. Inside the laboratory, several students had been forced to abandon the windows as the zombies relentlessly surged in, their expressions filled with despair. A group of boys shielded a few terrified girls behind them, frantically wielding their weapons to fend off the oncoming zombies. Had they not bound thick books to their arms and legs, they would have surely been injured by the relentless undead. Zhaogu? What do we do? We can't get out. Are we all going to die here? A stout boy under 1.70 m, broad-shouldered and round, cried out, his voice trembling. Shut up. If it weren't for your gluttony, we wouldn't be trapped here, Zhao Haokong retorted angrily, though his eyes mirrored the despair evident in the others. Yet, his movements did not falter for a moment. Look outside, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Zhao Haokong turned to the window and beheld a figure racing towards their location at an astonishing speed. The individual wielded a machete, leaving a trail of severed limbs in their wake. With no zombie able to impede their progress, Zhao Haokong, captivated by the sight, momentarily forgot to strike the zombie before him, which had already closed the distance and was lunging at him with its gaping maw. Dripping with gore, you little brat, daydreaming in the midst of battle will earn you a beating. Just as Zhao Haokong was about to be bitten, Xiao Kai leapt through the window into the laboratory. Before he even touched the ground, his machete cleaved through the air, sending several zombie heads soaring into the air. Startled by Xiao Kai's arrival, Zhao Haokong snapped back to reality, witnessing the nearby zombies lose their heads and collapse backward. His face turned pale with fright, realizing that had Xiao Kai been even a fraction of a second slower, he might have met a grim fate. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Are you waiting to serve a feast for the zombies? Xiao Kai exclaimed as he entered the laboratory, swiftly dispatching the zombies surrounding a few students. Turning back, he was taken aback to see everyone frozen in place, their expressions vacant, which caused him a headache. Unable to suppress his frustration, he shouted. Xiao Kai's voice snapped the dazed individuals back to attention, prompting them to raise their weapons and charge at the remaining zombies in the classroom, aiming for their heads. Come on, what are you afraid of? Put some strength into it. Hitting their legs is pointless. Aim for the head. Observing the flustered youth clumsily attacking the few zombies left in the laboratory, he found their hesitation bewildering. They could strike at the head, yet they were opting to hit the legs instead. Watching as they struck the heads, but with feeble force, failing to inflict any damage, he felt a headache coming on. He truly could not fathom how these individuals had survived until now, as they had seemed relatively competent against the zombies before his arrival. Yet now they appeared utterly disorganized, with Xiao Kai's guidance. The group gradually regained their composure, fighting with renewed vigor and confidence. Soon, with his assistance, all the zombies that had invaded the laboratory were eradicated, and the group found themselves barricaded once more at the windows. You all hold the fort here while I go out to slay. With this many zombies, it's bound to be exhausting. Xiao Kai cast a glance at the tall Zhao Haokong and spoke. This boy, towering at least 1.90 m, stands a head taller than me and is the only one among this group that truly catches my eye. During the recent skirmish, he was the only one who clearly understood where his attacks should be directed, and every strike he delivered was swift and fierce. Xiao Kai believed that without this boy, the others would have long succumbed to becoming fodder for the zombies. After finishing his words, Xiao Kai leaped out of the window and plunged once more into the horde of zombies. With his presence drawing their attention, most of the zombies lunged towards him, leaving only a handful near the window to continue their assault on the individuals inside the laboratory. As Shao Kai maneuvered through the throng of zombies, every swing of his machete sent one more undead creature crashing to the ground. Despite their overwhelming numbers, none of the zombies posed a threat to him. Compared to those evolved rats, the zombies were distinctly easier to handle. Zhao Haokong observed Shao Kai's relentless slaughter amidst the zombies, a glimmer of envy shining in his eyes. He secretly vowed never to experience that sense of despair again. Ever since his youth, he had harbored a passion for combat, dreaming of one day becoming a modern-day hero. To this end, he had honed a plethora of fighting techniques, often overpowering his opponents in the arena. When the virus first erupted and zombies began to appear, he had displayed great valiance, having rescued many of the individuals surrounding him. However, upon witnessing those bitten by zombies, no matter how trivial the injury, transform into the undead, he became filled with dread. He could no longer muster the courage to charge into the fray. Even hesitating to rescue former classmates being pursued by zombies, in truth, with his combat prowess, facing off against a dozen zombies would have posed no challenge, but he could not gamble with his life. A mere scratch could spell his doom and lead him to become one of those grotesque creatures. Shao Kai's presence, however, had awakened a realization within him. Zombies were not as terrifying as he once believed. Watching Shao Kai deftly evade their attacks while effortlessly reaping their lives with his machete left him unable to suppress his envy. Chapter 33. Who are you trying to scare? Even if Shao Kai were to slay one zombie at a time, the task of eliminating nearly 1,000 of them took him the entire morning. Only after ensuring that no more zombies lurked outside the experimental building did he return to the laboratory. His body smeared with the blood of the undead, Shao Kai re-entered the lab, drenched in gore. The group of young men and women recoiled in fear, their eyes reflecting sheer terror, in their moment of despair. Shao Kai's sudden emergence had seemed like a ray of hope, an angel sent from above to deliver them from their plight. However, as they witnessed him mercilessly dispatching hundreds of zombies, their hearts began to waver. Seeing their former teachers and classmates have their heads severed by Shao Kai's blade, blood splattering onto him, they subconsciously labeled him as a cold-blooded killer, believing only such a person could ruthlessly slay hundreds of beings that were once human. As Shao Kai approached, having eradicated all the zombies, the fear within them intensified, their gazes upon him akin to that of a demon. Among them, only Zhao Haokong remained steadfast, his eyes brimming with admiration for Shao Kai's formidable presence. In his eyes, Shao Kai had become synonymous with strength. In this apocalyptic world, only someone of his caliber could hope to survive. Observing the multitude of fearful eyes upon him, Shao Kai disdainfully curled his lip before stepping to the window and beckoning to Wang Kursin, who was hiding in the adjacent building. Moments later, a striking figure emerged, armed with an assault rifle slung over her shoulder and an ancient long sword in hand. Without waiting for Wang Kursin to approach, Shao Kai swung open the laboratory door, unwilling to let her clamber through the blood-stained window. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Wang Kursin rushed towards Shao Kai, concern etched across her face as she entered the laboratory. "What could happen to me? They're the ones in trouble," Shao Kai replied, spreading his arms and glancing at Zhao Haokong and the others. After confirming that Shao Kai bore no injuries beyond the blood that coated him, Wang Kursin breathed a sigh of relief, handing her backpack to him before turning to Zhao Haokong and the others. "Do not be afraid. We are here to find Professor X. Is he still alive?" Wang Kursin addressed the group of younger students in a gentle tone. Her presence alleviated some of the panic within the laboratory, yet tension still lingered among the crowd. No one dared to speak first in response to Wang Kursin's inquiry, their glances frequently darting towards Shao Kai. "Do not be afraid. He is my friend. His name is Shao Kai." Noticing the fearful expressions directed at Shao Kai, Wang Kursin sighed inwardly and turned to him. Upon glancing at his own bloodied appearance, Shao Kai understood their trepidation. Indeed, he looked rather intimidating in his current state. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in future battles. Not only would his blood-stained visage frighten others, but cleaning up and changing clothes would also prove to be a hassle. Shao Kai smiled at Wang Kursin before exiting the laboratory, heading towards the restroom. As he departed, the atmosphere in the laboratory lightened considerably. The two girls who had been sheltered in the back stepped forward, curiosity glimmering in their eyes as they regarded Wang Kursin. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Professor Shi?" one petite girl with a ponytail asked. My name is Wang Kersin. I was also a student here. I have something very important to discuss with Professor Shi, she replied, addressing the two girls that you're a senior. I'm Lu Qian. Professor Shi is quite kind. He is in the laboratory, the girl responded, pointing to the floor below. As more individuals joined the conversation, tension dissipated, and Wang Kersin began to grasp the current state of affairs at the medical university. The situation was much as she had anticipated. After the virus outbreak, the university's leadership had dispatched all students above their second year, along with most faculty, to various hospitals for support, leaving only first-year students and a handful of professors behind. Initially, only fourth-year students had been sent to assist, but soon third-year students followed suit, and within days, even second-year students who had just grasped the basics were deployed. It was said that the personnel in hospitals were severely strained, with some medical schools even dispatching exceptional first-year students. Days later, the virus's sudden explosion led to over half of the remaining first-year students becoming zombies. Initially, the remaining individuals, under the guidance of their teachers, attempted to contain the situation, but they were unprepared for the sheer number of faculty and students who had been bitten and subsequently transformed. Only then did the gravity of their predicament become apparent. Under the leadership of the Director of Education, the survivors took refuge in Professor Shi's laboratory, which had become the safest haven within the medical university. After Lu Qian wrapped her arm around Wang Kersin's, inquiring with curiosity, Lu Qian's question momentarily left Wang Kersin in a daze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. On the other side of Wang Kersin, the girl Chen Yun, upon noticing Wang Kersin's expression, exchanged a knowing wink with Lu Qian. Chapter 34. Am I that frightening? Is it not inappropriate for you to speak ill of others behind their backs? Just as the group was engrossed in their lively conversation, Xiao Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. The once bustling laboratory fell silent in an instant as everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Kai, who stood at the door. Having changed into a clean outfit after washing up, Xiao Kai felt a bit awkward as he scratched his still damp hair, surveying the abruptly quiet laboratory before stepping inside. Upon his arrival, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing him to approach Wang Kersin effortlessly. What is going on with them? Am I truly that terrifying? Noticing the reactions of those around him, Xiao Kai turned his head away, his cheeks tinged with a faint hue, and asked Wang Kersin, it's not surprising, considering your earlier appearance startled them, covered in blood. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Wang Kersin remarked with a slight smile, aware that Xiao Kai's previous demeanor had indeed frightened everyone, as she observed the clear fear in their eyes directed towards him. These students have not encountered much in life. Xiao Kai's earlier visage was undeniably alarming. However, now that he was clean, he appeared rather handsome. Alleviating her fears somewhat, I didn't mean to, but there were just too many zombies, and I had no choice. By the way, has Professor Gong been located? Xiao Kai recognized that emerging from each battle covered in blood was indeed unpleasant and silently resolved to avoid such a situation in the future. They are still in the laboratory. There are still many waiting for us to bring back food. Would you like to accompany them? After a few minutes of recovery, Wang Kersin's flush faded as she turned to discuss matters of importance. It's a minor task. You just wait here. Who is it? Lead the way. Let us make haste. After scanning the group, Xiao Kai pointed at Zhao Haokong. Kaigo, my name is Zhao Haokong. We can manage on our own. You've already exhausted yourself. You should rest here, Zhao Haokong quickly replied upon being singled out by Xiao Kai. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. If we encounter zombies while we're there, I have to come to your rescue? If you find it bothersome, I certainly do as well. Let us move swiftly. Apart from Wang Kersin, Xiao Kai was not particularly courteous to the others. Having said that, he led the way outside, prompting Zhao Haokong to call a few others to follow. Although all the nearby zombies had been dealt with, Xiao Kai still took a moment to circle the experimental building to ensure no undead lurked nearby before accompanying Zhao Haokong and the others toward the cafeteria. Most of the zombies had been drawn to the vicinity of the laboratory, yet a small number remained scattered throughout the campus. Along the way, when encountering a few zombies, Xiao Kai stood aside, allowing Zhao Haokong and the others to dispatch them. Only when they faced a larger group of zombies did he lend them his assistance. With Xiao Kai by their side, Zhao Haokong and the others found their courage bolstered significantly, attacking the zombies without hesitation, resulting in quite a number of them being slain. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Xiao Kai immediately spotted several bags of rice discarded on the floor, alongside noodles and various condiments. A damaged vending machine leaned against the wall, clearly the sight of Zhu Zhilong's mischief. Zhao Haokong emerged from the kitchen with a cart, loading all the items from the ground into it, and even scavenging some undamaged vegetables from the kitchen to add to their haul. As they prepared to leave, Zhu Zhilong somehow acquired an oversized shopping bag, stuffing it with drinks and instant noodles from the vending machine. Unable to fit everything, he distributed a drink to each person, even insisting on handing Xiao Kai a bottle of cola. On the return journey, with the zombies cleared and their goods in a cart, everyone's spirits lifted considerably as they chatted and sipped their drinks. Upon reuniting with Wang Kersin at the laboratory, they all proceeded to the elevator leading to the underground experimental room. Originally, the elevator was inoperative due to the power outage, but Professor Gong's underground lab was different. It boasted a large-capacity backup battery and numerous solar panels installed on the roof to prevent irreversible damage to the ongoing experiments in the event of a power failure. Once inside the elevator, Zhao Haokong produced Professor Gong's identity card, swiping it across the control panel. With a soft beep, the elevator began its descent. Without Professor Gong's identity card, the elevator could only ascend and would not allow access to the underground laboratory. As the elevator came to a halt and the doors remained shut, Xiao Kai heard a girl outside urgently knocking and calling out, her voice laced with panic. "Xiao Haokong, you must come out quickly. Ting Ting is in trouble." Upon hearing that Ting Ting was in peril, Zhao Haokong's expression shifted dramatically as he squeezed through the slightly ajar elevator door. "What happened to Ting Ting? Where is she?" Zhao Haokong asked a girl outside, whose face was dotted with freckles. "She has been summoned into the lounge by the head of the department, and the door has been locked from the inside. We can't get in." The freckled girl explained anxiously as Zhao Haokong emerged. "Damn it, that beast." The freckled girl's words only deepened Zhao Haokong's scowl. Releasing her, he spun around and dashed away. Seeing this, Xiao Kai and the others followed with curiosity. Not far along, they found Zhao Haokong repeatedly slamming against the door while calling out Ting Ting's name, flanked by several anxious girls. "Zhao Haokong, what should we do? This door is so sturdy. We can't break it down." One of the girls exclaimed that it must be that old lecher, scheming again. Lu Qian, standing beside Wang Kersin, suddenly spoke up. The moment her words fell, the expressions of everyone present, except for Xiao Kai, shifted dramatically, and the group of boys charged forward to assist in battering the door down. Wang Kersin glanced at Xiao Kai, who seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation, and sighed before explaining. The head of the department is Zhao Kong, a man who secured his position through connections, yet possesses no relevant medical qualifications. He only holds the title of head of the department due to his powerful backing. However, despite his title, he neglects the duties of a proper head of the department, spending his days finding various excuses to harass female students. Receiving countless complaints that have all fallen on deaf ears, gradually, everyone came to understand that his connections were too formidable. Even the school dared not provoke him, and they simply avoided him at all costs. Just a few minutes ago, the head of the department claimed that Professor Gong was unwell and asked Ting Ting to assist him in the lounge, yet other girls had just seen Professor Gong leaving the laboratory. Considering the head of the department's character, even the dullest of the girls present could deduce that he intended to assault Ting Ting. Ting Ting's full name is Zhang Ting Ting, and she is Zhao Haokong's girlfriend, which explains his current urgency. However, the lounge door was far too solid, and despite Zhao Haokong's relentless efforts, he could not force it open. Chapter 35. Do you know who I am? Upon hearing that the head of the department was a lecher, Xiao Kai cast a tense glance at Wang Kersin, fully aware that she, too, was regarded as a beauty of school flower caliber at Guangyang Medical University. Rest assured, I have not been taken advantage of by him. Wang Kersin, noticing Xiao Kai's anxious demeanor, felt a surge of sweetness in her heart as she spoke. Upon hearing Wang Kersin's assurance that she had not been wronged, Xiao Kai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet he had no intention of letting the head of the department off the hook. After all, Wang Kersin had said she had not been taken advantage of, not that she had not been harassed, indicating that she had indeed been subjected to his unwelcome advances, albeit without any actual benefit to him. The thought of Wang Kersin being harassed by an older man ignited a surge of anger within Xiao Kai, prompting him to stride towards Zhao Haokong and the others who were still ramming against the door. "Everyone, stand aside." Xiao Kai forcefully cleared a path through the crowd gathered at the door. Seeing Xiao Kai approach, Zhao Haokong quickly stepped aside. The laboratory doors were specially made, and despite the boys' attempts to break it down, they had made little progress, leaving Xiao Kai to try his hand at it. Without uttering a word, Xiao Kai positioned himself beside the door and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick squarely to its center, trusting that his strength, far exceeding that of an average person, would be sufficient to breach it. With a resounding crash, the lounge door flew open, crashing into the room. Zhao Haokong rushed in immediately, with Xiao Kai following closely behind, fury radiating from him as he stepped into the lounge. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie, his thinning hair and pale complexion betraying his fright, stared wide-eyed at the door that Xiao Kai had just kicked in on the sofa inside. Zhao Haokong was gently comforting a disheveled girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Kai cast a brief glance at Zhao Haokong before turning his attention to the middle-aged man, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "So you are the head of the department. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your thinning hair and pallid complexion suggest that your kidney function may be quite lacking." Xiao Kai's eyes darkened as he regarded Zhao Kong, his tone laced with mockery. "Who are you, and who permitted you to barge in here?" Zhao Kong gazed at the approaching Xiao Kai, retreating a few steps. After swallowing hard, he feigned calmness and bellowed. "Today, after Zhao Haokong took his people out, I waited for over half a day without seeing them return. I thought they might never come back, and without food, I would be trapped here to die." Contemplating the inevitability of his fate, he realized that with so many girls accompanying him, it would be a tremendous loss if he couldn't manage to have even one. Thus, emboldened by his malicious thoughts, he concocted an excuse to lure the most beautiful girl, Zhang Tingting, into the lounge. Just as he was about to make his move, the sounds of banging on the door and Zhao Haokong's shouts echoed outside, startling him into hastily straightening his clothes before attempting to open the door. To his astonishment, the door was kicked in by Xiao Kai, nearly striking him. "Who do you think you are? Is this your home? Do you need my permission to enter?" Xiao Kai regarded Zhao Kong with a look of disdain. "This is a school, not a marketplace. You can't just waltz in whenever you please." Feeling belittled by Xiao Kai's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Kang's face flushed with rage. GZ Medical University is a prestigious institution, and as a director there with a formidable background, even the principal would give him some respect, let alone the students. Moreover, it was evident to him that Xiao Kai was not a student of the medical university. The humiliation of being mocked by an outsider was infuriating. "You do recognize this is a school, don't you? With your actions, you dare to call yourself a director? Hey kid, how do you intend to resolve this?" After mocking Zhao Kong, Xiao Kai turned his attention to Zhao Haokong, who had been comforting Zhang Tingting, and inquired. Upon hearing Xiao Kai's shout, Zhao Haokong turned, his expression seething with anger as he glared at Zhao Kong, his clenched fists straining with tension, wishing nothing more than to land a punch on Zhao Kang's face. However, the principles instilled in him since childhood, coupled with the reverence for teachers, restrained him, leaving him only able to glare at Zhao Kong, even though the fire of rage burned fiercely in his eyes. Noticing that Zhao Haokong was merely staring at the director without uttering a single harsh word, Xiao Kai scoffed, "Humph, this is our school's affair. I advise you to mind your own business." Seeing Zhao Haokong silent, Zhao Kang's expression turned triumphant as he cast a glance at Xiao Kai. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kai's brows furrowed, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him, and he swiftly slapped Zhao Kong across the face. With a crisp sound echoing through the room, everyone turned in shock to witness the scene. Xiao Kai and the stunned Zhao Kong clutching his face. Only Wang Kersen remained unsurprised. She knew that with Xiao Kai's temperament, Zhao Kong would undoubtedly face a beating today. "You dare strike me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Zhao Kong looked at Xiao Kai, disbelief etched across his face. "Having struck you, do you think I would hesitate? A person like you deserves a beating. It would be too lenient not to toss you out to feed the zombies," Xiao Kai retorted, lifting his foot to kick Zhao Kong, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he proceeded to rain down punches and kicks upon the director. In his past life of social turbulence, although Xiao Kai had committed numerous misdeeds, he had never bullied girls. In fact, he detested those who did. Whenever he encountered such individuals, he would always take it upon himself to teach them a lesson, which had earned him many enemies. Today, having heard of Zhao Kang's actions, he could no longer contain himself. He had originally hoped Zhao Haokong would take action, but seeing him merely seethe in silence, Xiao Kai was compelled to intervene personally. "Stop it! I was wrong," Zhao Kong cried out in desperation as he lay on the ground, begging for mercy. "Xiao Kai, enough!" Wang Kersen called out, noting that Xiao Kai seemed increasingly caught up in his fury, disregarding Zhao Kang's pleas. observing the cruel look that had begun to surface on Xiao Kai's face. A sense of unease crept into her heart. She had never witnessed such a demeanor on him before. She quickly interjected, though she did not care for Zhao Kang's fate. Nonetheless, with dozens of eyes upon them, she worried about how the students would perceive Xiao Kai if he were to kill Zhao Kong, and how they would explain it to Professor Gong later. Upon hearing Wang Kursen's voice, Xiao Kai finally ceased his assault. Zhao Kong, seeing that Xiao Kai had stopped, scrambled away to a safe distance before daring to rise, his face a mask of terror as he regarded Xiao Kai. Observing the director's bruised countenance, Xiao Kai shook his hands and smiled, the savage expression fading from his features. Finally, that feels better, he remarked before turning away from Zhao Kong and striding over to stand beside Zhao Haokong. Looking down at him, that I've heard you've studied free combat and possessed decent skills, yet your present demeanor is truly disgraceful. Your woman has been wronged, yet all you do is glare at him. Do you think a mere glare can kill? Are you not aware that we are in an apocalyptic world? Even if you were to kill him, no one would trouble you if you continue to behave in this manner. I suggest you remain within this laboratory. What the outside world is capable of is beyond your imagination. There is nothing they cannot accomplish. You possess strength but lack the will to use it. What, then, is the purpose of your training in free combat? Xiao Kai's words seemed directed at Zhao Haokong, yet they served as a stark reminder to all present that the era of peace had ended, and the apocalypse had descended, with zombies lurking everywhere. However, the undead were not the most terrifying aspect. Having navigated the treacherous waters of society for years, Xiao Kai understood that when the law loses its grip, the evils hidden within humanity erupt, making people the most fearsome creatures of all. Xiao Kai's words fell like a bucket of icy water on the heads of all present, causing their hearts to tremor involuntarily. Having grown up sheltered by their parents, they were evidently unaware of the horrors that human depravity could manifest in this new world. Xiao Kai's words undoubtedly awakened them. Reflecting on Zhao Kang's behavior, they began to comprehend why he felt emboldened enough to act so brazenly. Zhao Haokong could not help but think that had Xiao Kai not arrived in the nick of time, the girl in his arms would undoubtedly have suffered Zhao Kang's humiliation. With that thought, he stood up abruptly, advancing towards Zhao Kong. As the murderous intent emanated from Zhao Haokong, beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Kang's forehead, his body trembling involuntarily. The multitude of furious gazes surrounding him made it clear that henceforth, his position as a director could no longer intimidate these students, and all of this was thanks to Xiao Kai. This is your final warning. If I ever learn that you have bullied any female student again, I will personally see to your demise, Zhao Haokong proclaimed coldly. With that, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered a nearby wooden table, sending splinters flying in all directions. Without sparing another glance at the pale-faced Zhao Kong, Zhao Haokong returned to Zhang Tingting's side, helping her to her feet and leading her toward the exit. As they passed Xiao Kai, he quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Xiao Kai smiled but said nothing, merely glancing at the scattered debris before turning to exit the room. As Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong departed, the others gradually left the room as well, leaving Zhao Kong to stare at Xiao Kai's retreating figure, resentment beginning to simmer in his eyes. Upon exiting the lounge, the group exchanged introductions, and upon learning that Xiao Kai had saved Zhao Haokong and the others, expressions of gratitude were abundant. When it became known that Xiao Kai and Wang Kursen had urgent matters to discuss with Professor Gong, Zhang Tingting took the initiative to lead the way to the laboratory where Professor Gong was located, while the others set about handling the food they had brought back. At this point, Xiao Kai finally had the opportunity to take in the underground laboratory. The entire underground facility comprised several smaller laboratories, each equipped with different experimental apparatus. In addition to the scientific equipment, there were also adequate living facilities. It was no wonder Wang Kursen had mentioned that Professor Shi had been known to stay in the laboratory for 10 days to half a month. Such a well-equipped laboratory was reserved solely for Professor Gong, indicating his significant standing within the medical university. Zhang Tingting guided Xiao Kai and Wang Kursen to the innermost laboratory, and through the transparent glass wall, they saw a figure clad in a protective suit, intently observing something through a microscope. Professor Gong despises being disturbed during experiments. Are you certain your matter is of great importance? Zhang Tingting inquired from outside the laboratory, glancing at Xiao Kai and Wang Kursen. Rest assured, our matter is not only crucial but will surely pique Professor Gong's interest, Xiao Kai replied confidently with a smile. After receiving Xiao Kai's assurance, Zhang Tingting turned and gently knocked on the door twice, but the occupant inside did not respond, remaining focused on the microscope. With no other choice, Zhang Tingting steeled herself and knocked again, this time eliciting a slight response from inside. As a hand waved dismissively, but the figure remained seated. Perhaps we should wait until Professor Gong finishes his experiment before approaching him, Zhang Tingting suggested awkwardly. I will handle this, Xiao Kai stated, as he spoke. Xiao Kai raised his hand and struck the door, lacking the patience to wait any longer. Who could say when the experiment inside would be completed? Zhang Tingting attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a resounding bang, the door was struck repeatedly, each impact more forceful than the last. Those within stirred, and after a swift series of disinfection procedures, a figure emerged after shedding their protective gear. It's that scoundrel who knocked. I've told you not to disturb my research. Are you all eager to be expelled? Professor Gong, an elderly man with hair and beard now flecked with gray, emerged, his ire palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at the group. Professor Gong, they said they had something extremely important to discuss with you, which is why Zhang Tingting's voice dwindled in volume as she regarded the furious Professor Gong. What matter could possibly outweigh my current research? Do you have any idea how many lives could be saved if I obtain results sooner? Professor Gong, his gaze darting between Xiao Kai and Wang Kersen, bellowed in exasperation. He had been meticulously observing cells infected by the virus, and just as he was beginning to grasp something significant, Xiao Kai's interruption had shattered his train of thought, igniting his anger. Hey, old man, Xiao Kai began, but the reprimand directed at him left a bitter taste in his mouth. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Kersen pulled him back, leaving him to huff in silent indignation. Professor Gong, I am Wang Kersen. Do you remember me? We previously discussed gene locks, I assure you. My visit today is of utmost importance. After casting Xiao Kai a reassuring glance, Wang Kersen stepped forward to restrain the irate Professor Gong. Offering a warm smile, Wang Kersen, Professor Gong furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, recognition dawned upon him. He recalled a female student from his class who had posed a thought-provoking question about whether humanity could evolve to become immune to all known diseases. That discussion had touched upon evolution, its direction, and methods, during which he had mentioned gene locks, ITSU. What brings you here? And who is this young man? Your boyfriend? Professor Gong's expression transformed into one of delight as he playfully patted Wang Kersen's arm. However, when he turned to glance at Xiao Kai, his demeanor shifted abruptly, for he distinctly remembered Xiao Kai referring to him as old man. Wang Kersen stole a glance at Xiao Kai, noticing his averted gaze. And with a faint blush, she whispered, "He is my friend." Professor Gong, observing Wang Kersen's demeanor, surmised that their relationship was likely more complex than mere friendship, yet he chose not to delve into their personal matters. What piqued his interest was the significant issue Wang Kersen had alluded to. He believed she understood what truly mattered to him. Speak, what is it you wish to discuss with me? He inquired as he made his way to the lounge. Professor, his body may have undergone evolution, Wang Kersen asserted, recognizing that to capture Professor Gong's attention, she needed to present something of intrigue. The transformation of Xiao Kai's physique was undoubtedly a subject that would captivate Professor Gong's interest, its significance rivaling that of an atomic explosion. Oh? In what manner? Professor Gong inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Kai as he spoke. Despite his confidence in being one of the foremost experts on human evolution, he noticed nothing particularly extraordinary about Xiao Kai at first glance. Perhaps it was a matter of hearing or sight. Attributes not easily judged by the EYE.ITS, an all-encompassing evolution, Wang Kersen reiterated, sensing that Professor Gong had yet to grasp her meaning. Pardon? Could you repeat that? Professor Gong initially dismissed her words, but soon realized the gravity of what she had said, his expression turning to one of disbelief. I mean, his evolution is comprehensive. Strength, speed, stamina, even recovery rate. Each has seen a remarkable enhancement, far surpassing the norm in my understanding. As Wang Kersen spoke, Professor Gong's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Before she could finish, he had already approached Xiao Kai, his gaze alight with curiosity, even going so far as to pinch Xiao Kai's arm a few times. Under Professor Gong's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Kai felt exposed, as though stripped bare, a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin. Come with me, Professor Gong commanded, grabbing Xiao Kai and leading him toward a nearby laboratory. Yet Xiao Kai remained firmly planted like a nail, resisting despite Professor Gong's insistence, casting a pleading glance at Wang Kersen, as if fearing Professor Gong intended to dissect him for research. Professor Gong merely wants to conduct a physical examination. Your body indeed requires one, Wang Kersen reassured Xiao Kai, her concern evident. After consuming so many crystal cores, she felt it imperative to check on his health. Indeed, you're a grown man. Surely you aren't afraid of an old man like me? Professor Gong, frustrated by Xiao Kai's reluctance, felt as if he were being driven to distraction. Xiao Kai thought to himself, it's not that I fear you devouring me. Rather, I dread the prospect of you slicing me open. However, knowing that Wang Kersen had spoken in favor of the examination, he reluctantly acquiesced and followed Professor Gong into the lab. 2 hours later, in the now tidied lounge, Professor Gong sat on the sofa, excitement radiating from him as he perused a stack of data sheets, while Xiao Kai sat at a distance, his expression one of deep resentment. He had anticipated a simple checkup, but the examination had been exhaustive. Covering every inch from hair to toe, skin to internal organs, nothing had escaped Professor Gong's scrutiny. Had Xiao Kai not been so obstinate, even his undergarments would have been subject to examination. In his mind, Professor Gong was far more terrifying than any zombie, yet he could do nothing but endure. Before long, Wang Kersen and several other young women entered with trays of food, and Xiao Kai, transforming his indignation into appetite, buried himself in his meal. Wang Kersen took a seat beside Professor Gong, accepting the data he handed her, occasionally casting bewildered glances at Xiao Kai, a medical student. Wang Kersen understood the implications of the data she held. She was astonished that Xiao Kai had cooperated so willingly with Professor Gong despite his typically stubborn nature. Perfect, utterly perfect. This is undoubtedly the most flawless physique I have ever encountered. Professor Gong exclaimed, lifting his gaze from the papers to marvel at Xiao Kai. How on earth did he achieve this? A normal body could not possibly be without flaws, yet I find none in his. Could this be the result of evolution? Professor Gong's excitement was palpable as he grasped Wang Kersen's hand, eager to know more. Wang Kersen, who had been anxious about Xiao Kai's health, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing that Professor Gong had found no issues. Xiao Kai, while engrossed in his meal, had been listening intently to the exchange between Wang Kersen and Professor Gong. He too was concerned about his physical condition, which was why he had complied with the seemingly suffocating examination. Noticing Xiao Kai's silence, Wang Kersen shared all she knew, including the crystal cores obtained from evolved mice and zombies. Are you suggesting that his evolution is a direct result of consuming these crystal cores? Professor Gong inquired, examining the two differently colored cores in his hand. Indeed, I know him well. Before utilizing these cores, his physique was only marginally superior to that of an average person. Yet now he is something beyond humanity, and he has an insatiable appetite, akin to that of a pig, Wang Kersen remarked. Glancing at Xiao Kai, who had already devoured most of the food before him, being able to eat is entirely normal. Physical evolution necessitates immense energy, and most of that energy is derived from our food. Professor Gong noted, casting a glance at Xiao Kai before continuing, I had long anticipated the possibility of human evolution. Over the past few days, I have been observing the mutations of the virus, simulating various environments to see how it interacts with different cell types. I must say, this virus is extraordinarily powerful. Every outcome has resulted in viral assimilation, and it continues to evolve with each observation. Each instance differs from the last. If this virus continues to evolve unchecked, humanity faces extinction. Yet I firmly believe that we will not perish. Our bodies possess remarkable adaptability, and one day, we shall triumph over these viruses. Today, you have presented me with the most exquisite solution. If I can discover the means of evolution, these viruses will no longer pose a threat to us. The thought of a future where humanity not only conquers the virus but also evolves to greater heights filled Professor Gong with uncontained enthusiasm, causing him to gesture animatedly. That is splendid. Is there anything we can do to assist? Upon hearing that humanity had a chance to triumph over the virus, Wang Kersen expressed her elation and inquired. Of course, gather more of these crystal cores for me. They are undoubtedly the key to human evolution. Also, young man, allow me to draw a bit more blood, Professor Gong said, leaning his head closer to Xiao Kai. Old man, enough is enough. You've already taken more than enough, Xiao Kai exclaimed, irked at the prospect of another blood draw. During his previous health examination, it was agreed that only a small sample would be taken. Yet he had ended up losing 2 substantial vials. His faith in this untrustworthy old man had been shattered. You, young lad, are in the prime of your life. Why is it so difficult to draw a bit of blood from you? You must understand, this is a contribution to all of humanity. Professor Gong, sensing Xiao Kai's reluctance, became anxious. He had conceived numerous ideas that relied on Xiao Kai's blood, which contained invaluable information. The minuscule amount he had already drawn was woefully insufficient. Moreover, who knew when Xiao Kai might depart? It would be far more prudent to stockpile as much as possible now. After much persuasion from Professor Gong, Xiao Kai reluctantly consented to another blood draw. After successfully extracting no less than 200 milliliters, the professor shamelessly seized all their evolutionary and zombie crystal cores before hastily retreating into the laboratory, a typical case of using and discarding. Watching the collection of crystal cores being taken away by Professor Gong, Xiao Kai felt a wave of regret wash over him for having come to this place. Fortunately, there remained nearly 1,000 zombie crystal cores awaiting his excavation outside. Though it would be laborious, the prospect of such a significant bounty was not to be overlooked. With thoughts of the impending treasure fueling his resolve, Xiao Kai could no longer remain idle. He was convinced that it would not be long before Professor Gong would discover the applications of the evolutionary and zombie crystal cores. He needed to amass a considerable quantity before the significance of the crystal cores became widely recognized. Thus, he hurried to find Zhao Haokong, requesting that he gather a group to accompany him out of the underground laboratory. At this juncture, Zhao Haokong and his companions were still oblivious to the utility of the crystal cores. When Xiao Kai extracted a zombie crystal core from a zombie's head, curiosity compelled them to gather around. Under the pretense of building their courage, he urged them to excavate every zombie crystal core from the remains, promising to reveal the secret behind his strength once they completed the task. Upon realizing that they too might possess the potential to become as formidable as Xiao Kai, everyone became intrigued and dispersed to commence their extraction of the crystal cores. Those who chose to attend medical school were not timid. Having dissected human corpses, they faced the zombies without fear, aside from a slight sense of revulsion. Moreover, with their understanding of human anatomy, they were able to locate and extract the zombie crystal cores with greater efficiency than Xiao Kai. Before nightfall, not only had they unearthed all the zombie crystal cores, but they also gathered the scattered bodies into a single pile. Satisfied with the considerable haul of zombie crystal cores, Xiao Kai returned to the underground laboratory. When pressed for a powerful right hook struck Xiao Kai in the abdomen. However, Xiao Kai's physical prowess was remarkable. Zhao Haokong's punch, capable of causing ordinary individuals to spit blood, felt merely like a scratch to Xiao Kai. Instead, Zhao Haokong perceived his fist colliding with something as unyielding as steel, sending a jolt of pain through his knuckles. Not surprised that Zhao Haokong evaded his attack, Xiao Kai acknowledged that his opponent was a professional. It would indeed be embarrassing if he could not dodge even a basic punch. Yet, he was no pushover. Years of fighting experience allowed him to react swiftly when Zhao Haokong's right hook connected. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Haokong's neck and, using his foot to push off the ground, drove his knee into Zhao Haokong's chest. Although Zhao Haokong lacked the strength of Xiao Kai, his speed and experience were incomparable. The moment Xiao Kai gripped his neck, Zhao Haokong instinctively understood Xiao Kai's next move. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his still extended right fist downward, bracing it against the knee that was colliding with him. Initially, Zhao Haokong intended to intercept the knee strike mid-movement to diminish its impact. However, he underestimated Xiao Kai's strength. While Zhao Haokong successfully positioned both hands against Xiao Kai's knee, the latter's immense force relentlessly drove his hands into his chest. Lifting Zhao Haokong's feet off the ground, he had no doubt that had his hands not been positioned to block, several of his ribs would have surely been shattered by now. From the outset of the fight, Xiao Kai had completely dominated Zhao Haokong. Although Zhao Haokong had trained in Sanda combat since childhood and possessed a wealth of fighting techniques, Xiao Kai had grown up fighting on the streets, amassing an abundance of practical experience. While he may not have been versed in formal techniques, his combat experience was exceedingly rich, and after his physical evolution, both his resistance to blows and reaction speed had greatly improved. To an onlooker, the two seemed to be exchanging blows in a balanced manner, but Zhao Haokong found himself in silent suffering. Each of his punches and kicks felt as if they were striking reinforced steel, failing to inflict any damage on Xiao Kai, while Xiao Kai's seemingly feeble strikes left Zhao Haokong in excruciating pain. Within a mere few minutes, Zhao Haokong had become a bruised and battered mess under Xiao Kai's relentless assault. After Xiao Kai sent Zhao Haokong sprawling once more, he hesitated to continue the onslaught, realizing that further aggression would be akin to bullying. Why apologies? I may have hit a bit too hard, Xiao Kai said with a sheepish grin as he stepped closer to Zhao Haokong. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it, Zhao Haokong replied, cradling his swollen cheek and shaking his head. Those who trained in Sanda often found themselves battered and bruised during practice or competitions. Thus, claiming to be accustomed to it was entirely reasonable. Kai Gu, Zhao Gu, something's wrong. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out from a distance. Xiao Kai turned to see two individuals sprinting towards them, their faces etched with fear. What has happened? Zhao Haokong inquired as he recognized their classmates who had accompanied them. Zombies, a horde of them, the pair gasped as they drew near. Following their gaze, Xiao Kai recalled that direction should lead to the main entrance of Guangyang Medical University. Let us go and see, Xiao Kai declared, sprinting towards the direction from whence the two had come. However, he had not ventured far before he beheld a dark mass of zombies approaching them. These undead creatures were undoubtedly pursuing the two who had just arrived, but how had so many zombies infiltrated the campus? Hadn't the main gates been secured? Run, Xiao Kai shouted, turning back as he raced away. The sheer number of zombies had already overwhelmed much of the campus. While he felt confident in his ability to fight his way out, he feared for the safety of the university students trailing behind. Even if he disregarded their safety, he could not abandon Wang Kersin, who remained in the underground laboratory. How did these zombies get in? Zhao Haokong asked as he sprinted towards the laboratory. Someone opened the school's main gate. By the time we discovered it, many zombies had already entered the campus, the two explained, panting heavily. If I find out who did this, I will tear them apart and feed them to the zombies. Zhu Zhilong fumed, his already limited speed further hindered by his size. Upon hearing that someone had intentionally opened the gates to release the zombies, he was filled with rage. Where's Zhao Kong? Xiao Kai scanned the area and noted that everyone except Zhao Kong was present. A sense of foreboding washing over him. When you all began your sparring, he claimed to have a stomach ache and went to the restroom. A voice chimed in. With a grim expression, Xiao Kai quickened his pace back. Increasingly aware of the zombies that began to appear along the way as he approached the laboratory, it was already surrounded by zombies, their numbers significantly greater than the previous day. The direction from which they had come indicated that at least 2 doors had been breached. Stay close to me, Xiao Kai commanded, brandishing his machete as he led the charge towards the research building. He had to reach the underground laboratory before the pursuing zombies caught up. Otherwise, should they be encircled? Not only would the university students be in peril, but he himself would also face grave danger. Under Xiao Kai's leadership, the group plunged into the throng of zombies. Not only did he clear a path through the undead, but he also kept a vigilant eye on the university students behind him to prevent any from being dragged away. Today's mission to eradicate zombies had been his suggestion, and the opening of the gate was likely Zhao Kang's doing, making him directly responsible for the situation. This meant that the students behind him were entangled in the consequences of his actions, and if anyone were to be injured because of him, he would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Quick, open the door, Xiao Kai shouted as they reached the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. Observing that all the university students had made it, he let out a sigh of relief. He had exerted himself to the utmost, using his body to shield them from the zombies' attacks on multiple occasions, ensuring that they all arrived safely as soon as they opened the elevator. They would be secure. Chapter 40. Who can fix the elevator? No, the elevator's power has been cut. The doors won't open, Zhao Haokong exclaimed, standing before the elevator doors with his ID card in hand, only to find that the control panel was unresponsive. His expression shifted to one of despair. Then pry the door open, Xiao Kai shouted, seeing the gathering horde of zombies. It's futile. The elevators here are specially designed. Once the power is cut, it's impossible to open them manually, Zhao Haokong replied, slamming his fist against the elevator door. He was certain that the elevator had been tampered with, and the culprit could only be Zhao Kong. Among those who had emerged, he was the only one absent, leaving no room for doubt. The reasons behind this were all too clear. Both Zhao Haokong and Xiao Kai had anticipated Zhao Kong's potential for retaliation but had not foreseen its swift and extreme nature. This was clearly a plot against their lives. What is that door for? Xiao Kai pointed to a door nearest the elevator. It's a storage room, filled with cleaning supplies, someone from the crowd responded. Charge in, Xiao Kai commanded decisively. The others, hearing his words, hesitated not a moment longer and surged towards the storage room. The elevator was merely 10 meters from the storage room, yet that distance had become a treacherous barrier blocked by zombies. Xiao Kai led the charge, leveraging his formidable strength to carve a path through the horde. Bringing up the rear, Zhao Haokong wielded 2 iron pipes, relentlessly striking the heads of the approaching zombies. However, his strength proved insufficient. Although each blow landed accurately, it often took 3 or 4 strikes to take down a single zombie. In contrast, the rather rotund Zhu Zhilong, equipped with a baseball bat, stood out amongst them. Whenever he witnessed a classmate in danger, he would swing his bat fiercely. Each hit toppling a zombie. 10 meters would typically take mere seconds to traverse, yet they spent nearly a full minute battling their way through. Just as the zombies threatened to overwhelm them, at the last possible moment, they all burst into the storage room. Xiao Kai was the last to enter, and as soon as he did, the others swiftly closed the door and barricaded it with a shelving unit. "Damn it, that scared the life out of me," Zhu Zhilong exclaimed, collapsing to the floor, panting heavily. The cramped storage room, already filled with cleaning tools, now housed a dozen or more young men. While Zhu Zhilong found a spot to sit, the others were forced to lean against the walls. "Aside from the elevator, is there any other way to access the underground laboratory?" Xiao Kai surveyed the gathered individuals with a grim expression before inquiring in a low voice. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their attention to him, but in the next moment, they all instinctively squeezed towards the storage room. Noticing the growing crowd, Xiao Kai furrowed his brows as he observed the flicker of fear in their eyes. Even Zhao Haokong clutched tightly onto the steel pipe, his face etched with seriousness as he regarded him. Glancing down at himself, Xiao Kai realized he was not only smeared with the gruesome blood of zombies, but also bore numerous wounds. Likely from his earlier desperate charge when he forcefully shoved through the zombies, it was no wonder they feared him. They must have witnessed others who had been wounded by zombies, all of whom eventually succumbed to the same fate. "Rest assured, my body has evolved. I am immune to the virus and will not turn into a zombie," Xiao Kai spoke softly, attempting to alleviate their fears. Yet, seeing their continued vigilance, he sighed inwardly and shook his head. Concluding that he could not rely on these individuals and needed to find a way back to the underground laboratory swiftly, Tio returned to the underground laboratory. The only option was to repair the elevator. Observing Xiao Kai's intent to leave alone, Zhao Haokong spoke up. He still had faith in Xiao Kai's words. Throughout their journey, he had always trailed behind, witnessing each of Xiao Kai's injuries and the rapid healing of his wounds. If Xiao Kai were to become infected and turn into a zombie, some reaction should have manifested by now, yet he remained as composed as ever, indicating that he was indeed truthful. "Who among you can repair the elevator?" Xiao Kai asked, realizing that fixing the elevator was their only path forward. He himself lacked the skills, and his only hope lay in the possibility that someone present might possess the necessary expertise. However, no one spoke, clearly still harboring doubts about Xiao Kai. "Repairing the elevator is our only lifeline. If we stay here, the zombies outside will inevitably break in, and this door won't hold for much longer," Zhao Haokong stated seriously, turning to the others. Upon hearing Zhao Haokong's words, a palpable silence fell over the group. They understood the gravity of the situation, but it wasn't a matter of unwillingness. They simply lacked the knowledge to fix the elevator. "I might be able to give it a try." Just as Xiao Kai was about to give up, Zhu Zhilong raised his hand, a hint of resignation in his voice. His declaration instantly drew the attention of everyone in the storage room. "Before I came to medical school, I intended to study electrical engineering, but my family vehemently opposed it, insisting that we all become white-coated angels, leaving me no choice but to enroll in medical school." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhu Zhilong sighed and explained. "How confident are you in your ability to repair it?" Xiao Kai inquired, regarding Zhu Zhilong earnestly. "The elevator is certainly not broken. The issue lies within the circuit. The head instructor must have cut off the power from the inside. The underground laboratory has only one backup power switch, which Professor Gong installed to prevent disruptions to his work during power outages. Therefore, he must have severed the backup power line, which connects to the battery. The main power remains on. It's just that the elevator cannot be used due to the outage. If I connect the main power line to the battery, we can reboot the elevator." Zhu Zhilong spoke with unwavering confidence. "Then let us proceed at once," Xiao Kai said eagerly, thrilled by Zhu Zhilong's assurance. "Now?" Zhu Zhilong glanced at the door, rattling ominously under the weight of the zombies outside. A pang of regret washing over him for admitting he could fix the elevator. However, He understood he could not back down. Zhao Haokong's girlfriend was still inside. If he did not go, Zhao Haokong would undoubtedly attempt to save her, risking his life in the process. Zhu Zhilong could not bear to watch his friend venture into danger alone. "I will join you," Zhao Haokong declared, glancing at Zhu Zhilong, who was seated on the floor. With only 2 of the 4 brothers from their dormitory remaining, he reflected on their past camaraderie, gaming, playing basketball, and pursuing girls, and felt a strong urge to protect this last remaining bond. Furthermore, he recognized Zhu Zhilong's motivations for repairing the elevator. He could not let his brother face this peril alone. Chapter 41. What it means to be a brother. Shao Kai silently regarded Zhao Haokong, saying nothing. Although he had never attended university and was unfamiliar with the bonds of brotherhood found there, he felt he was beginning to grasp what it meant. Brotherhood does not necessarily imply closeness. Rather, it signifies a profound understanding of one another. In times of trouble, a brother may not take up arms for you, but he will never hinder your efforts. "If you can brave the mountains for me, I shall accompany you through the flames." Perhaps that is the essence of brotherhood. Throughout his life, apart from Wang Kursin, he could scarcely claim to have friends, and even that may be an exaggeration. While he had once mingled with various acquaintances, sharing drinks and meals, they had always proclaimed their loyalty, yet when true adversity struck, they would shy away with endless excuses. Thus, he found himself envious of Zhao Haokong's bond with Zhu Zhilong. "Having made our decision, let us depart. Those who wish to remain may do so," Shao Kai stated as he scanned the room. He had initially wished to save everyone present, but witnessing their fearful reactions to his wounds had dispelled any doubts. Had he not possessed formidable strength, they would have eagerly cast him out. Seeing that Shao Kai had positioned himself at the door, Zhao Haokong, too, stepped forward, no longer hesitating. Zhu Zhilong, wearing a bittersweet smile, rose to his feet. He had merely aspired to navigate his 4 years of university life with ease and then enter the hospital arranged by his parents, seeking no grand achievements but merely fulfilling their wishes. Yet now, he found himself compelled to face the countless zombies outside. If they succeeded, perhaps everyone would survive. If they failed, he did not know whether others would perish. But he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, it mattered little. With brothers by his side, it was worth it. A sudden smile broke across Zhu Zhilong's face, revealing a row of gleaming teeth as he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Haokong. Both prepared for the challenge ahead. Once Shao Kai confirmed that both were ready, he signaled for Zhu Zhilong to prepare to open the door and then pushed aside the cluttered shelves blocking the entrance. "Open the door." At Shao Kai's command, Zhao Haokong swiftly unlocked the door to the storage room. The zombies outside promptly forced the door ajar, and a few decaying arms reached into the space. Shao Kai immediately kicked towards the opening, striving to create more room. Though each kick sent the zombies reeling, the sheer number of them soon filled the gap once more, causing frustration to bubble within him. Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong strained against the door, their faces flushed and muscles taut, desperately resisting the relentless pressure from the zombies. As their strength began to wane, Shao Kai gritted his teeth and squeezed through the partially open door. "Wait for my command," he instructed Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong before heading outside. The overwhelming horde of zombies necessitated that he clear a path for his companions. Otherwise, they would be vulnerable to the onslaught. The scent of a dozen living beings gathered together was akin to a beacon in the dark for the ravenous zombies, drawing them in like moths to a flame. In such dire circumstances, anyone else would have been torn to shreds upon exiting the storage room, save for the evolved Shao Kai. Even as he emerged from the confines of the storage space, in an instant, he found himself scratched in several places by the zombies. Fortunately, Shao Kai's strength was several times greater than that of an ordinary human. After emerging from the storage room, he managed to shake off the zombies clinging to him. Swinging his machete to sever the heads of several undead with a graceful arc, however, the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, and the confined space of the experimental building left him with no room to maneuver. He was continually bitten and clawed at, and within just a few minutes, his clothing became drenched in a mixture of his own blood and that of the zombies. As his wounds multiplied, the speed of their healing waned, and the foul blood of the undead splattered onto his injuries, causing a stinging sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles. At that moment, he realized that not only was there no way to clear a space for Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong to escape, but he could hardly find room to move himself. He understood that if this continued, he would surely perish here. Just as despair began to consume him, the door to the storage room suddenly swung open behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong charging out. Each wielding a riot shield. As they emerged, they positioned themselves on either side of Shao Kai, their shields effectively blocking the zombies on both sides, allowing him to focus solely on the undead in front of him. Brother Kai, this is quite something, isn't it? I never expected to find such useful gear inside, Zhu Zhulong remarked, glancing back at Shao Kai with a triumphant expression. The broad riot shield perfectly shielded his entire body. It turned out that Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong had hesitated at the door, waiting for Shao Kai to call for them, and had quietly opened the door to take a look. Upon discovering Shao Kai's predicament, they resolved to assist him, but unlike Shao Kai, they knew that any scratch from the zombies would mean certain doom for them in their quest to find something that could aid Shao Kai while also ensuring their own safety. They had rummaged through the clutter and miraculously unearthed 2 riot shields. With these shields in hand, they finally felt emboldened enough to help. Where's the staircase? Shao Kai inquired, glancing at the shields in their possession. With Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong flanking him, his burden was significantly lightened. Over there, Zhao Haokong pointed to a partially open fire door just a few meters away from the elevator. As he followed Zhao Haokong's gesture, Shao Kai's forehead twitched with frustration. The storage room was diagonally opposite the elevator, while the staircase was in the same direction as the elevator. Standing at the elevator, he couldn't see the staircase. Had he known the staircase was so close, he would never have ventured into the storage room. The fire door at the staircase was undoubtedly sturdier than that of the storage room. Earlier, they had rushed into the storage room from the elevator, and now they had to rush back. Fortunately, this time it was only the 3 of them, making the dash much more feasible. Go! Shao Kai shouted, charging toward the staircase with Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong following closely behind, shields raised. This time, there were even more zombies than when they had initially stormed into the storage room. It seemed that the horde from outside had poured in. Zombies pressed against one another, blocking their path. Shao Kai fought his way forward, while Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong stood back to back, bracing their shields and taking turns to fend off the zombies that lunged at them. Just as they were within 2 meters of the staircase, Shao Kai suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixated on the back of his neck. Turning around, he spotted a zombie with blood-red eyes grinning menacingly at him. A single glance sent a jolt of terror through him, raising the hair on his arms. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Run! Without a moment to lose, Shao Kai grabbed Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhulong, forcefully hurling them toward the half-open fire door. In the next instant, he felt as though a truck had collided with his back. He toppled several zombies in his path and was thrown against the wall across from him. As Shao Kai hit the ground, he coughed up blood, the intense pain making him feel as if his very bones were shattering. After taking a quick glance at the staircase, he struggled to shake off the zombies that had pounced on him and crawled through the half-open fire door. Chapter 42. The mutated zombie. Upon entering the hallway, Shao Kai had no time to stand up. He needed to secure the half-door. Zhao Haokong, having a background in combat, executed a perfect somersault upon being thrown through the air and landed gracefully on the ground. As Zhao Haokong turned around, he saw Shao Kai crawling in through the fire door, desperately trying to close it. Witnessing the blood dripping from Shao Kai's mouth, Zhao Haokong's eyes widened in alarm. Without questioning further, he rushed over to assist in shutting the fire door. What was that thing? Zhao Haokong asked, helping Shao Kai to his feet, his expression grave in the 2 days that he had known Shao Kai. He had witnessed him cut through thousands of zombies as if they were nothing, none of them able to withstand his blade. Having single-handedly slain nearly 1,000 zombies and rescued them from peril, Shao Kai's prowess was undeniable. It was strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. Yet now, he struggled even to stand, revealing the severity of his injuries. It was evident that whatever had attacked him was formidable. Had Shao Kai not thrown them to safety but instead chosen to evade that creature, he and Zhu Zhulong would likely be lifeless corpses by now. It's a zombie, a mutated one with red eyes. We need to move quickly. This door won't hold him back. Shao Kai pressed a hand to his chest, his complexion pale as he glanced at the fire door. And no sooner had he spoken than a tremendous crash echoed from outside, shaking the sturdy door and warping it slightly. Both their faces paled at the sound. Zhao Haokong supported Shao Kai, and they hurriedly ascended the stairs, just as Zhu Zhulong, still recovering from the previous chaos, began to comprehend the situation. He saw Shao Kai and Zhao Haokong racing upward. He opened his mouth to inquire about what was happening, but another loud crash from the fire door sent him into a panic. His face turning ghostly white, he quickly fell in line behind them, climbing the stairs. The experimental building was only 6 stories high. After the outbreak of the virus, the school had canceled classes, leaving the entire building deserted. As the trio ascended the staircase, they were fortunate enough not to encounter a single zombie, making their way smoothly to the top floor. The noise of the zombies crashing against the fire door grew louder. They had just reached the 4th floor when the door burst open with tremendous force, a horde of zombies roaring as they surged upward. However, the mutated zombie did not follow the others but instead turned its gaze toward the storage room. Sensing the abundance of fresh flesh within it that moment, Xiao Kai and the others had just made it to the 4th floor. It wasn't that they were not trying to move faster. Xiao Kai's injuries were too severe, and had it not been for Zhao Haokong supporting him the entire way, he might not have even made it to the 4th floor. Zhu Zhulong, who typically struggled to catch his breath after a few steps, was now gasping for air after running up to the 4th floor, feeling as though his life was being drained from him. Xiao Kai glanced back at the zombies surging up from below and realized that, at their current pace, there was no way they could reach the rooftop before the zombies caught up. "You two go ahead," Xiao Kai instructed Zhao Haokong. "What?" Zhao Haokong stared at him, bewildered. "Those zombies are much faster than us. Get that hefty pig up there. I'll stay behind to hold them off." Xiao Kai shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Zhulong. Zhu Zhulong, feeling the sting of Xiao Kai's scorn, opened his mouth to defend himself, wanting to clarify that he was just muscular, not fat. Yet, recalling how winded he was, he wisely chose to remain silent. "But your injuries, enough with the nonsense. Hurry and go. Staying here will only hinder me." Xiao Kai glared at Zhao Haokong, who still wished to speak, before shaking off his hand and striding towards the corner of the staircase. If it were not for the elevator being out of order and requiring Zhu Zhilong's repairs, he would have little desire to exert himself here, despite his disdain for Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong, who were dragging him down and urging them to leave promptly. In truth, he yearned for the opportunity to conveniently extract the zombie cores from the heads of the fallen zombies after their departure, as he did not wish for anyone to witness him consuming the tainted cores directly. Although he was reluctant to resort to eating the zombie cores, the slow recovery of his injuries had made it imperative. He could sense that the deficiency of energy within him was the root cause. With ample experience in consuming zombie cores, he was well aware that they not only replenished bodily energy rapidly but also expedited the healing process. Only upon mending his wounds would he feel confident enough to confront the mutated zombie that had injured him earlier. Zhao Haokong cast a glance at Xiao Kai's retreating figure and hastily pulled Zhu Zhilong alongside him as they ascended the stairs. While Xiao Kai's words were somewhat hurtful, Zhao Haokong recognized the truth in them. Their presence had indeed hindered Xiao Kai, and the earlier injury was entirely due to their actions. Given Xiao Kai's prowess, Zhao Haokong believed that these zombies could not possibly confine him, yet now, for their sake, Xiao Kai was compelled to remain at the staircase, buying them precious time. Their utmost priority was to expedite the elevator repairs, which would serve as their greatest assistance to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai cast a fleeting glance at the duo rushing upstairs and felt a quiet sigh of relief within. With the absence of others, he could act without restraint. Observing the leading zombies, a cruel smile crept across his lips as his machete sliced through the air, decapitating the foremost zombie in an instant. Before the head could even fall, he seized it in his hand, discarding it at his feet. With a swift stomp, the zombie's head burst like a rotten melon, blood and gore splattering in all directions. After dispatching another approaching zombie, he swiftly kicked away several nearby foes and bent down to retrieve the zombie core from the ground, wiping it on his clothing before tossing it into his mouth. He bit into the zombie core. The hard shell pierced his oral cavity, and a liquid reeking of blood coursed down his throat, while the useless fragments were expelled onto the faces of the advancing zombies, perhaps due to his body's insatiable hunger for energy. A wave of warmth surged through him as the liquid settled in his stomach, slightly accelerating the healing of his wounds, though it remained woefully inadequate. Not to mention the injuries inflicted by the red-eyed zombies. He could hardly feel them, as the energy was swiftly depleted. Clearly, the energy contained within an evolved core was still too minimal. Faced with the countless zombies before him, he cleaved through another zombie's skull and plunged his hand into its head, retrieving yet another core upon withdrawal. After a cursory wipe, he tossed it into his mouth, determined to restore his injuries as quickly as possible and, ideally, to enhance his strength further. Though he harbored no fear of the zombies surrounding him, the mutated zombie posed a genuine threat. Its strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. However, he had yet to catch sight of that mutated creature, remaining unaware of its concealed whereabouts in the elevator machine room on the rooftop. Zhu Zhilong stared in bewilderment at the disordered, dust-laden wires. The room was cluttered with various debris and maintenance tools, making it impossible to work without a thorough cleanup. Although he possessed an interest in electrical engineering and some knowledge of it, he was by no means an expert. The sight of the tangled wires alone was enough to give him a headache, let alone the task of clearing the chaotic mess. Yet, the situation compelled him to tidy up. For fear that he might be unable to locate any wires at all, he began to discard unnecessary items en masse from the room, while simultaneously searching for lines that required reconnection. Fortunately, Zhao Haokong was there to assist him, allowing their combined efforts to yield swifter progress. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai stood alone at the fourth-floor staircase, glancing at the pile of zombie bodies that had accumulated there, then scanning the relentless horde of zombies advancing towards him. Still no sign of the mutated one. His wounds had largely healed, yet he continued to extract zombie cores and consume them, disregarding the tainted blood that clung to them. A closer inspection would reveal a peculiar red hue in his eyes, and a twisted smile graced his face as he repeatedly murmured a few words. Not enough. Still not enough, I crave more. With a sardonic chuckle, each utterance would be followed by him digging into the cranium of a fallen zombie, extracting a zombie crystal core and stuffing it into his mouth. At this moment, Xiao Kai was engulfed in a frenzied emotion, teetering on the brink of madness, as his primal instincts drove him to crave more and more zombie crystal cores. As he consumed an increasing number of these cores, his strength surged correspondingly, the blade in his hand slicing through the air with increasing velocity, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Not a single zombie he struck down was left whole on the staircase. With every step he retreated, a multitude of lifeless bodies accumulated before him, their tainted blood dripping down the edges, forming a crimson waterfall in the stairwell. The corpses piled high on the staircase, surpassing the handrails, and the staircase itself began to crack under the weight, threatening to collapse at any moment in a frenzy of slaughter. Xiao Kai stood atop the heap of zombie bodies, grinning savagely at the approaching horde, his blade relentlessly cleaving through them. As the bodies continued to mount, the staircase could no longer bear the burden. The tiny fissures expanded as the staircase suddenly broke apart with a cacophony, shattering into segments and crashing downwards. Xiao Kai felt the ground give way beneath him and witnessed the countless zombie corpses plummeting below. He quickly leapt onto the descending staircase, narrowly evading the last few steps to land on the 5th floor. The fractured staircase, upon striking the 4th floor, instantly caused its collapse, followed by the 3rd, and soon the 2nd and 1st floors crumbled into a heap of rubble, sending dust billowing into the air. Standing on the 5th floor, he gazed down, realizing that the staircase from the 1st to the 5th floor had completely vanished, large debris blocking the fire door. Numerous zombies lay buried beneath the rubble, some with severed limbs and half-bodies, glaring up at Xiao Kai on the 5th floor, howling in a futile attempt to escape. A portion of the zombies remaining on other floors also roared, yearning to ascend, yet the broken staircase left them stranded, either shouting at Xiao Kai or being pushed off by their fellow undead. Xiao Kai licked his lips, his visage a grimace as he stared at the zombies below, and suddenly unleashed a guttural roar, his appearance more monstrous than the frenzied zombies. Consumed by the singular desire for zombie crystal cores, he grinned at the inability of the zombies below to reach him and leapt down to the 4th floor. Upon landing, he charged into the throng of zombies, and within mere moments, all the zombies on the 4th floor were slain, their crystal cores ripped from their skulls. As if savoring candies, he tossed the thumb-sized cores into his mouth one after another. And with each core devoured, the crimson hue in his eyes deepened. After finishing the cores in his hands, he spat out a mouthful of shattered remnants and jumped down to the 3rd floor. Following the same methodical slaughter of zombies on the 3rd and 2nd floors, his eyes had transformed into a blood-red abyss, an ethereal red mist beginning to emanate from his form. After clearing the 2nd floor, Xiao Kai wasted no time and leapt down to the 1st floor, where not only were there numerous living zombies, but also many of those he had previously dispatched. The cores nestled within the brains of these zombies became his target. each one appearing as a delectable morsel to him. Once he had extracted the cores from all the zombies in the stairwell, he had lost all count of how many he had consumed. All he knew was that it was insufficient, and his hunger for more zombie crystal cores remained unquenched. Outside the fire door, a throng of zombies congregated, and with a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he let out a hoarse roar before bursting through the deformed door. As he emerged, he encountered a towering, mutated zombie with red eyes and sinewy muscles, clutching a bloodied thigh, its gaze fixated on him. Behind this mutated creature lay the storage room, now devoid of a door, where several zombies fought over dismembered limbs. It was evident that the dozen or so individuals left in the storage room had become the zombies' feast. And this particular mutated zombie was the very one that had previously attacked Shao Kai. The fresh flesh of those individuals provided a wealth of energy to the mutated zombie, enhancing the X-virus within it, causing its body to swell significantly. Shao Kai, his eyes ablaze with crimson, fixated on this zombie, instinctively sensing that its crystal core was far more potent. The mutated zombie, in turn, sensed the formidable energy radiating from Shao Kai, realizing that even the combined strength of the recent victims could not match that of this singular individual. Their crimson eyes met for a fleeting moment before they charged at one another. The zombies that obstructed their path were utterly powerless to halt their advance. Shao Kai swung his blade, cleaving through several zombies, while the mutated one barreled through the rest with brute force. As he neared the mutated zombie, he raised his blade high above his head, aiming for its neck. However, the mutated zombie, seemingly oblivious to the attack, instinctively opened its maw wide and lunged at Shao Kai. In the next instant, Shao Kai's blade struck the mutated zombie's neck, but to his astonishment, the once invincible blade failed to sever its head. It felt as though he had struck wood. The blade lodged itself in the mutated zombie's neck. Seizing the opportunity, the creature advanced upon him, its jaws agape, ready to bite down. Though he had lost his rationality, his combat instincts heightened. Realizing his blade had failed to penetrate, he kicked off the mutated zombie's chest, freeing his weapon and narrowly evading the gaping maw. Chapter 44. Remember to treat me afterward. In the elevator machine room, after over 2 hours of searching and clearing, Zhu Zhilong finally pinpointed the main power line for the elevator, as well as the backup line. With the lines identified, the process of rerouting them became significantly swifter. Within mere minutes, Zhu Zhilong connected the main power to the backup, and the indicator lights illuminated, signaling that the elevator was operational once more. Covered in dust, Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong hurriedly exited the machine room and raced downstairs. Time had elapsed, and they were still unaware of Shao Kai's situation. However, the absence of zombies rushing at them at least indicated that he was still alive. Descending from the rooftop, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. The collapsed staircase formed a massive void in the stairwell, and from above, the scene revealed a multitude of dismembered zombie bodies. The horrific tableau gave them an uncanny sense of unreality, as if such destruction could not be wrought by human hands. Yet the intermittent howls of zombies and the heavy thuds of impact below suggested that someone was still battling the undead. As they ventured down, Zhao Haokong approached the elevator and pressed the button for descent. "Are we heading to the underground laboratory?" Zhu Zhilong inquired, momentarily taken aback. "To the first floor. We need to lend a hand," Zhao Haokong replied, turning to face Zhu Zhilong. "Help, brother Zhao, don't jest with me. With my physique, it would be more accurate to say I'm going down to feed the zombies," Zhu Zhilong lamented, his expression one of despair. Upon hearing Zhao Haokong's words, Zhu Zhilong's features twisted into a grimace. "If he dies today, do you think we stand a chance of surviving? He was injured while saving us from a mutated zombie. If he can't contend with that creature, then we are even less capable. Should he perish, we will inevitably be trapped here. Taking a risk might yield a glimmer of hope." Zhao Haokong, with his back to Zhu Zhilong, gazed at the elevator's indicator lights. Though he was deeply concerned for his girlfriend's safety, he understood that if Shao Kai fell to that red-eyed mutated zombie, their only option would be to retreat to the underground laboratory. The only way for them to survive was to assist Shao Kai in vanquishing the mutated zombie. Ding! A chime sounded, and the elevator doors began to open slowly. Zhao Haokong stepped inside, glancing back at the conflicted Zhu Zhilong before pressing the button for the first floor. As the elevator doors started to close, a pair of large hands suddenly thrust through the gap, halting the impending closure. "Remember to treat me afterward." Zhu Zhilong stepped into the elevator, wrapping his arm around Zhao Haokong's shoulder as they exchanged a knowing smile and pressed the closing door button. In the lounge of the underground laboratory, Wang Kersen lay languidly on the sofa, her limbs tightly bound by white bandages. Beside her on the floor, Zhang Tingting was similarly restrained, leaning against the edge of the sofa, her body trembling incessantly, her eyes filled with terror. On the opposite side of the lounge, several lifeless, disheveled bodies lay in stark repose. Zhao Kong stood there, bare-chested, with dark scratches marring his shoulder, blackened blood oozing from the wounds. While he held an assault rifle, his gaze menacingly sweeping over Wang Kersen and Zhang Tingting. "You beast, you fiend! Shao Kai will never let you off." Wang Kersen glared at the director with fury, her voice weak yet defiant. "Ha! Let us see if they can return first. Even if they do, what of it? With this gun in my possession, do you think I fear them? It will be they who plead for mercy." Zhao Kong exclaimed, raising the assault rifle in a fit of madness. After being coerced by Shao Kai to exit the underground laboratory, he had seized the opportunity to slip away under the pretext of needing the restroom while Shao Kai and Zhao Haokong engaged in a competition. Nursing a grudge after being chastised by Shao Kai, he was determined not to let the opportunity pass. Swiftly, he returned to his dormitory and retrieved a potent sedative he had previously procured at great expense. He then made his way to the university entrance, unlatched the school gate, and, while taking a circuitous route back to the underground laboratory, he also opened the side door. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his stamina. After sprinting such a distance in a short span, his body, unaccustomed to exertion, began to falter. Shortly after he opened the side door, he was pursued by a horde of zombies, one of which clawed at his shoulder, nearly turning him into a meal for the undead. Upon his return to the experimental building, a throng of zombies followed, precisely what he had intended. He aimed to use these creatures to thwart Shao Kai and his companions from returning and to eliminate them as well. Utilizing a previously activated identity card, he swiftly severed the emergency power supply of the elevator, completely cutting off any chance of Shao Kai's return. Concealing the fact that he had been injured by a zombie, he deceived the remaining girls into believing that Shao Kai and the others would soon return, distributing beverages laced with the sedative among them. These students, typically disdainful of sharing even a common drink, eagerly consumed the drinks, oblivious to the danger. Only Wang Kersen maintained her vigilance, taking but a small sip before placing her cup aside. Zhao Kong's solitary return was indeed suspicious. Yet, she underestimated the potency of the sedative, and having ingested a stronger dose, she soon felt dizzy and weak, collapsing onto the sofa, while the other girls had already succumbed to the floor. Seeing the sedative take effect, Zhao Kong seized Wang Kersen's bag, which he always kept close. The previous day, when Shao Kai had opened the bag, he had inadvertently glimpsed a hidden assault rifle inside. It was this discovery that led him to believe that possessing the weapon would free him from fear of Shao Kai. With the gun in hand, Zhao Kong not only assaulted several girls but also, in a fit of madness, strangled them one by one, ensuring they would not rise as zombies by plunging a surgical knife into each of their heads. Wang Kersen, rendered powerless, could do nothing but watch in horror as Zhao Kong enacted his atrocities. This grim spectacle continued until only Wang Kersen and Zhang Tingting remained. At this point, Zhang Tingting was utterly paralyzed by fear, while Wang Kersen, though terrified, concealed her emotions. "Do you understand why I spared you?" Zhao Kong fixed his gaze on Wang Kersen, his expression contorted with malice. "No one has ever dared to strike me. Yet he had the audacity to do so. Do you know how many zombies are lurking outside? I'll tell you, the entire campus is infested. Do you think he can kill them all? IVE cut off the elevator's power. They cannot return. Isn't that despairing? And you? How dare you feign purity? Would it not be better to be my woman? You fancy that Zhao Haokong, don't you? He has already been devoured by zombies. If I'm to perish, then none shall survive." Zhao Kong smeared the dark blood from his shoulder, his demeanor growing increasingly unhinged. "You both had better pray that Professor Gong discovers a cure. Or I shall ensure that before I become a zombie, you will both be mine and then my sustenance." Wang Kersen's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Zhao Kong. It turned out that he had slaughtered all those girls, merely to prepare for his own transformation into a zombie, ensuring he had fresh flesh and blood. He had truly lost his mind. Chapter 45. Shao Kai severely injured on the first floor of the experimental building. Xiao Kai's body was hurled through a wall before he rolled over and rose from the ground. After spitting out a few bits of rubble that had lodged in his mouth, he glared with bloodshot eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he lunged at the mutated zombie that had crashed through the wall. That moment, the mutated zombie was covered in an array of wounds of varying depths, the most severe being 2 deep gashes on its neck, exposing bone. Yet, these seemingly fatal injuries had no effect on the creature. Xiao Kai's clothing had been reduced to tatters, with 2 gashes over a foot long on his chest healing at a visibly rapid pace. The walls surrounding them were riddled with large holes, some created by Xiao Kai's body and others by the mutated zombie's relentless assaults. Now, aside from Xiao Kai and the mutated zombie, the first floor was devoid of other zombies. The ground was littered with dismembered zombie corpses, which became increasingly fragmented under the relentless trampling of the mutated zombie. Occasionally, a few zombies would burst in from outside, only to be either hacked to pieces by Xiao Kai's cleaver or sent flying by the mutated zombie's powerful punches. Xiao Kai moved with astonishing speed, his cleaver glinting as it struck the mutated zombie repeatedly. However, the creature's muscular physique rendered Xiao Kai's blade ineffective. It felt as though he were striking wood with a dull knife. He could cut into it, but not penetrate deeply. Although the mutated zombie lacked the speed of Xiao Kai, its tremendous strength would send him crashing against the wall, creating large holes upon impact. The sharp claws that raked against Xiao Kai's skin left deep gashes. But his recovery was astonishingly swift. Despite the continuous injuries, he would heal within mere minutes. He seemed akin to an indestructible cockroach, relentlessly charging forward, only to be sent flying by the mutated zombie's powerful palm. Before launching himself at it once more, the wounds on the mutated zombie multiplied as Xiao Kai repeatedly struck the same locations, deepening the injuries. However, the zombie, driven solely by its insatiable hunger for fresh flesh, remained oblivious to the extent of its injuries. Ding-dong.as, Xiao Kai rose once more from a pile of debris. The elevator doors slowly opened with a chime, revealing Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong within. Both Xiao Kai and the mutated zombie turned their attention to the 2 figures in the elevator. After a brief moment of calm, the mutated zombie emitted a ferocious roar and charged toward them. Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong had prepared themselves to face a horde of zombies, yet upon the doors opening, they were met with a scene of dismembered limbs strewn across the floor. Xiao Kai and a mutated zombie towering over 2 meters, both fixated on them with glowing red eyes. Before they could comprehend the situation, the red-eyed mutated zombie lunged toward them, leaving them no time to close the elevator door. Zhao Haokong recognized that this mutated zombie was undoubtedly the one that had previously attacked Xiao Kai, but he was taken aback by its imposing physique. They found themselves trapped, with no means to evade the oncoming threat. Zhu Zhilong's face turned pale, frozen in fear as the zombie approached. Should the mutated zombie breach the elevator, the 2 would surely be torn to shreds. Zhao Haokong, striving to maintain his composure, tightened his grip on the steel pipe in hand, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. Just as the mutated zombie was about to step into the elevator, Zhao Haokong's eyes caught sight of Xiao Kai's figure, a fleeting shadow standing before the elevator door. In the next instant, he witnessed Xiao Kai's body being sent spinning into the elevator by the force of the mutated zombie's impact. The tremendous noise caused the elevator to shake violently, and he distinctly heard a series of bone-cracking sounds emanating from behind him, where Xiao Kai lay. The mutated zombie paused momentarily, roaring as it stepped into the elevator. Zhao Haokong glanced back at Xiao Kai, who lay on the ground, bloodied and motionless, one foot grotesquely twisted. Gritting his teeth, he swung the steel pipe at the mutated zombie, knowing his speed and strength paled in comparison to Xiao Kai's. Yet, his years of combat training were not in vain. Faced with a creature driven solely by brute force and devoid of intellect, he knew that while he might not kill it, he could certainly distract it. After narrowly evading several strikes from the mutated zombie, Zhao Haokong bent low and darted out from under its arm, delivering a flurry of blows to the back of its head. At that moment, Zhu Zhilong, having regained his senses, seized the opportunity as the mutated zombie turned to attack Zhao Haokong, swiftly escaping the elevator. Zhu Zhilong dashed to the side, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the mutated zombie. He was too terrified to engage it up close, opting instead to assist Zhao Haokong from a distance. The mutated zombie, under the assault from both Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong, retreated from the elevator. Though it was irresistibly drawn to the blood and flesh of Shao Kai, its lost intelligence caused it to abandon its pursuit in favor of attacking the two who had provoked it. Zhao Haokong's steel pipe had bent under the strain, yet the mutated zombie bore no visible injuries from his attacks, causing his heart to sink. Nevertheless, he pressed on, determined to keep the mutated zombie from reaching Shao Kai. He contemplated luring the creature away and retreating to the elevator to escape to the underground laboratory. Yet whenever he managed to draw the mutated zombie away, it would turn back towards Shao Kai, who lay motionless. Zhao Haokong had no choice but to charge at the mutated zombie once more. Although his fighting skills were commendable, against the mutated zombie's tough hide, his efforts amounted to little more than a distraction. He could not relent, however, and the standoff persisted, draining his stamina as time dragged on, causing his evasive maneuvers to slow considerably. Within the elevator, Shao Kai remained oblivious to how many bones had fractured within him. His left leg was grotesquely twisted, and multiple internal injuries lay scattered throughout his body. Had he been an ordinary person, such severe injuries would have been fatal. Yet, Shao Kai's body had evolved, endowing him with resilience far beyond that of an average human. Coupled with formidable self-healing abilities, at this moment, the cells in his injured areas seemed to be operating at an accelerated pace, mending themselves at a rate hundreds or thousands of times faster than usual. The energy he had absorbed from the zombie crystal core was rapidly being assimilated and digested, further reinforcing his physical form. An invisible force enveloped his flesh and bones, simultaneously repairing his injuries and fortifying his physique. The fractured bones within him gradually reconnected, becoming even more robust, while the twisted left leg began to revert to its original state, and his internal organs commenced their own healing process. Once his left leg had returned to normalcy, his body fully recovered, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. As Shao Kai's eyes blinked open, he felt momentarily disoriented, a remnant of red still flickering in his gaze. However, upon turning his head and catching sight of Zhao Haokong valiantly battling the mutated zombie, clarity washed over him, and the red hue rapidly faded from his eyes. Chapter 46. How do you wish to die? At this moment, the steel pipe in Zhao Haokong's hand had transformed into a thick rebar, and he faced the mutated zombie's onslaught, his complexion pale as he gritted his teeth and evaded its strikes. A half-foot-long gash marred his chest, dark blood seeping from the wound, soaking through his shirt. Yet even in this dire state, whenever he noticed the mutated zombie attempting to surge into the elevator, he would recklessly charge forward, striking it with the rebar until it redirected its attention back to him. Zhu Zhilong, standing nearby, was on the verge of tears, having urged Zhao Haokong to abandon this futile endeavor more than once, suggesting they could escape while the mutated zombie focused on Shao Kai. But Zhao Haokong refused to leave. Shao Kai had sustained severe injuries and fallen unconscious while trying to save them. Should he abandon him now, he would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had already discerned through Shao Kai's gradually healing left leg that his friend was recovering. All he needed to do was buy Shao Kai enough time to mend his wounds. He was gambling, betting that Shao Kai would awaken before he succumbed to the mutated zombie's onslaught. The moment Shao Kai's eyes opened, Zhao Haokong knew he had won his wager, and relief washed over him. Yet, just as Zhao Haokong felt a moment of respite, he glanced up to see the mutated zombie's hand descending toward his head. With the monstrous hand mere inches away, he realized there was no opportunity left to evade. A bitter smile crossed Zhao Haokong's face as he sighed inwardly. Was it too late? As Shao Kai witnessed the mutated zombie raising its hand to strike Zhao Haokong on the head, he sprang into action in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared behind the mutated zombie, and his machete descended, cleaving down upon the zombie's arm with precision. The force of the blow severed the arm that had aimed to strike Zhao Haokong, sending a spray of foul blood that doused Zhao Haokong, who stood in the front. Before the mutated zombie could react, Shao Kai pivoted his body, twisting at the waist, and the blade of his machete sliced through the zombie's neck with a blinding flash. The neck, which had endured numerous blows from Shao Kai previously, was now effortlessly severed, causing the mutated zombie to collapse in two parts. With merely 2 strikes, he had dispatched the mutated zombie that had previously resisted him for so long. Although he had lost his rationality moments ago, it did not hinder his prowess. If anything, he felt even more formidable than usual. However, he was faced with a mutated zombie that could only be killed by destroying its head. Each wound on the zombie's body, countless as they were, could have proven fatal to a normal human. His ability to defeat the mutated zombie in just 2 strikes was attributed to the immense energy he had accumulated from consuming zombie cores, which had finally been absorbed by his body, enhancing his physical capabilities beyond that of an ordinary person by several folds. Zhao Haokong stood agape, allowing the stench of the foul blood to drip into his mouth without any reaction. Moments ago, he had believed he was facing death, yet upon glancing at Shao Kai, he saw him rise as if teleporting behind the mutated zombie. It has been said that daydreaming during battle leads to punishment. "Why can't you remember that?" Shao Kai remarked, giving a light pat on the stunned Zhao Haokong. As the mutated zombie fell, the surrounding zombies erupted into frenzied roars and charged forth. Shao Kai frowned as he glanced at the wound on Zhao Haokong's chest. "Let us return to the laboratory," he instructed. After severing the head of the mutated zombie and extracting a fist-sized evolution core to tuck into his pocket, he turned and entered the elevator. Upon regaining his senses, Zhao Haokong surveyed the horde of zombies rushing in, then cast his gaze down to his chest wound, offering a wry smile as he shook his head at Shao Kai in the elevator. Everyone knew the fate that befell those scratched by zombies. Zhao Haokong did not wish to become a zombie and subsequently harm his friends. "If you don't want to turn into a zombie, then hurry and get in," Shao Kai shot back, having seen Zhao Haokong's expression and understanding his thoughts. "Can you save him?" Zhu Zhilong, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened, stood at the elevator entrance, hesitating whether to pull Zhao Haokong inside. Upon hearing Shao Kai's words, he turned, his face lighting up with hope. "You talk too much. Hurry and pull him in. Don't you see those zombies rushing over?" Shao Kai's impatience was evident. Upon realizing that Shao Kai claimed he could save Zhao Haokong dashed to the elevator without needing Zhu Zhilong's assistance, and together they stepped inside. When the 3 emerged from the elevator, they were met with an eerie silence in the laboratory. Although the number of girls left behind was few, given their lively nature, the laboratory should not have been this quiet. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the lounge, causing Shao Kai's expression to shift dramatically as he sprinted towards the sound. He could think of no one other than Zhao Kong who would possess a firearm in this place. The gunfire signified that Wang Kersin was in danger, and the only individual who could pose a threat was Zhao Kong. If it were Wang Kersin firing the gun, it would be one thing. But the thought of the assault rifle in Zhao Kang's possession filled him with dread. If anything were to happen to Wang Kersin, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Upon bursting through the lounge door, Shao Kai beheld Zhao Kong, rifle in hand, standing by the sofa with the barrel aimed directly at Wang Kersin's head. Wang Kersin lay unconscious on the sofa, her eyes tightly shut, a penetrating wound in her thigh gushing blood, clearly the result of the earlier gunshot. In the corner, several corpses drew a swift pang of panic from him. Professor Gong stood opposite Zhao Kong, holding 2 test tubes glowing with a red hue, his face twisted in anger as he prepared to hand them over. Upon witnessing the scene in the lounge, Shao Kai's fury erupted. His teeth ground together, eyes ablaze with uncontainable wrath. He radiated a menacing aura. As Professor Gong and Zhao Kong turned to the door at the sound of it opening, Zhao Kong trembled at the sight of Shao Kai, nearly dropping the rifle. Meanwhile, Professor Gong's expression shifted to one of joy as he retracted his hand from the test tubes and took a step towards Shao Kai, only to freeze in place at the sight of Shao Kai's enraged countenance. "How do you wish to die?" Shao Kai glared at the director, his voice ice-cold and deliberate. "Go ahead and kill me. I'm already dead anyway. Worst, we can all die together. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Zhao Kong shouted, his voice frenzied. He then ripped off his clothing to reveal his shoulder, now a mottled black, with foul blood oozing forth. Seeing this, Shao Kai's heart sank. He realized that Zhao Kong had reached a dead end, resigned to a path of destruction, and in his madness, would truly pull the trigger. Shao Kai could only suppress his anger and gaze at Zhao Kong. "Give me the evolution fluid, or I will kill her." Zhao Kong, seeing Shao Kai remain still, knew his words had struck a chord. He pressed the barrel of the rifle against Wang Kersin's head, his bloodshot eyes filled with malice as he shouted at Professor Gong. At this moment, the evolution fluid had become his sole hope. He did not wish to become a zombie, nor did he want to die. Once he obtained the evolution fluid and became an evolved being, he swore he would use this very gun to eliminate everyone present, convinced that even Shao Kai could not withstand a bullet. "Give it to him," Shao Kai suddenly interjected. "What?" Professor Gong exclaimed, taken aback by Shao Kai's assertion. Given the current situation, It was evident that both parties had become mortal enemies, and neither would let the opportunity slip from their grasp. The evolution fluid was in their hands, and Zhao Kong was undoubtedly in a perilous position. To secure the evolution fluid, he would not take the risk of firing the weapon. However, once he acquired the evolution fluid, the frenzied Zhao Kong could very well pull the trigger indiscriminately. Chapter 47. I offer you a path to survival, I said to give him the evolution fluid. Shao Kai turned, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Professor Gong. Sighing, Professor Gong looked at the evolution fluid he had painstakingly developed over a day and night, feeling a twinge of reluctance to simply hand it over. Yet, he recognized that both Shao Kai and Zhao Kong were unhinged, and he did not want to provoke either. Considering that the evolution fluid had yet to be tested, he rationalized that giving it to Zhao Kong would serve as a clinical trial, easing his conscience somewhat. What Professor Gong did not anticipate was that just as he approached to hand over the evolution fluid, Shao Kai suddenly snatched it from his grasp. Without hesitation, Shao Kai uncorked the 2 test tubes, and an unmistakable, alluring fragrance wafted forth, quickly enveloping the entire lounge, as the enticing aroma permeated the air. All present found themselves swallowing hard. Having encountered this scent before, Shao Kai immediately recognized that the evolution fluid had originated from the 3 evolution cores. Release her, or you shall receive not a single drop of the evolution fluid. Shao Kai's gaze remained cold as he stared down Zhao Kong, slowly tilting the open test tube, allowing the red evolution fluid to trickle out, though he did not direct his attention to the precious liquid cascading from the tube. His initial reluctance to request the evolution fluid from Professor Gong stemmed from his fear that Zhao Kong would intervene. He had seen Professor Gong poised to hand over the fluid earlier, and without securing it first, Shao Kai knew that the professor would yield to Zhao Kang's threats. Now that the evolution fluid was in his possession, Zhao Kong would be unable to seize it. Stop this instant, or I will pull the trigger. Zhao Kang's eyes widened with extreme desire as he watched the droplets of glowing evolution fluid fall to the ground, releasing a more potent fragrance. He pressed the rifle more firmly against Wang Kerson's head. Let her go. Shao Kai's hand abruptly tilted as he bellowed. With this sudden motion, nearly 1/3 of the evolutionary liquid in the test tube was lost, causing the heart of the instructional director to tremble. The evolutionary liquid was his only hope for survival. Observing the significant reduction in the test tube's contents, Zhao Kang's face turned a shade of iron, his eyes glaring at Shao Kai with an intensity that seemed ready to devour him. The muzzle of the gun pressed against Wang Kerson's head trembled slightly, showing no sign of retreat. She was his sole bargaining chip, and without her, Zhao Kong was certain that Shao Kai would not spare him. Shao Kai, undeterred, fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kong, the test tube in his hand beginning to tilt once more. He had considered giving the evolutionary liquid to the instructional director first, but in a situation where both parties were mortal enemies, either side would seize the opportunity to eliminate the other without hesitation. He was certain that the moment Zhao Kong obtained the evolutionary liquid, he would pull the trigger, and the closest target, Wang Kerson, would undoubtedly be the first to fall. He could not afford to gamble. The stakes were too high at this moment. Neither side dared to loosen their grip on their respective bargaining chips, for to do so would signify death. Although Shao Kai could guarantee his own safety, he could not ensure Wang Kerson's. He could only apply continued pressure on Zhao Kong. Whoever faltered first would be the loser. As Zhao Kong watched the evolutionary liquid nearly spill from the test tube, his breathing quickened, and the assault rifle in his hand trembled even more violently. Release her, and I will grant you a path to survival, Shao Kai declared, noticing the increasing tremor in Zhao Kang's weapon. Suddenly, he retracted the evolutionary liquid and spoke again. The abrupt change left everyone present in stunned silence, some unable to comprehend why Shao Kai had suddenly relented, while the instructional director regarded him with a wary expression. Shao Kai carefully resealed the test tube, gently placing one on the ground before clearing the way to the previously obstructed exit of the lounge. He understood that Zhao Kong had been pushed to his limit. Further pressure might lead to a catastrophic outcome for both. Furthermore, Wang Kerson's injury could no longer be delayed. Given Zhao Kang's greedy nature, he was confident that Zhao Kong would not relinquish the remaining evolutionary liquid in his possession. Take a step back, Shao Kai commanded. Upon witnessing Shao Kai's genuine release of the evolutionary liquid, Zhao Kang's heart leaped with joy, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Shao Kai's eyes remained calm as he retreated step by step until he reached the corner of the wall. Seeing Shao Kai cornered, Zhao Kong cautiously emerged, keeping the gun trained on Wang Kerson. He recognized that Xiao Kai's ability to rescue Zhao Haokong and others from the horde of zombies indicated exceptional skill. Although he had a gun in hand, he doubted his own ability to hit Xiao Kai, who had proven himself in battle. However, the unconscious Wang Kursin was a different story. A stationary target was far easier to hit than a moving one. Zhao Kong approached the evolutionary liquid, noticing Xiao Kai's lack of movement, and slowly crouched down to retrieve it from the ground. Just as he bent down, extending a hand towards the liquid, his gun finally shifted away from Wang Kursin. And at that moment, Xiao Kai sprang into action. With a swift motion, Xiao Kai dashed towards Zhao Kong, but Zhao Kong had been on guard. As soon as he saw Xiao Kai move, he instinctively pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the lounge, but it was quickly silenced as Xiao Kai severed Zhao Kang's wrist with a single strike, a stream of dark, rancid blood spurting from the severed limb. Ah! Zhao Kong screamed in agony, releasing his grip on the evolutionary liquid as he instinctively clutched the gushing wound, only to have Xiao Kai retaliate with another swift strike, severing his other hand in one fluid motion while deftly catching the falling liquid. Zhao Kong, now devoid of both hands, collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, however, remained impassive, his blade rising and falling once more to sever Zhao Kang's feet. After another 2 agonizing screams, Zhao Kong panted heavily, gritting his teeth in fury as he stared at Xiao Kai. Although Xiao Kai had not killed him outright, the severing of his hands and feet felt akin to a death sentence. Gazing at the mutilated Zhao Kong, Xiao Kai coldly remarked, "Rest assured, I promise to spare your life, and I intend to keep my word. Whether you survive or not is entirely your concern." With that, Xiao Kai turned his attention to Wang Kursin, noticing Professor Gong and Zhang Tingting tending to her injuries, before moving to Zhao Haokong's side and handing him the evolutionary liquid. "Drink it." Zhao Haokong looked at the offered liquid with suspicion. Unable to comprehend why Xiao Kai would urge him to consume it in his mind, any medication that had not undergone clinical trials was not to be administered casually. "Drink it. This evolutionary liquid can not only purge the virus from your system but should also alter your genes, transforming you into an evolutionary like Xiao Kai." Professor Gong, who was tending to Wang Kursin's wounds, turned to the hesitant Zhao Haokong and assured him that is that true, Professor Gong? Zhao Haokong asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Now, Zhao Haokong was indifferent to the prospect of becoming an evolutionary. What mattered most was whether he could eliminate the virus from his body. If the virus remained, thoughts of evolution were moot. "I cannot guarantee that, as there is no time for testing and no suitable conditions available. However, I have purified both vials of evolutionary liquid, and they contain no remnants of the virus. Even if the effects are subpar, they surely cannot be worse than your current condition." Chapter 48. A farewell from this place. Zhao Haokong gazed at the reddish glow emanating from the evolutionary liquid, hesitating briefly before uncorking it and tilting his head back. Eyes closed, as he poured it into his mouth. Professor Gong was right. Given his current state, it could not become any worse. Death was the only alternative. Upon witnessing Zhao Haokong consume the evolutionary liquid, Xiao Kai suddenly took 2 steps back. As the others looked on in confusion, Zhao Haokong collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and racked with pain. "What is happening?" Professor Gong exclaimed, rushing over to examine Zhao Haokong, only to be halted by Xiao Kai's outstretched hand. "Leave him be. The first use of the evolutionary liquid often results in such reactions. He will recover shortly." Xiao Kai cast a glance at the anxious Professor Gong. "How do you know?" Professor Gong, taken aback, turned to see Xiao Kai shrugging helplessly before making his way towards Wang Kursin. Realizing Xiao Kai's experience, Professor Gong quickly deduced that Xiao Kai had previously used the unrefined evolutionary crystal core to become an evolutionary. Thus, he could anticipate the reactions following the use of the evolutionary liquid. Though Xiao Kai had utilized an untreated crystal core, the resulting reactions should not differ significantly. Still, Professor Gong felt uneasy and ultimately chose to crouch beside Zhao Haokong, closely observing his condition. "How do you feel?" Xiao Kai asked, concern etched across his face as he looked at the now conscious Wang Kursin. "I'm fine." The professor said, "I'm fortunate. The bullet merely grazed my muscle without damaging any blood vessels or bones. A bit of rest, and I will be well," Wang Kursin replied softly, a faint smile gracing her pale face as she looked at Xiao Kai. Seeing Wang Kursin's pallor from blood loss filled Xiao Kai with immense guilt. It had only been a short while since he had ventured out, yet he had allowed Wang Kursin to suffer a serious injury. He realized he had been careless regarding the perilous nature of humanity in the post-apocalyptic world. "Oh, I'm truly fine. Look, I didn't even cry," Wang Kursin said, winking at Xiao Kai in an attempt to comfort him despite her trembling leg. Xiao Kai's heart ached even more, knowing that all of this was a result of Zhao Kang's actions. He turned with a fierce expression, striding towards Zhao Kong. "Don't come any closer. You promised to let me go," Zhao Kong cried out in terror, realizing the imminent danger. Although he had lost his hands and feet to Xiao Kai, if immediate medical attention were not provided, he would soon succumb to blood loss. Yet even death was preferable to having Xiao Kai approach him again. "Fatty, come here and stop the bleeding. Don't let him die here," Xiao Kai commanded, standing before Zhao Kong with a wicked grin. Xiao Kai's words took everyone by surprise, including Zhu Zhilong, who appeared utterly baffled, unable to fathom Xiao Kai's intentions. Given Zhao Kang's actions, had Xiao Kai killed him? None present would have objected. Yet now, not only did Xiao Kai refrain from killing him, but he also instructed Zhu Zhilong to attend to his wounds, leaving many puzzled, including Zhao Kong, who had ceased his cries. Staring blankly at Xiao Kai, "Fatty, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. If you let him bleed all over the place, you'll be the one to clean it up." Noticing Zhu Zhilong's delayed reaction, Xiao Kai urged him once more that, "Oh, coming." Realizing the situation, Zhu Zhilong hurriedly dashed out of the lounge, only to return shortly with a considerable pile of items cradled in his arms. Zhu Zhilong was merely passing time at the medical university. He lacked knowledge on how to staunch bleeding and, truthfully, had no desire to assist Zhao Kong in his plight. After haphazardly wrapping a bundle of cotton and bandages around the wound, he nonchalantly moved aside. Xiao Kai, observing Zhu Zhilong's perfunctory bandaging of Zhao Kang's injury, approached the director, seizing the latter's collar and dragging him outward. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" the director protested, struggling against Xiao Kai's grip. "Of course, I am escorting you away from here," Xiao Kai answered, casting a glance at Zhao Kong. Upon hearing Xiao Kai's words, Zhao Kang's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and he struggled with renewed vigor. Outside, a horde of zombies awaited. Even he, despite his ignorance, could deduce that Xiao Kai intended to cast him out as fodder for the undead. The individuals in the lounge soon grasped the reality of the situation. It was evident that Xiao Kai had no intention of rescuing Zhao Kong. He was merely concerned about the potential mess of dragging him outside while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope. Only to plunge him into despair. It must be said that Xiao Kai was indeed ruthless. In the elevator, Zhao Kong had ceased to resist, his body collapsing onto the floor as he gazed at Xiao Kai with terror in his eyes. His face a mask of hopelessness, he recognized that regardless of his resistance, Xiao Kai would not relent. Minutes later, Xiao Kai returned to the underground laboratory, the elevator now devoid of the director's presence. Save for the lingering odor of excrement, upon re-entering the lounge, he found Zhao Haokong standing upright, Professor Gong beside him, inquiring incessantly and jotting down notes in his notebook. "Kai Gu, thank you. I am now an evolver," Zhao Haokong exclaimed excitedly, showcasing his skin that bore a metallic sheen. However, Xiao Kai merely glanced at the wound on Zhao Haokong's chest, which, once oozing black blood, was now flowing with vibrant red. Yet, the injury had not completely healed. Revealing a faint scar, furrowing his brow, Xiao Kai scrutinized Zhao Haokong. He recalled that after his initial use of the evolution crystal core, all his wounds had healed as if he had never been injured. Yet, Zhao Haokong, after utilizing the evolution fluid extracted by Professor Gong, had not fully recovered. This led him to ponder whether the direct application of the evolution crystal core yielded superior results compared to the purified version. Seeing Xiao Kai's unwavering gaze on his wound, Zhao Haokong spoke up. "Professor Gong said my injury cannot fully heal because my body is currently too weak. The energy within me is insufficient to support the recovery." At Zhao Haokong's words, Xiao Kai turned his attention to Professor Gong. "Your situation differs from his. Let's discuss this outside. It is too chaotic here," Professor Gong sighed, glancing at the corner of the room. In the laboratory, Professor Gong handed Xiao Kai a stack of reports. However, Xiao Kai found the data and medical terminology entirely incomprehensible, so he passed it to Wang Kursin, who was seated in a wheelchair. As Professor Gong elaborated and Wang Kursin occasionally clarified various terms, Xiao Kai gradually understood his condition. According to Professor Gong, the evolution crystal core within the evolution beast could directly affect human genes. not only altering them but also enhancing their perfection while simultaneously annihilating the X virus within the body. Moreover, while the crystal core resided within the evolution beast, it absorbed the X virus, converting it into energy for their evolution. However, this absorption ceased once the crystal core was removed from the deceased beast. Therefore, the crystal cores of evolution beast contained a small amount of X virus that had not been absorbed. Conversely, although the zombie crystal cores harbored a significant quantity of X virus, they also contained a trace amount of substances capable of enhancing human capabilities, which was fundamental to the virus's control over the human body. The more of this substance within a zombie's crystal core, the stronger the zombie became. To acquire more of this substance, zombies needed to consume fresh flesh and blood to cultivate a greater quantity of the X virus within themselves, thus creating more of the enhancing substance. Consequently, evolution beasts and zombies became sworn enemies, inevitably leading to a deadlock whenever they crossed paths. Chapter 49. The cunning old man now, Shao Kai's blood had acquired this transformative absorption capability, signifying that he could utilize any crystal core, be it from an evolution beast or a zombie. As for the origin of this ability, Professor Gong could not provide a clear explanation, merely attributing it to the aftermath of genetic evolution. For others, however, Professor Gong did not recommend the direct use of crystal cores, as they contained a substantial amount of X virus. Particularly in the case of zombie cores, it was advisable to employ the purified evolution fluid. Otherwise, one risked infection from the X virus present in the crystal core. Regarding Wang Kerson's persistent concerns about Shao Kai's physical condition, Professor Gong asserted that Shao Kai's body not only exhibited no issues but was, in fact, the most perfect specimen he had ever encountered in his lifetime. These substances are extracted from zombie crystal cores, and I call them enhancers. They can significantly bolster your physical capabilities and provide the energy required for evolution. Give it a try, Professor Gong stated, producing a dozen dark red vials and handing one to Zhao Haokong. Upon receiving the enhancer, Zhao Haokong's expression fell. He internally lamented, "Not again. Although the previous evolution fluid transformed me into an evolver, I truly dread experiencing that excruciating pain once more. What are you dawdling for? Drink it," Professor Gong urged impatiently as Zhao Haokong remained unresponsive. Faced with Professor Gong's annoyance, Zhao Haokong reluctantly accepted the enhancer, tilted his head back and consumed it, realizing that there was no escaping it and deciding to face it head-on. To his surprise, after drinking the enhancer, Zhao Haokong did not encounter the anticipated agony. Instead, he felt a warm current enveloping his entire being, and the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. Shao Kai stood to the side, observing Zhao Haokong's expression of bliss. He recalled the torment he endured when he directly utilized the zombie crystal core and contemplated whether he should also resort to the purified potion in the future. When he noticed the metallic sheen on Zhao Haokong's skin becoming even more pronounced, his eyes widened in astonishment. Earlier, he had only focused on Zhao Haokong's wounds and had not realized that Zhao Haokong could even metallize his body. Although he had long since become an evolver, aside from feeling a boost in his physical prowess, he had not sensed any additional abilities. Shao Kai cast a deeply envious glance at Zhao Haokong. Seeing the transformation in Zhao Haokong's physique, Professor Gong nodded in satisfaction, stating, "The enhancer not only strengthens the body but also provides energy for gene evolution." Regrettably, the zombie crystal cores contain an excessive amount of X virus. It takes 100 zombie cores to yield just one enhancer. Professor Gong gazed at Zhao Haokong's body, shimmering with a metallic luster, as if beholding a work of art. He was now certain that the human body could indeed evolve through the evolution fluid he had painstakingly crafted, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Hey kid, go fetch me some more evolution crystal cores," Professor Gong instructed, glancing at Shao Kai, who appeared lost in thought while observing Zhao Haokong. "Old man, do you think evolution crystal cores grow on trees? Aside from the evolution rats, I have yet to encounter any other evolution beasts on my journey. Oddly enough, even the rats have evolved, yet I see no sign of other evolution beasts," Shao Kai replied. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Professor Gong. "What's so strange about that? Didn't I just mention that the evolution beasts and zombies are adversaries? When they meet, it's either you perish or I do." Professor Gong explained patiently, eyeing Shao Kai as if he were a simpleton. "The cats and dogs in the city are merely domesticated pets lacking in wild instincts. They likely fell prey to zombies shortly after evolving. Even if some managed to survive, they probably fled to who knows where. It's not surprising that they are nowhere to be seen. As for the rats, they are social creatures that thrive in less populated, older districts. Most importantly, the zombies you dispatched have provided sustenance for them. It is understandable that their numbers would be larger. In the city, they would likely be far fewer. And you still want me to find you evolution crystal cores? Where am I supposed to procure them? You want me to return and slay rats? No way, Xiao Kai declared, casting a disdainful glance at Professor Gong, turning his head away defiantly. Finding them isn't impossible. It all depends on your courage. Besides, it seems you have reached a bottleneck in your evolution. To evolve further, you must unlock more gene locks. The zombie crystal cores won't suffice. The function of the zombie crystal cores is merely to strengthen your body. But this enhancement undoubtedly has its limits. You have likely reached that threshold, and to continue strengthening, you must evolve again, refining your body to perfection. If you are currently a level 1 evolver, to advance to level 2, you will need to use an evolution crystal core to improve your genes and unlock the second layer of gene locks, Professor Gong said with a smile, looking at Xiao Kai. I've come to realize that you, old man, are quite the schemer. Xiao Kai turned to glance at Professor Gong and suddenly burst into laughter. Professor Gong's words were not incorrect. He had also noticed that although he had consumed a considerable number of zombie crystal cores and his physique had become progressively stronger, there lingered an undeniable feeling of stagnation. He consistently sensed that something essential was amiss, and the enhancements from the zombie crystal cores were minuscule, hardly comparable to the evolutionary crystal cores. Professor Gong's remarks immediately made Xiao Kai realize that true bodily evolution necessitated the continual use of evolutionary fluid to improve one's genes. The more refined the genes, the mightier the strength. While the zombie crystal cores could enhance the body, they failed to improve the genes. Without genetic improvement, the fortification of the body would ultimately reach a limit. And only through persistent evolution could one transcend such boundaries. In truth, Xiao Kai had long sought to locate another evolutionary beast to acquire an evolutionary crystal core, but apart from the evolutionary rat, he had yet to encounter a second one. However, Professor Gong was undoubtedly aware of where evolutionary beasts could be found. You decide whether to go or not, but think it over carefully. While you can directly utilize those crystal cores, your girlfriend cannot. He continued, how about this? I will cover the materials for my future research, and I will also take care of your girlfriend's evolutionary fluid and enhancement solutions. Even if others manage to produce evolutionary fluid and enhancement solutions later, their purity will undoubtedly pale in comparison to mine. Noticing that Xiao Kai had been staring at him in silence for quite some time, Professor Gong understood that Xiao Kai was not easily swayed. So he straightforwardly stated, go, why not? We've made a deal. You will be my man from now on. After hearing Professor Gong's words, Xiao Kai quickly responded. He had remained silent earlier, contemplating how to persuade Professor Gong to leave this place with him. An absolute authority in genetic evolution within the country, a professor capable of producing evolutionary fluid and enhancement agents, was a treasure in the apocalypse. With Professor Gong's presence, he believed that his evolution would be considerably easier than that of others. Little did Professor Gong realize that the decision he made at that moment would lead to the creation of the world's most powerful evolutionary team, which would ultimately become the savior of the entire world. Chapter 50. The evolution of Wang Kersen. In the recently cleaned lounge, a faint scent of blood still lingered. The once lively group of over 20 had dwindled to merely 6 individuals. Xiao Kai sat on the sofa, clad in an ill-fitting shirt and trousers that revealed his ankles, idly toying with a vial of evolutionary fluid that glimmered with a red hue. Wang Kersen, whose thigh had been rebandaged, sat beside him, gazing at the evolutionary fluid in his hand, lost in thought. Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong sat together, occasionally poking at Zhao Haokong's arm, which had returned to its normal color. Out of curiosity, on the other side of Zhao Haokong, Zhang Tingting still bore a hint of terror on her face, tightly clutching his arm. Professor Gong held a stack of documents, deeply engrossed in his reading. Occasionally frowning or letting out a soft exclamation of realization, I ask you, have you made up your mind? Do you want this evolutionary fluid or not? Xiao Kai said impatiently, glancing at Zhu Zhilong. Among those present, apart from Professor Gong, Zhu Zhilong was the only other male. Originally, he intended to offer the evolutionary fluid to Zhu Zhilong, but to everyone's surprise, Zhu Zhilong had declined it. When asked why, he remained silent, which frustrated Xiao Kai. If not for the lack of options, he would not have pressed Zhu Zhilong to use the evolutionary fluid. I'm actually afraid of pain, Zhu Zhilong finally stammered, his face flushed after much hesitation. Upon hearing Zhu Zhilong's reason, everyone present, except for Zhao Haokong, looked at him in disbelief. Even Professor Gong, who had been focused on his documents, lifted his head in surprise. "Brother, what time is it?" "It's the apocalypse. There are so many zombies outside. A little pain is surely better than becoming zombie food. Can't you muster a fraction of the courage you showed when you volunteered to fix the elevator?" Xiao Kai was also at a loss for words upon hearing Zhu Zhilong's absurd reasoning. Zhu Zhilong glanced at Zhao Haokong, thinking to himself, what does he mean by a little pain? Zhao Haokong, who wouldn't he flinch even after losing a tooth, was writhing on the ground in agony. For someone like me who has been afraid of pain since childhood, this is no different from asking for my life. At least with death, it could be quick. Just the thought of drinking the evolutionary fluid makes me tremble, let alone actually doing it. Let me think about it a bit longer, Zhu Zhilong murmured softly. Xiao Kai, don't pressure him. I'll take it instead, Wang Kursin interjected, seeing the two of them at an impasse. In a way, how can you handle it in your current state? Besides, what are you in such a rush for? Killing zombies is a man's job. Come on, fatty, can you handle this? Don't make me lose respect for you. Without a moment's hesitation, he flatly rejected Wang Kursin's request and turned to Zhu Zhilong. Urging him on, he could not believe that a man could sit still when others questioned his capabilities. All right, just give it to me. This evolutionary fluid is just what I need for my injuries. Wang Kursin declared, glancing at Zhu Zhilong, who was blushing furiously and nearly hiding his face in his lap. She extended her hand toward Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai looked at her fair hand, then at the dejected Zhu Zhilong, and finally let out a disappointed sigh before placing the vial of evolutionary fluid into Wang Kursin's outstretched palm. Rest assured, I can handle it. I promise I won't cry out. Wang Kursin gazed at Xiao Kai, her expression laced with concern. After offering him a faint smile, she playfully remarked. Subsequently, she opened the evolution liquid, inhaled its scent at her nose tip, and with a graceful tilt of her slender neck, drank it down without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing Kursin consume the evolution liquid, Xiao Kai hurriedly rose to assist her in reclining on the sandy ground, his face a portrait of anxiety as he watched her intently. Moments later, Kursin's body curled up violently, her beautiful willow-shaped brows knitting tightly together, as she trembled slightly. Xiao Kai stood by, his heart racing for Kursin, while Professor Gong set aside his materials, pen and paper in hand, meticulously observing Kursin's condition, occasionally jotting notes. After a brief period, when Xiao Kai noticed Kursin's furrowed brows gradually relaxing, he discreetly exhaled a long sigh of relief and took a seat beside her. Before long, Kursin sat upright, unwrapping the bandages from her thigh. The once painful wound on her long, fair leg had nearly healed, and after applying another dose of the enhancement medicine, the injury was entirely unnoticeable. According to Professor Gong, the reason Kursin and Zhao Haokong's wounds did not fully heal after using the evolution liquid was due to Xiao Kai's earlier wastage of a small portion of it. The majority of the liquid's energy was meant to enhance their genes, with only a fraction spilling over to mend physical injuries. Given that the 2 vials of evolution liquid were limited, Xiao Kai's waste directly resulted in an energy shortfall. Fortunately, the enhancement medicine could replenish their energy, thus facilitating the healing of their wounds. However, to evolve into second-tier evolvers, they would require an even greater quantity of evolution liquid. Whether it was mere coincidence or fate, both Kursin and Zhao possessed unique abilities, inciting a tinge of jealousy in Xiao Kai's eyes. With a gentle wave of her hands, which shimmered with a pearlescent glow, Kursin instantly invigorated everyone in the lounge. This effect was particularly pronounced for Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong, who felt a notable surge in their physical strength. Tests revealed that Kursin's ability not only enhanced an individual's vitality but also augmented their overall power, functioning akin to a support character in a game. Although the increase was modest and lasted only a few minutes, its repeatability filled Xiao Kai with optimism for the future when Kursin's evolutionary level would rise, potentially yielding even greater enhancements. Such a power was indeed an indispensable asset in combat and survival. With Kursin and Zhao Haokong by his side, Xiao Kai felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding their upcoming expedition to the Guangyang Wildlife Park, the very location Professor Gong had mentioned as a haven for evolved beasts. Following the nationwide lockdown, the park had likely closed its gates, ensuring it was devoid of zombies. However, it would undoubtedly be teeming with evolved beasts, which were far more dangerous than the evolved rats. Nonetheless, Professor Gong's analysis suggested that they were still in the early stages of evolution for both the evolved beasts and zombies, with Xiao Kai nearing the strength of a second-tier evolver. The time was ripe for hunting evolved beasts. As time passed, and the evolution levels of the beasts and zombies increased, the risks associated with hunting them would escalate correspondingly. Unless Xiao Kai maintained a leading pace in his evolution, obtaining evolution crystals would become increasingly challenging. After his grievous injury and subsequent unconsciousness, he had already deemed Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong trustworthy allies. To ensure survival amid the apocalypse, he needed to devise every possible means to keep their evolutionary levels ahead of others and zombies alike, thereby enhancing their chances of survival in the face of danger. Thus, a trip to the Guangyang Wildlife Park was imperative, not only to go but also to gather as many evolution crystals as possible, ensuring that those around him would attain second-tier evolution. After solidifying their plans, the others took time to rest, preparing for the forthcoming journey to the wildlife park, while Professor Gong continued his research on the zombie crystal cores. Chapter 51. The military district personnel at dawn. With the sun just rising, Xiao Kai and Wang Kersen stood on the second floor of the laboratory building, gazing at the horde of zombies that had filled the campus. A smile flickering across their faces. These zombies, terrifying to the average person, appeared to them as mere vessels for acquiring strength through their crystal cores. However, exterminating such a multitude of zombies was no simple task. Xiao Kai intended to convert all of them into enhancement agents upon their return from the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Can you handle this? Xiao Kai inquired, presenting his assault rifle to Zhu Zhilong. Of course, I must know how to, Zhu Zhilong replied, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the weapon. Very well, the gun is yours. Just remember, once we venture out, avoid aimlessly wandering about. I certainly do not wish to return to find a corpulent zombie. Xiao Kai said, placing the rifle firmly in Zhu Zhilong's hands, hoping the fool wouldn't go about shooting zombies indiscriminately. After handing over the weapon, Xiao Kai glanced at Professor Gong, who was intently observing the zombies, and decided against interrupting him. With a leap, he descended from the second floor, wielding his machete, followed closely by Zhao Haokong, who clutched to steal our OD.AS evolved beings. The two had no difficulty jumping from the 5 to 6 meter height of the second floor, exuding an aura reminiscent of martial arts masters descending from the heavens. Upon landing, they drew the attention of a throng of zombies, which roared and lunged at them. However, with Xiao Kai nearing the strength of a second-tier evolver and Zhao Haokong's body capable of metal transformation, the zombies posed no threat. With casual strikes of his machete, Xiao Kai dispatched the lunging zombies effortlessly, sending them flying several meters with swift kicks. Although they were numerous, none could breach his defenses. Nearby, Zhao Haokong swung his steel rod with precision, striking the zombies with such force that they were left incapacitated, his skin gleaming with metallic sheen, impervious to any scratches inflicted by the zombies. In no time, they had cleared a space, prompting Wang Kersen to lower a rope and slide down. Once the trio united, Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong flanked Kersen, guiding her back toward the wall they had originally entered through. From the vantage point above, Zhu Zhilong observed the trio's impressive display of combat prowess, a wave of regret washing over him for not having utilized the evolution liquid in this post-apocalyptic world. Safety was a fleeting notion. Without formidable strength, one could easily become food for the zombies. As a non-evolver, Zhu Zhilong realized that facing such a multitude of zombies would leave him with no chance of survival. He could not perpetually hide away nor rely on Xiao Kai and the others for protection indefinitely. He silently resolved that upon their return and the creation of more evolution liquid, he would no longer refuse to partake. He too would become an evolver. Though the campus was rife with zombies, they posed no obstruction for Xiao Kai, who swiftly led the way. The trio soon emerged from the medical university, having successfully navigated through the hordes. Upon reaching the outer walls, the zombies, unable to pursue them, merely howled in frustration, their senses heightened by the scent of the living. The small grove nearby remained devoid of zombies, and after a brisk run of several minutes, they arrived at the highway. A heavy truck stood quietly at the roadside, surrounded by a few scattered zombies. As they approached the exit, the number of zombies increased, indicating that it wouldn't be long before they infested the entire highway. After eliminating the nearby zombies, Xiao Kai's first order of business upon returning to the truck was to change out of the ill-fitting clothes he had received from Professor Gong. Though the attire made him appear older, it was also uncomfortably tight, leading Wang Kersen to tease him incessantly about resembling a peculiar old man. After changing, Xiao Kai took the wheel of the heavy truck, steering it toward the Guangyang Wildlife Park to evade the zombie throngs at the highway exit. He opted for a detour, transforming what would have been a half-hour journey into an hour-long endeavor. Zhao Haokong, seated in the truck, glanced at Xiao Kai with surprise. Earlier that day, he had packed a large supply of food, only for Xiao Kai to dismiss the need for provisions, leading him to believe Xiao Kai intended for a swift excursion. Unexpectedly, it turned out that not only did Xiao Kai possess a heavy truck, but it was also stocked with plentiful supplies, justifying his insistence on traveling light. The heavy truck barreled down the highway, occasionally crashing through the zombies that wandered in their path. As they drew nearer to the Guangyang Wildlife Park, the number of abandoned vehicles littering the road increased, prompting Xiao Kai to reduce his speed. As the truck slowed, it began to attract the attention of the wandering zombies along the road. When he prepared to veer off the highway toward the wildlife park, he discovered that the exit was completely blocked by a multitude of vehicles. With over 100 zombies trailing behind the heavy truck, he had no choice but to halt the vehicle and eliminate the horde following them. While 100 zombies might seem daunting to an ordinary person, to Xiao Kai and his companions, they merely represented an opportunity to collect a plethora of zombie crystal cores. Within minutes, the pursuing zombies were vanquished, and just as they were about to harvest the crystal cores, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from the highway. Wait a moment. Xiao Kai gazed at the approaching military green truck in the distance, halting Zhao Haokong and Wang Kersin, who were eager to extract the zombie crystal cores. He was determined to keep the existence of the zombie crystal cores a secret. As the military green truck drew nearer, he could discern that the driver was a soldier clad in camouflage, adorned with military insignia, clearly a member of the military district. Xiao Kai quietly alerted Wang Kersin and Zhao Haokong, perplexed as to why personnel from the military would be present in this location. And moreover, with only a single vehicle. The military green truck had evidently spotted the trio, gradually slowing down as it approached them. Greetings, I am the captain of the survivor search team from the Guangyang Military District. My surname is Liu. Are there any others with you? After the truck came to a halt beside them, a soldier in camouflage disembarked from the passenger seat, saluting the group before speaking. Simultaneously, several fully armed soldiers leapt from the rear compartment, dispersing around the vehicle and scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. "It is just the three of us," Xiao Kai replied, his gaze fixed warily on Captain Liu. Having learned from past experiences, he was resolute in not placing his trust easily in anyone. Even if they were military personnel, at that moment, a soldier on lookout in the distance gestured towards Xiao Kai, and Captain Liu nodded, his eyes shifting to the ground littered with the corpses of zombies. The lookout had informed him that besides these three individuals, there were no others in the vicinity, but the numerous zombie bodies sprawled on the ground were unmistakably fresh kills. The sight of these three individuals, who not only refrained from seeking help but had also dispatched over 100 zombies, was a first for him in recent days. The soldier's instincts whispered that these three were not to be underestimated. Particularly Xiao Kai, who emanated an aura of extreme danger. It was noteworthy that he was one of the few elite soldiers in the Guangyang Military District, yet Xiao Kai still instilled a sense of trepidation in him. "We must continue our search for other survivors. There is a safe zone established 50 kilometers from here. Will you be proceeding on your own, or would you prefer to accompany us?" Captain Liu's gaze swept across the faces of Xiao Kai and his companions. Although he sensed that they did not require his protection, his duty compelled him to inquire. Chapter 52. This is a win for us. Xiao Kai glanced at Wang Kersin and Zhao Haokong, noticing their silence, which indicated that the decision lay with him. What exactly is the safe zone? While he surmised that it was akin to a refuge, he believed its security would be significantly higher due to the military presence. Nonetheless, he was eager to hear Captain Liu's explanation. The Guangyang Safe Zone is established by the Guangyang Military District, located near our base. It currently shelters over 100,000 survivors, and within it, there is an ample supply of food and water, Captain Liu replied, looking at Xiao Kai. Although his words were few, they conveyed vital information that enlightened Xiao Kai about several matters. The Guangyang Military District's base was situated in the mountains, several dozen kilometers from Guangyang City, and housed nearly 100,000 soldiers, equipped with a comprehensive arsenal. If the safe zone was indeed based at the Guangyang Military District, its security was undoubtedly assured. However, upon hearing that it accommodated 100,000 survivors, Xiao Kai's brow involuntarily twitched. The low survival rate was astonishing, especially considering that in a first-tier city with a population of over 10 million, only a week into the apocalypse, merely 100,000 had managed to reach the safe zone. It was hard to fathom that the number of survivors in Guangyang City would exceed 1 million. Given such dismal survival rates, with 10,000 soldiers originally stationed at the Guangyang military district, how many would remain post-apocalypse? The daily consumption of resources by 100,000 survivors would be staggering. And with the onset of the apocalypse, it was likely that the military district had lost its supply lines. The abundance of food they claimed to have, was it truly sufficient? The food consumed daily by these 100,000 survivors could very well be what the soldiers had stockpiled before the catastrophe. But how long could that last? It wouldn't be long before the Guangyang military district faced food shortages for these 10,000 people. Contemplating these matters, Xiao Kai shook his head and stated, "We will proceed on our own. There's no need to trouble you." While he voiced this sentiment, he had no intention of heading to the safe zone just yet. He preferred to wait until all of them reached the second level of evolutionary status. With the collapse of civilization following the apocalypse, the constraints of law had vanished, and the darker facets of human nature had surged forth exponentially in a safe zone of over 100,000 individuals. It was inevitable that all manner of people would be present. Without sufficient strength, surviving in such an environment would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Captain Lu nodded, seemingly unsurprised by Xiao Kai's decision. Given that these three had managed to eliminate nearly 100 zombies, they indeed did not require his protection. However, out of duty, he felt compelled to remind them, the zombies along the route to the safe zone are routinely cleared by our soldiers. So safety should not be a concern. However, prior to entering the safe zone, you will need to undergo a 48-hour isolation observation period, and we hope you will cooperate. After Captain Lu finished speaking, he waved to the soldiers on lookout, and two of them promptly jogged over. Extract the zombie crystal cores, Captain Lu instructed the two. Turning back to Xiao Kai, he added, "These zombie crystal cores hold significant importance for us. I want to take them without compensation. Upon your entry into the safe zone, I will explain your situation to the military district, and you will receive certain privileges." Xiao Kai watched as the two soldiers swiftly extracted the zombie crystal cores. It pained him to see the fruits of his labor benefiting others, but he maintained an expression of ignorance. "What are the uses of these zombie crystal cores?" he inquired, feigning naivety. "You will find out once you reach the safe zone." Captain Lu replied cryptically, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Kai. The two soldiers quickly gathered all the crystal cores, evidently experienced in the task, and upon confirming nothing was left behind, they returned to the military green truck, as did the other soldiers on guard. Captain Lu saluted Xiao Kai and his companions before making his way back to the truck. As he prepared to enter, he turned back to glance at Xiao Kai once more, then unexpectedly headed towards the rear compartment. Moments later, he approached Xiao Kai, holding two items in his hands. Upon recognizing what they were, Xiao Kai's heart leapt with joy. "These two weapons are a token of my appreciation for you. I wish you safe travels," Captain Lu said, handing the items to Xiao Kai before returning to the truck, which then drove off as the military green truck disappeared from view. Xiao Kai looked down at the military machete and a triangular military dagger in his hands. After tossing the dagger to Zhao Haokong, he finally broke into a grin. "Haha, this is quite a win for us." With that, Xiao Kai unsheathed the military machete, its gleaming white blade extending over a foot in length, tapering to a sharp point that glinted menacingly. The nearly 20-centimeter grip made it comfortable to wield, whether with one hand or two. He marveled at the superior craftsmanship of the military machete compared to his makeshift cleaver, which was vastly inferior. Not only was it capable of cleaving, but the tip could also easily pierce a zombie's skull, and its material was far beyond that of his cleaver. Meanwhile, Zhao Haokong discarded his steel rod, grasping the triangular dagger and demonstrating a few moves, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. For someone like him, with over a decade of martial arts training, the triangular dagger was undoubtedly the most fitting weapon for close combat. "Kaigo, are we truly going to the safe zone?" Zhao Haokong asked, adjusting his grip on the dagger. "We will go, without a doubt, but not just yet. Our current objective is to collect the evolutionary crystal cores." Xiao Kai replied, securing the sheath to his back, his earlier frustration over the extraction of the zombie crystal cores dissipating entirely. "Do you think they are already aware of the functions of the evolutionary crystal cores?" Wang Kersen remarked, gazing in the direction where the military green truck had vanished. "They must be aware. Otherwise, why would they extract our zombie crystal cores? What remains uncertain is whether they have developed the enhancement serum. Shao Kai mused at it. Seems we need to expedite our efforts to gather the crystal cores. Once the military district figures out the enhancement serum, collecting them will become increasingly difficult. After resheathing his cleaver, he waved to the others, leading the way towards the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat of the military green truck, Captain Liu sat in thoughtful silence. "Captain, do you think those individuals will head to the safe zone? They seem quite extraordinary," one of the soldiers inquired. The soldier driving cast a glance at Captain Liu and remarked, "Of course, it's no simple feat. 3 individuals managed to eliminate nearly 100 zombies without sustaining a single injury. Can you achieve such a feat? Among them, there must be an evolved being, most likely that young man wielding a knife." Captain Liu furrowed his brow in contemplation, then tapped on the trunk behind him. Instructing, "Relay the situation we just encountered back to the base, and simultaneously inform them to keep an eye on anyone entering the safe zone, particularly a young man using a military machete, as he is likely an evolved being." Upon hearing the captain's words, the soldier driving finally understood why their captain had distributed military weapons to a few individuals before departing. Initially, he had presumed it was merely a compensation. It seemed he had underestimated the captain, who would never engage in futile actions. Chapter 53. Human Bones. The highway exit was already congested with various vehicles, leaving heavy trucks unable to descend. Thus, Shao Kai and his companions opted to proceed on foot to the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Fortunately, the exit was not too distant from the park, requiring merely over an hour of walking. However, the trio found it peculiar that from the moment they left the highway, not a single zombie was in sight, and the eerie silence was unsettling. "Shao Kai, come quickly." Suddenly, Wang Kursin pointed toward a heap of white bones in the greenery. Shao Kai and Zhao Haokong hurried to Wang Kursin's side, following the direction of her finger. "Are these human bones?" Zhao Haokong inquired, his brow furrowing. "That of course, I can't tell that much. Can't you, being a medical student?" Shao Kai cast a glance at Zhao Haokong and stepped into the greenery. Approaching the pile of bones, they've been gnawed to bits. They didn't even spare the marrow. He kicked at the bones lightly and cautioned, "Everyone, be careful with that." Shao Kai drew the machete from his back. From his vantage point, he could see several more heaps of white bones within the greenery, each bone gnawed through, the marrow licked clean. As they drew closer to Guangyang Wildlife Park, the number of white bones increased. When, an hour later, they stood before the park's entrance, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Surrounding the walls of Guangyang Wildlife Park lay a sea of gnawed white bones, mostly human, with only a few from animals. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired here between the evolved beasts and zombies. Yet now, not a single zombie was in sight. In fact, throughout their journey, they had encountered no zombies at all, indicating that the victorious side was undoubtedly the evolved beasts. After devouring a substantial number of zombies, the remaining evolved beasts were surely formidable. It seemed that their expedition to Guangyang Wildlife Park would not be straightforward. He had previously contemplated that since the military district was aware of the function of zombie crystal cores, it would be illogical for them to be ignorant of the evolved crystal cores. With an abundance of evolved beasts in Guangyang Wildlife Park, the military personnel could not possibly be unaware. Yet they had not come to hunt the evolved beasts. Had they already come and hunted enough? Captain Liu had not mentioned the evolved beasts, evidently not considering them capable of handling the evolved beasts of Guangyang Wildlife Park, thus dismissing the thought of their arrival. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, sprinting into Guangyang Wildlife Park over a ground littered with bones. Upon entering the park, he noticed numerous shell casings scattered across the ground, indicating the use of large-caliber weapons. In the distance lay several headless remains of evolved beasts, but surrounding them were even more human skeletons, at least several hundred. Shao Kai's assumptions were confirmed. The military had indeed come here and obtained evolved crystal cores. Though it appeared they had suffered considerable losses. "Did we arrive too late?" Wang Kursin, following Shao Kai, inquired. "Not too late. Let us rest and eat something before venturing deeper. The evolved beasts here are likely formidable." Shao Kai replied, finding a nearby bench to sit upon, glancing at the remains of the evolved beasts in the distance. He had not observed any signs of the numerous bones outside being trampled. Yet inside there were not only the remains of evolved beasts, but also hundreds of human bones. This indicated that the military had long discovered the secret of evolved crystal cores and had been here before the battle between the zombies and evolved beasts. Incurring significant costs to hunt a few mutated beasts, Zhao Haokong stood nearby, retrieving food and water from his pack to share with Xiao Kai and Wang Kersen, while he marveled at the enormous remains of evolved beasts in the distance. This was his first encounter with the remains of an evolved beast. Aside from rats, he had never imagined that an evolved beast could reach the size of a small car, and this was merely the initial stage of evolution. As their evolutionary levels increased, how large could they ultimately grow? Zhao Haokong could hardly fathom it. "Do you smell something?" Suddenly, Xiao Kai sniffed the air vigorously and spoke to the others. Wang Kersen nodded in response, and Zhao Haokong mimicked Xiao Kai, his expression turning strange as he also nodded. All three set down their food, taking up their weapons and standing back to back, their eyes scanning the surroundings. A strong odor of urine assailed their senses, nearly inducing nausea. This odor had been barely perceptible moments ago, but now it was overwhelmingly pungent. If it weren't for the approaching presence, they might have thought it was a figment of their imagination. Yet, despite their vigilant gazes, nothing was in sight. Could it be coming from somewhere else? Zhao Haokong suggested hesitantly. "Have you ever encountered a urine scent that could travel such distances? There's no wind now. How could this smell reach us? Something is definitely approaching," Xiao Kai replied gravely, moving closer to Wang Kersen to shield her as much as possible. Just then, half a loaf of bread they had placed on the bench vanished without their notice. Moments later, the mineral water bottle they had left behind reappeared, the water inside sloshing around, catching Xiao Kai's attention. In a fleeting glance, he realized not only had their leftover bread disappeared, but even the newly opened water bottle had been moved. With traces of grime still clinging to the bottle, he subtly shifted his position, fully shielding Wang Kersen behind him, raising his machete slightly, ready to strike. "Show yourself," Xiao Kai suddenly bellowed, swinging the machete toward the spot where the bread and water had just been. "Ah!" As the machete sliced through the air, a piercing scream erupted. Startled, the three of them turned toward the source of the scream, and Xiao Kai's expression shifted as he became certain that something unseen was present in the seemingly empty space before them. With his military machete raised high, he swung down with all his might, for fear of the unknown presence that had drawn near. If it intended to attack, they would have no means of defense. Thus, he hoped his strike would either eliminate it or compel it to reveal itself. With a resounding thud, the wooden bench was cleaved in two by Xiao Kai's machete, sparks flying as the blade scraped the ground. Yet, none of them paid heed to the severed bench or the sparks. Instead, they stood in stunned silence as a small girl with braided pigtails suddenly materialized before them. A strand of golden hair floated down from her head as the petite figure, with wide, terrified eyes, stared at Xiao Kai and the others. Her face, smeared with filth, quivered, her tightly pressed lips struggling to suppress sobs. She wore a Guangyang Wildlife Park uniform that reached her calves, smeared with what appeared to be animal feces. The potent stench causing the trio to grimace. Chapter 54. "My name is Wang Ingxian. Who are you?" Xiao Kai raised his machete, pointing the blade toward the small girl as he halted Wang Kersen from advancing. Despite the child's innocent appearance, her sudden appearance was too uncanny, and he dared not lower his guard in the face of such an eerie situation. "What do you mean it's just a child?" Wang Kersen furrowed her brow, her maternal instincts compelling her to speak. "Don't be afraid, dear. Please tell me your name and how you ended up here." Wang Kersen cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Kai, who remained on guard with a knife, vigilantly scrutinizing the little girl. Suppressing the acrid stench, she crouched before the child, harboring no belief that such a young soul could possess any ill intentions. Observing the girl's slightly trembling form and her wide, terror-stricken eyes, devoid of focus, Wang Kersen understood that the child had been frightened by Xiao Kai's earlier strike. With a gentle sigh, she extended her hand to carefully brush away the debris from the girl's brown hair and frowned at the work uniform smeared with some animal's excrement. Ultimately, she reached out, intending to remove the repugnant garment from the girl. Just as Wang Kersen tugged at the collar of the uniform, the previously motionless little girl suddenly took a step back, her body beginning to fade rapidly from view. Xiao Kai, who had been intently watching the girl, swiftly stepped in front of Wang Kersen and reached out toward the vanishing child. "Come back," he exclaimed. In the next moment, the girl, who had completely disappeared, reappeared in his grasp by the collar of her uniform. As Xiao Kai attempted to pull her closer, the girl unexpectedly lowered her head and bit down on his hand, simultaneously launching a half-eaten piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water from her oversized sleeves, hurling them toward his face. "You little rascal, let go of me," he shouted, dodging the incoming bread and water in exasperation. To his astonishment, despite her small stature, the girl's bite was fierce, causing him considerable pain, even with his nearly evolved physique. Yet, the girl remained undeterred, glaring defiantly at her captor, clenching her teeth even harder, while flailing her limbs wildly against Xiao Kai. He pinched his nose with one hand, desperately shaking the hand that the girl had latched onto, trying to dislodge her, but it was as though she had become glued to him no matter how he shook. Even lifting her off the ground, he could not free himself from her grasp. Were it not for Wang Kursin standing nearby, he might have been tempted to twist the little girl's head off. "Stop right now!" Wang Kursin cried out, her heart racing as she watched the girl flailing like a paper doll, fearing she might be flung away at any moment. Faced with the little girl's stubbornness, Xiao Kai was compelled to halt, glaring at her. "If you don't let go, I'll pull all your teeth out." The girl shot him a fierce look, showing no intention of releasing her grip. "Will you let go or not?" He pressed in response. The girl swung her sleeve, now caked with animal dung, and slapped it against Xiao Kai. "If you don't let go, I might just have to take action. You'll end up toothless and looking hideous. So don't blame me," he warned, revealing a menacing expression. Ignoring the nauseating odor that permeated his being, he released his nose and grasped her cheek. The girl glared at the man, equally smeared in filth, seemingly contemplating her own toothless appearance. Suddenly, she released his hand and covered her mouth, her eyes wide with realization. Observing the row of bite marks on his palm, he paused, surprised by the effectiveness of his tactic. It seemed that a woman's vanity knew no age. Had he known, he would have employed this approach from the start, avoiding the mess altogether. Glimpsing at the now retreating girl, he intended to move toward Wang Kursin when he noticed her and Zhao Haokong stepping back. Pinching their noses, "Don't come any closer," Wang Kursin exclaimed, struggling to contain her laughter while pointing at Xiao Kai's filthy appearance. Xiao Kai shot a dark look at Wang Kursin before turning his back on her and approaching the little girl. He felt it necessary to impart some lessons to her about what was appropriate to play with and what was not. "Take off that disgusting outfit. It's unbearable," he instructed as he stood before her. Disdain evident in his expression, the girl shook her head warily, maintaining her guard against him. "What's your name? How old are you? And why are you here?" he inquired, noticing her reluctance to remove the soiled coat. But he was too weary to force her. He rummaged through his pocket, producing a pack of tissues to stuff in his nostrils while he continued his questioning. Yet the girl remained silent, her eyes fixed on him with suspicion. "If you don't speak, I'll have to call you Stinky." Suddenly recalling how children often refer to their need for the restroom as needing to do stinky, he flashed a grin. "I want to call you Stinky. My name is Wang Yingqian." Upon hearing Xiao Kai's words, the girl's expression soured. She certainly did not wish to be associated with something so foul. "That's more like it. Wang Yingqian, right? Now tell me, how old are you?" Xiao Kai pressed on, a victorious smirk breaking across his face. "7, the girl replied, extending her small, dark hand to indicate her age. Now that she had spoken, it became much easier to gather information. Through Xiao Kai's inquiries, the trio learned that Wang Yingqian's parents were caretakers at the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Despite its closure, the animals required care. To earn some extra money, Wang Yingqian's parents chose to remain and tend to the creatures. Following the outbreak of the X virus, her mother had turned into a zombie, and her father was subsequently bitten by her. After a day of struggle, her father too succumbed to the infection. In his final moments, he had instructed her to hide well before venturing out alone. Later, the emergence of evolved beasts led to her witnessing her parents being devoured before her eyes. To survive, Wang Yingqian had hidden in a pit of animal dung for an entire day and night, as evolved beasts never approached that area. Subsequently, she donned a work uniform sullied with droppings, which successfully allowed her to evade the beast's pursuit on multiple occasions. "And how did you come to be invisible?" Xiao Kai asked, surprised by Wang Yingqian's cleverness in surviving alone, suspecting it was linked to her newfound ability. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how she had acquired such a skill. "I don't know. One time, a gorilla spotted me, and I thought to myself that it couldn't see me, and then, it really couldn't see me," she replied, tilting her little head thoughtfully. Just like that? Xiao Kai and the others stared at her in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the notion that evolution could occur without the use of evolution liquid, something they had never considered before. Chapter 55. My back is about to break, what now? Xiao Kai glanced at Wang Yingqian's dirty little face. Despite his disdain for the troublesome nature of children, he couldn't bring himself to abandon her in a place teeming with evolved beasts. What else can we do? You take her with you. Wang Kursin said, stifling laughter as she observed the filthy Xiao Kai and Wang Yingqian. Why should I be the one to carry her? You share the same surname. Why don't you take her? Xiao Kai protested, turning to Wang Kursin in discontent. Why not? You both smell equally foul. That's what I call a shared stench, she retorted, casting a dismissive glance at him. Wang Kursin had no aversion to children. Quite the opposite, she enjoyed their company. Unlike Xiao Kai, she was unfazed by the odor emanating from Wang Yingqian. However, she found it curious that Xiao Kai, in the presence of Wang Yingqian, displayed no signs of disgust, leading her to believe that perhaps the two would get along well. Why are you looking at him? If he says you should carry her, just do it obediently. Wang Kursin stepped in front of Xiao Kai, towering over him as he crouched on the ground. Zhao Haokong, noticing Xiao Kai's gaze shift toward him, quickly sought to distance himself from the situation. As long as he wasn't the one tasked with carrying the child, he was fine with anyone else doing so. Ultimately, Xiao Kai's protests fell on deaf ears, and he was reluctantly forced to accept Wang Kursin's decision. Can you please take off that filthy outfit? It reeks, he implored, eyeing the girl's dung-stained coat. Even with his nostrils plugged, he could still sense the foul odor wafting from it. Wang Yingqian, munching on the bread in her hand, shook her head defiantly, her pigtails swaying. Seeing her refusal, Xiao Kai felt his frustration mounting. He simply could not endure the stench any longer, as if he were perpetually trapped in a cesspit. Determined not to indulge the little girl, he reached out, intending to seize the coat from her. Just as his fingers brushed the fabric, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground in the distance. Rising, he turned to face the source of the noise, only to see an evolved beast resembling a gorilla barreling toward them, careening through everything in its path. Evolved beasts are coming. Xiao Kai turned his head to glance at Wang Kursin and Zhao Haokong, who were seated several meters away, indulging in their meal. After calling out to them, he intended to lead Wang Yingqian away, only to realize that she had vanished from his side, having fled at an impressive speed. He scanned the surroundings, but upon failing to spot her, he muttered softly to himself, dismissing the worry, as he believed that Wang Yingqian, having lived in this environment for several days, would be perfectly capable of safeguarding herself. He drew the machete from his back, narrowing his eyes as he observed the approaching mutated gorilla. Zhao Haokong, shimmering with a metallic sheen, gripped his trident and positioned himself beside Xiao Kai, while behind them stood Wang Kursin, wielding a long sword. Soon, the mutated gorilla charged toward the trio, halting a mere 10 meters away with a thunderous roar. The creature beat its chest with its hands, letting out a fierce bellow as a show of dominance. Xiao Kai gazed at the towering figure of the gorilla, which exceeded 2 meters in height, and swallowed hard. Its muscular frame was undeniably intimidating. The creature's stature surpassed that of most ordinary gorillas, and its arms, thick and powerful, pounded against its chest, while its glossy black fur glistened like steel needles. Xiao Kai had not anticipated that the first mutated beast he would encounter in the Guangyang Wildlife Park would be such a ferocious gorilla. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The mutated beasts that survived after being hunted by the military and battling zombies were sure to be formidable creatures. After delivering a few mighty blows to its chest, the mutated gorilla charged toward Xiao Kai and his companions. In response, Xiao Kai raised his machete and advanced to meet the beast. In an instant, he appeared above the gorilla, the distance of 10 meters nothing more than a blink of an eye for him. He looked down at the gorilla's massive head, a smile creeping onto his lips as he brought the machete down toward it. To his surprise, the fierce-looking gorilla seemed surprisingly manageable. He was confident that with his strength and the sharpness of the machete, he could cleave through the gorilla's skull. Just as the blade was about to strike, he caught sight of a dark shadow darting toward him at breakneck speed. "Kaigu, be careful," the moment he heard someone call his name. He felt the shadow collide with his waist. It was as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. His body folded into a V shape, propelling him through the air like a cannonball. Accompanying him in flight was Zhao Haokong, whose body had taken on a metallic form. With a resounding crash, both of them landed against a parked tour bus, causing it to jolt sideways. Damn it. My waist feels like it's going to snap, Xiao Kai groaned, rubbing his lower back as he stood up. It was only then that he realized the force that had sent him flying was the gorilla's hand. Zhao Haokong, who had followed closely behind, was sent flying after receiving a powerful kick to the chest from the gorilla. Their initial attack had barely grazed the creature's fur before they were both knocked away. Fortunately, both of them were now evolved beings. Xiao Kai had nearly reached the second level of evolution, granting him considerable resilience. Although the gorilla had struck him with considerable force, it had not inflicted any serious damage. As for Zhao Haokong, his metallic body provided him with defenses that even Xiao Kai could not surpass. Xiao Kai twisted his waist, casting a displeased glance at the gorilla, which was now mocking him with its gestures. He felt a surge of determination. With a boost from the snail buff, "I'm going to take it down today," he shouted to Wang Kersen. Initially concerned for their safety, Wang Kersen felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing that both had risen without any apparent injuries. Upon hearing Xiao Kai's proclamation, a soft, milky light emanated from her hands. As she waved them toward the two, a similar aura enveloped them, albeit much fainter. Feeling the refreshing sensation coursing through him, Xiao Kai pulled out the tissue he had stuffed in his nose. Observing the gorilla's taunting demeanor, he licked his lips, a mischievous smile playing on his face as he charged forward. He had been overly cautious earlier, underestimating the gorilla's speed. He vowed not to make the same mistake again. Chapter 56. You are impressive. As Xiao Kai rushed toward him, the gorilla roared and swung its massive arm at him. Xiao Kai disdainfully observed the incoming strike before swiftly dodging, sliding behind the beast. With the gorilla's sleek, shiny black fur in his sights, he arced his machete in a crescent motion, aiming for the creature's neck. This time, he was certain the gorilla could not evade his strike. Yet, in the next moment, he realized he had miscalculated yet again. The gorilla's reflexes were astonishingly quick. As Xiao Kai's blade breached its fur and sank into its flesh, the beast's arm struck him with tremendous force. However, this time he was prepared. He had extended his other arm to block the blow, and as he was propelled backward, he pulled the machete across the gorilla's neck, leaving a deep gash that revealed bone beneath. Roar! The evolved beast is not devoid of feeling like a zombie. After Xiao Kai decisively slashed the gorilla-evolved beast's neck, it was consumed by an overwhelming fury, roaring ferociously while brandishing its claws at him. Zhao Haokong, having endured a powerful punch from the gorilla-evolved beast, swiftly plunged his triangular bayonet into its chest several times before retreating to a safe distance, eyeing the frenzied creature with vigilance. Both Xiao Kai's mountain cleaver and Zhao Haokong's bayonet were military-grade weapons, exceptionally sharp, causing the wounds on the gorilla-evolved beast to bleed profusely. However, this beast also possessed a remarkable regenerative capability, allowing its injuries to heal rapidly, soon staunching the flow of blood. The pain only served to make the gorilla-evolved beast more ferocious, charging aggressively towards Xiao Kai. Having been struck twice, Xiao Kai was acutely aware of the immense power of the gorilla-evolved beast. Especially in its enraged state, he chose not to confront its incoming arm directly, instead nimbly dodging around the beast, avoiding the barrage of its powerful blows. In contrast, Zhao Haokong, trained in free combat, seemed to revel in the thrill of a direct confrontation, his metallicized body showing no fear of the gorilla's strikes. Even when grazed by the beast's sharp fangs, he merely sustained superficial wounds, and any minor deformation from the blows would quickly revert under Wang Kersen's white light. Under the relentless assault from Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong, the gorilla-evolved beast's wounds continued to multiply, the blood pooling beneath it, saturating the ground. As Xiao Kai ducked once more to evade the beast's arm, he caught sight of Zhao Haokong restraining the gorilla's other arm. Seizing the moment, he swung his mountain cleaver with ferocity towards the beast's neck, realizing that this creature was far more cunning than he had anticipated. Numerous attempts to strike its neck had been thwarted by the gorilla's swift defenses, but now, with one arm occupied and another swinging overhead, he was determined to land a decisive blow. His gaze fixed intently on the gorilla's neck. He summoned all his strength into the cleaver, vowing to sever both head and arm in a single stroke. It is said that an animal's final struggle can be its most lethal. Sensing the impending threat of death, The gorilla-evolved beast abandoned its evasive maneuvers and lunged at Shao Kai with both powerful arms. As those formidable limbs approached, Shao Kai felt no doubt that this desperate attack could severely injure him. If not prove fatal, with the cleaver nearly making contact with the gorilla's neck, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Embracing the mindset of either his death or the beast's, he drove the weapon into the gorilla's flesh. In that instant, the gorilla's arms struck Shao Kai's sides, but the next moment, its massive head was sent soaring into the air, its once mighty limbs collapsing powerless at his sides. Watching the gorilla-evolved beast fall, he finally grasped why, even with an arsenal of weapons, the military suffered significant losses in their hunts for evolved beasts. Unlike zombies, which, at least currently, posed only a modest threat compared to regular humans, evolved beasts had always been formidable adversaries. Their speed and strength were magnified several times post-evolution, coupled with a newfound regenerative ability and an increase in size. Minor injuries had become negligible, while serious wounds were mitigated, leaving only the heart and head as critical vulnerabilities. How could such evolved beasts be manageable by ordinary soldiers? Even heavy weaponry would be ineffective if it failed to strike vital areas. And once an evolved beast closed in, regular soldiers faced nothing but slaughter. Only evolved individuals could contend with these formidable creatures, and their numbers were scarce. Aside from those around him who had gained evolved status through Professor Gong's research on evolution serum, most were oblivious to the very concept of an evolved being. However, after the military successfully hunted a few evolved beasts, it would not be long before the existence of evolved individuals became widely recognized. Perhaps the next time the military ventured forth, they would possess the means to sweep through the Guangyang Wildlife Park with ease. As Shao Kai held the evolution crystal core, only slightly larger than his thumb, and glanced at the gorilla's towering figure, he was struck by a wave of despondency. After expending considerable effort to slay the beast, he unearthed a crystal core that was merely a trivial increment larger than that found in a mouse-evolved beast. He might as well have hunted the latter instead. Given his current prowess, dispatching a mouse was a trivial task. Yet the thought of an apparently endless onslaught of mouse-evolved beasts dampened his enthusiasm, particularly since those possessing evolution cores seemed exceedingly rare. With this in mind, he resolved that hunting gorilla-evolved beasts was indeed the preferable choice, hoping fervently that more of them possessed evolution cores. After securing the evolution crystal, he turned to find Wang Yingqian, who had mysteriously reappeared behind him, gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. "You are truly remarkable," she exclaimed, her face radiating admiration. "Is that so? If I'm so impressive, how about you follow me from now on?" As he observed the awe in Wang Yingqian's expression, he felt an unexpected warmth at being admired, despite her youth. She tilted her head, her small face lighting up with a sweet smile as she nodded. Okay. Chapter 57. Do they resemble a father and daughter? Within the Guangyang Wildlife Park, Shao Kai traversed the cobbled path with his mountain cleaver in hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Scattered throughout were remnants of bones, both human and animal, stripped clean by predation. Wang Yingqian had shed her soiled outerwear, now clad in denim, her small, pristine hand clutching his clothing while the other held a lollipop, which she occasionally licked. Trailing behind them at a distance of several meters were Wang Kursin and Zhao Haokong. Although Wang Yingqian had discarded her soiled work attire, the lingering unpleasant odor about her made proximity difficult. Do they not resemble a father and daughter walking together? Wang Kursin gazed ahead at the silhouettes of two figures, one large and one small, pondering thoughtfully before speaking. She had known Shao Kai for quite some time and had never witnessed him exhibit any affection towards that child, let alone allow a child to tug at his clothing. She recalled a past conversation where Shao Kai had casually mentioned his disdain for children. However, it now seemed that his aversion was not directed at the children themselves, but rather at the proud expressions they wore when speaking of their parents, or the joy they exhibited in the presence of their guardians. Perhaps what Shao Kai referred to as hatred was, in truth, a manifestation of fear. Having grown up without knowledge of his parents, he might have harbored a deep-seated desire for parental love. Yet, whenever children appeared, their utterances of mommy and daddy struck him like daggers. Gradually eroding that hope, as he aged, Shao Kai ceased to yearn for the love of parents, opting instead for avoidance, striving to shield himself from further hurt. This, perhaps, was the true reason behind his disdain for children. Conversely, it was Wang Yingqian's loss of her parents during the apocalypse that fostered a bond between her and Xiao Kai, for his aversion did not lie with children per se. Observing Xiao Kai as he wielded his machete, recounting his valor in slaying zombies to Wang Yingqian, Wang Kershin suddenly considered that perhaps encouraging Xiao Kai to embrace fatherhood might not be such a poor idea. If he could not attain the love he desired, why could he not transform into the very figure he wished to embody? Allowing a man who craved paternal affection to step into the role of a father, bestowing love upon another child, could indeed be a noble choice. While the notion seemed somewhat absurd, Wang Kershin felt it was not entirely implausible. After all, Xiao Kai would eventually marry, if he continued to harbor fear and disdain for children. How could he ever aspire to be a good husband and father? As they journeyed, Xiao Kai and his companions encountered several evolved beasts, including multiple gorillas and primate-like creatures. The most perilous encounter involved 3 long-tailed monkey-evolved beasts. These creatures, having evolved to a size comparable to that of an adult human, wielded their 2 to 3 meter long tails not only to swing from trees, but also to launch fierce attacks akin to steel whips. Ultimately, it was Zhao Haokong who, using his body as a shield against the lash of a long-tailed monkey's tail, seized the opportunity to capture it, granting Xiao Kai the chance to deliver fatal blows. Though these evolved beasts proved far more challenging to defeat than their rodent counterparts, Xiao Kai found solace in the fact that each creature he felled yielded an evolution crystal core. It appeared that larger beasts were indeed more likely to produce these valuable cores, reinforcing his resolve to hunt more evolved creatures. If circumstances permitted, he would not hesitate to convert the entire Guangyang Wildlife Park's evolved beasts into crystal cores for his own gain. After extracting a crystal core from a gorilla-evolved beast, he squinted up at the sun, now dipping towards the horizon, before looking down at Wang Yingqian, who was still clutching his clothing, and inquired, "Yingqian, are there any places nearby where we might spend the night?" He had not anticipated that after spending most of the day battling nearly 30 monkey-evolved beasts, they had yet to exit the Monkey King's jungle. If they were to backtrack now, they could barely manage to leave the Guangyang Wildlife Park before nightfall. However, returning the next day would consume a significant portion of their time. Thus, it would be more prudent to find a place to rest nearby, allowing them to resume their hunt for evolved beasts at dawn. Wang Yingqian, engrossed in her lollipop, jolted upon hearing Xiao Kai's question, her eyes wide with terror as she looked up at him. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Kai surmised that the night ahead would likely not be tranquil. Observing the fear etched on her small face, he gently patted her head and reassured her, "You need not fear. We are here, and no evolved beast can harm you." As Wang Yingqian met Xiao Kai's confident gaze, her trepidation began to dissipate. She turned slightly to see Wang Kershin and Zhao Haokong smiling reassuringly at her, which filled her with an unexpected sense of comfort. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been engulfed in fear. While Xiao Kai's presence had instilled a modicum of safety, each time she watched him and his companions battle from the sidelines, anxiety gnawed at her heart. She feared that they might suddenly fall victim to an evolved beast. However, witnessing their repeated victories over the creatures gradually alleviated her unease. After exchanging nods with the smiling trio, Wang Yingqian took Xiao Kai's hand and led him forward. Her parents had been caretakers at the Guangyang Wildlife Park, and her childhood visits had made her intimately familiar with the area. Under her guidance, they traversed a thicket, eventually arriving at a clearing adorned with several thatched structures. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Kai realized that these buildings, though appearing to be constructed of straw, were actually made of reinforced concrete, merely designed to resemble thatched roofs. Entering one of the thatched huts, he found it remarkably clean, suggesting it had been abandoned since the park's closure, with a thin layer of pale yellow dust settling on the empty shelves. Wang Yingqian led Xiao Kai to the back of the hut, and after circumventing a cement wall disguised as wood, he discovered a small red brick building. "Mom said this is a storage room," she explained. Pushing open the modest iron door of the brick building, which was surprisingly unlocked, Xiao Kai found a few items stacked within. After rummaging through the contents, he emerged holding 2 identical sets of clothing, differing only in size. At last, "I can change out of these wretched clothes. You take Yingqian and change as well," he said, handing the smaller outfit to Wang Kershin before stepping into the nearby hut labeled restroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. "Let's wash up too, Yingqian," Wang Kershin suggested, extending her hand towards the child, who was fixated on the restroom door. Chapter 58. strengthening power in the not particularly spacious storage room. Xiao Kai and Wang Yingqian sat side by side, clad in matching commemorative t-shirts. Having washed up, the foul stench that once clung to them had significantly abated, now tolerable enough for Wang Kershen and Zhao Haokong. Wang Kershen observed the pair before her, who, though not related by blood, bore a striking resemblance to a father and daughter due to their matching attire, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes as she smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Kai asked, somewhat exasperated as Wang Kershen continued to chuckle at the sight of him and Wang Yingqian. "It's nothing. Just that you two look quite like father and daughter. Why not let him take on the role of a father? What do you think, Yingqian?" "Not a chance." Wang Yingqian protested immediately, followed by Xiao Kai, both exchanging glances before turning their heads away in unison. Wang Kershen found their reactions utterly delightful, believing it only reinforced the father-daughter resemblance. "Stop laughing, or you might lose a tooth." Xiao Kai shot Wang Kershen a glare before extracting an evolution crystal core from his pocket, exclaiming, as you all witnessed today, "Our current strength makes hunting evolved beasts quite challenging. The deeper we venture, the more evolved beasts we are likely to encounter. I plan to consume a crystal core to enhance my abilities. Perhaps it will elevate me to a second-level evolved being. Tomorrow, we shall continue our hunt, but regardless of our gains, we must leave before nightfall," he declared. "Why not stay a few more days? We have enough provisions for 3 or 4 days." Zhao Haokong inquired, perplexed by Xiao Kai's decision. After becoming an evolved being through the use of evolution liquid, Zhao Haokong had grown fond of the newfound strength and sought to become even more formidable, which necessitated additional evolution liquid. Evolution crystal cores were essential for producing this liquid. He believed that Xiao Kai understood this principle, yet was puzzled by his insistence on leaving without seizing this opportunity. "Staying longer would shift our roles from hunters to prey," Xiao Kai replied, casting a glance at Zhao Haokong. "Do you have any idea how many evolved beasts inhabit the Guangyang Wildlife Park? There are at least 8,000, if not 10,000. The further we go, the more we might find ourselves surrounded. It's prudent to leave." "What if I try consuming a crystal core directly?" Zhao Haokong suggested, grasping the significance of Xiao Kai's warning about their insufficient power. "Absolutely not. Professor Gong expressly stated that only I may consume crystal cores directly. Others risk being infected by the X virus contained within." Xiao Kai interjected firmly, alarmed by Zhao Haokong's proposition. "Zhao Haokong, do not act recklessly. You must also take care of yourself, Xiao Kai," came Wang Kershen's voice, laced with concern. Wang Kershen's expression turned serious as she addressed Zhao Haokong. She then reassured Xiao Kai, saying, "Don't worry, it's not the first time." Observing the concern etched on Wang Kershen's face, Xiao Kai smiled. Under the anxious gazes of the two, he placed the crystal core into his mouth. As he bit down, a droplet of viscous liquid, reminiscent of jelly, slid down his throat into his stomach. Moments later, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body, a sensation far more pleasurable than his initial experience with the evolution crystal. With his eyes closed, he savored the delightful feeling, as if every cell within him had come to life, pulsating with energy. However, perhaps due to the insufficient energy in the evolution crystal, this sensation soon subsided. He retrieved 2 more evolution crystals and swallowed them simultaneously, intensifying the sensation further. Seated across from Xiao Kai, Wang Kershen watched him with a look of trepidation. Although she was aware that Xiao Kai could consume evolution crystals directly, she had never witnessed it firsthand. This was her first time seeing him partake in the evolution crystal, and it was impossible for her not to harbor concerns. Yet, upon witnessing the expression of pleasure on Xiao Kai's face, she gradually began to feel reassured. Just as she was starting to relax, she saw Xiao Kai suddenly toss 2 more evolution crystals into his mouth, causing her heart to leap into her throat. After consuming the 2 evolution crystals, Xiao Kai felt as though something within him had been unlocked. An overwhelming sensation of euphoria surged through his body, making him tremble involuntarily, and with that tremor, his muscles and bones emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. To the astonishment of Wang Kershen and Zhao Haokong, Xiao Kai's height visibly increased, soaring from slightly over 1.70 meters to nearly 1.90 meters, surpassing Zhao Haokong by a small margin. When Xiao Kai opened his eyes, he instantly perceived the world around him in a new light. Under the dim illumination, he could see each strand of hair on Wang Kershen's head with striking clarity. Even the minute fuzz on her face became distinctly visible to him. Shifting his gaze away from Wang Kershen, He turned towards an empty space and noticed countless faint lines flickering in his vision. An idea struck him. He felt that he could either manipulate or sever these lines at will. To test his hypothesis, Xiao Kai rose and retrieved a military machete from behind him. He observed the myriad lines appearing and disappearing in his field of vision. He focused on one particular line, which seemed to exist yet also elude his grasp. He concentrated intently, and gradually, the line became increasingly distinct. When a gray line fully manifested before his eyes, he swung the machete. The sharp blade sliced through the air, and the gray line was immediately cleaved in two. A sound reminiscent of air being pierced resonated in the ears of those present. Xiao Kai looked towards the direction of the machete strike, discovering a tiny crack in the wall, as slender as a toothpick. Overcome with exhilaration, he resumed his focus on the lines in his vision, the machete in his hand slicing through the air once more. In the next instant, a series of piercing sounds filled the warehouse as each line he severed emitted a transparent wave that shot forward, penetrating the wall and leaving behind a series of cracks, each measuring over 10 centimeters long yet only as thick as a toothpick. "What is happening?" Zhao Haokong exclaimed, astonished as he watched Xiao Kai wield the machete with what appeared to be reckless abandon. Yet each strike resulted in a crack penetrating the wall, which was over a meter away from him. "I don't know. Perhaps it's a special ability. After all, we've all developed powers. It's not surprising that he has too." Wang Kursen remarked, her astonishment mirrored in her eyes as she gazed at the fissures in the wall. Chapter 59. Spatial ability. As Xiao Kai swung the machete, observing the slender lines being severed, he suddenly reached out to grasp one of the lines. Upon contact, it felt as though he had seized nothing at all, yet he could distinctly sense that the line was indeed movable. With newfound determination, he pulled the gray line towards himself, but in the next moment, his vision darkened, and all the lines vanished from sight. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his body to sway precariously. "Xiao Kai!" Wang Kursen exclaimed, rushing to support him as she asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Just a bit dizzy," Xiao Kai replied, shaking off the lingering disorientation. With Wang Kursen's help, he settled back down, noticing Wang Yingqian's wide, concerned eyes fixed on him. He smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Brother Kai, what was that just now? Was it the legendary sword energy?" Zhao Haokong, unable to contain his curiosity, pointed at the cracks in the wall and inquired. "It pertains to space," Xiao Kai explained. "Space?" "Yes, space. I can perceive the existence of countless spatial lines within our current environment. They can be destroyed, moved, and even recombined." Rubbing his aching temples, Xiao Kai marveled at his newfound understanding. The moment he severed the first spatial line, an instinctual knowledge of his abilities and their application flooded his mind, as if it were inscribed in his very genes. It had merely been sealed away. But now that the lock had been lifted, he instinctively comprehended it. However, this ability demanded a significant amount of mental energy. While severing the lines required minimal mental exertion, perceiving them necessitated intense concentration, which was far more exhausting. As the number of spatial lines to be severed increased, so too did the mental energy required to perceive them, leading to greater fatigue. The brief attempt had nearly depleted his mental reserves, leaving him feeling exceptionally drained. After resting for a moment, he retrieved a dark red crystal the size of an egg from his pocket, obtained during his encounter with a mutated zombie at the medical university. To avoid Professor Gong's scrutiny, he had kept it hidden until now, and he felt it was time to utilize this zombie crystal. "Are you going to continue?" Wang Kursen asked, furrowing her brow as she regarded the sizable zombie crystal in Xiao Kai's hand. A hint of worry in her voice. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," he reassured her. Xiao Kai gazed at Wang Kursen with a smile, recalling how Professor Gong had mentioned that he could directly consume the zombie crystal nucleus. Since then, Wang Kursen had refrained from discussing the matter further. Observing the confidence in Xiao Kai's eyes, Wang Kursen chose to remain silent, rising to sit on the makeshift bedding Xiao Kai had prepared for her with souvenirs. After offering Wang Kursen a reassuring smile, Xiao Kai struck the zombie crystal nucleus against the ground, creating a small crack, and proceeded to pour the blood-scented liquid into his mouth. This time, he experienced no discomfort. Rather, he felt his body fervently absorbing the energy from the zombie crystal nucleus, a warm sensation enveloping him, prompting him to close his eyes and reveal a look of enjoyment. Moments later, he opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and felt the power coursing through him. confident that he could slay a simian-like evolved beast with a single strike upon their next encounter. In the dead of night, the distant roars of various evolved beasts echoed into the warehouse. Wang Yingqian curled up beside Xiao Kai, trembling in fear and unable to sleep. She longed for her parents to hold her at that moment, yet she was painfully aware that this was no longer possible. For they had turned into zombies, becoming prey for the evolved beasts. Just as her fear kept her awake, she suddenly felt strong arms envelop her in a warm embrace, an overwhelming sense of safety wrapping around her. She lifted her small head to gaze at the face of the man beside her, whose eyes were closed, and an unexpected feeling of reassurance washed over her, reminiscent of the safety she once felt in her parents' arms. The roars of the evolved beasts outside no longer troubled her. A satisfied smile graced her face as she nestled into Xiao Kai's embrace, slipping into a deep slumber. Wang Yingqian's steady breathing filled the air. Xiao Kai opened his eyes and glanced at the sleeping girl in his arms, letting out a soft sigh. The following morning, the first to awaken was Wang Kursin, who immediately noticed Xiao Kai soundly asleep with Wang Yingqian nestled against him, the latter sporting a sweet smile. Wang Kursin also observed that Xiao Kai had not only grown taller but had also become noticeably sturdier, his facial features more defined and handsome, suggesting he was nearing the realm of a super handsome man. Watching the two sleep so peacefully, Wang Kursin hesitated to wake them and quietly rose to head to the bathroom. Upon returning from the bathroom, Wang Kursin discovered that Xiao Kai and the others had already woken up and were busy packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Let us expedite our movements today and hunt more evolved beasts. We must leave this place before nightfall, Xiao Kai declared, tossing a piece of bread to Wang Yingqian before tightening the grip on the mountain-cutting knife strapped to his back and stepping outside. A night's rest had revitalized him. Zhao Haokong, carrying a significantly lighter backpack, followed closely behind Wang Kursin. Under Wang Yingqian's guidance, Xiao Kai endeavored to avoid the territories of larger animals, such as elephants and hippos. Given the already sizable nature of hippos and elephants, if they were to evolve further, Xiao Kai felt that a single stomp from one could easily end his life. Thus, he deemed it safer to hunt smaller evolved beasts instead. Throughout their journey, having already reached the level of a second-tier evolved being, Xiao Kai no longer required Zhao Haokong's assistance when confronting evolved beasts, effortlessly dispatching them with a single strike. Within just a morning, the group had collected more evolved crystal nuclei than the previous day. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of evolved beasts they encountered increased, and they began to encounter pack-hunting varieties. When faced with such evolved beasts, if their numbers were not overwhelming, Xiao Kai would attempt to hunt them. Otherwise, he would opt for avoidance. Suddenly, after extracting the evolved crystal nucleus from a gazelle, he was startled by a deafening roar. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a tiger-like evolved beast emerging slowly from the nearby forest, its yellow fur interspersed with black stripes, revealing long fangs protruding from its mouth and a king symbol atop its head. Upon seeing this tiger-evolved beast, Xiao Kai's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned to flee, cradling Wang Yingqian in his arms. Wang Kursin and Zhao Haokong, recognizing the urgency, also turned to escape. It's the Tiger King. Wang Yingqian, nestled in Xiao Kai's embrace, peered back at the tiger-evolved beast and exclaimed, having recognized it as the king of tigers from the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Hearing her words, Xiao Kai's face paled further. The earlier deafening roar had already alerted him to the formidable nature of the beast. Upon realizing it was a Tiger King, he wasted no time in fleeing, as the king of the mountain. Tigers have historically been regarded as the most ferocious and challenging beasts to confront, and this evolved Tiger King was no exception. The Tiger King let out another roar, signaling its intent to attack. Instinctively, Xiao Kai knew he needed to act quickly, and as the tiger's figure loomed closer, the adrenaline surged within him. Hide! Xiao Kai gently set Wang Yingqian down and watched her retreating form, taking a deep breath before advancing towards the Tiger King. Although the Tiger King's size had not increased significantly, its half-foot-long fangs and sharp claws suggested it was no ordinary foe. It was likely a second-tier evolved beast, as the Tiger King approached with the grace of a cat toying with its prey. Xiao Kai suddenly accelerated toward it. With no option to evade, he resolved to confront the beast head dash on. As he charged, Wang Kursin waved her hands, bestowing two orbs of milky white light upon Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong. With Wang Kursin's enhancement, Xiao Kai's speed quickened, while Zhao Haokong, now metallized, brandished a trident and charged from the side. Spatial slash. As he closed in on the Tiger King, now within 5 meters, Shao Kai narrowed his eyes and, with a fierce shout, slashed toward the beast. The sound of air being cleaved filled the air as he severed 2 gray lines, unleashing a surge of spatial energy that raced toward the Tiger King, reaching it in an instant. Seeing the Tiger King about to be struck by the spatial energy, Shao Kai felt a surge of triumph, convinced that if the Tiger King were hit, it would either be gravely wounded or meet its demise. Yet, the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as the Tiger King vanished from sight. A sudden wave of danger surged behind him, raising the hairs on his neck. Not daring to look back, he propelled himself forward with all his strength, and in the next heartbeat, he felt a gust of wind rush over his head, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. After propelling himself several meters away, he finally dared to glance back, only to see the Tiger King standing a short distance away, leisurely flicking its tail while watching him. At that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have been crushed like a rotten watermelon beneath the Tiger King's paw. Turning to look at Zhao Haokong, he saw him recovering from being struck by the Tiger King's tail. Groggily rising from the ground, his forearms and chest caved in as if a steel beam had been flattened. Milky white light poured from Wang Kursen's hands as she cast healing energy upon Zhao Haokong, while also throwing him a dark red strengthening agent. The strengthening agent not only bolstered physical strength, but also provided energy for healing injuries. With Wang Kursen and the strengthening liquid's assistance, Zhao Haokong's wounds began to heal at an accelerated pace. With Zhao Haokong seemingly unharmed, Shao Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned his attention back to the Tiger King. Though the evolved beast stood still, its mere presence exuded an immense pressure upon Shao Kai. Throughout their journey, he had never encountered an evolved beast whose speed and strength could rival that of the Tiger King. Even the agile gazelle evolved beast he had recently slain could not compare in terms of swiftness. Qianqian, can you make Aunt Kursen invisible as well? Shao Kai glanced at Wang Kursen and suddenly called out. Knowing that among them, Wang Kursen possessed the least combat prowess, engaged solely in combat with ordinary zombies, upon encountering the evolved beasts, they could only assist Shao Kai and Zhao Haokong in their battles. With the speed of the Tiger King evolved beast, if Wang Kursen were to be attacked, he would have no opportunity for rescue. Yet, with her cloaking ability, Wang Yingxian had managed to survive alone in the Guangyang Wildlife Park for so long, undoubtedly due to her concealment making it difficult for the evolved beasts to detect her. If she could cloak alongside Wang Kursen, he would be free from worries, allowing him to fight the Tiger King evolved beast with full vigor. As Shao Kai finished speaking, Wang Kursen suddenly felt a warm little hand grasping hers, and in the next moment, her body began to slowly vanish. Though the process was gradual, she ultimately disappeared from everyone's sight. Once Wang Kursen had vanished, the previously motionless Tiger King evolved beast finally stirred, standing upright and roaring at the place where Wang Kursen had disappeared, clearly displeased at the sudden loss of its prey. Upon witnessing Wang Kursen's disappearance, Shao Kai licked his lips and turned to face the Tiger King evolved beast. He had heard tales of tiger hunting since childhood, and today he would enact his own heroic tale of slaying a tiger. A wicked smile spread across Shao Kai's face as he raised his mountain-splitting blade and charged at the Tiger King evolved beast. Just a step away from the beast, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Reappearing beside the Tiger King in the next instant, his blade striking fiercely towards the creature's neck in response to Shao Kai's seemingly certain strike. The Tiger King merely flicked its tail, akin to a steel whip, deflecting the mountain-splitting blade, while simultaneously slamming a forepaw towards Shao Kai. He had never expected that this strike could injure the Tiger King evolved beast. As soon as his blade was deflected, he had already retreated. Even so, he narrowly evaded the beast's incoming paw. Both man and beast moved with incredible speed, the Tiger King leaping and pouncing towards Shao Kai. With the beast's erratic movements, Shao Kai skillfully dodged, occasionally slashing with his mountain-splitting blade, which was consistently evaded by the Tiger King. Whenever he failed to evade, he was met with the creature's whip-like tail. Zhao Haokong, recovering from his previous state, observed the fierce engagement between man and beast, wishing to assist, but found it impossible to intervene. The movements of Shao Kai and the Tiger King were far too swift, often leaving behind fleeting afterimages in his vision. Space slash. After evading another assault from the Tiger King, Shao Kai turned and silently chanted, unleashing a series of slashes with his mountain-splitting blade towards the beast's back. A cacophony of piercing sounds followed as multiple streams of spatial energy shot towards the unprepared Tiger King's back. This time, the Tiger King failed to evade Shao Kai's attack. With a series of puncturing sounds, a patch of black and yellow fur erupted on the creature's back, several small wounds appearing, instantly staining its fur with crimson. Chapter 61. Wang Yingqian's Ambush. Roar. The injured Tiger King evolved beast let out a tremendous roar, its tail sweeping back violently towards Shao Kai. However, Shao Kai had anticipated the beast's attack, and after executing his space slash, he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail. With its attack thwarted, the Tiger King turned, its keen eyes fixated on Shao Kai, its fur bristling as if stirred by an invisible wind. Emitting a low growl from its throat, recognizing the fury ignited by his previous assault, Shao Kai braced himself, aware that the forthcoming attacks would be even more ferocious. The moment the Tiger King's form flickered, it appeared directly above him. How fast? Shao Kai was taken aback, realizing this attack was significantly swifter than before. He barely caught sight of the Tiger King's movements before it was upon him. Nonetheless, Shao Kai was not sluggish, having already begun to retreat. Yet, the speed of the Tiger King's assault was unexpectedly rapid. Although he managed to evade in time, he still could not completely escape the Tiger King's strike, which landed heavily on his chest, leaving 3 gruesome wounds. Blood can incite fear or madness, and Shao Kai was of the latter disposition. Spurred by pain and blood, a crimson hue gradually surfaced in his eyes. Gazing at the Tiger King, which was licking its claws, he wore a maniacal grin, hurling his mountain-splitting blade towards the evolved beast. As he moved, the Tiger King responded in kind. This time, their speeds exceeded those of their previous encounters, leaving Zhao Haokong unable to keep up with their rapid motions. The air was filled with the shrill sounds of rupturing air as Shao Kai's body plowed through trees, sending blood and fur flying in all directions. Minutes later, both man and beast came to a halt, each adorned with numerous wounds. A deep gash, revealing bone, marred the Tiger King's face, continuously oozing hot blood, rendering it even more fearsome. This wound had been inflicted when Shao Kai had recklessly attacked despite his injuries. With a pearlescent glow enveloping Shao Kai, his wounds began to heal at an accelerated pace, fully mending within a few breaths. Upon becoming a second-level evolved being, he discovered his regenerative abilities had greatly enhanced, allowing him to recover from injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person in mere moments. This formidable healing power instilled in him the confidence that as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could recuperate from any grievous wound. This fortitude was what allowed him to confront the Tiger King evolved beast head-on. Yet, the Tiger King was no fool, aware that the mountain-splitting blade was the only weapon capable of threatening it. It skillfully evaded each strike aimed at it. Although Shao Kai could injure the Tiger King with his space slashes, the attack power was considerably diminished. Despite possessing great penetration, the lack of a critical hit rendered its effectiveness less impactful than anticipated. Both man and beast remained locked in a tense standoff, with the Tiger King no longer underestimating its seemingly feeble prey. It bared its half-foot-long fangs and unleashed a furious roar before lunging at Shao Kai. Instantly, they were entangled once more, frustrated that his mountain-splitting blade had yet to land a direct hit on the Tiger King. Shao Kai felt a growing impatience as the Tiger King pounced at him yet again. He grinned wickedly, wielding his blade with determination. He now understood that without incurring some cost, it seemed improbable for him to strike the Tiger King directly with his mountain-splitting weapon. Bang! In the next moment, his mountain-splitting blade struck the neck of the Tiger King evolved beast. Yet he too was brought down to the ground by the ferocious creature. Shao Kai, now pinned beneath the Tiger King, found himself in peril as the beast opened its jaws to bite at his throat. He swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the creature's fetid maw, and thrust his blade toward the heart of the Tiger King. Unfortunately, lying on the ground hindered his strength, causing his strike to miss its mark and merely graze the beast's belly, thereby squandering a prime opportunity for a lethal blow. This misstep placed him in grave danger. And with a furious roar, the Tiger King pressed its forepaw down onto his chest, its jaws snapping in for the kill. With the Tiger King's weight upon him, he lost the ability to evade. Helplessly watching as the gaping maw closed in, as the jaws drew perilously close, A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He positioned the mountain-splitting blade upright, aiming it at the Tiger King's neck, ensuring that its bite would inevitably drive the blade into its flesh. Just as the beast was about to clamp down on him, Zhao Haokong, his body glistening with a metallic sheen, suddenly appeared beside the Tiger King. With a swift kick, the metallic foot struck the Tiger King's head with great force. Though Zhao Haokong's speed and strength paled in comparison to Shao Kai's, when it came to physical defense and resilience, Shao Kai could not match the metallic prowess of Zhao Haokong. The impact caused the Tiger King's massive head to tilt to one side, but in the next instant, with a furious roar, the creature swatted Zhao Haokong away with a single paw, sending him flying. As a newly evolved individual, Zhao Haokong was no match for the second-tier evolved beast that was the Tiger King. Before he even hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and upon landing, he continued to cough up blood, his triangular military dagger falling from his grasp as he lost consciousness. The Tiger King turned its gaze, disdain evident in its eyes as it glanced at the fallen Zhao Haokong, then shifted its attention to Shao Kai. Undeterred, Shao Kai continued to strike at the Tiger King with his mountain-splitting blade. But his inability to move effectively rendered his efforts weak and ineffective against the beast. As the Tiger King's toothy maw loomed ever closer, he struggled desperately to free himself from beneath its powerful paw. However, the Tiger King, also in its second-tier evolutionary stage and a dominant force in the animal kingdom, possessed strength and speed that surpassed his own. Despite exerting every ounce of his energy, he could not escape the clutches of the Tiger King, helplessly watching as its jaws approached his neck. Just when the Tiger King's mouth was but a fist's distance from him, it suddenly threw back its head and let out a pained roar. He looked up to see Zhao Haokong's triangular dagger abruptly lodged in the creature's eye socket. The injured Tiger King, no longer concerned with the pinned Shao Kai, began to thrash its head wildly and retreat. Seizing the moment, Shao Kai rolled over and sprang to his feet, his gaze drawn to the dagger embedded in the Tiger King's eye. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to see Wang Kursen's astonished expression as she looked behind him. A sense of dread washed over him as he turned back, and indeed, he spotted Wang Yingqian's figure flickering not far away, her face flushed and seemingly struggling to return to her invisible state. Realizing that Wang Yingqian had utilized her stealth ability to approach the Tiger King and had successfully struck its eye with the dagger, he understood the gravity of the situation. The Tiger King, having sensed Wang Yingqian, let out a furious roar that reverberated in Shao Kai's ears, causing him to see stars, while Wang Yingqian covered her ears and collapsed to the ground. Before the roar subsided, the Tiger King's body surged forward, needing only the blink of an eye to rend her into shreds. As Shao Kai regained his senses from the deafening roar, he beheld the Tiger King mid-leap, poised to pounce on the terrified Wang Yingqian. Given the Tiger King's speed, Shao Kai realized he had no chance of saving her. As he witnessed Wang Yingqian's imminent demise, an overwhelming wave of crimson surged through his vision. Although he had only known her for a day, he could not bear the thought of her being torn apart by the beast. Some individuals, despite years of acquaintance, remain mere passers-by, while others can find a place in one's heart after just a glance. Do not! Shao Kai's eyes blazed with fury as he watched the Tiger King close in on Wang Yingqian, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as if something within him had detonated. Prompting an instinctive roar to escape his lips, with that roar, an invisible energy radiated outward from him, causing countless gray spatial lines to manifest in his field of vision. In the next instant, he noticed that the Tiger King, which had been rapidly lunging at Wang Yingqian, now drifted toward her like a falling leaf. A tear, recently shed from Wang Yingqian's lashes, descended slowly toward the ground. Time seemingly stretching in that moment. The myriad of intersecting spatial lines filled his sight, and without a second thought, he reached out to grasp one of the lines that traced toward the Tiger King's head. Severing the spatial lines would inflict harm upon the Tiger King, although the minor wounds would not be fatal. While he could attempt to sever multiple lines simultaneously to attack the Tiger King, his singular focus was on inflicting the most brutal demise upon the beast. He believed that manipulating the spatial lines would ensure a gruesome end for the Tiger King. Grasping a spatial line, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into a fierce tug. Although he exerted all his might, the line did not budge. As the Tiger King's forepaw neared Wang Yingqian, his muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead. With a thunderous shout, he pulled once more, and this time, the spatial line finally shifted. He felt a tremor in his grasp as the spatial line moved back by less than a centimeter. Yet that seemingly insignificant distance widened his eyes in shock. The Tiger King's head, positioned before the line, suddenly convulsed violently, and its lone remaining eye lost its spark before he could comprehend the situation. A sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, and everything returned to normal in an instant. As the surrounding scene stabilized, the Tiger King's head erupted into a mist of blood, scattering through the air. By the time the Tiger King reached Wang Yingqian, only a headless corpse remained, devoid of even its evolved crystal core, with only the triangular dagger lodged in its eye as a remnant. Suppressing the wave of nausea and dizziness, he approached and lifted the terrified Wang Yingqian, turning to return to Wang Kerson's side. Wang Kerson stared at Xiao Kai in shock, unable to comprehend how he had managed to rescue Wang Yingqian. She had not witnessed Xiao Kai's approach to the Tiger King, nor could she fathom how the creature's entire head had turned to blood mist, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Are you all right?" As Xiao Kai returned, Wang Kerson, with a hint of concern, inquired about his well-being. Xiao Kai shook his head at Wang Kerson, casting a regretful glance at the corpse of the Tiger King, the sole second-level evolved beast he had managed to slay. Lamenting the absence of its second-level evolution crystal, he sank down onto the ground, cradling Wang Yingshan in his arms, casually tossing 2 evolution crystals into his mouth. Feeling the energy from the crystals coursing through his body, he closed his eyes in bliss and inhaled deeply the air tinged with the scent of blood. Glancing at Wang Yingshan, he noticed she had fallen asleep. Clutching his clothing, a smile crept across his face. But soon he frowned as he contemplated the headless corpse of the Tiger King, lost in thought. Just moments ago, he had discovered that he possessed the ability to manipulate time. The time surrounding him had slowed down significantly, granting him the precious moments needed to rescue Wang Yingshan. When he tugged at the fabric of space, he noticed violent tremors rippling through the area ahead, indicating that the spatial disturbances he created were amplified exponentially once time resumed its normal flow, ultimately shattering the Tiger King's skull. Before arriving here, he had envied Wang Kerson and Zhao Haokong for awakening their unique abilities upon becoming evolved beings. As someone on the brink of becoming a second-level evolved being, he felt merely stronger in physique, devoid of any special powers. Yet, after his transformation into a second-level evolved being yesterday, not only had he gained unique abilities, but he also discovered he possessed an extraordinary spatial power, and astonishingly, a formidable control over time as well. The simultaneous emergence of these 2 powerful abilities within him left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. He believed that soon, evolved beings would proliferate, ushering humanity into an era dominated by evolution. If abilities could be seized, his time manipulation would undoubtedly become a prime target for others. Even if it couldn't be taken, his formidable powers could render him a target for those who might view him as a threat. Having such remarkable abilities without sufficient strength could prove detrimental. Throughout history, the powerful have never allowed potential threats to flourish. In apocalyptic times, the most effective means of eliminating threats is to eradicate them in their infancy. With this thought solidified in his mind, he resolved to surpass others in evolutionary rank. As one capable of directly consuming evolution crystals, he had no reason to lag behind. While he still lacked strength, he decided to keep his dual abilities of space and time concealed for the time being, allowing only the knowledge of his spatial ability to surface. Once these reflections settled, he looked around and noticed Wang Kerson standing beside him, her expression tinged with worry. Warmth flooded his heart as he offered her a reassuring smile and softly said, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." During the battle with the Tiger King, he had been engaged in intense physical exertion, his mind constantly on high alert. He had poured every ounce of strength into each strike, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, he found himself at the mercy of the Tiger King, and had it not been for Wang Yingshan, he would have been devoured. Though he had managed to turn the tables using both abilities, it had drained him completely of mental energy. Even after consuming 2 evolution crystals, his physical stamina had mostly recovered, but his mental fortitude would only replenish with rest, rendering him somewhat listless. While it did not hinder his mobility, hunting evolved beasts was out of the question. "What about him?" Xiao Kai asked, glancing at Zhao Haokong, whom Wang Kerson had dragged aside. "He's fine. His body has undergone metallization, so there are no external injuries, but his internal organs have sustained considerable shock. I administered a strengthening agent. He should awaken shortly, Wang Kursin replied, glancing at Zhao Haokong, who lay under a tree. As a doctor, every sick or injured individual warranted her care. Although she could not carry Zhao Haokong back to Shaokai, she could manage to bring him to a nearby tree. Minutes later, Zhao Haokong awoke, and the trio no longer harbored intentions of hunting evolved beasts. After Zhao Haokong regained consciousness, they prepared to retrace their steps and exit the Guangyang Wildlife Park. Just as they were about to leave, a faint howl echoed from the woods. Shaokai and the others turned their heads toward the sound, and Shaokai carefully entrusted Wang Yingshan to Wang Kursin before drawing his machete to shield her. "What was that?" Wang Kursin whispered. "I have no idea." He shook his head, having never set foot in a zoo to discern the animal sounds, but it vaguely resembled the yelp of a puppy. "It's a wolf cub calling," Wang Yingshan interjected, having awakened. "How do you know?" Shaokai asked in surprise, turning to her dime. "My mother told me. She said a wolf cub would soon appear in the park. I even saw the wolf mother a couple of days ago, being attacked by several gorillas," Wang Yingshan said, peering in the direction of the sound, a hint of urgency on her face. "Let us go take a look," Shaokai urged, leading the way into the woods. A few minutes later, they arrived at a clearing in the forest. At the center lay a massive gray wolf, roughly the size of a cow. Motionless, surrounded by the mangled bodies of 3 evolved gorillas. Cautiously approaching, he discovered that the gray wolf's head had been smashed open, its evolution crystal nowhere to be found. Similarly, the heads of the 3 gorilla evolved beasts had been cracked open, their evolution crystals also extracted. Could there be others here? He pondered, scanning the surroundings for any signs of human presence, but found none. It wasn't that he doubted someone had been here. Rather, he questioned who possessed the capability to simultaneously slay a wolf and 3 gorilla evolved beasts. What else could it be if not a human? The thought darkened his expression. They needed to leave immediately. "We should go," he urged, turning to leave without hesitation. Just then, the gray wolf's abdomen shifted and a faint howl emerged. Hearing the sound, he cautiously maneuvered to the wolf's belly, extending his machete toward it. Yet, before the blade could touch the wolf's belly, a round, snow-white head popped out, nipping at him with an exaggerated display of ferocity. He reached out and grasped the white head, pulling the entire creature from beneath the gray wolf. To their astonishment, they found it was a pure white wolf cub, untainted by any blemishes. "What an adorable wolf cub!" Wang Yingshan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with desire upon seeing the white wolf. Shaokai approached her, presenting the white wolf cub, which she eagerly seized and cradled in her arms. Observing the wolf cub's docile demeanor, akin to that of a puppy, Shaokai affectionately ruffled Wang Yingshan's hair and said, "Let us go. It's time to leave this place." After finishing his words, Shaokai lifted his gaze to peer into the depths of the forest, where he couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching him. The path back was far easier to traverse than the one he had taken to arrive. The occasional mutated beast that appeared fell victim to his blade. And as a second-level evolver, even in a less than optimal mental state, dispatching a first-level mutated beast was a trivial task. Upon departing from Guangyang Wildlife Park, he found himself in possession of several dozen evolution crystal cores, bringing his total haul from this venture to over 200. Once back in the heavy truck, Shaokai settled into the passenger seat to rest, while Wang Kursin entertained Wang Yingqian and the newly named pup, Xiaobai, in the back seat. Zhao Haokong navigated the vehicle, hastening back to Guangyang Medical University before nightfall. As they neared the university, Zhao Haokong took a shortcut, steering the truck into a small grove behind the campus. Although they encountered numerous zombies along the way, it merely resulted in a few additional crystal cores for the group. Inside Guangyang Medical University, Zhu Zhilong sat on the second floor of the laboratory building, clutching his firearm as he observed the throng of zombies gathering below. These undead creatures were all craning their necks, extending their hands and howling at him in frustration. Regrettably, the staircase leading up had long been destroyed, rendering them unable to reach him. Despite possessing a gun, he lacked the courage to fire it. The mere thought of attracting all the zombies on campus was daunting. While he had never heard of anyone capable of toppling a building, one could never be certain of the zombies' capabilities. On the wall surrounding the campus, Shaokai surveyed the horde of zombies that had proliferated since his departure just a day prior. However, this was not necessarily unfavorable for him, as he was eager to acquire a substantial number of evolution crystal cores. Drawing his machete, he leaped over the wall into the midst of the zombie horde. already swinging his weapon midair, each strike landing precisely upon the heads of the undead. Upon landing, he swiftly continued to wield his machete, causing numerous zombies to collapse in droves, clearing a significant area and allowing Wang Kursin to lead the now invisible Wang Yingqian into the medical university. As they approached the laboratory building, they were momentarily taken aback. "What in the world has that fatso done to attract so many zombies?" Xiao Kai exclaimed, his forehead twitching with frustration as he beheld the mass of zombies pressing against one another. Although he now found slaying zombies as effortless as squashing ants, one had to consider that after dispatching 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, could one still deem it effortless, regardless of ease? It required exertion. "Your brother has caused this mess. You ought to handle it," Xiao Kai retorted irritably to Zhao Haokong. Zhao Haokong, confronted by the dense cluster of zombie heads, turned pale. It was hard to believe that so many zombies were gathered here without someone drawing them in. Yet, Zhao Haokong was no coward. After a brief glance at the encircling zombies, his body rapidly became metallic, and he charged into the throng wielding his trident. Though the number of zombies was overwhelming, they posed no threat to the metallic Zhao Haokong. His trident darted in and out of the zombies' heads with remarkable speed, causing them to tumble around him. Observing Zhao Haokong's fearless assault, Xiao Kai joined the fray with his machete, thinking that had he not feared being drenched in blood and subsequently scorned by Wang Kursin, he could have dispatched them even faster. On the upper floor, Zhu Zhilong noticed the zombies in the distance stirring and stood up to investigate. Upon spotting Xiao Kai and his companions returning, he excitedly waved his arms from the balcony. Covered in grime and gore, Zhao Haokong forged a path, while Xiao Kai's machete cleaved through the zombies, ensuring that none could approach them. Chapter 64. Zombie Extermination. When they arrived at the laboratory building, Zhu Zhilong promptly lowered a ladder he had prepared, allowing them to ascend to the second floor in succession. "You truly are impressive, managing to attract so many zombies all on your own," Zhao Haokong remarked, giving Zhu Zhilong a thumbs up, though it quickly turned into a middle finger upon finishing his sentence. Zhu Zhilong, noticing the gesture, looked back with a face of grievance. In the underground laboratory, Professor Gong was engrossed in his research on the virus and crystal cores, with Zhang Tingting assisting him, both of them fully occupied. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhilong found himself at a loss for meaningful tasks to engage in during this power outage and internet blackout apocalypse, never anticipating that the number of zombies would continue to swell. "What the hell?" Zhu Zhilong exclaimed in disbelief as he stood in the elevator, hiding behind Zhao Haokong while pointing at the suddenly appearing Wang Yingqian, who was clutching a snow-white pup and looking terrified. "Coward," Wang Yingqian retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Zhilong. "Her name is Wang Yingqian. We found her at Guangyang Wildlife Park," Xiao Kai explained, gently ruffling her hair. "She's also an evolver?" Zhu Zhilong asked, astonished as he regarded Wang Yingqian. He had not seen her arrive but was now taken aback that Xiao Kai had brought back a child who was also an evolver, leaving him, an ordinary person, questioning his future. Faced with Wang Yingqian's sudden appearances and disappearances, Zhu Zhilong could no longer maintain his composure, resolving that this time, he would resort to using evolution liquid, even if it meant extreme measures. In the underground laboratory, upon learning of Xiao Kai's return, Professor Gong emerged solely to collect all the evolution crystal cores Xiao Kai had brought back, before retreating back into the lab, dismissing Zhang Tingting to prepare food for them. Regarding Wang Yingqian's status as an evolver, Xiao Kai opted not to inform Professor Gong. Knowing his character, Xiao Kai feared that upon discovering Wang Yingqian had not utilized any evolution liquid or crystal cores to become an evolver, Professor Gong would not let her go easily, inevitably demanding blood tests. The thought of Professor Gong extracting a large vial of blood filled him with dread. He resolved that unless Professor Gong discovered the truth himself, he would never voluntarily disclose Wang Yingqian's status as an evolver. To that end, he even warned Zhu Zhilong to keep it under wraps. That day, both Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong experienced considerable exhaustion. After dinner, they cleaned up and returned to the lounge to rest. Before settling down, Xiao Kai shared the news about the safe zone with Zhu Zhilong and Zhang Tingting. Initially, he intended to invite Professor Gong to discuss whether they should venture to the safe zone. But Professor Gong stated that as long as he could continue his research, he was willing to go anywhere. Zhu Zhilong and Zhang Tingting both turned their gaze to Zhao Haokong, who in turn looked at Xiao Kai. In that moment, Xiao Kai realized that he had unwittingly become the decision-maker among them. Ultimately, He resolved to clear out all the zombies on campus and use the enhancement and evolution liquids to elevate everyone's evolution levels to the second tier, while striving to advance himself to the third tier before planning their departure. The next morning, after breakfast, the group made their way to the second floor of the laboratory building. Upon witnessing the even greater number of zombies below than the previous day, Xiao Kai stretched his neck and loosened his stiff body. The 2 sofas in the lounge had been offered to the girls the previous night, leaving the 3 boys to sleep directly on the floor. "Where is the dormitory building?" Xiao Kai asked as he surveyed the campus. He planned to return with some bedding and additional clothing, as slaying zombies was undeniably hard on one's wardrobe. "There it is, with the boys' dormitory in front and the girls' dormitory behind," Zhu Zhilong replied, pointing towards several distant high-rise buildings. "Old Zhao is getting to work. First, close the doors, or we'll never finish off the zombies," Xiao Kai declared, preparing to descend. "Brother Kai, can I shoot today?" Zhu Zhilong asked eagerly, clutching his gun. "With your skill level, do you think you can hit a zombie? Shooting them would only waste bullets. If you truly want to kill zombies, become an evolver sooner," Xiao Kai replied. Xiao Kai cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Zhilong before turning and leaping down from the first floor. Zhao Haokong, with a look of sympathy, offered a brief glance at the dejected Zhu Zhilong before also jumping down, while even Wang Kersin chose a location with fewer zombies to make her descent. Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong first cleared the nearby zombies around the experimental building, and then the 2 charged off in opposite directions, leaving only Wang Kersin to remain in the experimental building to deal with the remaining zombies. Having survived for over 10 days in this apocalyptic world, the group, upon becoming evolvers, experienced a substantial enhancement in their physical capabilities. Now several times, up to a dozen times, greater than that of an ordinary person. After ascending to second-level evolver status, Xiao Kai's physical prowess soared to approximately 20 times that of an average individual. As they engaged in combat with zombies or evolved beasts, each individual gradually developed their own distinctive fighting style. Xiao Kai, who favored the knife, executed each move with grandiose flair, embodying an unstoppable momentum. No zombie struck by his blade remained intact, resulting in him being splattered with blood after every battle. Zhao Haokong, adept in free combat, became impervious to the zombies' assaults once his body underwent metallization, allowing him to confidently plunge into the horde. Although some lethal techniques from martial arts proved ineffective against zombies, armed with a triangular bayonet, Zhao Haokong transformed into a veritable reaper of the undead when combined with his combat skills. Wang Kersin's style was considerably more graceful. With a solid foundation in yoga, she glided effortlessly amidst the throng of zombies. The long sword in her hand frequently struck from unexpected angles, piercing the heads of the zombies, and the wounds inflicted were the smallest among the trio. Consequently, she bore the least amount of bloodstains. Whether it was Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong rushing towards the school gate or Wang Kersin remaining in the experimental building, the number of zombies surrounding them diminished rapidly. By noon, the group worked in unison to reach the dormitory building, retrieving a substantial amount of clean clothing and bedding. The campus was now swarming with no fewer than 10,000 zombies. And after Xiao Kai and Zhao Haokong secured the school gate, the 3 had barely managed to clear a fraction of the undead by the time evening approached. A day's worth of combat left them utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the enhancement serum crafted by Professor Gong, they would have struggled to endure for so long. As dusk approached, with a considerable number of zombies still remaining, Xiao Kai furrowed his brow. With a fierce swing of his mountain-cleaving knife, he silently commanded, "Spatial slash." Following a sharp, piercing sound, he suddenly noticed a blade of air, several dozen meters wide, slicing forward, before him. The zombies that had drawn near began to topple en masse, and in no time, nearly 100 zombies lay sprawled on the ground, clearing a substantial area ahead of him. He gazed in astonishment at the fallen horde. His earlier attempt to sever 5 gray lines simultaneously had yielded unexpectedly immense power. In front of him, the downed zombies had all been bifurcated at the chest, their wounds smooth and even. Chapter 65. Second-level Evolver. Wow. When did Brother Kai become so formidable? Zhu Zhilong stood atop the building, observing as Xiao Kai wielded the mountain-splitting blade with a sweeping motion, causing numerous zombies to collapse in droves. His eyes widened in astonishment, and even Wang Kersin and Zhao Haokong regarded Xiao Kai with surprise, for they had not anticipated that he possessed such formidable capabilities. This was indeed an exceptional method for eradicating zombies. As Xiao Kai surveyed the fallen undead before him, A surge of valor welled up within him. He brandished the mountain-splitting blade once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes, and in the blink of an eye, the zombies lunging towards them began to fall in clusters. He did not cease until he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At which point he realized that he had nearly cleared the area of zombies. Their numbers rivaled the total slain by the 3 of them that day. He had not anticipated that severing a single spatial line would yield energy merely a dozen centimeters wide, inflicting damage insufficient to vanquish even the evolved beasts. However, severing 5 spatial lines could unleash an energy span of several meters, the potency of which was incomparable. Had he known sooner that simultaneously severing 5 spatial lines would possess such strength, defeating the Tiger King evolved beast would have been a mere matter of a single strike. Now, armed with this technique, he felt he would no longer need to fear being besieged by zombies. Regrettably, this immensely powerful attack could only be executed about 10 times before succumbing to the overwhelming drain on his mental energy, which would leave him feeling lightheaded. Though mental energy could be restored through rest, the sensation of dizziness and fatigue was perilously detrimental during combat. He resolved to refrain from employing such potent attacks until his mental fortitude was sufficiently strengthened, lest he find himself ensnared in peril. Seizing the opportunity before the remaining zombies could surround them, the group retreated to the second floor. Gazing down at the multitude of lifeless zombies, trampled by their encroaching kin, they understood that they could not retrieve any zombie crystal cores until all were eliminated. In the underground laboratory's lounge, 2 vials of evolution liquid and several strengthening agents lay upon the table, while Professor Gong remained preoccupied in the lab, leading Xiao Kai to question whether the professor ever required rest. With the evolution liquid in hand, Zhu Zhilong underwent a transformation amidst a cacophony of anguished cries, astonishing everyone with the revelation that his newfound ability was beastification. The group stared in disbelief as a hulking black bear, over 2 meters tall and cloaked in thick fur, writhed in the lounge. Fortunately, Zhu Zhilong's corpulent physique allowed him to retain a pair of shorts even after his transformation. Otherwise, he would have returned to his original form in a state of undress. Zhang Tingting also consumed the evolution liquid, yet upon becoming an evolved individual, she appeared to gain no discernible abilities, merely exuding an air of enchanting allure. Now, with everyone except Professor Gong having evolved, the next challenge was to elevate their evolution level to the 2nd tier before departing for the safe zone. After distributing the strengthening agents, Xiao Kai took several clean zombie crystal cores and moved to the makeshift bed that Wang Kersen had prepared for him. The others had grown indifferent to his consumption of the zombie crystal cores, as they each ingested their respective strengthening agents. With the quantity of strengthening agents in Xiao Kai's possession, he mused that it would not be impossible to elevate his companions to 2nd-tier evolved beings in one fell swoop. However, the human body requires time to absorb evolution liquids and strengthening agents, necessitating exhaustion before optimal effects could be achieved. After a night's rest, the group entered the elevator with renewed confidence. This time, Xiao Kai opted not to leap from the 2nd floor but instead opened the elevator doors on the ground level. Zhao Haokong, his body instantly metallicized, charged forth, while Zhu Zhilong donned the loosest pair of trousers available, howling as he followed Zhao Haokong out of the elevator in his bare form. Zhang Tingting wielded Zhu Zhilong's former baseball bat and chose to trail behind Wang Kersen. When Xiao Kai emerged last from the elevator, he found that Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong had already cleared the area of zombies. Observing the chaos, he saw Zhu Zhilong charge into the throng of zombies, his massive paws relentlessly striking the heads of the undead, reducing them to mere pulp. The black bear, known for its tough skin and powerful strength, was now even more formidable in Zhu Zhilong's beastified form, his fur akin to spiked armor. The zombies surrounding him could not even grasp a single hair, while his paws sent them flying with ease. Seeing Zhu Zhilong's exuberant demeanor, Xiao Kai recognized his satisfaction with his newfound abilities. Although Zhang Tingting displayed no overt powers, her enhanced physical attributes allowed her to dispatch zombies with relative ease. However, her occasional alluring exclamations left the others blushing in embarrassment. Wang Kersen, accompanying Zhang Tingting, wore an expression of discomfort, and even Zhao Haokong gazed at Zhang Tingting in astonishment, clearly taken aback by her unexpected display. Noticing that his companions were in no immediate danger, Xiao Kai too plunged into the horde of zombies with his mountain-splitting blade. Although the remaining zombies outnumbered those from the previous day, the group had experienced significant enhancements in their physical prowess after their use of strengthening agents the night before. and with Zhu Zhilong's formidable assistance, they ultimately eradicated all zombies congregated on campus before nightfall. Even if some remained, they were merely scattered remnants, and now all that remained was to collect the zombie crystal cores. After another night of using the strengthening agents, Zhao Haokong and Wang Kersen sensed that the effects were beginning to wane. Xiao Kai had experienced a similar sensation, realizing that their physical enhancements had reached a limit. To continue progressing, they would need to evolve to second-tier evolved beings and refine their genes. However, with Professor Gong still occupied in the lab and no evolution liquid available for the two, they could only wait. Fortunately, Professor Gong did not keep them waiting long. The next day, after they had spent the day excavating zombie crystal cores, they found him sound asleep on the lounge sofa, surrounded by an array of evolution liquids and strengthening agents. That night, Wang Kersen and Zhao Haokong ascended to the ranks of second-tier evolved beings, with Wang Kersen's augmentation abilities becoming increasingly pronounced, while Zhao Haokong's metallicized form grew even more resilient. He believed he could now withstand attacks from the Tiger King evolved beast without sustaining harm. Even Wang Yingqian, after consuming the evolution liquid, became a second-tier evolved being, effortlessly ushering others into a state of invisibility, albeit limited to 2 individuals at a time, as 3 proved too taxing. To Xiao Kai's surprise, the little white wolf adopted by Wang Yingqian also began to consume zombie crystal cores. However, recalling Professor Gong's words about evolved beasts leveraging the X virus for evolution, he found it less peculiar. After a day and night of slumber, Professor Gong awoke, clutching the zombie crystal cores they had unearthed, and promptly entered the laboratory. In his own words, he stated that after leaving this place, it would be less convenient to produce strengthening agents, so he intended to maximize production while he still could. For even if they went unused, they could aid others. In the ensuing days, the group devoted themselves to excavating zombie crystal cores and utilizing strengthening agents, though the former proved far more arduous than the latter. Each day upon returning, Zhu Zhilong would collapse into slumber, while Zhang Tingting, after a day of digging, would excuse herself to assist Professor Gong with the production of strengthening agents, following him into the lab. Xiao Kai furrowed his brow at the increasingly alluring Zhang Tingting, sensing something amiss. She seemed overly reluctant to endure hardship, a trait ill-suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, as Zhao Haokong's girlfriend, he chose to remain silent, preferring not to stir conflict unless it directly affected him, lest he find himself embroiled in a deadly confrontation with Zhao Haokong. After 3 exhaustive days, the 5 of them, along with the little wolf, finally unearthed all the zombie crystal cores available on campus. Throughout this time, they had toiled day and night, each of them aching from the exertion. The only one who reveled in the experience was the little white wolf, who, following Wang Yingqian, feasted and excavated, growing considerably larger. Initially, Xiao Kai had been reluctant to allow Wang Yingqian to assist in excavating the zombie crystal cores, considering the unpleasantness of zombies and the foul stench of decay unsuitable for children. Yet, when Wang Yingqian presented him with a handful of zombie crystal cores that evening, he realized that the harsh realities of the apocalypse had forced her to learn early on how to survive in such a world. After delivering all the zombie crystal cores to Professor Gong's laboratory, Wang Kersen and Zhao Haokong entered as well. The production of strengthening agents appeared relatively straightforward. Within a day, Wang Kersen emerged from the lab bearing a box brimming with strengthening agents. Professor Gong had even prepared a portion of unprocessed crystal liquid for Xiao Kai, having discovered through his analysis of Xiao Kai's blood that unprocessed crystal cores were the most beneficial for him. With the strengthening agents completed, it was clear that the time had come to depart. Before leaving, everyone gathered essential supplies from the school, mostly clothing. But Xiao Kai noted that Zhang Tingting had amassed an abundance of luxurious cosmetics. The only complication lay with Wang Yingqian, as it was improbable to find children's clothing in the medical university, and venturing into the city would mean facing countless zombies. Although ordinary zombies no longer posed a threat to the group, the sheer volume could overwhelm even the strongest, and the presence of mutated zombies was inevitable after the virus outbreak had persisted for over 2 weeks. Given these considerations, Xiao Kai resolved to head to the safe zone first, intending to seek out individuals with children there to barter or request clothing for Wang Yingqian. After shutting down all the equipment in the underground laboratory, the group scaled the walls and departed from Guangyang Medical University, leaving it devoid of any living souls. Upon their exit, Xiao Kai found himself on the verge of becoming a third-tier evolved being, while Wang Kersen and Zhao Haokong had firmly established themselves as second-tier evolved beings. with Zhu Zhilong and Zhang Tingting also having ascended to the same level the previous night. On the highway, a heavy-duty truck sped towards the Guangyang safe zone, flanked by the corpses of zombies that had been stripped of their crystal cores. The multitude of bullet holes in the zombies attested to the military's recent cleansing of the highway. Aside from Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong resting in the truck bed, the others occupied the cabin. When they were still 20 kilometers from the Guangyang safe zone, Shao Kai exited the highway, whereupon signs appeared, and the road was devoid of any zombies. As they approached within a few kilometers of the safe zone, they began to observe pedestrians carrying various bags and bundles. Some waved desperately at Shao Kai's truck, attempting to signal for it to stop, but he chose to ignore them as they drew closer to the safe zone. The number of pedestrians increased, and Shao Kai could see that the final 5 kilometers leading to the Guangyang safe zone were choked with vehicles parked along the roadside. Observing the throngs of people, he slowed the truck, and upon spotting a nearby village, he veered off the road, steering toward it. "What is going on? Are we not heading to the safe zone?" Wang Kersen furrowed her brow as she observed Shao Kai steering off the road and inquired. "Do you see those people? We cannot simply approach them head-on." While driving, Shao Kai glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed that a group of individuals had stealthily trailed behind them, unbeknownst to him. Wang Kersen turned her head to catch a glimpse of the people pursuing them, and it became evident to her why Shao Kai was directing the vehicle toward the village. The individuals desperately sprinting after the truck, alongside those listlessly walking by the roadside, shared a common trait. They were all gaunt, with sunken eyes that betrayed their prolonged hunger. If these hungry souls were to discover the food aboard the truck, it would undoubtedly lead to a chaotic scramble. The individuals closely following the truck had clearly surmised that it contained provisions, and as soon as it came to a halt, they would undoubtedly surge forward. Shao Kai initially intended to accelerate to shake off the followers, but the bumpy vegetable field hindered any increase in speed. This rural terrain, fraught with numerous potholes and wooden stakes, made it barely navigable even for Shao Kai's heavy truck. Any smaller vehicle, even a robust Hummer, would struggle to traverse such an uneven landscape. Finally managing to maneuver through the vegetable patch, Shao Kai prepared to enter the village's narrow path. The pursuers, cognizant that the moment the vehicle exited the field, even the village's muddy roads would be beyond their 2 legs to chase, hastened toward the heavy truck. "Stop! Pull over!" shouted a tall, lean man with visible tattoos on his neck as he struck the truck's body with a metal rod. Shao Kai quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and pressed down on the accelerator, causing the truck to roar as it surged onto the village road. The relentless followers, undeterred, rushed to the front of the vehicle in an attempt to force it to halt, only to be startled into retreat by the sudden acceleration of the truck. However, 3 individuals, quick of hand and foot, managed to climb onto the truck's cargo area, including the tattooed man. Once aboard, they tumbled into the truck's bed amidst the swaying motion. Within the cargo area, Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong were already disoriented from the jostling, on the verge of nausea, when they suddenly noticed the presence of 3 newcomers. The tattooed man was equally taken aback to find others inside the truck, but his initial surprise quickly morphed into elation upon seeing the abundance of food. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, he swallowed hard and lunged for the provisions, with the other 2 already unable to restrain themselves as they dove in. "Who the hell are you? Trying to eat right off the bat?" Zhu Zhilong protested, blocking one of the newcomers with his arm, while Zhao Haokong pushed another away. "Get the hell away from here, or I swear I'll put you down." The tattooed man, thwarted in his attempt to access the food, glared at Zhu Zhilong with bloodshot eyes and hissed, "You're just asking for trouble." The fierce gaze of the tattooed man made Zhu Zhilong instinctively shrink back, retracting his hand from blocking the man and yielding to a sense of trepidation. Although Zhu Zhilong had undergone evolution and had dispatched numerous zombies, he was still a university student, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life, and the intimidating presence of the tattooed man unnerved him. Zhao Haokong, having trained in martial arts since childhood, was somewhat more composed. He had encountered street toughs before and stood his ground, though he remained silent, merely positioning himself in front of his companion. "Don't push your luck. If you don't back off, I'll take you both down and feed you to the zombies." The tattooed man threatened, recognizing the fear in Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong's demeanor. With his years of street wisdom, he knew well who to bully and who to avoid. Zhu Zhilong, with his timid nature, was easy prey, while Zhao Haokong, though slightly more resilient, lacked the resolve to strike hard when the situation escalated. The tattooed man sized up Zhao Haokong, A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He swung his metal rod at Zhao Haokong's head with lethal intent, aiming to incapacitate him with a single blow. Zhao Haokong, however, swiftly reacted, narrowing his eyes as he deftly blocked the incoming strike with his arm, then executed a grappling maneuver that twisted the tattooed man's arm behind his back. "Take him down!" the tattooed man shouted to his companions, who rushed to assist him. A scuffle ensued within the confined space of the truck's cargo area. As the 5 individuals wrestled for control, despite Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong being capable of overpowering the tattooed man and his companions, their lack of worldly experience left them unprepared for the ruthless nature of their adversaries, who had long since resorted to violence to survive in this new world. Shao Kai, observing the commotion through the rearview mirror, heard the sounds of conflict intensifying within the truck. After navigating through the village and successfully evading the pursuers, he found a secluded corner to halt the vehicle. He then exited the truck and made his way to the back, where the ruckus was growing louder. Grabbing the edge of the cargo area, he hoisted himself inside. Upon entering, Shao Kai's expression soured as he surveyed the chaotic scene. The previously organized food supplies were now in disarray. The tattooed man was gnawing on a sauced chicken leg while mercilessly kicking Zhu Zhilong, who lay cowering on the ground, while Zhao Haokong was being struck repeatedly by the other two. "Useless," Shao Kai muttered, glancing at Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong before seizing the tattooed man's collar and tossing him out of the truck. The other two were swiftly dispatched with a kick each, sending them sprawling onto the ground. "Get down. Allow me to teach you a lesson today," Shao Kai declared as he leaped from the truck and approached the tattooed man, who was groaning on the ground. "Do you have any idea who I am? Do you still wish to enter the safe zone?" Rubbing his bruised arm, the tattooed man shot back defiantly. "Do you think I care?" Just then, Wang Kursin descended from the driver's seat, her long legs and exquisite features capturing the tattooed man's attention, rendering him momentarily speechless. Zhang Tingting followed suit. Her alluring presence nearly overwhelmed him. The tattooed man, realizing that the truck not only contained food but also 2 stunning women, attempted to play it cool. "Ladies, are you aiming to enter the safe zone? You might want to follow me. Otherwise, you want to get in." He pretended to brush off his crumpled and dirty shirt while unabashedly eyeing Wang Kursin. Wang Kursin shot him a look of disdain and turned her head away, while Zhang Tingting, now an evolved being, felt a sense of superiority. Unhappy with the insinuation that they couldn't enter the safe zone, she stepped forward and demanded, "What gives you the right to say we can't get in?" The tattooed man, his throat dry as he eyed the seemingly innocent yet captivating Zhang Tingting, replied with feigned nonchalance, "Why? Because my brother is the captain of the guard at Guangyang's safe zone. Whether you get in or not is just a matter of my say-so." Having relished the astonished look on Zhang Tingting's face, he chuckled and approached the 2 women. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Shao Kai, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected, blocking the tattooed man's path. "Kid, I suggest you keep your distance. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't only miss your chance to enter the safe zone, but your life may also be at stake." The tattooed man glared at Shao Kai, feeling a flicker of danger due to their earlier encounter. Nevertheless, he dismissed the threat, thinking Shao Kai wouldn't dare to cross him. "Are you threatening me?" Shao Kai met his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Pfft, you think you're worthy of our boss's threats? I suggest you get lost before you disturb him. If you make him angry, you'll regret it." The tattooed man's companions, having anticipated a hearty meal, were already irritated by being tossed out and were itching for a fight. Sensing the tattooed man's fearlessness toward Shao Kai, they quickly rallied behind him, emboldened to confront their tormentor. In response, Shao Kai took a moment to appraise the tattooed man and his companions before zeroing in on the latter, who was leering at Wang Kursin with lustful intent. He suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across the tattooed man's face. The resounding crack of the slap echoed in the air as the tattooed man staggered backward. Caught off guard. "You're asking for death," he spat as the 2 lackeys spoke. The tattooed man, who had just been lost in a reverie of indulgence, was jolted back to reality by a resounding slap from Shao Kai, causing him to see stars in an instant. He erupted in fury and, without hesitation, drew a handgun from his waistband, pressing it against Shao Kai's forehead while bellowing with rage. Upon witnessing Shao Kai suddenly confronted by the gun, everyone on his side was taken aback. At that moment, Zhu Zhilong recalled that he too possessed a firearm, an assault rifle, but it had been buried beneath the food in the truck. momentarily slipping his mind. Now, seeing Xiao Kai in such a perilous situation, he quickly scrambled into the truck's cargo area. Before long, Zhu Zhilong emerged atop the truck with his rifle in hand, aiming it at the tattooed man. "Lower your weapon, or I will end your life," Zhu Zhilong commanded, the barrel of the gun trained menacingly on the tattooed man. With the emergence of two firearms, an unsettling silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 68. Guangyang Safety Zone. Xiao Kai calmly regarded the gun pressed against his forehead, his expression betraying no hint of fear, as if the weapon was not aimed at him. "Kai Gu? Perhaps we should just leave." Zhang Tingting's quavering voice broke the tense silence from behind Xiao Kai. Turning to look, he saw the pallor on everyone's faces as they stared at him. With Zhang Tingting, trembling, hiding behind Wang Kersin, Zhu Zhilong, clutching his rifle, was visibly tense, the muzzle of the gun trembling. Xiao Kai's gaze swept over the anxious faces of his companions before returning to the tattooed man. "I recall mentioning that we are in an apocalypse now, a time devoid of legal constraints. Even murder goes unchecked. Would you not agree?" Xiao Kai stated, his eyes steady on the tattooed man. Feeling the weight of Xiao Kai's calm demeanor, the tattooed man's heart raced. He recalled a figure who had withstood multiple stab wounds yet remained standing, ultimately bringing down a dozen foes. A figure whose gaze mirrored Xiao Kai's at that moment. Such a formidable individual was not one to be trifled with, however. The thought of Xiao Kai being at the mercy of his gun reignited his courage, and he glared fiercely, declaring, "You are correct. With the slightest movement of my finger, I could send you to your demise." As he spoke, the tattooed man jabbed the gun forcefully against Xiao Kai's forehead. "Is that so?" Xiao Kai replied with a light chuckle, his tone dripping with disdain. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flashed from Xiao Kai's hand. The tattooed man barely comprehended what had occurred before he felt a sudden chill in his wrist, and the gun slipped from his grasp, landing at his feet. "Ah!" the tattooed man shrieked, clutching his blood-soaked wrist and stumbling back, his eyes wide with terror. "Now, show me if you dare to move a finger." Xiao Kai advanced towards him, speaking with a calm authority. "Brother, let us talk this over. I admit my mistake. I offer my apologies and will compensate you," the tattooed man pleaded, retreating while desperately extracting various gold and silver trinkets from his person, tossing them at Xiao Kai's feet. "Do you know what holds the least value in this apocalypse?" Xiao Kai inquired, his gaze dismissively scanning the scattered treasures on the ground. The tattooed man, observing Xiao Kai's unwavering calm, swallowed hard and shook his head. "Today, I shall enlighten you. The most worthless commodity in this world is human life." Before his words had fully resonated, Xiao Kai swung the machete in his hand, and the tattooed man's head rolled away in horror. The two henchmen had long been intimidated by Xiao Kai's overwhelming presence. Initially, they believed their leader to be a fearsome individual, having taken lives for the sake of women and sustenance. However, each act of violence left the tattooed man trembling in fear, while Xiao Kai executed his actions with unblinking resolve, a stark contrast that rendered them utterly incomparable. As the henchmen caught sight of Xiao Kai's gaze, they turned and fled, but their speed was no match for Xiao Kai, now a second-level evolved being. They barely made it a short distance before Xiao Kai overtook them, sending them straight to the depths of despair. After dealing with the tattooed trio, Xiao Kai returned to the heavy truck. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, he quietly boarded the vehicle. This marked his first act of killing in front of others. He did not seek their understanding, nor did he require it. Even had he spared the tattooed man and his lackeys today, gratitude would likely not follow. They might very well concoct schemes to complicate matters once they reached the safety zone, or return with greater numbers to seek revenge. He merely aspired to survive in this new world. Anyone posing a threat to his existence was deemed an enemy. To confront such foes, one must either strike ruthlessly to extinguish threats in their infancy or resign oneself to being overpowered and ultimately slain. In this shattered world, notions of mercy and magnanimity were rendered meaningless, becoming merely a pretext for oppression. Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong gazed at the still warm corpse in the distance, pondering whether they would have been the ones lying lifeless had Xiao Kai not intervened today. What fate awaited Wang Kersin and Zhang Tingting, with their striking beauty, in such a grim scenario? As Xiao Kai had articulated in the laboratory, the apocalypse had unraveled societal order and extinguished humanity. In the struggle for survival, people would resort to anything. Acts of kindness could easily be met with treachery. Possessing formidable strength yet unable to protect those dear to him rendered such power utterly meaningless. To safeguard others? If one could not even shield their cherished ones, how could they hope to protect strangers? Inside the heavy truck, each person was lost in their own thoughts, silence enveloping them. Even Zhu Zhilong, usually the most talkative, fell silent, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. Once Xiao Kai drove out of the village, he veered into a nearby forest. Deep within the woods, he parked the truck and signaled for everyone to disembark. After gathering some food and finding branches to conceal the heavy vehicle, Xiao Kai concealed his evolution fluid, enhancement agents, and Zhu Zhilong's automatic rifle in an abandoned house nearby before proceeding toward the Guangyang safety zone. Directly driving into the safety zone was out of the question. The area could not accommodate all vehicles. They would inevitably have to abandon the heavy truck, and any food left behind would be easily claimed by others. It was wiser to stash their supplies for later retrieval when necessary. Wang Kersen held Wang Yingqian's hand as they walked beside Xiao Kai, while the others followed closely behind him, none daring to mention the earlier events. As they approached the final stretch leading to the Guangyang safety zone, they found the dedicated roadway teeming with people, all slowly inching forward. Xiao Kai and his companions, wedged among the throngs, noticed that the closer they got to the safety zone, the denser the crowd became. Some deemed the road too congested and opted to move through the adjacent woods. Upon encountering a wall ahead, Xiao Kai realized that the crowd had come to a standstill. Makeshift tents began to appear amidst the trees surrounding them, the entrance to the safety zone. A line of armed soldiers stood behind a metal barricade, vigilantly observing the raucous gathering with their superior physicality. Xiao Kai and his group managed to force their way to the front of the barricade. "Let me in. I am the chairman of the Jinyue group." As they arrived at the barricade, they overheard a rotund, bald man shouting vehemently, "Brother, what's going on? Are they not allowing entry?" Xiao Kai inquired, tapping a young man with dyed yellow hair and piercings next to him. The young man, irritated by the interruption, turned to Xiao Kai and replied, "What else could it be? They said it's full and no one can enter." Upon hearing the young man's words, Xiao Kai frowned and looked towards the safety zone's wall. Just days prior, he had learned from a rescue team that the safety zone had already accommodated nearly 100,000 survivors. Now, with more time passed, it was likely that all the survivors from the surrounding Guangyang city had congregated here. Observing the sea of heads before him, Xiao Kai understood that remaining outside was not an option. With such a multitude gathered, should even one person turn into a zombie, it would spell disaster. Entry into the safety zone was imperative. Not only was it heavily guarded, but all entrants underwent thorough inspections, ensuring at least a degree of safety. With this in mind, Xiao Kai pushed his way toward the entrance. Chapter 69. Under gunpoint. What's your Jinyue group worth? My Tingshu International is a Fortune 500 company. We're all in the same boat here. Beside the bald man stood a middle-aged gentleman impeccably dressed in a suit. Wiping the sweat from his forehead as he spoke, before the crash barrier stood a number of well-dressed individuals, easily identifiable as affluent merchants from Guangyang City. Behind them, a group of burly men who appeared to be bodyguards were sweating profusely as they struggled to prevent the throng behind from pushing forward, safeguarding the wealthy in front from being jostled. While others were in a state of disarray, this small cluster not only maintained their elegant attire, but also had bodyguards to shield them from the crowd. Indicating their elevated status, "I will donate money. I'll contribute 10 million. No, I'll give 100 million. Just let me in." The bald man glanced at the middle-aged individual beside him, his persistence evident as he shouted, "Fool!" The middle-aged gentleman regarded the bald man with the disdain one might reserve for a simpleton, and others around shared his contempt in this exclusive circle, who among them was not the head of a major corporation or a chairman. If donations could secure entry, they would have been inside long ago. Even the self-proclaimed member of the Fortune 500, who offered a staggering 10 billion, was disregarded. "Make way! Make way!" Xiao Kai called out, forcibly squeezing through the blockade of two bodyguards. Pushing aside those who stood in front of the crash barrier. "Who are you? Who let you through? Throw him out!" Someone shouted as Xiao Kai shoved his way past. The man he had pushed aside, upon seeing Xiao Kai's disheveled appearance, immediately yelled, but the bodyguards behind them were already overwhelmed by the crowd pressing forward. They had neither the energy nor inclination to deal with Xiao Kai. Pretending not to hear him, Xiao Kai cast a fierce glare at the speaker, who instinctively recoiled under his fierce gaze and fell silent. "Big brother, I'm looking for Captain Liu from the rescue team. Could you assist me in contacting him?" Shao Kai squeezed to the front of the crash barrier, smiling as he addressed one of the soldiers. Young man, mentioning Captain Lu wants help. Many hero their lives to him. If every person he rescued were allowed to enter, this place would have been packed long ago. The middle-aged gentleman spoke again, clearly well acquainted with the situation. The soldier guarding the crash barrier glanced at Shao Kai, evidently annoyed by his cheerful demeanor. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed the hilt of a military machete strapped to Shao Kai's back. As a soldier, he was exceedingly familiar with military equipment. A single glance confirmed that Shao Kai was indeed carrying a military machete, specifically one issued by Guangyang Security. All soldiers tasked with guarding the entrance to the secure zone had been instructed to keep an eye out for a young man wielding a military machete. Yet despite the directive being in place for several days, no one meeting that description had been reported until now. Had it not been for the machete on Shao Kai's back, he might have forgotten the matter altogether. After scrutinizing Shao Kai closely, the soldier abruptly said, "Wait here with that." The soldier dashed through the large gate into the secure area. "Impressive, young man. We've been talking ourselves hoarse, and no one pays us any mind. You mention Captain Lu, and he goes right in to make arrangements. Just who are you to him? Take me in with you later. I can offer you money." The middle-aged gentleman, witnessing the soldier's departure, widened his eyes and hurriedly leaned closer to Shao Kai, ingratiatingly voicing his request. Others quickly gathered around Shao Kai, eager to persuade him to facilitate their entry into the secure zone, promising him various rewards, with offers escalating rapidly. The middle-aged businessman, a chairman and president of a Fortune 500 company, even proposed a sum exceeding 10 billion and offered to relinquish his position to Shao Kai. Clearly, this group recognized the dangers lurking outside the secure zone. When life is at stake, no amount of wealth is of any use, and they were willing to part with everything they could muster to survive. Hearing the increasingly tempting offers, Shao Kai felt a twinge of desire. In times of peace, any one of these sums would have compelled him to act. However, this was the apocalypse, and he understood that even the most substantial amounts of money were rendered worthless in such a world. Once coveted luxurious items lay abandoned in deserted shopping malls, accessible to anyone with the means to claim them. The wealthy merchants surrounding him sensed Shao Kai's indifference towards their offers, their anxiety mounting as they grappled with how to sway him. Not long after the soldier had left, he returned accompanied by a man clad in a captain's uniform. "This is Captain Chen from our security team. You can speak with him about your matters." The soldier saluted Captain Chen before returning to his post. "I am Chen Ping of the security team. Are you looking for Captain Lu?" After sizing up Shao Kai and noticing the machete on his back, Chen Ping inquired. "Yes, is he here?" Shao Kai, detecting a resemblance between Chen Ping and the tattooed man, felt a surge of caution. It appeared that the tattooed individual had not lied, and this Chen Ping could very well be his older brother. Nodding silently, he replied, "He is on a mission and isn't available right now. Is there anyone else with you? Call them over." Chen Ping had already concluded that the seemingly ordinary young man before him was the individual they had been instructed to keep an eye on. Hearing Captain Chen's words, Shao Kai paused. It seemed that not only could he enter, but Captain Lu had likely already made arrangements for him and his companions. Without hesitation, Shao Kai waved to Wang Kersen and the others, who were still being blocked by the bodyguards, believing that in such a short span of time, Chen Ping could not have learned of his confrontation with the tattooed man. Upon seeing Shao Kai's gesture, Wang Kersen and her companions pushed aside the obstructing bodyguards and squeezed through. With their enhanced physical capabilities as evolved individuals, the bodyguards were powerless to stop them, merely watching as Wang Kersen and her group rushed inside. The guards at the entrance suddenly noticed the surge of people and quickly chambered their weapons, aiming their automatic rifles at Wang Kersen and the others. Faced with the menacing muzzles, Wang Kersen and her companions halted, glancing up at Shao Kai with expressions of inquiry. The wealthy merchants who had previously pleaded with Shao Kai to grant them entry into the secure zone now retreated in unison. Fear etched on their faces as they distanced themselves from Shao Kai and Wang Kersen. Captain Chen Ping frowned as he observed Wang Kersen and her group. His orders had specified only 2 men and 1 woman. Yet now there were 7 individuals, a complete mix of ages and genders. However, this was of little concern to him, as his instructions had merely been to keep an eye on the individual carrying the military machete. He was unaware of the reasons behind this directive. All he needed to do was ascertain the number of people and report back. As he faced the array of dark barrels, Shao Kai's muscles tensed instinctively. He took a cautious step back, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Kursin, his eyes fixed warily on Captain Chen Ping. Although he believed Chen Ping could not have rapidly uncovered his involvement in the tattooed man's demise, he knew that nothing was absolute. Without understanding the other party's intentions, he could not make any rash moves. However, if the situation turned hostile, he would swiftly retreat into the crowd, guessing that the security team would hesitate to fire into a throng of people. Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong subtly shifted to shield the front. Captain Chen Ping raised an eyebrow at the composed reaction of Xiao Kai and his companions, noting their lack of fear despite being aimed at by numerous automatic rifles. Their readiness to resist intrigued him. Chapter 70. Entering the secure zone. Ignoring the somewhat extreme reactions of Xiao Kai and his companions, Chen Ping was confident that anyone facing a dozen automatic rifles would refrain from acting recklessly unless they were foolish. Once he had moved to a spot where Xiao Kai and his group could not hear him, he pulled out a military-grade short-range walkie-talkie. After speaking briefly, he cast an odd glance at Xiao Kai and his companions. Shortly thereafter, he stowed the walkie-talkie and returned, gesturing to the soldiers who had their weapons trained on Xiao Kai and the others. Upon seeing their captain's signal, the soldiers simultaneously lowered their weapons, standing at attention before returning to their posts. "You may follow me," Chen Ping instructed as he signaled two soldiers to create an opening in the crash barrier for Xiao Kai and his group. As the weapons were withdrawn, Xiao Kai felt a measure of relief. He had genuinely feared that Chen Ping was already aware of his involvement in the tattooed man's death. That moment had left his heart racing. But fortunately, the situation seemed less dire than he had imagined. Nonetheless, he kept his guard up. The current circumstances remained uncertain, and he still did not comprehend why the soldiers had aimed their weapons at them moments ago. Xiao Kai glanced at the newly created opening in the crash barrier, hesitating to step through. Remaining outside allowed him some buffer in case of unforeseen events. After all, he could still dive into the crowd if necessary. Once he crossed the barrier, however, he and his companions would be fully exposed to the soldiers' guns, losing their advantage. "I apologize. In these extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Your earlier actions led my soldiers to believe you were attempting to force your way through, which is why they aimed their weapons at you." Chen Ping noticed that Xiao Kai was watching him with a vigilant gaze, indicating that Xiao Kai harbored some reservations regarding the earlier incident involving the gun. If Chen Ping did not clarify the situation, it was likely that Xiao Kai would choose to leave, a result he wished to avoid. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Xiao Kai finally sighed in relief, his body relaxing as he nodded towards Chen Ping and stepped into the crash barrier first, followed by Wang Kursin and the others. Once Xiao Kai and his group had entered the barrier, the soldiers at the side promptly closed it, leaving behind a throng of wealthy individuals who regretted not seizing the opportunity earlier. Seeing that Xiao Kai and the others were safely inside, Chen Ping turned and led the way towards the secure zone. "Are there often attempts to force entry here?" Xiao Kai inquired, trailing behind Captain Chun as he glanced at the pool of blood on the ground. His brow furrowed in concern. "Alas, everyday newcomers attempt to breach the secure zone, but there is simply no room left inside. If we do not take measures to prevent this, and someone succeeds in breaking in, it could trigger a chain reaction where everyone outside would try to force their way in. If the situation spirals out of control, it would be nearly impossible to restore order," Captain Chen replied with a resigned sigh. Casting a glance at the bloodstain, Xiao Kai turned to observe the crowd outside the barrier, finally understanding why so many were gathered, pleading for entrance into the secure zone, yet none dared to force their way in. It seemed not that they did not wish to intrude, but rather that they lacked the courage. Those who had just arrived and dared to storm in could hardly imagine that the very guardians they relied upon would truly pull the trigger against them. Xiao Kai and his companions followed Captain Chun through the guard post beside the broad ocean secure zone entrance. As they entered, Xiao Kai was struck by the sight of military tents filling every available space within the zone. The densely packed tents left only narrow pathways for a single person to walk, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Following Captain Chen along the edge of the tent area, they soon arrived at a distinctly separated section. This area was surrounded by armed soldiers, housing only 5 tents, 3 of which were evidently occupied, while the remaining 2 stood empty. "Captain Liu must have informed you that upon entering the secure zone, all weapons must be surrendered, and you will undergo a 48-hour quarantine. I hope you can understand," Chen Ping said, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Kai and his companions before extending his hand. "Understood," Xiao Kai replied, reluctantly removing the military machete from his back and placing it into Captain Chen's hand. This machete had originally been a gift from Captain Liu, and he wondered if he would ever see it again after parting with it. Zhao Haokong also handed over a triangular military dagger to Captain Chen, while Wang Kersin surrendered her longsword.as for Zhu Zhilong, who was loath to part with his rifle. Shao Kai had concealed the firearm, along with evolution fluid and enhancement agents, in a nearby house before arriving here. Shortly, someone will bring you food and water and conduct a health check. During the next 48 hours, you are not permitted to leave this area. Otherwise, the surrounding soldiers are authorized to shoot you, Captain Chun stated seriously after ensuring that all weapons had been surrendered. Captain Chun, Shao Kai called out as the officer prepared to depart. Is there anything else? Captain Chen inquired. Could you assist us in finding a few sets of children's clothing? Shao Kai requested, gesturing towards Wang Yingqian, who was clasping a small white dog. Although Wang Yingqian's clothes had been washed at the medical university, they retained a faint, unpleasant odor that needed to be addressed now that they were in the secure zone. Captain Chen glanced at Wang Yingqian, initially mistaking her for Shao Kai's child. It became clear that no responsible parent would venture out without their child's clothing. Moreover, Captain Liu from the rescue team had mentioned that the group possessed considerable strength. Each carried a backpack, and the little girl had a pet, indicating they were not lacking in provisions, except for children's clothes. Suggesting that she had been rescued along the way. I'll see what I can do, Captain Chen nodded before turning to leave. Once he had departed, Shao Kai and his companions began to allocate the limited 2 tents. Although the tents were relatively small to conserve space, they could accommodate 3 or 4 people. Wang Kersin and Zhang Tingting shared one tent, while Shao Kai, Zhao Haokong, Zhu Zhilong, and Professor Gong occupied the other. Barely had they settled in when 3 military medics, a man and a woman, arrived pushing a cart. They not only brought enough food for a couple of days, but also 2 sets of clothes for Wang Yingqian, albeit for boys. While registering their identities, the medics exhibited clear astonishment upon learning of Professor Gong's identity. The subsequent health check was straightforward. It involved inspecting for any signs of zombie bites or scratches and drawing a small vial of blood. Chapter 71. The commander's son. By the time all matters had been resolved, night had fully descended. After the group consumed the self-heating rice provided by the secure zone, they gathered in front of the tent to discuss their future plans. Professor Gong, being somewhat elderly and exhausted from days spent in the laboratory concocting evolution fluid and enhancement agents, retreated to the tent to rest after dinner. What are your plans? Shao Kai asked Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong. Though it appeared he was inquiring about their intentions, he was also reflecting on his own course of action in the face of the uncertain future, the onset of the apocalypse. He had believed that the number of survivors was dwindling, and his primary concern had been mere survival. To save Wang Kersin, he had exerted himself to the utmost, but this had also exposed him to the darker aspects of human nature during such dire times, how depraved and reckless people could become. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous individual, having engaged in street fights and even collected protection money, he had thought himself quite flawed. It was only when the apocalypse struck, and he witnessed Liu Ji's actions towards Wang Kersin that he realized he was nothing compared to Liu Gu. When he killed Liu Gu and his assistant to rescue Wang Kersin, he understood that in this new world, no one cared about his actions. People were solely concerned with their own survival. Later, upon Wang Kersin's suggestion, he sought out Professor Gong and learned that he had become an evolved being, just as Wang Kersin had through the evolution fluid. He had thought they could navigate this harsh world together. Mutated zombies and evolved beasts were merely resources for their advancement. When he learned from the rescue team leader that the broad ocean secure zone housed nearly 100,000 survivors, he resolved to lead Wang Kersin and Professor Gong there. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the secure zone was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Had it not been for the prior arrangements made by Captain Liu, he was certain they would never have been granted entry. The throngs of people outside were not fewer than those within. Observing the once dignified individuals now reduced to a state of destitution with gaunt faces and hollow eyes underscored the sheer luck of those who managed to survive outside the secure zone. The ever-present threat of zombies loomed, amplifying the ugliness of human nature in desperation and fear. Reflecting on Liu Gu from the hospital, the director of the medical university, and the tattooed man encountered earlier, it seemed there was no safe haven in this collapsing order. Even within the secure zone, gazing at the sea of green military tents and the ragged, emaciated survivors, he questioned whether this truly was safety. With dwindling food supplies, how secure would the zone remain? It was evident to anyone that the provisions could not sustain 100,000 people for long. Lacking extensive education or grand ambitions, All he desired was to survive alongside Wang Kursin in this wretched apocalypse. But if they could not even remain in the secure zone, what then? I don't know, Zhao Haokong replied, glancing at Zhang Tingting. Old Zhao, why overthink it? We'll follow Brother Kai wherever he goes, Zhu Zhilong chimed in, digging at his nose with his little finger. Zhu Zhilong's perspective was simple. Whoever was strong enough to ensure his survival was worth following. And Xiao Kai fit that description perfectly. Upon hearing Zhu Zhilong's words, Zhao Haokong pondered briefly before nodding in agreement with Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai smiled at Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong. Their willingness to stay by his side did not surprise him. It was a natural outcome in the apocalypse, where survival often depended on unity. The stronger the allies within the group, the greater the chance of survival. As no one could predict when, or if, the apocalypse would ever end. What are you all discussing? As Xiao Kai and his companions deliberated on the path ahead, a voice suddenly echoed behind them. Turning around, Xiao Kai beheld a flamboyantly dressed young man yawning as he approached them. Just arrived, huh? How did you get in? Who do you know? Huang Ruizha sauntered up to Xiao Kai's group, stretching lazily before inquiring. Who are you? Why should we tell you how we got in? Zhu Zhilong shot back, glaring at the newcomer, irked by the barrage of questions. Wow, you don't even know who I am, yet you're here? How did you manage to get in? Huang Ruizha exclaimed, astonished at the group's apparent ignorance. It's so strange that you don't recognize me, Zhu Zhilong retorted, looking at Huang Ruizha as if he were a fool. Huang Ruizha was the son of the commander of the Guangyang military district, having grown up in the military enclave, where his father's influence allowed him to act with impunity. As he matured, he became a notorious figure in Guangyang City, having dealt with numerous wealthy heirs. It was safe to say that anyone connected to the military or affluent families in Guangyang City would recognize him. Yet, here stood a group completely oblivious to his identity, leading Huang Ruizha to speculate that they likely had neither military ties, nor were they scions of the wealthy. Having entered the safe zone just yesterday, he had spent the isolation period idly sleeping in a tent for an entire day and night. Upon awakening and stepping out, he discovered that the adjacent tents were occupied. Out of boredom, he decided to greet the newcomers, initially assuming they were family members of military leaders, only to find they were not. How do you know we got in through connections? Xiao Kai motioned for Huang Ruizha to sit beside him. Huang Ruizha, unceremoniously, plopped down next to Xiao Kai, retrieving a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. After hesitating over the half-empty pack, he reluctantly extracted 3 cigarettes and offered them to Xiao Kai and his companions. Only Xiao Kai accepted, as Zhao Haokong and Zhu Zhilong did not smoke. Lighting up, Huang Ruizha looked at Xiao Kai and asked, "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance?" Seeing that Xiao Kai and the others shook their heads, he continued, "Let me put it this way. There are multiple isolation points in this safe zone, but only this one has tents. Oh, you know why?" He exhaled a plume of smoke and, observing their curious expressions, deliberately paused for effect. Because the only people allowed in this isolation point are the families of military leaders. Even the families of ordinary soldiers do not qualify for this isolation. Therefore, your presence here must be due to the endorsement of a military leader. After delivering this revelation, Huang Ruizha scanned the faces of the group, hoping to glean some insight, but was soon disappointed. Apart from Xiao Kai, who appeared contemplative, the others wore expressions of confusion, clearly unaware of how they had come to be there. You seem quite well informed. Which leader's family do you belong to? Xiao Kai inquired, smiling as he avoided revealing his own means of entry. There is nothing I do not know here, Huang Ruizha replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Such bravado, and you fear not to sprain your tongue? Zhu Zhilong scoffed, casting a disparaging look at Huang Ruizha. Had this been anywhere else, Zhu Zhilong would not have bothered to confront him, but this was once the Guangyang military district base and is now the Guangyang safe zone. Only the highest-ranking officials, like the military commander, would have the audacity to claim such knowledge. Do I need to boast here? Everyone in Guangyang City knows that I, Huang Ruizha, do not speak in hyperbole. As Zhu Zhilong continued to regard him with disdain, Huang Ruizha abruptly stood, fixing Zhu Zhilong with a gaze. Upon hearing Huang Ruizha's name, Xiao Kai suddenly recalled a report from a few years prior about a young man, just reaching adulthood, who had been assaulted at Guangyang City's largest nightclub by a group of wealthy heirs. The victim had boldly declared he would make them beg for his forgiveness. To everyone's surprise, the wealthy heirs had disregarded him, only to later find themselves in abject terror when the young man made a single phone call. All the heirs present had ended up begging for his pardon. Kneeling before him, this young man was none other than Huang Ruizha, the sole son of Huang Yuanming, the commander of the Guangyang military district, who had merely called the police when his son was assaulted. "Ah, so you are Huang Ruizha, the commander's son," Xiao Kai remarked, astonished. Zhu Zhilong and Zhao Haokong exchanged incredulous glances, especially Zhu Zhilong, who had just exchanged barbs with Huang Ruizha, now pale with shock. "Cut it out. Only now do you recognize me? Your perception is lacking. Now, tell me, how did you get in?" Huang Ruizha, seeing that Xiao Kai finally acknowledged him, couldn't he help but smirk as he glanced at Zhu Zhilong, then settled back down beside Xiao Kai. "Well, I didn't recognize you at first, and my friend can be a bit brash, so please don't hold it against him," Xiao Kai said with a smile. Aware that, unlike Zhu Zhilong and the others, who were still in university, he had already ventured into the world and understood the nuances of social dynamics. Although Huang Ruizha seemed to harbor no ill will toward Zhu Zhilong, it was prudent to maintain decorum, it's a minor issue. "What piques my curiosity is who you all truly are," Huang Ruizha pressed, genuinely intrigued that there were families of military leaders he did not recognize. Especially the little girl clutching a pet dog, who seemed particularly suspicious. "Actually, we are not affiliated with the military at all. We learned about the safe zone through Captain Liu." Seeing Huang Ruizha's persistent inquiries, Xiao Kai chuckled wryly as he explained. "Which Captain Liu?" Huang Ruizha asked. "The one from the search and rescue team." Xiao Kai replied. "Oh, you mean that lunatic Liu Haoyu? How did you come to know him?" "I thought he had no relatives left," Huang Ruizha exclaimed, taken aback at the mention of the search and rescue team as Liu Haoyu. He had considered every military personnel he knew, but Liu Haoyu had never crossed his mind. In his eyes, Liu Haoyu was a madman, and the only person in the military he dared not provoke. "Why do you call him a madman? I think he seems quite normal," Xiao Kai inquired. Intrigued, "Hmph, if he weren't mad, would he train for 20 hours a day? If he weren't mad, would he take on the most perilous missions? Just look at this instance. He's off hunting evolved beasts again. Last time, if my old man hadn't provided timely support, he would have lost his life. Now, having just become an evolved being, he's gone off again. Is he not mad?" Huang Ruizha huffed disdainfully. Upon hearing Huang Ruizha mention evolved beasts and evolved beings, Xiao Kai's expression sharpened, and he feigned nonchalance as he asked, "You know about evolved beasts and evolved beings?" Surprised, Xiao Kai realized Huang Ruizha not only was aware of evolved beasts, but also of evolved beings. It seemed having a father as a commander had its advantages. Of course, I know, if others are oblivious, I certainly am not. You might have heard of evolved beasts, but this may be your first encounter with the term evolved beings. Right? Heh. Would you like me to elaborate? Huang Ruizha's eyes were fixated on the several large backpacks within Xiao Kai's tent. He extended his hand, mimicking the gesture of pinching a cigarette, and with a mischievous smile, he said, upon witnessing Huang Ruizha's gesture, Xiao Kai chuckled softly, rose, and stepped into the tent, retrieving a pack of Tianxia Zuanxiang from one of the backpacks. Although Xiao Kai was not particularly fond of smoking, he recognized that, in social interactions, a cigarette could serve as an excellent icebreaker. Therefore, during his time in the Old City, he collected a few brands of relatively good cigarettes from the supermarket, with Tianxia Zuanxiang being among the finest. Huang Ruizha's eyes widened at the sight of the Tianxia Zuanxiang in Xiao Kai's hand. Typically, such a cigarette was considered expensive, and although Huang Ruizha had long since indulged in various high-end brands, he had little regard for them. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, where many lacked even basic sustenance, the thought of smoking seemed a distant luxury. After leaving the city, tobacco and alcohol had become increasingly scarce. Even Huang Ruizha could only afford to smoke sparingly, so the sight of Xiao Kai holding the Tianxia Zuanxiang brought him immense joy. He had not anticipated that a mere conversation could yield such a delightful surprise. Eagerly accepting the Tianxia Zuanxiang from Xiao Kai, Huang Ruizha quickly unwrapped it, pulled out a stick, and inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma before placing it between his lips and lighting it. It had been several days since he had last enjoyed a quality cigarette. Since the outbreak of the X virus, he had narrowly survived, evading danger at every turn, and had not experienced even a hearty meal until his father sent someone to retrieve him and bring him back to the safety zone. In essence, an evolver refers to an individual who has transcended the physical limits of humanity. Surpassing these limits is merely the initial step. Upon becoming an evolver, one may develop unique abilities. For instance, Liu Haoyu, that madman, transformed into a wolf after his evolution. As Huang Rui's paused to take another drag. He glanced at Xiao Kai and the others, observing their attentive expressions. With a sense of pride, he exhaled a ring of smoke. Little did he know, Xiao Kai and the others were already well versed in this information. They were merely curious to discern any discrepancies between Huang Rui's knowledge and their own. Chapter 73. The levels of evolvers. Upon becoming an evolver, one's physical capabilities exceed the limits of an ordinary human, achieving 3 to 5 times the typical standards. A standard level 1 evolver generally possesses a physical prowess ranging from 5 to 15 times that of an ordinary person. To qualify as a level 2 evolver, one must surpass 15 times the physical capabilities of an average human, with some reports suggesting that the maximum potential for a level 2 evolver can reach 30 times. It is said that, currently, only the headquarters of the Southern Battle Zone possesses level 2 evolvers. Lu Haoyu, in his fervent desire to quickly ascend to level 2, applied for a mission to hunt evolver beasts. Do you know where he intends to hunt? Guangyang Wildlife Park. Among the southern region's several zoos, Guangyang Wildlife Park is the largest. Even the level 2 evolvers of the Southern Battle Zone hesitate to venture there. Yet Lu Haoyu, a mere level 1 evolver, dares to lead a group into such peril. Would you not agree that he is indeed mad? Huang Rui's forcefully stubbed out the remaining cigarette but on the ground, stating, he is certainly a bit insane. Xiao Kai had already visited Guangyang Wildlife Park, and even as a level 2 evolver, he had only managed to hunt a few evolver beasts on the outskirts, barely escaping with his life. If Lu Haoyu were merely hunting on the periphery with the aid of heavy weaponry, it wouldn't be overly difficult. However, penetrating deeper into the park would be a matter of life and death. Huang Rui's continued his conversation with Xiao Kai until the late hours of the night. Not once did it occur to him that, apart from himself, everyone present was an evolver. Yet, Xiao Kai did not openly acknowledge this fact. And naturally, the others refrained from mentioning it as well. In truth, Huang Rui's knowledge of evolvers was quite similar to Xiao Kai's. The only distinction lay in the military's establishment of a detailed hierarchy for evolvers. However, Huang Rui's never broached the topic of how one could become an evolver, merely stating that such information was classified. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Kai gleaned several tidbits of insider information from Huang Rui's, including that the 2 other tents housed the families of certain military leaders, and that it was best not to disturb them to avoid misunderstandings. He also learned that within the safety zone, one must not defy any military orders lest they face the risk of being shot. Furthermore, the food supply within the safety zone was dwindling. Plans were underway to select a group of survivors to form several teams to assist the military in gathering supplies. If their group were chosen and they wished to decline, they could seek out Huang Rui's, who would be able to facilitate their withdrawal. The following day, when Xiao Kai and the others awoke, they found that, apart from Huang Rui's still slumbering, the occupants of the other 2 tents had vanished. Huang Rui's, after waking in the afternoon, was taken away by others. Before his departure, Huang Rui's cautioned Xiao Kai and the others that during the quarantine period, regardless of how tedious it may become or what transpired outside, they were not to step beyond the quarantine zone. Otherwise, the guarding soldiers would likely shoot without hesitation, even if one were the sole son of the military commander. This was a strict order from his father, the highest authority in the Guangyang safety zone.